Divine Martial Tyrant Emperor Chapter 1351 to Chapter 1430. Guchen studied it for a while but didn't find anything wrong with it. He turned his hand and kept the drop of black tortoise blood in his body. He didn't enjoy it. It wasn't rare to do that. Many big shots had consumed the black tortoise blood in the past and planned to leave more for their descendants. Xianxia and Granny Shu did the same. However, like Guchen, they were being cautious. All the delicacies were served. According to the tradition of the Black Tortoise Banquet, it was time for the big shots to discuss Tao. Those who brought their descendants would also exchange pointers with each other. However, it was different this year. The old Black Tortoise smiled when he saw that everyone was full. This year's Black Tortoise Banquet will be held 10,000 years in advance. I'm sure everyone here is curious about the reason. He took the initiative to mention the topic that various forces had been secretly discussing for the past few days. Everyone looked at him. The Thunder Commandery's Xianxia couldn't help but look at him. Senior, I heard that there's a huge opportunity to be shared with us. Hurry up and tell us. We can't wait. A red-faced old man smiled and said. He was the Xian ancestor of the Jin family of the longevity world. That's right. What kind of opportunity is it? Many big shots nodded their heads in agreement. They were looking forward to it. The old black tortoise said slowly with an amiable expression. Have you heard of the Chaos Mystic Land? Crack, as soon as he said that, the wine cup that Xianxia was holding suddenly cracked. His eyes shot out a frightening cold light. Xianxia and Granny Shu immediately looked at each other with shock in their eyes. He's actually telling the truth? Guchen was also stunned. He didn't expect the old black tortoise to be so straightforward. When the Black Tortoise Banquet was held, the forces that secretly knew about the existence of the Chaos Mystic Land guessed that the old black tortoise would do something about it. They gathered here because they didn't want to miss any information. However, no one expected that the old black tortoise would directly reveal the existence of the Chaos Mystic Land. One had to know that the entire longevity world would immediately be in chaos. Not only the longevity world, but the news would quickly spread to the various worlds under the Thunder Commandery. It would even spread to other commanderies, causing waves of intense conflicts. For the sake of the Chaos Mystic Land, countless ambitious people from the Chaos Sea would come here one after another. If that really happened, even if this was the territory of the Thunder Commandery, Thunder Dowlord might not be able to control the situation. This was the reason why Dharma King Yang lost his composure. It seemed that he did not expect the old black tortoise to do this. Primal Chaos Secret Land? What do you know? The eyes of the local big shots of the longevity realm, who were originally unaware, became burning hot. The world of longevity had recently undergone great changes and entered a flourishing age of cultivation. They had long noticed this abnormality. It was just that they did not know where the source was previously. At this moment, when they heard what the black tortoise said, their minds became active, and they more or less guessed the truth. Since ancient times, our Xianxia realm has been known as a blessed realm. All of us have been blessed. Do you know the reason? The old black tortoise began to speak frankly and was prepared to explain the origins of the primal chaos mystic land of the longevity realm. At that moment, someone could not remain calm. Fellow Taoist Xian Wu, please reconsider. The one who spoke was Xianxia. His voice shook the entire venue like thunder, and the threat in his words was extremely clear. However, the old black tortoise only smiled and looked calm. Xianxia, the primal chaos mystic land is the blessing of the longevity realm. It should be shared by everyone. The old man has no objections if Lei Jun wants a share, but you can't cut off everyone's opportunities, right? His words could not be more explicit, and many big shots present understood. No wonder the black tortoise would send so many people over. It turned out that they already knew about the existence of the primal chaos mystic land. From what the old senior said, it was clear that Lei Jun wanted to take the primal chaos mystic land for himself. That was understandable. After all, the value of the primal chaos mystic land was too great. Anyone would think that way. However, to the local people, it would be fine if they did not know about it. Since they knew, how could they bear to give it up? The longevity realm is under the rule of Lei Jun naturally. The primal chaos mystic land belongs to Lei Jun. Yang Fuwang stood up and scanned the surroundings coldly. He was not angry, but he was imposing. This was a threat. He had made it clear that Lei Jun wanted to take the primal chaos mystic land for himself. The expressions of some of the big shots present could not help but change as they considered the pros and cons. Things were too sudden, and they did not have time to digest everything. Lei Jun was a colossus that all the forces in the longevity realm could not contend against. Logically speaking, since Yang Fuwang was so straightforward, they should not have any objections. However, when they thought about the potential opportunities in the primal chaos mystic land, many of the big shots were shaken. One had to know that with their age and talent, their basic strength had already reached the limit. If they wanted to improve further or even pursue the Tao Lord realm, they would definitely need unimaginably huge opportunities. The primal chaos mystic land was such an opportunity. If they missed it once, it might never appear again. Compared to their fear of Lei Jun, the ambition of becoming a Tao Lord was more tempting. Many big shots already had their own thoughts, but no one stood up to reply immediately. No one was stupid. Whoever spoke at this time would definitely become a thorn in Yang Fuwang's side. The best situation was for the black tortoise to speak. Yang Fuwang, you are wrong. As the saying goes, the treasures of heaven and earth belong to those who are fated. The primal chaos mystic land has also appeared in the longevity realm. Can't we even fight for it? Unexpectedly, before the old black tortoise could speak, the Jin clan's Xian ancestor stood up and actually confronted Yang Fuwang. Everyone looked at him in surprise. Although the Jin clan was strong, it was nothing compared to the Lei Jun. Speaking like this was extremely courageous. Gu Chen's gaze also fell on the Jin clan's Xian ancestor. The Jin clan's Xian ancestor had spoken previously, but he was rather proactive. His eyes quietly turned deep purple. Under the prying of the deep-sea purple eyes, he could clearly see the Jin clan's Xian ancestor's cultivation. So it's you. Gu Chen sneered in his heart. Seventh heaven of Tao querying cultivation, similar origin power, and dared to compete with Yang Fuwang. If Yang Fuwang still could not guess that the Jin clan's Xian ancestor was Peng Fu in disguise, he would be too blind. His disguise technique was considered brilliant, but under Gu Chen's deep-sea purple eyes, there was no way he could hide. That's right. This is the opportunity of the longevity realm. How can the Lei Jun take it away just like that? I don't object to the Lei Jun getting a share, but you should at least give us a chance, right? Although the Jin clan's Xian ancestor's appearance was unexpected, since someone had taken the lead, the other big shots also spoke. Seeing that the Jin clan's Xian ancestor didn't know what was good for him, Yang Fuwang wanted to vent his anger on him. However, when he saw the big shots of the other forces speaking up, his face turned pale. His Lei commandery was strong and had many elite soldiers. However, he couldn't gain any advantage in the Star Sea Forest. Although he had already mobilized his troops, they would be deployed in the Primordial Chaos Passage and other important star passages of the longevity realm. They wouldn't be used to deal with the people in front of him. As such, he had to consider his chances of winning. His main mission this time was to take down the old tortoise. The other party was not weak, so he couldn't spare too much attention to deal with the others. Now that the old tortoise had united all the local forces of the longevity realm, the people he brought might not be able to control the situation if they really fought. Moreover, if the information in the note was true, the situation would be even worse. Damn it, this old tortoise has hidden the existence of the primordial chaos mystic land for so many years. Why is he willing to tell everyone today? Yang Fuwang was furious. This time, he had misjudged and thought that the main target was only the old tortoise. Otherwise, he wouldn't have brought so few people. Forget it, let's calm these people down first. When more people come from my Lei commandery, we will be able to stabilize the situation. Yang Fuwang quickly calmed down and forced a smile. Everyone of the longevity realm misunderstood me. Lei commandery doesn't want to take the primordial chaos mystic land for himself. It's just to prevent people from taking advantage of the situation. We need to strictly control the mystic land. As long as we can control the primordial chaos mystic land, with the Lord's generosity, he will naturally allow the meritorious clans or sects to enter to seek opportunities. This meant that as long as they followed Lei commandery's instructions, they would definitely get a share of the loot. Otherwise, they would get nothing. This immediately made some forces waver, especially the weaker ones. They knew that if they entered the mystic land with their own abilities, it would be difficult for them to gain anything. Their lives might even be in danger. Since that was the case, they might as well listen to Lake Commandery's arrangements. Lake Commandery would get the meat and they would get the soup. Yang Fuwang, do you mean that Lake Commandery admits that the Longevity Realm has a share in the primordial chaos mystic land? Without giving the crowd too much time to think, the old black tortoise immediately smiled and said, if that's the case, it couldn't be better for everyone to get rich peacefully. Of course, harmony is the most important thing. Yang Fuwang also smiled. He saw that some of the big shots had been moved by his words and knew that the situation was under his control. As long as he could control this group of people and make them stay put for the time being, when the people from the Thunder Commandery arrived, he could of course turn against them at will. How could this old turtle not understand such a simple principle? He sneered, but he suddenly had a bad premonition. This old tortoise had gone to such great lengths to choose to lay his cards on the table today. Could it be, I forgot to tell everyone something? The old man has calculated that the primal chaos mystic land of the Longevity Realm will appear today. The old black tortoise revealed a piece of shocking news indifferently. Yang Fuwang's heart skipped a beat. Senior, may I know where the entrance to the primal chaos secret land is? Why didn't anyone discover it? Everyone was extremely excited when they heard that. In fact, the entrance to the primal chaos secret land is in this Star Ocean forest. The old man only discovered it by chance some time ago. When the old man discovered it, he realized that this is a huge opportunity for the Longevity Realm and even the Thunder Commandery. We definitely can't miss it. That's why he held the Black Tortoise banquet in advance and invited everyone to participate in this grand event. The old Black Tortoise's words immediately made everyone present burst into an uproar. The Primal Chaos secret land is on this island, and it will appear today. This is really a huge surprise. Many big shots were overjoyed and spoke one after another. Senior, you are really broad-minded. It's a blessing for the Longevity Realm to have you around. That's right. If it was someone else, they would definitely hide this matter and want to keep it for themselves. How could they be as selfless as you, Senior? All sorts of praises came one after another. Most of them were sincere words. After all, this gift was too valuable. Guchen looked at the old black tortoise and was also surprised by this explosive news. It was too unexpected. Everyone knew that the Primal Chaos secret land would appear, but who would have thought that it would appear today? Furthermore, it was in this Star Ocean forest. He didn't believe the old black tortoise's excuse. The old black tortoise definitely didn't just discover the entrance. Instead, he had discovered it a long time ago. Only then would he be able to calculate the specific time of the secret land's appearance and even have time to plan this black tortoise banquet. He said that just now just to shut Yang Fuwang's mouth and make him suffer in silence. The Primal Chaos secret land is about to appear. Once it appears, it will definitely cause a huge commotion. At that time, all sorts of people will come one after another. In order to ensure that it doesn't fall into the hands of outsiders, everyone here must set off immediately and take it down as soon as it appears. Yang Fuwang, what the old man said makes sense, right? The old black tortoise spoke again. Every time he spoke, Yang Fuwang's cheeks would twitch. He was extremely angry. He had been tricked by the old black tortoise. The Primal Chaos secret land would appear today. How would Lei Jun be able to mobilize more people to control the situation? His words just now were just to calm the people down. However, the old black tortoise had followed his words and rallied everyone to his side. It was reasonable. If he objected now, it would mean that his previous words were all lies. Lei Jun didn't plan to give the Longevity world any benefits. It would definitely cause a huge backlash. Yang Fuwang's murderous intent grew. If he really let so many people enter the Primal Chaos secret land, who knew if someone would fish in troubled waters and escape with the greatest benefits? However, what could he do? Fall out with them. If that was the case, it might even suit the old black tortoise's intentions and push the Longevity world's originally neutral forces to his side. In this way, with Xing Jun, who hadn't appeared yet, and Qi Jun causing trouble, the possibility of him failing his mission was too high. There is no second choice. Guchen understood both sides and had some guesses about Yang Fuang's choice. As long as he wasn't an impulsive person, he wouldn't fall out with them here. Lei Jun was at a disadvantage, and the old black tortoise had the upper hand. However, this wasn't bad for him. If so many forces entered the primal chaos secret land, it would be much easier for him to fish in troubled waters. The only thing he didn't understand was the old black tortoise's subsequent plans. He definitely had a huge trap waiting for everyone. If he wasn't careful, the fortuitous opportunities would turn into despair. Black Tortoise is right. Lead the way. I can't wait to see the entrance. Yang Fuang was indeed as Guchen had guessed. He suppressed the anger in his heart and said coldly. Even if he would give others some opportunities, Lei Jun still had the greatest advantage as they had the most people. Yang Fuang was flexible and wanted to prepare for two scenarios. On one hand, he would personally seize the fortuitous opportunities in the primal chaos secret land. On the other hand, he would inform the army to seal off all the star passages near the Star Sea Forest. At that time, even if there was an accident and someone left with the treasures, he wanted to see who could escape from the longevity world. The longevity world was Lei Jun's territory. No one could touch it. In the Star Sea Forest, the old black tortoise was leading the way, and the big shots of various forces followed behind him excitedly. The surrounding ancient trees towered into the sky, and the dense treetops covered the sky above. The ground was full of rotten leaves and mud, making it difficult to walk. This place was located in the depths of the Star Sea Forest. The mountains were tall and the forest was dense, and the periphery was covered by countless restrictions. It was not much different from the entrance of the chaotic mystic land that everyone had imagined. Gu Chen, who was disguised as Fatty Qian, fell behind the crowd and followed Chu Meixin. He looked very shameless, and everyone was too lazy to care about him. I noticed this place before. Is the entrance of the chaotic mystic land really in such a place? Gu Chen looked sloppy on the surface, but in fact, he had been observing his surroundings. He had previously investigated the Star Sea Forest. The periphery of this place was full of restrictions, which had attracted his attention. At that time, he wanted to find the old black tortoise to take a look and guessed that he might live in such a place. However, he did not expect that this was the entrance of the chaotic mystic land that everyone dreamed of. He was skeptical about what the old black tortoise had said, but he did not dare to make a conclusion before seeing the actual entrance. As they went deeper into the forest, the surrounding heaven-earth essence chi gradually became violent, and the trees also strangely became sparse. The big shots became even more excited. They extended their divine senses forward and found some clues. Not long after, the surrounding wind whistled, and all the trees disappeared. It was a mess everywhere, as if a hurricane had wreaked havoc. The old black tortoise stopped at this moment and looked ahead. Everyone followed his line of sight, and their eyes gradually became fanatical. The space in front of them was layered and broken. It was the countless turbulence that blew out from inside that made this place a mess. In the depths of the broken space, they could vaguely see a gray fog. The fog emitted a heart-palpitating aura that everyone present was familiar with. Chaotic chi, the depths of the broken space were filled with chaotic chi. This was originally impossible to appear in a world that had developed for countless years. In an instant, the big shots of the longevity realm, who were originally worried about their gains and losses, were overjoyed. What the old black tortoise said was true, the chaotic mystic land really existed. The entrance hasn't been completely opened yet, but everyone should be able to tell that it's not far away. We can enter today. Let's sit here for a while and wait for the entrance to appear. Old Black Tortoise said amiably to everyone. After speaking, he sat on the ground. Everyone nodded. The space before them was broken and there was no way to enter at all. Given the cultivation bases of most of the people present, it was not difficult for them to force their way through the spatial turbulence. However, the depths of the spatial turbulence was filled with primal chaos chi. Even the slightest contact with it was enough to kill everyone present. Fortunately, the entrance was in a wonderful state. The shattered space was constantly disintegrating, forming a stable passageway. It seemed that the entrance would form soon, and the door to the primal chaos land would appear in this world. Filled with anticipation, everyone suppressed their thoughts and sat down around the entrance. Yang Fuang didn't sit down. He stared at the entrance like a tiger watching its prey. Occasionally, joy would flash across his eyes. When he looked at the many obstructing people present, the killing intent in his heart grew even stronger. I didn't expect to find the entrance so easily. Chu Meixin quietly moved closer and murmured in a low voice. They had originally thought that it would be difficult to get the location of the entrance from Old Black Tortoise. Who would have thought that he would take the initiative to tell them? The depths of the spatial turbulence could not be faked. Such a situation would only appear in a world within a world. This made her extremely excited. I don't know what that old turtle is planning. When we enter the secret land, you must follow me and be careful. Granny Shu couldn't figure out Old Black Tortoise's true intentions. She reminded Chu Meixin uneasily. Chu Meixin was about to nod when a frivolous voice came from behind her. Miss Chu, follow me when we enter the secret land. I'll protect you. It was that lecherous fatty Qian who came over again. Chu Meixin's head hurt just listening to him. Thank you for your good intentions, young Master Qian. But I'll pass. Chu Meixin chose to reject him politely due to her good manners. She felt extremely helpless towards this greasy fatty. His cultivation was only average in her eyes. Not to mention protecting her, if she met any evil beings in the secret land where the primal chaos had just opened, she might not even be able to keep her life. Moreover, it would be easier for her and Granny Shu to find opportunities alone. She wouldn't cooperate with this unknown person. If that's the case, it's really a pity. Fatty Qian had a look of regret. As he spoke, he casually glanced at the entrance. This Qian Darong is really stupid. At this time, he still has the mood to pick up girls. When we come out of the Primal Chaos secret land, there will definitely be a reshuffle among the major forces in the longevity realm. The families that obtained opportunities in the secret land will definitely rise. This fatty Qian is still thinking about romance at this time. It seems that the Qian family is destined to decline. Many big shots around saw fatty Qian's actions. They all shook their heads, snickered, and mocked him. This fatty Qian was originally the Qian family's young master. He had a bad reputation. He was greedy and lustful. His cultivation was average and he didn't have any good points. Now that the Qian family's patriarch had passed away and the Primal Chaos secret land was in front of them, he was still acting like this. Naturally, he was despised by everyone. After confirming that the entrance really existed, the big shots of the various forces had already begun to privately communicate with each other to seek an alliance. However, no one wanted to have anything to do with the Qian family. Fatty Qian pestered Chu Meixin for a while and turned around resentfully. However, he felt a chill in his heart. As expected, this is a trap, and a huge one at that. Guchen took the opportunity to get close to Chu Meixin to take a closer look at the entrance of the secret land. He suddenly understood the Old Black Tortoise's plot. He sat down on the ground and curled his lips, waiting for the situation to develop. Rumble. An hour later, the space at the entrance of the secret land in front of them collapsed further. Amidst the loud roar, an entrance that could accommodate 2 to 3 people at the same time was formed. Swish, swish. Everyone stood up at almost the same time. Only Guchen stood up calmly. The entrance of the Primal Chaos secret land has appeared. Everyone, our opportunity is here. The Old Black Tortoise's voice also became a little excited and full of energy. Let's go. Without saying anything, Yang Fa Wang led a group of generals and tyrannically wanted to be the first to enter. Isn't Yang Fa Wang too anxious? The big shots of the longevity world had a slight change in expression. They wanted to stop or even take a step ahead, but they were a little afraid. Everyone, don't be anxious. The secret land is so big. Even if we go in first, we might not be able to obtain more opportunities. However, this entrance has just been stabilized. It will be safer for everyone to enter slowly. The Old Black Tortoise didn't stop Yang Fa Wang but tried to persuade him. Many big shots sighed in their hearts. It seemed that the Old Black Tortoise didn't dare to offend the Thunder Commandery too much. They had to give up this opportunity. Everyone started to grab their spots and waited for the people of the Thunder Commandery to enter. Yang Fa Wang, you are the dignified general of the Thunder Commandery. Why are you so careless and eager to die? Xianxia Wang was just about to step in when he stopped. Many big shots were stunned. Old Black Tortoise and Jin Clan's ancestor changed their expressions slightly. Everyone turned their heads and looked at the direction of the voice. Fatty Qian was standing there with his arms crossed, staring at the crowd as if he was watching a monkey show. What do you mean by that? Xianxia Wang's eyes flickered as he looked at the fatty for the first time. If I say that the entrance to the mysterious land of chaos is fake and that the old turtle wants to kill everyone here, would you believe me? Guchen used Fatty Qian's tone to reveal the shocking news. Nonsense. The chaotic air in the depths of the entrance is clearly visible. How could it be fake? Old Black Tortoise is kind and generous. He intended to give everyone an opportunity. How dare you, an ignorant junior, slander him? Many big shots of the longevity circle immediately criticized Guchen. They didn't believe what he said at all. This Fatty Qian had always been unreliable. Why did he come out at this time? When Guchen heard people denouncing him from all directions, he secretly admired the old turtle's means. He had shown kindness to so many people at the banquet and even offended Lake County for the benefit of the longevity circle. Sure enough, he succeeded in gaining many supporters. These big shots were usually very shrewd, but in the face of huge benefits, their judgment had dropped a lot. Little friend Qian, the old man and your ancestor can be considered good friends. It's fine that you don't respect me, an elder, but you dare to slander the old man? Old Black Tortoise, who had always been kind, became gloomy for the first time. He looked angry. Everyone kept criticizing Fatty Qian. Seeing this, Guchen showed a trace of disdain. If you don't believe me, just go in. I won't go in anyway. His words were spoken boldly and resolutely, causing many people to choke on the spot. Xianxia Wang was different from the big shots of the longevity circle. He was afraid of the old Black Tortoise. Seeing Guchen's solemn expression, he completely stopped. Young friend from the Qian family, may I know where your judgment comes from? His tone was unusually polite. Seeing that Dharma King Yang was already wary, old Black Tortoise's gaze became even more sinister. He also stared at Guchen, wanting to see what he would say. This Qian is not talented, but I do have some understanding of the Tao of space. That entrance seems to have been deliberately created by someone. Guchen said with certainty. He cultivated the space-time origin, so when he approached the entrance, he keenly sensed that the collapse and reconstruction of the shattered space did not conform to the laws of nature. In particular, the layers of space seemed to have been compressed by something. It was completely different from how he had imagined the primal chaos secret land to open. That's the reason? What a joke. After hearing Guchen's explanation, the Jin family's ancestor immediately stood up and spoke for the old Black Tortoise. Guchen glanced at him coldly. He was not surprised by his appearance. Wasn't this Peng Fu an actor hired by the old Tortoise? Let's not talk about whether or not you really understand the Tao of space. The chaotic aura in the depths of the entrance can't be fake, right? Are you going to say that the chaotic aura in the depths of the entrance was deliberately moved here by the old Black Tortoise to fool everyone? The Jin family's ancestor sneered. His words made everyone nod. That's right, it was easy to make a fake entrance, but the chaotic aura couldn't be faked. Even the old Black Tortoise would be in danger if he touched the chaotic aura. How could he make such a big project? In fact, because of the existence of the chaotic aura, everyone subconsciously believed that the entrance was real. They didn't consider the possibility of it being fake. Guchen answered calmly, even though he had been rebuked. If my guess is correct, the answer is actually very simple. The entrance to the primal chaos secret land is indeed in the Star Sea Forest. This fake entrance should be related to the real one. After hearing this, the old Black Tortoise's pupils shrank imperceptibly. He looked at the fat man in front of him with a serious expression. One moment, you said that the entrance is fake, and the next moment, you said that the fake entrance is related to the real one. Isn't that too ridiculous? The Jin family's ancestor continued to criticize. The others also felt that Guchen's words sounded mysterious. They didn't understand what he meant. Dharmaraja Yang frowned. At his level of cultivation, even if he didn't cultivate the origin of space, he still had some understanding of the Tao of space. After hearing Gu Chen's words and looking at the entrance, he also felt that something was wrong. The old black tortoise saw the suspicion on Dharmaraja Yang's face become more and more serious. He signaled the Jin family's ancestor to shut up and calmly stood up. Actually, there's no point in arguing here. Since little friend Xian thinks that the old man is deliberately trying to harm everyone, then the old man should be the first to enter the entrance, right? If the entrance is really a trap, then the old man will definitely be the first to die. That should be enough to prove the old man's innocence, right? After saying this, the old black tortoise slowly walked towards the entrance. Dharmaraja Yang didn't expect that the old turtle would personally take the risk to prove his innocence. The suspicion in his heart disappeared. Under everyone's gaze, the old black tortoise was about to enter the entrance. If you're so capable, go in with your real body, old turtle. It's just an incarnation. It doesn't matter to you if it dies, right? Gu Chen's words floated over again, causing the old black tortoise to freeze on the spot. This is the old man's real body. The old black tortoise turned his head, his expression extremely cold. Just an incarnation? That can't be. The old senior has always looked like this. Many of the big shots were shocked, but they quickly denied Gu Chen's guess. Some of them had participated in the Black Tortoise Old Senior's Black Tortoise banquet many times. He had always looked like this, and with their eyesight, they didn't think that they couldn't tell if he was a real body or an incarnation. Are you sure? This wasn't Dharmaraja Yang's first time seeing the old black tortoise. He was very sure that the old black tortoise had the strength of an 8th-tier Dao querying cultivator. He could clearly sense it. How could someone with such strength be just an incarnation? Dharmaraja Yang originally believed in Gu Chen, but now that the old black tortoise wanted to enter to prove himself, he immediately said that the other party was just an incarnation. It was a little unreasonable. Gu Chen saw that everyone was doubting him, but he was still calm and slowly walked toward the old black tortoise. This move is indeed brilliant. It seems like you've already considered that there might be people who wouldn't enter due to fear of danger, so you arranged this incarnation move. Think further. If you had always appeared in front of people as an incarnation in the past black tortoise banquets, this move would have taken a long time to arrange. You've lived longer than everyone else, and you've been living in seclusion. You've always appeared in the black tortoise banquets with an incarnation. Under such circumstances, it's impossible for me to prove that you're not the real body. Gu Chen spoke frankly with assurance. The old black tortoise sneered when he heard this. That sounds reasonable. Then how are you going to prove your unrealistic delusion? The old black tortoise did not hide the warning in his words, which seemed normal to others. After all, Fatty Qian had gone too far. Gu Chen smiled without saying a word. It seemed that his idea was right. This old tortoise was a little desperate and wanted to kill him to silence him. To be honest, it was impossible to prove that the old black tortoise was just an incarnation. As he had said, the other party might have been planning for hundreds of thousands of years. It was so long that no one knew what his real body looked like. How could he prove it? This was actually an unsolvable problem. The old black tortoise was confident in his victory, which was why he dared to threaten him so confidently. But being unable to prove that the incarnation was the real body did not mean that he could not prove that the other party was lying. As long as he found the real body, the effect would be the same. Gu Chen's eyes flashed. Should he try to blow the old black tortoise's real body out? He actually had some guesses in his heart, but he was not absolutely sure. He glanced around and saw that everyone was doubting him. He sighed in his heart. He had to step on this mine. According to Gu Chen's original plan, he would disguise himself as Fatty Qian and wait for an opportunity to make the old black tortoise and the people of Thunder Commandery both suffer. This was the most advantageous for him. But the plan could not keep up with the changes. He did not expect the old black tortoise to be so ruthless. He actually thought of a brilliant plan to kill all the other competitors. This forced him to show his face. Otherwise, when the old black tortoise killed the others, it would be difficult for him to compete alone. The old black tortoise's incarnation had the strength of a Dao querying 8th-tier cultivator. Gu Chen knew that his real body must be even more terrifying. Even if he had the ability to fight above his level, he was not sure that he could take him down alone. Moreover, there were Peng Fu and other unknown enemies. The best situation was to let the Thunder Commanderies Xianxia Wang and the old black tortoise bite each other first. So no matter what, he had to expose the old black tortoise's plot. What's wrong? Can't speak? The Jin clan's ancestor saw that Guchen was silent and revealed a cold smile. He took a few steps forward, as if he wanted to teach Guchen a lesson on behalf of the old black tortoise. Guchen glanced at him, the corners of his mouth curling up slightly. Exposing the old tortoise's true body would directly offend him. Perhaps he wouldn't go after Dharma King Yang, but would instead focus on killing him first. To be safe, it was better to start with Peng Fu. Senior Black Tortoise is kind-hearted and doesn't want to lower himself to the level of a rude junior like you, but I'm different. You insulted the Mount Tai and Big Dipper of my longevity realm. Today, I will teach you a lesson on behalf of your deceased ancestor. Peng Fu had a look of awe-inspiring righteousness as his aura surged out like a tide, trying to suppress Gu Chen. Many of the big shots were silent, and even Yang Fuwang did not move. In a situation where Gu Chen could not produce any evidence, what reason did he have to help? Gu Chen felt the aura around him getting stronger and stronger. He secretly laughed at Peng Fu's excessive acting. It made it seem like he was trying to hide something and was afraid that Gu Chen would ruin their plan. Just nice, I'll settle the debt from before. Gu Chen murmured. Under the pressure of the terrifying aura, he casually raised a hand. Slap, he seemed to casually slap Peng Fu, but this slap instantly froze the surrounding time and space. Like a millstone of heaven and earth, it rolled towards Peng Fu. His movement seemed slow but was actually fast. Peng Fu was still under the absolute suppression. Suddenly, he felt that the aura was like a balloon with a hole, and a bright light came from the sky. Bang, his face was slapped heavily, and it instantly swelled up and bruised. Fortunately, he reacted immediately and did not fly out from the huge inertia. He only took 2 steps back and looked at Gu Chen in shock and anger. Damn Fatty, you're so capable. He originally thought that Fatty Qian was not very capable. According to the intelligence, his cultivation was only at the 1st or 2nd heaven of the Dao querying realm. There was no need to be afraid of him. However, that slap just now had the profound concept of returning to one's true nature. He immediately realized that the other party was hiding his strength. He became serious and wanted to slightly reveal his true cultivation. With his true strength, it would be easy to destroy the other party. However, he suddenly felt the surprised gazes of countless people around him. Even Yang Fuwang of the Thunder County had a terrifying killing intent surging out. What's going on? He was puzzled. Suddenly, he saw Fatty Qian's mocking expression. So you're not the Jin family's Xian ancestor. Tell me, what are you planning by playing along with the old turtle? What nonsense are you talking about? Peng Fu retorted. He subconsciously felt his face, and his expression changed drastically. At some point, the disguise on his face had disappeared, and he had returned to his original appearance. Impossible, how did this guy break my disguise? He looked at Gu Chen as if he had seen a ghost, and he lost his composure. As the Xing County's heavenly shadow, his disguise was top-notch. In the entire Chaos Sea, there were very few people below the Dao Lord level who could see through it. However, it seemed that the person in front of him not only saw through his disguise, but also broke his disguise with a casual slap. He could not understand this, and in the blink of an eye, he had become the target of everyone. You're not the Jin family's Xian ancestor. Who are you? Where did the Jin family's Xian ancestor go? Many big shots were shocked and afraid. The Jin family's Xian ancestor had a similar status as them, but he had been switched by this person unknowingly. Thinking back to what Fatty Qian had just said, this person had indeed been echoing the old black tortoise's words from the beginning until now. Could it be that it was true, and the old black tortoise really wanted to kill everyone? Once the seed of doubt was planted, it would quickly germinate. Many big shots trust in the old black tortoise began to crack at this moment. Xing County's heavenly shadow? Yang Fuwang thought more than the others. He waved his hand, and dozens of Lei County's generals quickly surrounded Peng Fu. Yang Fuwang had received a warning from Gu Chen's note previously, and he knew that the old black tortoise was secretly working with Xing County's heavenly shadow Peng Fu. However, the note came suddenly, and Yang Fuwang was also skeptical, afraid that he would fall into the trap of the person in the dark. However, now that the Jin family's Xian ancestor had suddenly revealed his true appearance, he immediately believed that the note was true. Although he had never seen Xing County's heavenly shadow Peng Fu's appearance, he had heard of this person. The heavenly shadow's responsibility had always been to infiltrate other counties, and he was in charge of intelligence gathering and assassination activities. Naturally, he was very hated. Peng Fu had long been blacklisted by the Lei County. However, he was good at hiding, and the people of the Lei County had never been able to catch him. Now that he had sent himself to him, Yang Fuwang naturally had no reason to let him go. Damn it! Peng Fu was suddenly surrounded by enemies, and his face was extremely ashen. He wanted to explain, but he could not. Peng Fu became the target of scorn, and the old tortoise's sanctimonious appearance was also questioned by everyone. Black Tortoise, what else do you have to say? Young Dharmaraja looked at the old tortoise coldly and didn't make a move for now. Taking down Peng Fu was a must, but finding the entrance to the mysterious land of chaos was more important. It was too risky to use force to suppress the old tortoise, so it was better to threaten him with the crowd. The forces in the world of longevity generally trusted this old tortoise, but now that there was a crack in their trust, many people would definitely side with him. The old tortoise's expression became extremely gloomy. The situation was completely different from what he had imagined. He could have said that he didn't know the Jin family's ancestor had been replaced. There was no evidence anyway, and with his prestige in the world of longevity, he believed that many people would still support him. However, young Dharmaraja immediately said that the fake Jin family ancestor was Xing Commandery's heavenly shadow Peng Fu. This made him panic. How did the other party know his identity? Who was it that leaked the news? Thinking about it carefully, he realized that his entire game of chess had probably been secretly disrupted by someone. No matter what he explained, it was possible that he would fall further into the trap. Is this fatty playing tricks on us? No, this junior might have hidden some strength, but where did he get the ability to set up such a big trap? It's the Qian family's ancestor? Right, that guy said that he passed away, but no one saw that he really died. Damn it, so it was a fake death. If it's him, we can't let things continue like this. As the first and second oldest living beings in the world of longevity, the old tortoise and the Qian family's ancestor always had a subtle relationship. The two seemed to be friendly on the surface, but they were secretly wary of each other. However, the old tortoise pursued the Great Tao wholeheartedly, while the Qian family's ancestor liked to do business. The two rarely had direct conflicts, so they maintained a superficial harmony. The old tortoise wasn't afraid of the Qian family's ancestor at all in terms of martial strength, but in terms of scheming, he knew that the Qian family's ancestor was above him. The old tortoise felt more and more threatened the more he thought about it. He didn't know that his thoughts had strayed too far. He took a deep breath and faced everyone's gazes. His eyes suddenly became cold. So what if I lied to you? You're just a bunch of idiots. What right do you have to obtain the Primal Chaos secret land? Today, the secret land of chaos will fall into the hands of the old man. The moment he finished speaking, his body suddenly became illusory, bursting with dazzling light. Not good. That old turtle is actually plotting to kill us. All the big shots were shocked and furious. They wanted to avoid it, but the old turtle's outburst was too sudden, and they were all inevitably swept into the strong light. This included Dharmaraja Yang's group, Chu Meixin, Granny Shu, and even Gu Chen. They were all engulfed by the strong light. The intense light only lasted for an instant before everyone's vision returned to normal. Meanwhile, the old black tortoise's figure completely dissipated as if it had exhausted its last bit of strength. What happened? Everyone was stunned. They had thought that the old black tortoise was going to use a killing move, but he had exhausted all of his incarnations in this attack, yet he didn't injure anyone? Go! The muffled roar of a strange beast that sounded like muffled thunder resounded between heaven and earth. This sentence was directed at Peng Fu. Peng Fu's face was full of bewilderment as he turned and ran. Run! Dharmaraja Yang wanted to stop him immediately, but he realized that his speed had suddenly dropped to a terrifying level. Every step he took seemed to have slowed down infinitely. Even the 3 words that came out of his mouth took a long time. Not only him, but everyone present seemed to have been bewitched. Their speed had dropped to the level of sloths, and they could only watch helplessly as Peng Fu fled at an extremely fast speed. When Peng Fu killed his way out of the encirclement, he killed a few generals from Thunder County. Seeing that they were bewitched and unable to resist, he left like the wind, leaving behind only his laughter in the air. Dao friend Black Tortoise, your slow source power is indeed unparalleled in the world. Everyone watched as he fled. Gu Chen's eyes were cold as he tried to chase after him, but his body's movements were too slow. The speed at which the source power in his body flowed was also frighteningly slow. He wanted to use his mind to attack, but his thoughts had also become sluggish. The old turtle's move was too terrifying. He had actually forcefully restrained more than 100 Dao Querying Realm cultivators present. After a full 5 breaths of time, Gu Chen's body finally returned to normal. At almost the same time, Dharmaraja Yang also returned to normal. After another breath of time, Granny Shu also returned to normal. Her expression was solemn as she looked at the sky where Peng Fu could no longer be seen. After 10 breaths of time, almost all the Dao Querying Realm cultivators present had returned to normal. All of them had ugly expressions. Go. Chase. In such a short time, they won't be able to escape far. Everyone knew that they had to capture the old Black Tortoise. Only he knew the location of the entrance to the Chaos Mystic Ground. If they were a little late and the other party succeeded, none of them would even be able to get any leftovers. Rumble. At this moment, the entire Star Ocean forest suddenly shook. The ground that everyone was standing on started to undulate. What's happening now? Dharmaraja Yang's face was filled with murderous intent. He thought that the old turtle had left behind some backup plan. Gu Chen felt this huge commotion. His previous guess had been verified. He couldn't help but take a deep breath. I originally thought that the old turtle would think of a way to stall for time. I didn't expect his main body to directly awaken. What's going on? Gu Chen muttered to himself. His eyes had completely turned deep purple. At this moment, in his field of vision, the entire Star Ocean forest was glowing with energy. It was like the undulations of the waves. When Gu Chen first entered the Star Ocean forest, with the help of the deep-sea purple eyes, he discovered that this island was constantly emitting a weak energy glow. This was very strange. Under normal circumstances, there was no life on the island. How could it emit energy that could only be released by life? The deep-sea purple eyes was created based on the Sea Emperor's ultimate skill. The Sea Emperor could clearly capture the energy of any life form in the deep sea. Gu Chen believed that such an eye technique could not be wrong. After that, he kept an eye on it until he saw the old Black Tortoise. The moment he saw the old Black Tortoise, Gu Chen used the deep-sea purple eyes again. He discovered that although the old Black Tortoise's cultivation was so powerful that it was close to the 8th firmament of the Dao Querying Realm, it was somewhat illusory. It didn't seem like a real body of flesh and blood. It was precisely because of this that he concluded that the old Black Tortoise that everyone knew was only an incarnation. And he boldly guessed that perhaps this island itself was the old Black Tortoise's main body in deep sleep. Why did the old Black Tortoise's main body enter deep sleep on the island? Why did this fake entrance to the mystic land have the characteristics of the real entrance? Gu Chen deduced in his heart and came up with a shocking guess. That was why he had exposed this scam earlier. Roar, a terrifying roar that could topple mountains and overturn seas came from all directions. The ground that everyone was standing on began to shatter. The forest collapsed in large swathes, everyone was panicking, and in the next moment they saw a shocking scene. At the edge of the island, a huge dragon head seemed to extend out from the island and reach into the boundless starry sky. The entire world trembled at this roar. The old Black Tortoise's true body had awakened. The ground of the Star Ocean forest was collapsing rapidly, and all the trees were reduced to ashes. This is the old tortoise's true body? Damn it, so it had never shown its true face all these years. Many big shots soared into the sky and floated in the violent air currents, their hearts filled with lingering fear. If Fatty Qian had not seen through the old Black Tortoise's scheme, all of them would have died unknowingly. That old tortoise was truly vicious. They had no grudges with him in the past, but he still wanted to kill them. Old tortoise, where is the Chaos Mystic Land? Yang Fuwang's entire body was covered in purple electricity. His body shot through the air like an arrow, heading straight for the huge dragon head. He was afraid that the old Black Tortoise would escape, and he was also worried that he had other tricks up his sleeves. Many of the Thunder Commandery's generals followed closely behind and soared into the sky. Many of the big shots of the world of longevity saw this and rushed over as well. Everyone's thoughts were very simple. Take down the old black tortoise and dig out the location of the chaos mystic land. Only Guchen stood calmly on the spot, watching the turbulent winds and clouds around him. Friend Xian, aren't you going to add insult to injury? Granny Shu and Chu Meixi noticed this and did not go forward. Granny Shu tried to test Guchen. She remembered that he had said that the fake entrance was related to the real entrance. He might have guessed the location of the real entrance. Following him might be wiser than charging towards the old tortoise. Add insult to injury? I'm afraid I might lose my life before the stone falls. Guchen shook his head. The old tortoise's true body was simply too terrifying in his eyes. The energy in his body was as vast as the ocean. The old tortoise's cultivation was definitely at the 9th level of the Dao Querying realm. At this level, it was difficult to find an opponent below the Dao Lord level. Most people who sought trouble with him would definitely end up badly. Even though Guchen's ability to fight above his level was very strong, he did not have the slightest confidence in defeating the old tortoise. Among those below the Dao Lord level, the only person who could possibly be stronger than the old tortoise was war god Miazin. However, Miazue was the #1 general of Tian Fa in the Xing Commandery, while this old tortoise was only an emperor in the world of longevity. It was unbelievable that he could cultivate to such a level. Roar! As Guchen and Granny Shu spoke, a group of Dao Querying realm experts had already arrived at the dragon's head. At that moment, like a divine dragon swinging its tail, the old black tortoise's massive body moved. The surface of the entire galaxy forest was completely shattered, revealing a dark carapace beneath the ground. The space around them began to crack like a spider web, rumble. Under such rapid changes in the world, the fake entrance not far from Guchen's group suddenly collapsed. Smoke and dust rolled up like a dragon. Guchen immediately leaped up and flew upwards, as if he was fleeing from some extreme danger. Seeing this, Granny Shu and Chu Meixin followed suit. The three of them flew all the way to a height of 300,000 feet before they stopped. Below them, the massive black tortoise's body flipped over. As it flipped, the world seemed to collapse as well. Terrifying energy surged out in all directions like a tidal wave. Those Dao Querying realm cultivators who tried to get close to the dragon's head were caught off guard. They were crushed into pieces by the terrifying shockwaves, and some even fell into the spatial turbulence. The black tortoise flipped over, and the Dao Querying realm fell. The old black tortoise displayed extremely terrifying strength, causing many of the big shot's scalps to go numb as they hurriedly dodged. Even Yang Fuwang chose to temporarily retreat. At that moment, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth suddenly became almost 100 times thicker. Below the old black tortoise's body, where the island of the galaxy forest was, there were thousands of auspicious lights. Could it be? Chu Meixin and Granny Shu looked down from above and saw a huge abyss formed by the collapse of a huge space. Extremely pure spiritual energy of heaven and earth was gushing out endlessly from it. Guchen muttered as he looked at the abyss. His speculation was completely confirmed. The old black tortoise has long found the location of the real chaotic mystic land. Moreover, a long time ago, he used his body to completely hide the entrance. He knew very well that once the entrance was really opened, even his strength would not be able to stop the huge commotion. Therefore, he created a fake entrance. That fake entrance is just a gap in the real entrance. It was squeezed by the old black tortoise's body and disguised as an entrance. If anyone enters, given the instability of the space inside, all the old black tortoise's body needs to do is flip over, and everyone will die inside. And if everyone dies, he will be able to monopolize the newly emerged chaotic mystic land. Chu Meixin heard Guchen's muttering to himself. She was very surprised that this fatty actually had such a keen eye for things. At the same time, she was overjoyed. Therefore, the time when the mystic land's entrance was unsealed was correct. The fake entrance was just a fork in the road. Now, the real entrance has appeared. Her heart palpitated. The chaotic mystic land that hid endless treasures was right in front of her. Roar! After the old black tortoise flipped over, it let out another roar, and the strange power of the slow essence surged out. Its body suddenly shrank to only a few thousand feet in size, and it flew towards the entrance of the secret place at an extremely fast speed. On the black tortoise shell, Peng Fu sat in the gap and followed the old black tortoise in. His face was full of determination. Chase. We must not let them get ahead of us. The mysterious mystic land of chaos belongs to those who are fated. Our opportunity has arrived. All the big shots realized it immediately and used their escape techniques in an attempt to follow the old black tortoise into the mystic land of chaos as quickly as possible. At this time, no one was worried about traps. This was because the old black tortoise's plan had already failed. The only thing it could do now was to enter before everyone else and try its best to seize the greatest opportunity inside. Because the old black tortoise had flipped over, many people subconsciously hid far away. In addition, before the old black tortoise rushed into the mystic land, he had used a strange Dao technique to slow everyone's movements. A funny scene immediately appeared. All the big shots, including the generals of Lake County, were like swimming fish, desperately kicking their legs and flying towards the entrance of the mystic land. However, their bodies were floating in the starry sky, and their movements were as slow as rowing a boat. This scene was especially obvious from the sky. Gu Chen, Chu Meixin, and Granny Shu had strange expressions on their faces. This is a good chance. Granny Shu quickly realized it, and her face was full of surprise. Because the old black tortoise's Dao technique had exploded in all directions and ignored the sky, Gu Chen and the other two were not affected. Granny Shu brought Chu Meixin and immediately flew towards the entrance. Gu Chen also did not hesitate. The black hole where his dantian was appeared in the outside world and directly swallowed his body. Shua, the closed black hole immediately opened up at the entrance of the mystic land, and Gu Chen walked out of the black hole. He was actually one step faster than Granny Shu, who was flying at full speed. Where did that fatty come from? Gu Chen followed behind the old black tortoise and Peng Fu, and was the third person to step into the secret land. The moment he entered, he felt an inexplicable sense of danger, and his body was forcibly shifted 100 feet. Bang! A ball of chaotic chi exploded where Gu Chen had just entered, and Gu Chen, who was 100 feet away, rejoiced upon seeing this. This world within a world of the longevity realm had always been in a state of initial primal chaos, which meant that there was definitely some chaotic chi left inside. Chaotic chi was a great threat to cultivators, and if one touched it directly, they would be severely injured even if they didn't die. Because the entrance had just appeared, the nearby chaotic chi that had yet to transform into origin energy was in an extremely unstable state, and Gu Chen almost crashed into it just now. Where's the old tortoise? It would be perfect if it was directly killed by the chaotic chi. After confirming that it was safe, Gu Chen looked around, and searched for the old black tortoise who had entered first. He was surrounded by a boundless land, and countless stars floated in the sky, looking primitive and desolate. When the primal chaos was first formed, profound chi rose to form the sky, and yellow chi sank to form the earth. Everything was in a relatively primitive state. In this state, star regions and star paths had yet to form, and the laws of the great Tao had yet to form a stable order, causing this world to be chaotic and dangerous. But it was also because of this that anything that could be born at this time, if it was a living being, would often become the founder of a world or a race. If it was a material object, it would often possess unimaginable power, and was called a chaotic spiritual treasure. Boom, 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 monstrous energy waves came from ahead, and Gu Chen recognized the old black tortoise's aura. It seemed to be fighting with an unknown existence. Unfortunately, it seemed like it had entered safely, and was already harvesting the fortunes here. Gu Chen's eyes flickered, but he didn't go in the old black tortoise's direction. Instead, he chose another path. This primal chaos secret land was extremely vast, and it wasn't worth fighting the old black tortoise the moment he arrived and letting others take advantage of him. The cultivators behind him would enter very soon, and he had to hurry and harvest as many treasures as possible before they did. Gu Chen flew in the opposite direction, and his divine sense spread out completely, and his deep-sea purple extreme eyes lit up. When the primal chaos was first formed, any existence that had a concrete form in this secret land, be it a material object or a living being, was basically good stuff. From this point of view, anything he picked up was a treasure. However, there were also good and bad treasures. There were many competitors, so Gu Chen did not intend to spend too much time on ordinary treasures. At this time, his deep-sea purple extreme pupils came in handy, The deep-sea purple extreme eyes could detect the strength of the source of a living being or a treasure. It was simply too useful in a place like this, in a place where treasures were everywhere. The moment Guchen opened his deep-sea purple eyes, all the treasures were like fireflies in the night, numerous and bright. He would definitely be able to obtain fortuitous encounters, and the key was exactly how much fortuitous encounters could he seize within a limited amount of time. Guchen was very clear that he wouldn't be able to pick up the treasures in peace for too long. As experts from all over the world poured into this place would soon become a slaughterhouse. Doubt-querying emperors would fall here one after another. Be it him, the old black tortoise, or even the lightning guardian king, no one would dare to guarantee that they would be the final winner. The only thing he could do now was to seize as many treasures as possible before the crazy and bloody slaughter arrived. Damn it. All the plans are ruined. The surroundings were filled with strange insect corpses. The old black tortoise was grabbing a piece of jade stone and had forcefully crushed it into pieces while revealing a malevolent expression. Peng Fu had a similarly awful expression as he gritted his teeth. It's all that fatty Qian's fault. If it wasn't for him, all the fortuitous encounters in the entire primal chaos mystic land would be ours. Now that things have come to this, the people outside will be coming in very soon. We don't have time to search for ordinary treasures. The old black tortoise threw away the shattered jade stone in his hand. Just a moment ago, they discovered this extraordinary-looking jade stone. Just as they wanted to grab it, they were attacked by a group of vicious insects. The vicious insects in this mystic land weren't simple. They were the insect race that was born at the beginning of the primal chaos, and they had been tormented for quite a while. During this period of time, they weren't sure if the competitors from the outside world had all entered. According to their original plan, after they killed everyone, they would be able to leisurely loot the entire primal chaos mystic land. But now, it wasn't possible and they had to change their original plan. Then what are we looking for? Peng Fu understood what the old black tortoise meant. As long as they could find the most valuable treasures in the primal chaos mystic land, it didn't matter if they didn't get the rest. However, this mystic land was previously isolated from the world, and it was also in the state of the primal chaos. Who knew what kind of treasures were the most valuable? The old man has read countless ancient books about the primal chaos mystic land. He knows that even though the situation in every primal chaos mystic land is different, there are still some similarities. The most valuable things in this kind of mystic land are the head beasts, head stones, and head spirits that were born at the beginning of the world. The old black tortoise pondered. I've also heard of this saying, but where are we going to find those existences that carry the luck? Peng Fu asked curiously. It's hard to find the head spirits. Even if the headstones are placed in front of us, they might not be able to recognize them. But this head beast, as the first existence that was born at the beginning of the primal chaos, will naturally treat this mystic land as its territory. It won't be difficult to lure it out. The old black tortoise calculated in his heart. I understand what you mean, but I'm afraid that the head beast is extremely powerful. We have to be fully prepared, and we have to prevent the people from Lake Commandery from messing up, Peng Fu said after careful consideration. Don't worry, the old man has already thought about the plan to capture the head beast. Let's find a place to make a good plan. This time, we can't afford to fail. The old black tortoise led the way to find a place. Then we won't look for the other treasures? Peng Fu felt that it was a pity. He casually scanned with his divine sense, and there were mountains of treasures everywhere. As long as we can capture the head beast, what are the other treasures? Moreover, it'll be faster to snatch them from those people after they have collected the treasures. The old black tortoise's eyes were cold, and the meaning of his words was clear. That's right. As long as we don't encounter the people from Lake Commandery, we don't have to fear the others at all. They're just lambs waiting to be slaughtered. Peng Fu grinned, and his mind became calm again. The old black tortoise frowned when he heard this. He thought about how they were also so confident of victory before, but in the end, they failed because of the Qian family's junior. Until now, we still don't know how your identity was exposed, and some people with unknown origins have also mixed in. This time, we have to ensure that nothing goes wrong, he said, his eyes flickering. What do you mean? Peng Fu listened carefully. The old black tortoise saved his life, and his thoughts were more meticulous than his. Unknowingly, he had already regarded him as his leader. Aren't you best at infiltrating and sowing discord? Try to find those who are willing to be on the same side as us. The more helpers we have, the better, the old black tortoise said. But before, Peng Fu said hesitantly. Not to mention that they had already offended everyone, in his opinion, with their strength, they didn't need many allies. That was before, and now is now. There are no eternal friends, only eternal benefits. The opportunities in the chaotic mystic land are enough to make friends betray and lovers fall out with each other, as long as we can afford it. The old black tortoise said with certainty. Peng Fu also understood that this was indeed the safest way, so he nodded. On the barren land, Guchen used the treading stars and moon steps. His eyes glowed with a deep purple light as he quickly passed through one area after another. Everywhere he passed, so long as there were strange flowers, rare herbs, and rare ores, they would all be taken away by him. The primal chaos mystic land was too rich. There were treasures everywhere. In just 2 hours, Guchen had collected many rare spiritual herbs and precious ores. Some of the treasures even he could not identify their specific uses. The huge harvest delighted Guchen, and he became more agile in his plundering. Occasionally, a beast born in the mystic land would attack him, but he easily shook them off. He did not want to kill in this place. Even stopping for 10 breaths of time to deal with a beast was not a small loss to him. Boom, after smashing a small mountain with a punch, Guchen took out a piece of ore filled with rich fire energy. A satisfied smile appeared on his face. Under his deep-sea purple eyes, most treasures could not hide from him. Even if they were hidden deep in the mountains or underground, as long as they emitted a strange light, he would be able to detect them. With this unique eye technique, he had already dug out more than 10 top-grade ores of different attributes along the way. These ores only needed to be polished slightly to become the core of a chaos spiritual treasure. They could be sold for a sky-high price in the outside world. Buzz buzz buzz, it seemed that the commotion from smashing the mountain was a little too loud. In the distance, a large group of light appeared. It was some kind of unknown insect swarm. Guchen was not surprised by this situation. Although there were few living creatures in this mystic land, because he had never seen other living creatures, they were all very fierce. The slightest movement could easily provoke them. Guchen smiled. He did not intend to be entangled with them. He immediately fled in the other direction as fast as he could. However, this insect swarm was much more persistent than the beasts he had encountered before. They actually chased after him with great perseverance. Guchen quickened his pace, trying to shake them off so that he could continue his treasure hunt. Buzz, ahead of him, another group of light appeared. It seemed to be the same kind of insect swarm. There are quite a lot of them. Guchen was secretly shocked. He changed his direction and continued to escape. The 2 swarms of insects were hot on his heels. There were probably tens of thousands of insects in these 2 swarms, and they were not letting go of Guchen. Their speed was not slow either, and they gradually attracted his attention. Under his observation, these fierce insects looked like beetles, but they had prism-like silver armor and were much larger. Buzz. The 3rd swarm appeared in front of Guchen's escape route, causing his expression to turn serious. Obviously, these vicious bugs knew how to call and communicate. Seeing that they couldn't catch up to him, they notified their own kind to encircle him. There weren't many living beings in the primal chaos mystic land, but there were so many of them. Clearly, they were the overlords of this mystic land. Guchen wasn't sure how many of these fierce insects were in this secret place. To prevent more from being attracted, and to avoid attracting the attention of other powerful monsters or competitors, he decided to take action. With a flip of his hand, he took out the 5-element spiritual fan and fanned it with force, divine Tao, 5 elements disorder, the terrifying power of the 5 elements, metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, spread out in all directions, engulfing the 3 swarms of insects in the explosion. After the explosion, the ground was littered with insect corpses. Guchen heaved a sigh of relief and wanted to leave this place. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Something unexpected happened. The insect corpses on the ground struggled and rolled for a while. Then, they wobbled and flew up again. The silver armor on their bodies glowed continuously. The violent power of the 5 elements seemed to be unable to kill them. Hiss. Guchen sucked in a breath of cold air. He had really misjudged them. These insects that were born at the beginning of the primal chaos were not simple. He waved the 5-element spiritual fan a few more times, but he soon discovered that the power of the 5 elements had little effect on them. They seemed to be immune to this aspect of power. Guchen frowned. A tyrannical grand map appeared behind him. His hands transformed into the Overlord spear, and he used pure attack and destruction. Pung, 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 like rain falling on a banana leaf, this unknown insectoid's silver mirror armor was simply heaven-defying. With a flash of mirror light, most of the force seemed to have been dissipated. Only a small part of it could not withstand his attack and died. Guchen was even more moved. Not only were they immune to Dao technique attacks, their bodies were also indestructible. This unknown insect was too terrifying. Luckily, this secret place had not become a real world yet. Otherwise, if this unknown insect continued to develop and multiply, it would definitely become the overlord of this world, just like how the human race ruled over other worlds. Duo, Dao techniques and pure strength were not enough. The soul mark on Guchen's forehead glowed brightly. He turned to use a spiritual attack, rolling sound waves rippled out, and the unknown insect immediately fell from the sky like dumplings. They fell to the ground and did not get up again. Very quickly, all their vitality disappeared. Guchen only heaved a sigh of relief after confirming that they were really dead. Luckily, this insect's soul was weak. Otherwise, he would have to spend a lot more time today. Looking at the ground littered with insect corpses, Guchen's eyes flashed. This unknown insect had terrifying potential. In this primordial environment, it was obvious that it was favored by the great Dao laws. Even if such creatures were dead, their corpses would be very valuable. Guchen thought about it and whistled. He summoned many demonic heaven-devouring butterflies from within his body. The moment the butterflies appeared, they surrounded Guchen and danced around him. They were filled with joy. "I haven't fed you in a long time. Go on." Guchen looked at the ground littered with insect corpses and let the butterflies feed. The demonic heaven-devouring butterflies were evolved from the demonic heaven-devouring insects. In theory, they had the ability to evolve endlessly. However, after Guchen entered the Dao querying realm, their usefulness decreased. Most of the time, they could only serve as his eyes. They could not be like when he was at the immortal supremacy realm, where they could kill with him. The insects that he had just dealt with were much stronger than the demonic heaven-devouring butterflies. They could pose a fatal threat to ordinary Dao querying realm cultivators. Guchen thought about the demonic heaven-devouring butterflies' ability to devour and evolve. He hoped that they would be able to gain some benefits from the first insect race that was born in the primordial world. After giving the order, Guchen looked at the demonic heaven-devouring butterflies uneasily. He was not sure if the demonic heaven-devouring butterflies would be interested in this unknown insect race. After all, they came from different worlds. The difference was too great. The demonic heaven-devouring butterflies flapped their wings and curiously and cautiously flew to the side of the insect corpses. They sized up the insect corpses as though they were testing them. In a short while, their eyes turned heated. They opened their mouths and pierced the insect corpses in front of them. They started to devour the insect corpses on the ground. At the start, only a portion of them did so. The rest hovered low in the air and did not dare to move. Bang! Bang! During this process, some demon butterflies unfortunately exploded and died, as if they could not withstand the bloodline of the unknown insect race. However, there were also more demonic butterflies that survived, and the patterns on their bodies were like polished mirrors, becoming even brighter than before. Seeing this, Guchen was secretly happy. He was sure that the unknown insect race could help the demon-swallowing butterflies evolve, and the degree of evolution was not small. In the process of evolution, some demon-swallowing butterflies would die, but the ones that survived would become stronger, and the bloodline of their descendants would also become stronger. Just like when the demon-swallowing insects evolved into demon-swallowing butterflies, Guchen realized that this was an unprecedented opportunity for the butterflies. I wonder how many more of those insects are in this secret place. Guchen thought excitedly, but he quickly calmed down and turned to disappointment. It was true that those insects were an opportunity for the demon butterflies to evolve, but he could not spend too much time looking for the unknown insect race. Compared to the evolution of the demon butterflies, finding other treasures was more important. After all, it was related to the improvement of his own strength. Although it was a pity, Guchen quickly suppressed the idea of looking for the unknown insect race and continued on his treasure-hunting path. Under his command, the group of butterflies also reluctantly returned to the space within his body. Guchen continued on his way, and before long, an unexpected scene appeared in front of him. He saw insect corpses all over the ground, exactly the same as those he had killed before. He looked carefully and found bloodstains on the ground, as well as traces of fighting. Soon, he understood what had happened. He had been in this secret place for a few hours, and the cultivators outside must have entered. Once they entered this place, they would definitely come into conflict with the native living beings. The unknown insect race was large in number, and they were relatively strong. When they encountered the invaders, they would most likely be at the forefront. Guchen's eyes lit up. Although the corpses of these insects were valuable, they were naturally nothing compared to the treasures in the secret place. If it was in the outside world, the cultivators would probably collect the corpses after killing them, but in here, in order to be in a hurry, they would probably not care, so there were so many corpses here. Your opportunity has come. Go hunt for your own food. Guchen thought for a moment before summoning all the demonic sky-devouring butterflies in his body. There were tens of millions of them. There were opportunities everywhere in the primal chaos mystic land. He had thought it through. This opportunity should not only belong to him, but also to these demon butterflies. It was true that with the demon butterfly's individual strength, it was extremely easy for it to die in this secret place, but if it could survive, it would definitely undergo a huge transformation. Even if only tens of thousands of demonic sky-devouring butterflies survived, they would still be of great help to him. This kind of rearing was natural selection, where the weak were prey to the strong. It seemed extremely cruel, but the sky-devouring demonic butterflies had always been growing stronger through this method. Guchen only had this idea when he saw the corpse of the unknown Zerg. The sky-devouring demonic butterfly had slowly grown under his feeding. How could it compare to evolving in blood and fire? Follow the cultivators who enter the secret place and try to take advantage of them. If you can encounter more of these insect corpses, it will be your luck. On this basis, you can fight for the opportunities in the secret place yourselves. I hope that when I summon you back, as many of your companions as possible have survived. Guchen conveyed his thoughts to all the demonic sky-devouring butterflies and then sent them off. After being granted freedom by Guchen, the group of butterflies chirped happily. Some of them plunged towards the insect corpses on the ground, while most of them flew into the distance. Feeling their excitement, Guchen knew that what he had done was right. Only by rearing them could the demonic sky-devouring butterflies truly grow. Guchen continued his journey of treasure hunting. He found many spirit herbs and gems one after another, but he did not encounter anything particularly precious. Although the deep-sea purple polarity eyes were useful, the secret place was too big. He did not dare to rush by, for fear of missing out on some precious treasure, so he slowed down. It was not just him. Most of the cultivators in the secret place were the same. Everyone was busy searching for treasures. Unless they encountered a huge treasure that they needed to snatch, they were too lazy to even fight. Swoosh, Guchen's body flew away from the land and toward the countless stars in the sky. He was a little tired of the monotonous scenery on the land, so he decided to move to the next treasure hunting place. In the state of chaos, the starry sky had not yet formed. There was no Milky Way, no bright star paths, and even most of the stars looked just like ugly, huge meteorites. Guchen continued to fly upward. The deep-sea purple polarity eyes shone brightly in the night sky, scanning in all directions. Suddenly, his body stopped, and his eyes fixed on a star in the distance. That place was originally pitch black, but under the observation of the deep-sea purple polarity eyes, there was a majestic energy constantly overflowing, as dazzling as the sun. Swoosh. Guchen flew there at top speed, and finally landed on the star. In a sunken pit on the surface of the star, he found a pool of azure water. It looked like a puddle, but in the center of the puddle floated a tricolored lotus flower. This lotus flower's stem and leaves were transparent like jade, and the tricolored light was beautiful. At its root, there was a large mass of chaotic qi. An elixir of immortality. Gu Chen's face was full of surprise. Just by looking at its appearance, he was sure that its value was far greater than the herbs he had collected before. Since there was no one around, Gu Chen did not hesitate to go forward, carefully avoiding the chaotic qi, and uprooted the tricolored lotus flower. The process was very smooth. Gu Chen looked at the treasure in his hand, unable to contain his joy. He was examining the lotus flower, and he happened to discover that there were small rocks attached to its roots. These rocks were filled with a few wisps of chaotic qi. Could it be? Gu Chen looked at the puddle in shock. The chaotic qi was still filling the place where the lotus flower had been uprooted. He had originally thought that the chaotic qi came with the lotus flower, but it seemed like that was not the case. Gu Chen's eyes flashed, and after confirming that there was no one around, he summoned the dominating cauldron of origin from his dantian. The grayish-brown four-legged square cauldron floated above Gu Chen's palm, and he silently executed the secret art of chaos. Whoosh! There was not much chaotic qi in the puddle to begin with. Under the guidance of the secret art, it was all sucked into the dominating cauldron of origin, and the bottom of the puddle was revealed. There were 3 gray rocks lying quietly in the puddle. One of them had a crack on its surface. The tricolored lotus flower had grown to its current state because it had absorbed its nutrients. Gu Chen's face was filled with joy when he saw the 3 gray rocks. Chaotic origin stones. There are 3 complete primal chaos origin stones. One chaotic origin stone could transform the realm of immortals, so Gu Chen knew better than anyone what 3 meant. The chaotic origin stone that he had found in the Heavenly Emperor's tomb had shattered and disappeared, and Gu Chen had regretfully missed it. But now, he had obtained 3 in one go, and the quality of each one was far higher than the one the Heavenly Emperor had found. The primal chaos primal stone could provide the vast amount of origin energy needed to establish an immortal world. The primal chaos primal stone in the immortal world had been on the verge of shattering, but it had been able to help 6 immortal emperors come back to life. This showed just how terrifying the power hidden within it was. Gu Chen did not need the primordial stone to establish the immortal realm, but the vast amount of origin energy hidden within the primordial stone was more important to him. Normal primal chaos qi could not be absorbed directly. It was chaotic and dangerous. However, the primal chaos origin stones were different. They were formed from the solidification of a large amount of primal chaos qi. The original chaos and danger were greatly reduced, and only a few special techniques were needed to convert it into origin qi endlessly. In the immortal realm, this was called immortal spiritual energy. It was precisely because of this special nature that the Celestial Arch and the various immortal emperors had been able to successfully create the immortal realm. Back then, Gu Chen had been able to successfully break through and become an emperor because he had absorbed a vast amount of immortal qi in the immortal world. At that time, the immortal qi he absorbed was only a little bit of energy left from the broken ore. What if he absorbed the intact ore, not to mention, there were 3 of them. I didn't expect there to be primordial stones in this secret place. This is great, this is really great. Gu Chen was extremely excited. The 3 origin stones represented a huge leap in his cultivation, and they would bring him fortunes that were far better than what he had obtained in the previous 7 realms. Primal chaos primal stones were very rare, even the Sky Emperor had obtained them by chance. This world within a world was already beginning to take shape, and to be able to find 3 primal chaos stones, in Gu Chen's eyes, his luck was too good. Gu Chen stored the 3 primordial stones into the space within his body as if they were precious treasures. He decided to think of a way to refine the 3 primordial stones after leaving this place. There were many dangers here, and there were other unknown fortuitous opportunities as well. It was not the right time to refine and absorb them. The moment Gu Chen put the 3 primordial stones into the space inside his body, the water in the puddle in front of him evaporated in an instant. He didn't know if he was being paranoid, but the stars around him seemed to have become dimmer. What happened? Gu Chen keenly felt that there was something strange about his body, but he couldn't tell what it was. Ding! At this time, the Destiny Dao copper coin in Gu Chen's bosom suddenly made a sound. Gu Chen's eyes darkened as he took it out. He discovered that the fortune side of the coin was overflowing with light. That's right, my luck has changed. Gu Chen quickly realized what was strange. The moment he put the 3 primal chaos primal stones into his body, the destiny of this world seemed to have changed. How did this happen? Guchen fell into deep thought. He knew very little about the primal chaos mystic land, so he couldn't understand what was happening in front of him. However, this did not prevent him from realizing the danger. Things like luck were ever-changing, but the overall addition or subtraction was always the same. The luck in this world had decreased. In other words, his luck might have increased because of the 3 primal chaos origin stones. Perhaps this was the reason why the copper coin of destiny was acting strangely. This was not a good thing. If someone who was proficient in this field saw him, it would be easy for them to determine that he was hiding a great treasure on him. I have to find a way to hide this. Guchen pondered for a while before taking out Feng Wen's Trinity sword. In a long rift valley, Granny Shu held a sword walking stick in one hand and an 8 trigrams mirror in the other. She was seriously searching for something. Chu Meixin carried the sword case and followed behind her. Her pretty face was full of anticipation. Suddenly, Granny Shu stopped in her tracks and frowned. Granny, what's wrong? Chu Meixin's expression tensed up. Someone has obtained one of the world's headstones. The destiny in this mystic land has clearly weakened. Granny Shu's expression was solemn. Could it be that the head spirit has been snatched away? Chu Meixin's pretty face turned pale when she heard that. It shouldn't be the head spirit. It's not that easy to catch a head spirit. Moreover, we've been tracking it ever since we entered this mystic land. We haven't found anyone else who has the same goal as us. Granny Shu shook her head. Then what could have been snatched away? Chu Meixin's expression instantly relaxed. Among the existences that can be crowned as the world's headstones, the easiest to obtain is the headstone. Perhaps some lucky fellow obtained it? Granny Shu guessed. The headstone? I wonder what it looks like. Who would be so lucky? Chu Meixin's face was full of envy. The form of the headstone is uncertain. On the surface, it might look like an ordinary stone, but it could also be an invaluable ore, such as a chaotic origin stone. As a wondrous stone that was born from the gathering of great destiny at the beginning of the world, only by obtaining it and bringing it away from this chaotic mystic land, or by keeping it in a storage ring and isolating it from the outside world, can one determine whether it's the headstone from the decrease in destiny. Granny Shu introduced casually. In that case, being able to obtain the headstone is really a blessing. Chu Meixin could not help but laugh when she heard that. Is the star of fortune shining on you? That might not be the case. If it's a fool who doesn't know anything, he might get himself killed. Granny Shu laughed coldly. What do you mean? Chu Meixin asked in surprise. The person who obtains the world's headstone will have a portion of the destiny of this chaotic mystic land naturally gather on the person who possesses it. Under such circumstances, the person who possesses the world's headstone will be like a firefly in the night when faced with those with extraordinary eyesight. Anyone can easily notice that he has a valuable treasure on him. Therefore, if the person who obtains the headstone is not strong enough, he will die even faster. Chu Meixin understood now. So obtaining the world's headstone had this kind of danger. She could not help but think more about it. Granny, if we successfully find the head spirit, won't we also be in trouble and unable to conceal our identities? Granny Shu shook her head and laughed softly. You don't have to worry about that. Our goal in finding the head spirit is to fuse it with the sword embryo on your back. If the fusion is successful, the sword will be completed. All the destiny attached to this world will be severed by the sword chi, and we won't be exposed. Chu Meixin was relieved when she heard that. She thought about the possibility of the sword and the sword case on her back being completed, and her face was full of longing. If we can successfully obtain the head spirit this time and make the sword complete, I can give it to grandfather as a birthday gift. He will definitely be very happy. Granny Shu shook her head when she heard that. Silly girl, your grandfather gave this sword embryo to you because he hoped that it would give you a great opportunity. Why would he want it again? This sword is the most meaningful to you. It will be the foundation for you to break through to the Tao-severing realm in the future. After all, it was once almost a mythical weapon. Granny Shu sighed and continued. If this sword is forged, people like Chingu will no longer be able to compare to you. Among the younger generation of the entire chaotic sea, you can be ranked in the top 10. Only the top 10? Chu Meixin was a little indignant. Chu Meixin nodded. She understood Granny Shu's efforts. The Chaos Sea was indeed full of hidden talents. Not to mention the sudden disappearance of Chenggu, even a small place like the Longevity Realm had produced an unfathomable fatty Qian. After coming to the Thunder Commandery, she knew that there was always someone better than her. She had toned down much of her arrogance. Alright, let's continue searching. Granny Shu looked like she was having a headache. The headstone has been taken away, causing a huge fluctuation in the providence of the Chaos Mystic Land. It has interfered with my 8 trigrams mirror. It has become more difficult to find the head spirit. We have to speed up. Listen to Granny. After the two of them finished talking, they continued to walk deeper into the rift valley that stretched as far as the eye could see. Clang, a dazzling sword chi rose beside Gu Chen. When the sword chi dissipated, Gu Chen seemed to have lost something. Very good. I've finally gotten rid of these burdens. In Gu Chen's deep purple pupils, he could see that the luck surrounding him was much lesser than a moment ago. It was the providence that belonged to this world. It was brought by the 3 chaotic origin stones. Although he did not know the reason for the providence, he knew that if he did not solve it, he would be a walking treasure trove in the eyes of some experts. Just now, he had used the Heaven-Earth sword to unleash the invincible sword that could change fate against Pengxing. But this time it was targeted at him. Under the Heaven-Earth sword, the useless providence that belonged to this world was cut off. He became the same as when he had first entered. After getting rid of the hidden danger, Gu Chen looked at the copper coin of destiny Dao and realized that the light it had emitted had dimmed again. Thinking about it carefully, this copper coin had been with him for a long time. Its presence was actually very weak. Most of the time, Gu Chen would forget about it. Also, it rarely showed any abnormalities. Sometimes, Gu Chen almost forgot that it was a treasure that could help him seek fortune and avoid calamity. In a place like the Chaos Mystic Land where treasures were everywhere, Gu Chen reckoned that he would be able to find treasures more easily if he used this copper coin of destiny Dao. He started to think about whether he should use this copper coin to speed up the treasure hunt. A moment later, Gu Chen sighed and put the copper coin of destiny back into his bosom. Although the copper coin had godly powers, Gu Chen instinctively didn't want to use it. He had studied the coin, trying to understand its principle of seeking good fortune and avoiding evil. Although he did not succeed in the end with his attainments in Fate Dao, he could feel that every time he used the copper coin, it would become more and more entangled with his fate. Gu Chen didn't like this feeling, especially since he still hadn't figured out the origin of this copper coin. Rather than relying on things he didn't understand to seek good fortune and avoid disaster, Gu Chen wanted to control his own fate. After collecting the copper coins, Gu Chen continued on his way in search of other treasures. Time passed quickly, and in the blink of an eye, Gu Chen had stayed in the secret place for 3 days. Over the past 3 days, the competition in the Mystic Land had gradually heated up, and Gu Chen had occasionally come across the corpses of several cultivators. They were obviously killed by someone. Most likely, someone didn't have the patience to slowly search for treasures and thought it was easier to kill and rob. Under such circumstances, the danger level in the Mystic Land of Primal Chaos increased exponentially. Gu Chen became more cautious when searching for treasures and tried to avoid populated areas. Although the competition in the Mystic Land of Primal Chaos became more intense, there didn't seem to be any new cultivators coming in from the entrance. Gu Chen had secretly returned to the entrance to observe, but he didn't find any new competitors. This made him feel both happy and worried. He was happy that there weren't many competitors, but he was worried about how to leave this place afterward. There was only one possibility for no new people to enter the Mystic Land: the entrance to the outside world had been sealed by someone. In the realm of longevity, the only force that could seal this place and wasn't in a hurry to send people in to plunder could only be the army of Lake Commandery. That Dharmaraja Yang might have already notified Lake Commandery and sent an army to seal the surroundings of the Star Sea Forest. His thoughts were also easy to understand. So what if you get many treasures in there? When you leave this place and face the endless army of Lake Commandery, what else can you do other than surrender and hand over the treasures? Gu Chen knew that leaving this place might be even more dangerous than searching for treasures. Whenever he had time, he would think of a way to escape. In the end, he came up with a simple solution: wait. When the commotion of the Mystic Land's appearance became bigger and bigger, more forces would want a share of the loot. By then, Lake Commandery might not be able to stop them. Moreover, that old black tortoise was very scheming. Even though he had messed up his plan, Guchen didn't believe that he didn't have a backup plan to leave this place. Guchen felt that if there was a chance, it wouldn't be a bad idea to hitch a ride with him. After considering all kinds of things, Guchen stopped thinking about how to escape and seized the time to collect treasures. While Guchen was focused on plundering everywhere, the attitude of the cultivators in the mystic land of primal chaos began to change subtly. In the beginning, almost all the cultivators who entered this place fought alone. After all, there were treasures everywhere. Who would want to share with others? But as time passed, the number of treasures that could be seen at a glance decreased. Many of the treasures were accompanied by strange beasts, so the number of people working together increased. Later on, the big forces began to rise. Not only did the scattered small forces find it difficult to plunder valuable treasures, but they also faced the danger of being killed and robbed when they encountered the big forces. In desperation, some of the small forces either formed bigger groups or joined the big forces and began to search for treasures in groups. Among them, Lake Commandery's team was the largest. Originally, Dharmaraja Yang had brought many generals with him, so they had a great advantage in this mystic land. Some cultivators chose to rely on them and accepted the price offered by Lake Commandery. All the treasures found in the mystic land would be handed over to Lake Commandery, and they would be rewarded according to their contributions when they left. Such a rule was undoubtedly very unfair. It meant that it would be difficult to obtain huge rewards, but there were still some cultivators who chose to accept it. Not only because Dharmaraja Yang's team was the largest in the mystic land, but also because some people had already guessed that the outside world must be under the control of Lake Commandery's army. Under such circumstances, even if they obtained the treasures, they would not be able to take them away. So they might as well show their loyalty to Lake Commandery. When Lake Commandery ate the meat, they might even be able to get some soup. Naturally, there were also cultivators who opposed this idea. The cultivators who opposed were not willing to hand over such a huge opportunity, so they chose to form groups or even join groups that they did not want to join. Some people relied on the old black tortoise because he promised that he would bring them out of the mystic land safely after this, and that they would not have to pay any tribute. Enemies became friends. The old black tortoise reunited some people's hearts and became the other big force in this mystic land that could compete with Lake Commandery. These two forces raced against time to plunder treasures in the mystic land. Once people's hearts were united, their power was terrifying. On the sixth day in the mystic land, Guchen, who was fighting alone, discovered that the difficulty of finding treasures had greatly increased. Under the sweep of the two big forces, rogue cultivators like him would not be able to get any meat. Although the space within his body had gathered a huge amount of wealth that he did not expect before, how could Guchen be willing to stop? These shameless bandits, where are they? The Qi clan's ancestor had been in a good mood for the past few days. When he was still on the Qi clan's ancestral planet, because a junior in the clan made a promise to someone else, the Qi clan was ruthlessly trampled on. Not only did they suffer heavy losses, but he also became someone's slave. At that moment, he really thought that there was no hope for him to make a comeback and that the Qi clan was destined to decline. Who would have thought that once he arrived at the Star Sea Forest, the entire situation would take a turn? First, Chingu, who forcefully subdued the Qi clan, mysteriously disappeared. Then, someone found him and told him that Chingu was dead. They asked him to work for them and be responsible for monitoring the little girl surnamed Chu and the old woman beside her. At that time, he agreed, thinking that as long as he could get rid of his master, it was nothing to monitor a little girl. It was also at that time that he unknowingly boarded the Black Tortoise's ship. When the chaotic secret land appeared, he was as excited and hesitant as the others. He wanted to plunder the great fortune inside alone. When the competition in the secret land became white-hot, he gradually realized the benefits of having a backer. Thus, he successfully became the companion of the Black Tortoise and Peng Fu. Because he joined the Black Tortoise earlier than the other cultivators, his loyalty was recognized by the Black Tortoise, so he was treated better than the others. In the past few days, according to the Black Tortoise's instructions, he was responsible for leading a small team to hunt demon beasts within a radius of 10,000 miles and then bring back the demon beasts' corpses. The black tortoise only wanted the demon beasts' corpses. Apart from that, all the fortunes they obtained belonged to them. Thus, everyone was very enthusiastic. In addition, he was the leader of this small team, so he could naturally get more benefits from it. Right now, he was doing very well in this secret land. He had already thought it through. This time, he had boarded the Black Tortoise's ship. If worst came to worst, he would just abandon the Qi clan's foundation. With the fortunes he obtained in the chaotic secret land, he would definitely be able to go further in the future. He had already made plans for his future. Although there were risks, the benefits were obviously higher. Daoist Qi, we found some traces of herbs in the mouth of the ice dragon we just killed. We concluded that its nest is nearby. The nest should be lush with herbs. The team had just killed a troublesome ice dragon. The Wu clan's patriarch, who was responsible for inspecting the corpse, stepped forward and reported. "Oh? Can you find it?" The Qi family's Xian ancestors' eyes brightened. These monster beasts always liked to live near heavenly materials and earthly treasures. This hornless ice dragon wasn't weak, so it was likely that there were many treasures near its lair. According to the old black tortoise's request, they only needed to transport the corpses over, and the extra spoils would belong to them. "Give me 2 hours. I should be able to find it," the Wu family's family head vowed. Thank you, Patriarch Wu." Qi family's ancestor Xian was overjoyed. Of course. When the time comes to leave the secret place. The Wu family head wanted to say something but hesitated. Qi clan's ancestor Xian knew what he wanted to say and smiled. "Don't worry, Patriarch Wu. Elder Xian Wu and fellow Peng are not stingy people. They won't forget to take you away when the time comes." The head of the Wu family heaved a sigh of relief. "Thank you, fellow Daoist Qi. I'll go search for the nest now." Qi family's ancestor Xian sneered in his heart when he saw the Wu family's patriarch's enthusiasm. It was by using his relationship with the old black tortoise that he was able to extract benefits from the big shots of the longevity realm. In fact, the old black tortoise had promised to bring him along, but the others might not. However, who cared so much? This was the way of the world. If they wanted to blame someone, they could only blame themselves for being stupid. The Qi clan's ancestor Xian thought confidently. The team began to search for the ice dragon's nest in the surroundings. The Qi clan's ancestor Xian followed behind leisurely and did not intend to contribute much. He did not notice that not far behind him, on a piece of flesh that the ice dragon had thrown out after it was killed, a colorful butterfly quietly landed on it. The butterfly had a hideous mouth that was completely different from its gorgeous appearance. It devoured the ice dragon's flesh in big mouthfuls. At the same time, its eyes were still staring at his back as if it had become a spirit. 2 hours later, the Wu family head did as he said and really found the ice dragon's nest. There were a total of 6 people in the team. When they arrived outside the nest, they looked at the rare herbs growing wildly near the cave entrance. All of them were elated. Cough, cough. "I'll give a quarter of the herbs here to fellow Daoist Qi, and I will also take a quarter. How about we split the rest equally?" The Wu family head suggested. The nest was originally found by the Wu family head, so it was reasonable for him to take a quarter. As for the Qi clan's ancestor Xian, he was not special compared to the others in the past. But now that he was close to the Black Tortoise Senior, no one dared to show any dissatisfaction. They all nodded in agreement. Thus, the group of 6 began to divide the spoils, not noticing that a mile away behind them, there was someone else. They did not notice that a fat man was watching them from afar, his eyes flickering. "This Qi clan's ancestor Xian is doing quite well," Guchen muttered. On his shoulder was a demonic sky-devouring butterfly that had just finished eating. These days, because of the 2 major forces purge, Guchen's treasure hunting had become more and more difficult. Thus, he naturally began to pay attention to his competitors. When he was raising the demonic sky-devouring butterflies, Guchen had left a portion of his spiritual sense on them. Thus, he could borrow their vision to see many things. Coincidentally, this Qi clan's ancestor Xian just happened to enter his line of sight. Thus, he came looking for him. Guchen heard the conversation between the Qi clan's ancestor Xian and his companion. Although he was surprised at first that he was related to the Black Tortoise Senior, it was easy to understand after thinking about it carefully. From the Black Tortoise Senior's arrangements, he was a very cautious person. Back then, when his true identity was targeted by them, the Qi clan must have been targeted at the same time. Since the Qi clan was targeted, then Chu Meixin and her companion's uniqueness probably fell into the other party's eyes. Under such circumstances, it was normal to come into contact with the Qi clan. This Qi clan's ancestor Xian was also smart. He took advantage of the situation to curry favor with them. Guchen looked at the Qi clan's ancestor Xian's complacent look from afar. He reckoned that the ancestor Xian must have thought that he was already dead. If he suddenly appeared at this time, what kind of expression would he have? Guchen found it interesting when he thought about it, so he decided to do so. He had already investigated the actions of the Black Tortoise Seniors group. During this period of time, their people had been constantly hunting demonic beasts within a radius of 10,000 miles. Their motives were unknown. Apart from the demonic beast corpses, the Black Tortoise Senior did not request for any other treasures to be offered. This matter was really strange. Guchen really wanted to figure out his purpose. Moreover, Guchen did not have a safe way to successfully leave the Mystic Land, but the Black Tortoise Senior might have one. This was all the more reason for him to come into contact with him. The Qi clan's Xian ancestor and the others were quick in plundering the ice dragon's lair. Satisfied, the group prepared to leave and bring back the corpses of the ice dragon and other demonic beasts. At this time, the shoulder of the Qi clan's Xian ancestor suddenly trembled. Daoist Qi, what's wrong? Wu clan's patriarch asked casually. The old man suddenly remembered something. You guys go first, I'll catch up. The Qi clan's Xian ancestor forced a smile and did not elaborate. Alright, hurry up. Everyone was surprised, but they did not ask any more questions and left together. In their opinion, the Qi clan's Xian ancestor might have found some treasures in private and did not want them to know. After everyone left, the Qi clan's Xian ancestor's face turned pale, and his eyes were filled with despair and desolation. He gritted his teeth and flew in a direction, changing direction several times until he was sure no one would follow him. Only then did he arrive at a valley. When he arrived, Chingu had already restored his appearance. Guchen stood with his hands clasped behind his back, still expressionless and indifferent. With the last trace of hope in his heart extinguished, the Qi clan's Xian ancestor smiled bitterly and bowed respectfully. Greetings, Lord. He was indignant. Wasn't the person already dead? Why was he still alive and well here? Peng Fu and the old tortoise really deserved to die. They dared to deceive him. Are you disappointed that I didn't die? Guchen guessed the Qi clan's Xian ancestor's thoughts and teased. The Qi clan's Xian ancestor's heart tightened and he quickly shook his head. No, how could this lowly one have such thoughts? This lowly one has always been concerned about Lord's safety. Upon hearing this, Guchen smiled disdainfully. You'd better think so. Don't forget that I planted a life-death restriction on you. Only I'm your real master. Guchen's words were a warning to the Qi clan's Xian ancestor, lest he became muddle-headed and wanted to follow the old black tortoise. This lowly one understands, this lowly one understands. Qi clan's ancestor Xian's heart trembled with fear as he quickly responded. Although Peng Fu didn't tell him how Chingu died, he could roughly guess that Chingu was definitely a mortal enemy of Peng Fu and the old black tortoise. Relying on them was a great taboo. It's good that you understand. Seeing that you've successfully infiltrated the enemy's camp, I'll give you a chance to make up for your mistakes, Guchen continued. The Qi clan's ancestor Xian put on a long face when he heard this. He would rather not go into the enemy's camp. He could guess that what this master wanted him to do next would definitely not be a good thing. What are the old turtle and Peng Fu doing right now? Why are you two hunting demon beasts all over the place? Guchen started asking for information. That old turtle didn't tell us exactly what he's doing, but he's been setting up a formation recently. It looks like it's not simple, as if he's trying to trap and kill someone. Qi clan's ancestor Xian followed Guchen and changed the way he addressed old black tortoise. At the same time, he expressed his own guess. What does his formation have to do with collecting the corpses of the demon beasts? Guchen frowned. Old Black Tortoise was setting up a formation to kill the enemy. The first thing he thought of was that he wanted to deal with Xianxia Wang of the Thunder Commandery. However, what was the point of taking the corpses of the demon beasts? This lowly one doesn't know, Qi clan's ancestor Xian answered carefully. Guchen had already inquired about some information and knew that Qi clan's ancestor Xian was telling the truth. If he wanted to find out what Old Black Tortoise was doing, it seemed like he could only make a trip himself. Tell me the situation with Old Black Tortoise in detail. Guchen understood all the details. Then, his body changed and he turned into Qi clan's ancestor Xian on the spot. The two looked exactly the same. Even their cultivation levels were not the slightest bit different. Qi clan's ancestor Xian subconsciously took a deep breath. This disguise technique was too brilliant. I'll go look for Old Black Tortoise on your behalf. Do you have any objections? Guchen said. This lowly one naturally has no objections. However, what about this lowly one? Where should I go? Qi clan's ancestor Xian was a little worried about his situation. He also wondered what Guchen would do after disguising as him. You? Of course I've arranged a place for you. Guchen smiled coldly and threw Qi clan's ancestor Xian into the black hole space in his body. Bang! Qi clan's ancestor Xian fell heavily into the darkness. He could not see his fingers in front of him. He was inexplicably flustered. Where was this place? Fatty Qian, didn't you feel lonely staying alone? I found a companion for you. Guchen's cold voice came from outside. Qi clan's ancestor Xian was confused. Have you finally found your conscience? What kind of beauty is it? A pair of eyes lit up in the darkness. It was incomparably excited. Then, Qi clan's ancestor Xian saw a chubby black shadow rushing over like the wind. It was actually touching him from head to toe, inexplicably trembling, inexplicably disgusting. Qi clan's ancestor Xian shouted angrily. The fatty next to him felt that something was wrong with his hand and screamed. You bastard, teasing me again. Where did this old man come from? Baba. Fatty Qian was indignant. Qi clan's ancestor Xian was even more furious. Only Guchen laughed out loud. Ever since Fatty Qian was thrown into the black hole space, even if he isolated himself from the black hole space, he still clamored nonstop. Guchen was really annoyed, so he deliberately taught him a lesson. Other than being lecherous, this fatty was not a bad person. The origin source he cultivated was also very interesting. Guchen planned to let him go after everything was over. After all, there was no enmity between the two. Guchen even stole his identity, so he was in the wrong. After throwing Qi clan's ancestor Xian and Fatty Qian together, Guchen imitated Qi clan's ancestor Xian's usual demeanor and quickly caught up with the rest of the team. Wu clan's patriarch and the other 4 people did not realize that the real Qi clan's ancestor Xian had been replaced, but when Guchen returned, they still had strange expressions. Everyone was curious about where Qi clan's ancestor Xian had secretly gone to. Did he get some treasure? Guchen guessed what they were thinking and smiled. I just found some herbs on the way. Everyone who sees it will have a share. He took out some of the more common herbs he had collected these days and distributed them to everyone. When everyone saw that the herbs were no worse than the ones obtained in the ice dragon's nest, they all happily accepted them. At the same time, they were also sure that Qi clan's ancestor Xian must have found some rare treasure to suddenly be so generous. This was the effect Guchen wanted. He was not afraid of people suspecting that he had a treasure on him because many people in this secret place were like this. As long as they did not suspect his true identity and did not tell the old turtle about it, his goal would be achieved. The team quickly returned to the old black tortoise's residence. It was a wind-eroded forest surrounded by towering peaks. The great formation that Qi clan's ancestor Xian mentioned could be seen at a glance. At this time, it seemed to be almost completed. And in the center of the great formation, there was an astonishing pile of the corpses of various demonic beasts. The smell of blood soared into the sky, as if it was provoking something. Guchen instantly understood that this was a bait. The old black tortoise had set up such a big plan. His goal was definitely extraordinary. Guchen pretended to be normal and threw the demon beasts into the array with the other cultivators. The corpses in the array were piled up like a mountain. The old black tortoise was sitting on a rock peak not far away and seemed to be resting with his eyes closed. What's the situation outside? Did you find any traces of the people from the Thunder Commandery? Peng Fu saw the Qi clan's ancestor Xian and walked over to ask. I didn't find any traces of them. This mystic place is very big. I think they haven't noticed our actions. Even if they did, they wouldn't be willing to spend too much time dealing with us. Guchen imitated the tone of the Qi clan's ancestor Xian and answered. The people of the Thunder Commandery think that they have sealed the longevity realm and are not afraid of us escaping. They are really confident. Peng Fu was not surprised and sneered. Gu Chen's eyes flickered as he glanced at the array in front of him and probed. Fellow Daoist Peng, when will we finish this task? From the looks of it, this formation is almost complete. Peng Fu glanced at Gu Chen with a faint smile. You want to know what this formation is used for, don't you? I am a little curious. Gu Chen did not deny it. The other big shots were also curious. At this time, there is no need to hide it from you. I think some of you should have seen some clues. Peng Fu thought that the plan was almost completed. When the hunting began, these people would eventually understand. Instead of hiding it, it was better to give them some trust. This could also appease their hearts and make them work more wholeheartedly. The purpose of doing all this is to lure out the head beast of this chaotic mystic place, he said proudly. Head beast? What is it? Guchen pondered, but he did not ask first. What is this head beast? One of the big shots could not help but ask. This mystic place is still in the state of chaos. At the beginning of the world, some existences that are born first are called the heads of the world. Because the heads of the world are the first to be born, they have absorbed the purest origin energy in the world. Therefore, they are often extremely valuable. According to their different types, there are head stones, head spirits, head herbs, head beasts, and so on. Of course, it's already very rare for a primal chaos mystic land to give birth to a few world heads. There won't be too many. This time, we're going to capture the head beast. It's the first demonic beast that has gained sentience in this world. It's an extremely powerful chaotic creature with a strong sense of territory. Peng Fu spoke with fervor and assurance. It was the first time many of the people present had heard about the world's chief, and they clicked their tongues in wonder. Born to uphold destiny? Guchen caught the key word. He recalled the abnormality that had happened after he had obtained the primal chaos origin stone, and he seemed to understand something. So that's how it is. Piling up so many demon beasts' corpses was to capture that leader beast? But this secret place is so big, can you guarantee that the beast will definitely appear? Wu family had asked. You don't have to worry about that. We've already determined that the head beast is in this area. Otherwise, we wouldn't have chosen this place to build the formation. The number of demonic beast corpses is almost enough. With such a strong smell of blood, the head beast must have sensed our provocation. Maybe it won't be able to hold back any longer. Peng Fuyin sneered. Guchen understood the whole story and pretended to be positive. Since the corpses are almost collected, what else can we do to help? The black tortoise and I can capture the head beast on our own. As for the rest of you, we'll have to trouble you to guard the surroundings to prevent anyone from causing trouble. Peng Fu spoke his true thoughts. Everyone understood after hearing that. No wonder Peng Fu had suddenly told them everything. It turned out that this was what he was planning. He said it was to prevent people from causing trouble, but in this secret place, how many people would dare to provoke the black tortoise? The only person they were really wary of was Lei Jun. If Lei Jun also had his eyes on the head beast, he would definitely cause trouble. The head beast was very valuable, and the two of them obviously wanted to keep it to themselves. They were afraid that Lei Jun would cause trouble, so they needed their protection. This was probably the main reason why the black tortoise had recruited them. Everyone understood this. Although they coveted the head beast, they did not dare to have any improper thoughts. They were originally using each other. Since they had to rely on the black tortoise's help to escape, they had indeed gained some benefits. At this time, even if they had to face Lei Jun head-on, they had to bite the bullet. Don't worry, brother Peng. We will do our best to protect you. The Wu family leader was the first to promise. Leave it to us. Guchen immediately nodded. He did not let anything slip. Okay, then I'll have to trouble everyone. Peng Fu smiled and said a few more words, then left. Looking at where he was going to look for the leaders of the other teams. Obviously, he wanted to say the same thing. The head beast. Elder Black Tortoise spent so much effort on it. Its value is probably far beyond our imagination. As soon as Peng Fu left, one of the leaders said with a look of pity. Don't think about it. Didn't you hear that the head beast is the strongest chaotic creature in this secret place? It's not something we can covet. Another person said, as if he had recognized the truth, but also as if he was comforting himself. Guchen listened to everyone's complaints and did not speak. He was thinking about whether there was an opportunity to take advantage of this. Not long after, the mission given by Peng Fu was conveyed to every team. A total of more than 30 Dao Querying Realm leaders spread out with the array as the center to guard and protect it. When everyone was in position, the stench of blood and stench from the mountain of demon corpses in the center of the array suddenly increased tenfold and spread out. Gu Chen and 2 cultivators stood guard in the southeast, 1,000 miles away from the array. Activating the deep-sea purple eyes slightly, he could see the black tortoise sitting alone on a rock peak in the array. He was conserving his energy, while Peng Fu hid in the void, waiting calmly like an assassin. These two had obviously spent many days to capture the head beast. Everything was ready, and all that was left was to invite the enemy into the trap. We're still a little late. How can we get some benefits? Gu Chen's mind raced as he guarded the Dharma. There were fewer and fewer fortuitous opportunities left in the secret place. This head beast was clearly one of the top fortuitous opportunities. Capturing it might be worth all the other rewards. However, he had mixed into the Black Tortoise's team a little late. At this point in time, it was very difficult for him to make any plans. The Black Tortoise was an expert at the 9th tier of the Dao Querying Realm. The slow source that he cultivated was also extremely strange. Gu Chen did not dare to clash with him recklessly. Moreover, there were so many people gathered around him now. This completely dispelled the idea of snatching it by force. If I had known this a few days earlier, I could have asked Yang Yongxing for help. Now, I can't. However, he did not have much time left. By the time he found the people from the Thunder region, the old Black Tortoise might have already succeeded. Gu Chen thought about it but could not think of any good ideas. He felt that it was a pity. If this continued, the head beast would really fall into the hands of the old tortoise. 6 hours later. The stench of blood from the mountain of corpses in the wind-eroded forest had already spread to the surrounding 10,000 miles. The air was especially turbid. Gu Chen still could not think of any good ideas. He had already given up and decided to take it one step at a time. Rumble, rumble, suddenly, a huge commotion came from the land far away, accompanied by billowing dust. The Dao Querying cultivators on guard outside sensed it immediately and were invigorated. It's finally here. The old Black Tortoise opened his eyes and stood up slowly, his face filled with joy. Roar! Suddenly, a thunderous roar reverberated through the land. The cultivators at the periphery felt as though their eardrums were about to explode and their expressions turned stern. There's no mistaking this might. It's indeed the head beast. Peng Fu, who was in the dark, was excited as well and licked his lips subconsciously. Gu Chen looked at the dust in the distance curiously. He saw an incomparably huge shadow gradually appear from within. Before it arrived, its aura was already extremely shocking. However, in a blur, the huge figure had already rushed out of the dust and its full appearance was in everyone's eyes. This demon beast looked like a bull. Its skin was gray and it was extremely tall. The strange thing was that it only had one leg. However, this single kick possessed astonishing explosive power. It was like the wind, rushing into the wind-eroding forest from tens of thousands of kilometers away a moment ago. Kuei bull. That's a Kuei bull. The few Dao Querying cultivators who dodged the Kuei bull were shocked and one of them blurted out. This was a famous primordial sacred beast. It was said that its light was like the sun and moon, its voice was like thunder and there would definitely be wind and rain when it entered or exited the water. Such sacred beasts were known for their strength in the Chaos Sea. It was not surprising that it was the head beast of this mystic land. Indeed, although it's talented and has gained sentience, it's still very stupid. The old black tortoise smirked when he saw the Kuei bull charging over. Although the head beast was the first to gain sentience in this world, because this mystic land was isolated from the outside world, its personality was much purer than that of the people outside. Roar, the one-legged ox didn't stop when it reached the corpse mountain. It charged straight at the rock peak where old black tortoise was. Although it was simple-minded, it didn't mean that it couldn't recognize the mastermind behind all of this. The old black tortoise flew up in an instant and dodged the other party's charge. At the same time, a beam of light shot out from his eyes and entered the array below. Boom. 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 For a moment, pillars of light shot into the sky from all four corners of the formation, completely drowning the Kuei ox. Its angry roar suddenly disappeared. No, it didn't disappear, but the sound became extremely slow. It took a long time for it to reach the outside of the spell formation. Its body fell heavily to the ground. It tried to stand up, but its movements were extremely slow. It's that strange slow power again. Seeing this, Guchen fully activated the deep-sea purple polar eyes. Although he had seen the old black tortoise's power once before, he hadn't had the time to pry into its profundities because the old black tortoise had launched a surprise attack. But now, he had used his Origin's laws to set up this array formation. It was much easier to use the array formation structure to deduce the Great Tao's truth. Under Guchen's ocular technique, time and space within the array formation were completely distorted. All the laws inside were completely sluggish. This meridian originates from the origins of spacetime? Guchen quickly revealed a strange look. It was as if he had discovered a new continent. The Kuei ox's intelligence wasn't high. It fell into the trap set up by the old black tortoise, and its outcome was obvious. The old black tortoise and Peng Fu attacked together. The process was smoother than they had imagined. The Kuei ox was covered in injuries and gradually lost the ability to resist. "We've finally obtained this beast." Peng Fu was overjoyed. They had planned for many days and had even given up other treasures for this. Finally, everything was worth it. The old black tortoise looked relieved. The Kuei ox's strength was much weaker than he had imagined. Buzz. Buzz, all of a sudden, the strange sound of insects rang out in the world. What's going on? The old black tortoise's heart skipped a beat as he turned to look outside the array formation. In the distant sky, a large silver light was speeding towards them. That's... Guchen also noticed this scene. He looked over casually, and his expression changed. He was no stranger to the sound of insects. He had seen the silver light before. It belonged to the unknown insect race that he had interacted with previously. However, the swarm of insects looked densely packed, and the scale was not on the same level as what he had seen before. Not good. The swarm of insects was too fast. Guchen felt that something was amiss. He immediately dove into the ground, not daring to stay any longer. Ah! At that moment, some cultivators hesitated for a moment before their bodies were immediately drowned in the vast swarm of insects. When the swarm passed through, they turned into bones. Where did such a large swarm of insects come from? Not good, run. We've encountered these silver beetles before. They're extremely difficult to deal with. Retreat, retreat. Many cultivators quickly reacted and dodged, allowing the swarm of insects to charge into the array formation. A bunch of trash. What happened to the guardians? Peng Fu stomped his feet and cursed. He looked at the swarm of insects that covered the mountains and plains, but he felt inexplicably flustered. He knew in his heart that it would be very difficult to stop such a large swarm of insects. What the hell? Were these insects attracted by the smell of blood, or is there another reason? The old black tortoise was also a little flustered. He saw with his own eyes that the swarm of insects had reached the outside of the array formation. They were blocked by the light of the protective barrier, and then they started to crazily gnaw at the barrier and the array foundation. Guchen landed on the ground and looked at the sparkling silver light in the sky. He felt a lingering fear in his heart. He realized that he had underestimated the reproduction ability of this unknown insect race. Only God knew how many companions they had in this mystic land. Rumble, the ground where Guchen was standing trembled. There seemed to be abnormal creatures moving underground. It can't be, right? Gu Chen's pupils shrank. There were many inexplicable energy bodies moving underground, and they were also advancing towards the array formation. He soon knew what it was. Numerous long stone snakes drilled out from the ground, opened their bloody mouths, and bit down on the cultivators blocking their way. They crashed into the array formation in front of them. The insect race wreaked havoc, and dozens of long and huge stone snakes charged crazily. Under such circumstances, the entire array formation collapsed at an astonishing speed. Crack, crack. The Dao light in the array dissipated, and the Kuei-Niu regained its mobility. It crawled up with a roar and fled from the array formation in a panic. The old man's head beast. The old black tortoise was flustered and exasperated. He transformed into his true form and chased in the direction of the Kuei-Niu. Its carapace was extremely hard, and it forcefully smashed through the swarm of insects and the stone snakes that blocked its way. The situation became chaotic. Many cultivators were besieged by the swarm of insects and rock snakes. Angry roars and screams could be heard everywhere. Gu Chen sensed the danger ahead of time and hid in the dark, so he didn't get into much trouble. Looking at the fleeing Kuei-Niu and the old black tortoise in the distance, Gu Chen gave up the idea of chasing the leader beast. Firstly, it would be too conspicuous if he went after it alone and would be easily discovered by the old black tortoise. Secondly, the swarm of insects and snakes appeared abruptly. They seemed to be coming for the Kuei-Niu. If it was as he guessed, there would be other unknown risks if he went after them. Therefore, Gu Chen gave up on the leader beast and glanced at Peng Fu, who was deep in the swarm of insects. At this time, Peng Fu was heavily surrounded and was trying his best to eliminate the swarm of insects. Large numbers of silver beetles kept falling. Gu Chen examined his surroundings. While no one was paying attention to him, he casually performed a Taoist technique. Divine Path, Lost Sea of Fog. The white fog suddenly passed through the sky and completely blocked the area within a radius of thousands of miles. For a moment, the divine sense and the naked eye lost their effectiveness. The whole situation became even more chaotic. Why did the fog suddenly appear? Are there other demonic beasts? This fog is strange. Everyone, be careful. All the big shots were trembling with fear. The swarm of insects and rock snakes were already very difficult to deal with. Suddenly, the visibility dropped to the lowest. It was like when it rains, it pours. Curses could be heard in the sea of fog, sometimes accompanied by the screams of cultivators dying. Gu Chen was wrapped in fog and completely hidden. He slowly approached Peng Fu. In the lost sea of fog that he created, he could come and go freely without worrying about being targeted by the swarm of insects. As for the big shots, they couldn't even take care of themselves. No one would think that the Qi clan's ancestor had disappeared. It's endless. How many insects are there? Peng Fu's aura was surging like the mountains and the sea. He had just destroyed a wave of insects, and another wave came. He was on the edge of extreme anxiety. He was worried about the old black tortoise chasing the leader beast alone. He tried to break out of the encirclement several times, but he was held up. Seeing the strange white fog around him, he became even more vigilant. In this kind of visibility, it was very easy to be attacked. Gu Chen stood a few thousand feet away from Peng Fu, watching the battle between him and the swarm of insects unhurriedly. As the sky shadow of Xing County, Peng Fu was indeed powerful. Every time he waved his hand, dust billowed around him. Each speck of dust danced like blades, and every time the dust exploded, a large number of beetles would fall. This was the law of dust, and it was a part of the essence of the earth. In Peng Fu's hands, it had already become a Dao of its own, and his Dao techniques were used to perfection. Gu Chen saw that Peng Fu was handling the situation with ease, and that he was vigilant of his surroundings. He knew that Peng Fu was on guard because of the fog. If he did not have such vigilance, he would not have become the heavenly shadow of Xing County. Gu Chen observed patiently, waiting for the right time. The silver beetles had an outstanding talent for being immune to Dao techniques. After Peng Fu defeated them, they quickly stood up again. Coupled with the realization that the enemy in front of them was powerful, the swarm of beetles continued to call for companions, and the number of beetles here gradually reached 100,000. When this number reached this number, Peng Fu gradually became anxious. If this continued, the situation of ants biting an elephant to death would definitely happen. He gritted his teeth, suddenly took out a talisman from his storage ring, and threw it out. The talisman ignited in the wind, quickly turning into a raging fire that burned the swarm of beetles in one direction. The power of this fire was shocking, and Guchen recognized that it was made by the Ministry of Works of Xing County. Whoosh! With great difficulty, there was a gap, and Peng Fu immediately tried to break out. Guchen, who was in the dark, shook his head when he saw this. He extended a finger and lightly pointed in the direction that Peng Fu had escaped. Wang, the space in that area suddenly seemed to solidify. Peng Fu was shocked to find that his speed had dropped, and he was being squeezed by the surrounding space. What's going on? He was both shocked and angry. In that instant, the swarm of beetles had surrounded him again, and he was surrounded again. Guchen continued to watch the show. This guy was the Sky Shadow of Xing County, in charge of intelligence and assassination. He must have many trump cards on him. Next, Peng Fu repeatedly tried to break out of the encirclement, but he failed again and again because of Guchen's interference. Peng Fu became more and more anxious. Under the attack of the swarm of beetles, his hair was disheveled, and he could not hold on any longer. Although he had killed tens of thousands of beetles, his strength was also greatly depleted. Just then, a familiar voice came from afar. "Fellow Daoist Peng, the old man is here to help you." Seeing the Qi clan's ancestor charging in aggressively, Peng Fu's eyes lit up. "Fellow Daoist Qi, thank you." Without hesitation, he rushed towards the Qi clan's ancestor. The Qi clan's ancestor worked hard, and the two of them quickly gathered together, ready to kill their way out. Suddenly, something unexpected happened. Peng Fu held a short sword in his hand and stabbed it into the Qi clan's ancestor's heart. "Fellow Daoist Peng, why?" The Qi clan's ancestor looked at him in disbelief. "Don't play dumb with me. You're not from the Qi clan. You were the one behind all this, weren't you?" Peng Fu's expression was ferocious. He was not stupid. Just now, he had tried to break out of the encirclement several times, and he had already guessed that someone was targeting him. From the moment the fog appeared, he had been waiting for the other party to make a move. So when he saw the Qi clan's ancestor, he understood everything. "I can use you to attract the attention of these beetles." He forcefully twisted the short sword in the Qi clan's ancestor's heart, then lifted up his corpse and was about to throw it towards the swarm of beetles. Boom! The Qi clan's ancestor's corpse suddenly exploded, and a terrifying flame instantly engulfed Peng Fu and the beetles around him. "No!" he screamed in pain. With great difficulty, he escaped the explosion, but his entire body was already drenched in blood. He was terrified, and like a headless fly, he stumbled around, trying to escape. But suddenly, a black hole appeared behind him, swallowing him in an instant. Plop! The heavily injured Peng Fu miserably fell to the ground, and found that he was surrounded by a muddy depression. The commotion in the wind-eroded forest was still earth-shattering, and the chaos was still ongoing. Peng Fu was clearly not far away. He looked up and saw the Qi clan's ancestor looking at him with a smile, like a cat toying with a mouse. "You're not from the Qi clan," Peng Fu said fiercely. He was panicking inside. "Of course I'm not. Didn't you just kill him?" Guchen replied with a smile. "That was on purpose?" Peng Fu came to his senses, and his face was full of resentment. He thought that he had seen through the Qi clan's ancestor's fake identity, and took the opportunity to kill him. Who would have thought that the mastermind behind the scenes had deliberately let him see through his disguise? That was actually just a clone, so that he would lower his guard, and then use the explosion to injure him. In the terrifying explosion just now, he was too heavily injured, and there was no room for resistance. That was why the mastermind had calmly appeared. "Who are you? Why do you want to deal with me?" Peng Fu was unwilling and puzzled. Guchen had a strange look on his face when he heard this question. If there was any grudge between him and Peng Fu, it would be a big deal. Just because he might have blocked Peng Fu's way to the chaotic mystic land, Peng Fu set up a trap to kill him. If Guchen was not strong enough, he would have been killed by this guy. Peng Fu used his words and actions to tell Guchen an ironclad truth, that being weak was a sin. Guchen did not have a good impression of Peng Fu. It would not be a pity to kill him directly. However, he did not take him down for revenge. In fact, Peng Fu was not qualified to make him hate him. Have you forgotten that slap? Gu Chen wanted to tease this arrogant guy. He changed his appearance from Qi family's ancestor to Fatty Qian. So it's you. Peng Fu's eyes turned red. This guy in front of him had slapped him in public and ruined his and old Black Tortoise's plan, causing him to miss most of the opportunities in the chaotic mystic land. Peng Fu did not expect that it was not enough for him to ruin his plan a second time. Why? I have no grievances with you. Why do you always target me? Peng Fu was furious and roared hysterically. He could not understand how he had offended this fatty from the Qian family. This fatty wanted to kill him. Do you know what it feels like to be plotted against without any grievances? Gu Chen sneered when he heard that. With another thought, he reverted to his original appearance. Peng Fu looked as if he had seen a ghost when he saw that handsome young face. Gu Chen? No, that's impossible. Aren't you already dead? Peng Fu was in a mess. It was as if he had been struck by lightning. How can I be killed so easily? The people you sent to ambush me are all dead. Gu Chen said indifferently. Peng Fu's breath stopped. After listening to Gu Chen's words, he suddenly understood the ins and outs of the matter. No wonder Fatty Qian wanted to target him. No wonder he disguised himself as the Qi family's ancestor. How is this possible? You're just a stray dog of the military, an unworthy Tian Fa great general. How can you have such strength? Peng Fu's face gradually turned pale. He couldn't believe that everything was Gu Chen's doing. He suddenly realized that he had underestimated the other party. Because of this, he had fallen down hard. Gu Chen saw that Peng Fu's psychological defense had almost completely collapsed because of this matter. He knew that the effect he wanted had been achieved, so he began to get to the point. You're my prisoner now. If you want to live, you'll have to answer all my questions, Gu Chen said coldly. Peng Fu came back to his senses and laughed at himself. Would he be able to survive? He had set up a trap to kill the other party, so there was no way the other party would let him go. The only reason why the other party did not immediately kill him was because he still had some value. That's right, as long as he was still useful, there was still hope for a comeback. Peng Fu's eyes regained some luster, and he calmed down again. What do you want to ask? Seeing that he recovered so quickly, Gu Chen secretly thought that the psychological quality of Xing Jun's Tianying was indeed stronger than that of ordinary people. You and the old tortoise have already thought about how to leave the secret land of chaos safely, right? Gu Chen went straight to the point. What Gu Chen cared about most was his own safety. The outside world must have been blocked by the Thunder Commandery, so he had to think of a feasible way to escape. Otherwise, it would be meaningless no matter how much fortune he obtained in this secret land. Peng Fu understood Gu Chen's request, and he felt more secure in his heart. So that's why, the other party didn't have a foolproof plan to leave the secret land, so he kept him alive. In this case, he didn't have to worry about losing his life. I can promise you that I will take you out of the secret land after this. He began to analyze Gu Chen's mentality and promised. I just want to know how to leave the secret land safely, Gu Chen said coldly. You should be very clear that I won't tell you directly. Once I tell you, I will lose my value, and I will definitely die. Peng Fu answered resolutely, and the confidence of a person in control of the situation reappeared on his face. Gu Chen looked at him coldly. He knew what he was thinking and said. Do you think I can't do anything to you if you know my weakness? I have many ways to get the information I want. Peng Fu sneered with a mocking look in his eyes. Friend Gu, no matter what, I am the Sky Shadow of Xing County. Do you think I don't know how to interrogate people? If I insist on not telling you, the methods you can use are too limited. You can only search my soul or torture me. I am not afraid of you searching my soul at all. As the Sky Shadow, I have so much information about Xing County. In order to avoid being dug out when I lose, Xing Daoist has prepared a secret method to destroy our memories. As for torturing people, I am not afraid of it. As long as you don't agree to my conditions, I won't be able to get the information you want even if you torture me to death. By that time, it will be useless no matter how many treasures you obtain in this secret land. You will still die if you go out. Peng Fu swore confidently, as if he had nothing to fear. Gu Chen stared at him expressionlessly. Do you think you can threaten me? You are not the only one who knows how to leave. Other than me, only Xianwu knows how to leave. Do you have the guts to ask him? You only dare to attack me when he is not around. Peng Fu sneered. What if I disguise myself as you and approach him? Gu Chen suddenly asked. Peng Fu's smile suddenly froze. I disguised myself as Fatty Qian and Ancestor Xian in front of you. Did you see through my disguise? How is my disguise compared to your sky shadows? With every question Gu Chen asked, Peng Fu's face turned paler. He did not expect Peng Fu to do this. Judging from the previous situation, Peng Fu's disguise was indeed very good. If Xianwu did not see through it, he might have told him how to leave. You do not dare to take that kind of risk. If Xianwu finds out, you will die without a burial place. Peng Fu said fiercely. Gu Chen could not be bothered to say more. With a thought, he summoned the Qi family's ancestor Xian and Fatty Qian from the black hole. The Qi family's ancestor that Peng Fu killed was only a clone. The real Qi family's ancestor Xian was alive and well. My lord, what can I do for you? The Qi family's ancestor Xian finally came out. When he saw Peng Fu's battered appearance, he suddenly shivered and said respectfully. I'm finally out. I'm finally out. Fatty Qian was also excited to regain his freedom, but he did not dare to yell at Gu Chen like before because his cultivation was sealed. He was afraid that Gu Chen would lock him up in the black prison to rot again. Fatty, I will give you a chance to regain your freedom and also give you a good fortune. Are you interested? Gu Chen said to Fatty Qian, his eyes flashing. How could you be so kind? When Fatty Qian heard Gu Chen's words, his first reaction was to open his eyes wide in disbelief. Ever since he met this person, it was an unexpected disaster for him. He was inexplicably squatted in the black prison for so many days, and then he even sent an old man in. It was simply too hateful. If you don't believe me, you can go back to the dark prison. Gu Chen responded indifferently and raised his hand to send Fatty Qian back to the dark prison. No, I believe you, okay? What do you want me to do? Fatty Qian suddenly lost his temper. He was really afraid of being locked up. I have some questions to ask him, but he doesn't want to tell me the truth. Gu Chen glanced at Peng Fu. Is this guy very powerful? Fatty Qian was puzzled. Before he was thrown into the dark prison by Gu Chen, he knew that Gu Chen's soul realm was extremely high. It was easy for him to use soul searching or other spiritual illusions. Well, this guy has some means to prevent others from searching his soul. Gu Chen simply replied. Fatty Qian understood and couldn't help but show a proud look on his face. That's why you need me. Is the information you want to know very important? Gu Chen said that he wanted to leave the secret land of chaos and deliberately let Fatty Qian know that he was also kidnapped here. If he wanted to leave here alive, he must do his best to help him. I understand, I have to help you no matter what, but you just said that you will give me an opportunity. What's going on? Fatty Qian smiled awkwardly. This guy's cultivation is deep and his life experience is far better than others. He should be useful to you, right? Gu Chen said casually. That's it? Isn't this opportunity too stingy? Fatty Qian curled his lips. If you sincerely cooperate with me, we will split the harvest in the secret land 20-80. Gu Chen immediately added. I want at least 30%? Fatty Qian didn't dare to bid too high with Gu Chen and whispered. Okay. Gu Chen readily agreed. Fatty Qian smiled, rubbed his hands, and walked in front of Peng Fu. Gu Chen, you've already run out of tricks, so you can only send a fatty to interrogate me? Peng Fu clearly heard the conversation between the two, and a look of disdain appeared on his face. If Gu Chen really chose to pretend to be him and approach the old black tortoise, he would really be worried. It wasn't because he felt that such a scheme would definitely be able to deceive the old black tortoise, but because he would lose his value if he did that, and his life would be at risk. Fortunately, the other party was afraid of the old black tortoise's strength and did not choose that risky method. Instead, they sent this fatty out. He was confident that no matter what abilities this fatty had, he would not be able to pry any useful information out of his mouth. What do you mean by a fatty? Damn you. Fatty Qian heard the disdain in Peng Fu's voice and gave him a slap. "Pa," the slap was loud and clear. The corner of Qi clan's ancestor Xian's mouth twitched. This junior from the Qian clan was really using his connections to intimidate others to the extreme. "You. This is the second time." Peng Fu was so angry that his eyes almost popped out of their sockets. The same hateful face slapped his face for the second time. Last time, it was Guchen in disguise. This time, it was his real body that did it. "You're probably confused from anger. I don't even know you." Fatty Qian rolled his eyes. Peng Fu gritted his teeth and stared at him. Originally, he was burning with anger, but when he looked at Fatty Qian's eyes, the anger slowly disappeared. Fatty Qian's eyes disappeared at some point, and there were circles of ripples in his eye sockets, constantly rotating. Peng Fu stared at the constantly rotating circle, his eyes slowly lost focus, and then he actually fell asleep. "Are you okay?" Guchen walked closer and asked with concern. "Don't worry, although this guy is quite strong, he is already an arrow at the end of its flight. Besides, other than you, who have soul origin, unless your cultivation is 3 layers higher than mine, it is difficult to resist my dream," Fatty Qian said with a little resentment. "That's good." Guchen nodded with relief and watched Fatty Qian use the Dream Dao technique to guide Peng Fu to answer his questions. The fat man stood quietly in front of the unconscious Peng Fu. In the eyes of the Qi clan's Xianzhu, he did not do anything, but Guchen used the deep-sea purple polarity pupils to peek a little, and could see the pink power of origin surging in the sea of consciousness of his brain at this moment. In the beginning, Guchen chose to attack Fatty Qian. Part of the reason was that he spied on his uniqueness and had some curiosity. When the two fought that day, this fatty also brought a lot of shock to Guchen. The origin of this guy's cultivation was called the origin of dreams. The reason why he walked such a path was said to be related to his innate physique. The origin of dreams could affect and control other people's dreams, and even become stronger by devouring other people's dreams. This Fatty Qian's reputation in the longevity realm was not very good. He was said to be the Qian family's playboy, a useless person. However, when he knew that his real cultivation had reached the 5th layer of the Dao querying realm, stronger than the Qi family's Xian ancestor, Guchen knew that this person was not simple. Not only was he young and promising, but he had also deliberately created a playboy image in front of people for a long time. Even that romantic and lustful appearance might be mostly faked. It was because of this that Guchen was willing to cooperate with him and give him 30% of the profits from the secret land. No matter how useful he could be in the future, at least for now, he could help Guchen find a way to leave the secret land. Peng Fu had been a heavenly shadow for many years. Guchen had no doubt that his illusory technique and soul-searching technique would not be effective on him. If he were to replace Peng Fu and get close to the old black tortoise, it would be quite risky for him to be exposed since he did not know the extent of his relationship with the old black tortoise. Once exposed, it would be even more difficult to get the method to leave from the old black tortoise. Therefore, Guchen could not do that. As a result, there were very few choices. This Fatty Qian was obviously the best card. The origin of dreams that Fatty Qian cultivated had a deep relationship with the path of the soul. It could be considered a branch of the origin of the soul. However, this power was very different from ordinary spiritual illusion techniques. Ordinary spiritual illusion techniques, if performed by Guchen, would affect the mind from the outside. Under such circumstances, an expert like Peng Fu would have an innate vigilance. Before Guchen could ask for any useful information, Peng Fu would be able to completely destroy Guchen's relevant memories. However, the origin of dreams was different. It awakened the dream from the depths of one's mind. In the dream, people were chaotic and ignorant. They were the most unguarded, and it was the easiest to get information out of them. Sweet dreams could make people happy, but nightmares were so strong that they could kill people. They were invisible and pervasive. Because this fatty cultivated an extremely special origin, he had the strength to challenge enemies of a higher level. He said that his Dao techniques could not be solved within the 3rd layer of the Dao. Guchen believed this. The dream origin was a branch of the soul origin. Those who condensed the soul origin could be said to be the natural enemy of those who possessed the dream origin. This relationship was far more obvious than the superior-subordinate relationship of other origins. The difficulty of condensing the soul origin was too high. Fatty Qian did not expect that someone could actually cultivate it, so he fell hard in front of Gu Chen. Fatty Qian used the dream entry Dao technique, and Peng Fu in the dream quickly lost his consciousness. In his mind, at this moment, there was a dream specially created for him by Fatty Qian, and all the dreams were used to get information from him. Peng Fu's face quickly turned red, and a very wretched smile appeared on his blood-stained face. "Don't run, don't run." He opened his mouth to speak, but his words were not as gloomy and heavy as usual. Instead, he recovered some of the vitality of a youth. "What dream did you make him have? Get down to business." Gu Chen guessed something, and the corner of his mouth could not help but twitch. He took back his previous judgment that Fatty Qian was pretending to be lecherous. This is to let him completely relax, so that when the time comes, it will be easier to get information from him. "How can you know more than me about controlling dreams?" Fatty Qian bowed, and no one knew how much of this was true or false. Beside him, Qi Clan Xianzhu finally understood. When he looked at Fatty Qian, he shuddered. Peng Fu, who was usually so serious and gloomy, had actually become so wretched. How terrifying was this guy's ability! If he was hit by such a move, he was afraid that he would not be able to keep his chastity in his old age. Peng Fu fell into a blissful dream, and his whole body was floating. But soon, his whole body was trembling non-stop, as if he had seen some terrifying existence. A dignified sky shadow at the seventh heaven of Dao querying was actually played to the point that he did not have the slightest temper. Soon, he became unconscious and answered whatever the fatty asked. "How do you and the old turtle plan to leave this primal chaos secret land?" Fatty Qian asked. "Black Tortoise has a boundary crossing talisman. When the time is right, we will use this talisman to leave the secret land." Peng Fu unconsciously spoke in his sleep. Boundary crossing talisman? Gu Chen frowned. He did not know what kind of talisman it was. Just like that, they could leave the secret land? "Sir, I have some understanding of the so-called world-crossing talisman. Although this talisman can tear through space to allow people to pass through, I don't think it will work in the primal chaos secret land." The Qi clan Xian ancestor quickly explained to Gu Chen. "Boundary crossing talisman? Why is that?" Gu Chen looked over. Although this primal chaos secret land is a world within a world, there is still a lot of primal chaos Qi left in the space. Everyone knows that the primal chaos aura can isolate all laws. The world-crossing talisman can tear through space, but once it encounters the primal chaos aura, it immediately loses its effect. If that wasn't the case, why would the various worlds in the Chaos Sea have to pass through the Chaos Transit window? If we can leave with the realm-traversing talisman, then can't we Dao-querying realm cultivators take the risk to tear space and cross the turbulence? What the Qi family's ancestor said was very reasonable. Gu Chen looked at Fatty Qian, slightly disappointed. If Qi clan's ancestor could think of it, old Black Tortoise and Peng Fu would not have thought of it. But Peng Fu still answered like that. Could it be that he was not in the dream realm and was just trying to trick him into taking the risk? My dream accessing Dao technique can't be wrong. Fatty Qian was a little anxious. Gu Chen's gaze was questioning his authority. He quickly looked at Peng Fu and questioned. The boundary crossing talisman cannot leave the secret land safely. How dare you lie? I did not lie. Under normal circumstances, the boundary crossing talisman is indeed difficult to use. But when the time is right, it will succeed. What time? The light from Providence in the primal chaos secret land is closely related to the world's head. If too many of the world's heads are taken away, this secret land will collapse completely. When the secret land collapses, the threat of the chaotic aura will be at its lowest. At that time, with the avoid talisman I have and the two talismans stacked together, we will have a high chance of leaving the secret land safely. Peng Fu explained everything in detail, and Gu Chen and the other two were suddenly enlightened. They did not expect it to be such a way to leave. Where is your avoid talisman? Fatty Qian asked again. Peng Fu reflexively took out a black and purple Daoist talisman from his storage ring, which was shimmering with a misty light. Fatty Qian did not dare to take it. Gu Chen took it thoughtfully. Ask him if they planned to leave the secret land like this from the beginning. Old Black Tortoise and Peng Fu originally planned to kill everyone at the entrance of the fake secret land. If they had succeeded at that time, everything would have been different. Although the way Peng Fu said to leave the secret land was feasible, it was more like an expedient measure. Gu Chen felt that there were still things that had not been dug out. Fatty Qian asked according to Gu Chen's instructions. Peng Fu immediately shook his head. According to the original plan, as long as all the competitors are buried in the fake entrance, we will have enough time to plunder the secret land. The appearance of the secret land will definitely cause a great commotion. In order to prevent other uninvited guests, there will be people from the outside world who will help us. They are responsible for stopping the uninvited guests. At the same time, when we are almost done plundering, they will help us leave. This was the original plan. Gu Chen's eyes narrowed, and his brain quickly became active. Old Black Tortoise and Peng Fu did not know that he was not dead, nor did they know that he secretly reminded Yang Fuwang of the Thunder Commandery. In this case, they might think that Yang Fuwang would be buried in the fake entrance before he could inform the Thunder Commandery army. Similarly, the people responsible for helping Old Black Tortoise and the others did not know about this. In other words, because of his disturbance, the Thunder Commandery army had already arrived near the Star Forest at an untimely time. Old Black Tortoise and the others did not know about this, and the two sides were likely to have a conflict. The more Gu Chen thought about it, the more it became clear. This was a very valuable piece of information. Taking advantage of the confrontation between the two sides, it was possible for him to easily leave the world of longevity. I wonder how strong the people responsible for helping Old Black Tortoise are. Gu Chen thought about it seriously. If the strength of the people responsible was far inferior to the Thunder Commandery army, then his plan would be ruined. He speculated about the origins of those people, and suddenly two words flashed in his mind: Qi Commandery. The people who ambushed him were from Qi Commandery, which meant that they had a close relationship with Old Black Tortoise and Peng Fu. But their people had not appeared in the secret land for a long time. The only possibility was that they were responsible for helping. I wonder how strong this mysterious force is. Can they give me some surprises? Gu Chen murmured. As for how to escape, he gradually formed a plan in his mind. Fatty Qian had gotten all the information he needed. He revealed a harmless smile. Should I kill this guy? The dream-inducing Dao technique had not been unlocked. Given Peng Fu's current state, Fatty Qian could easily kill him in his sleep. Not yet, he still has value. Gu Chen threw the seriously injured Peng Fu into the black hole space, letting him continue to struggle for a while. After dealing with him, Gu Chen glanced at the Qi clan's ancestor. The Qi clan's ancestor was nervous for no reason. After seeing the powerful Peng Fu end up in such a miserable state, he didn't dare to have the slightest disloyalty towards Gu Chen. Moreover, from the conversation between the two, he also keenly sensed something unusual. Chingu was just an alias. His master's background was probably greater than he originally thought. The Qi clan's ancestor was worried about whether Gu Chen minded his previous allegiance to the Old Black Tortoise. He suddenly saw him say, "The movement over there is getting quieter. Let's go and take a look." Only then did he realize that Gu Chen wasn't looking at him, but at the place where the Old Black Tortoise had set up the formation in the distance. He was greatly relieved. Gu Chen walked forward unhurriedly, with Fatty Qian and the Qi clan's ancestor following closely behind. "Well, your real name is Gu Chen, right? I helped you, where's the opportunity?" Fatty Qian was a friendly person. After confirming his cooperation with Gu Chen, he asked with a cheeky smile. "There are many opportunities ahead." Gu Chen replied casually. "There? The scene is a bit miserable." Fatty Qian extended his divine sense to take a look and couldn't help but shiver. After experiencing the attack of the insects and snakes, the original wind erosion forest could indeed be described as miserable. The rocky peaks there had collapsed, and the ground was covered with the bodies of silver beetles, rock snakes, and the cultivators who followed the Old Black Tortoise. There were originally more than 30 followers, but after the chaos, there were nearly 20 corpses left behind. These people all died extremely miserable deaths, and only a few corpses could be found intact. Gu Chen stopped a mile away from the center of the disaster, where some silver beetles remained and were sweeping the blood-red ground. "Seems like the final victor is the native insect race of this secret place," Gu Chen muttered. The other Dao querying cultivators who were still alive had probably escaped. Under such a shocking number of insects, it was already a great fortune to be able to escape successfully. This is too tragic. That old tortoise simply doesn't treat humans as humans. The Qi clan's ancestor looked at the corpses on the ground with an ugly expression. He had almost become one of those corpses. Those who died were all well-known figures in the longevity realm, but even their corpses couldn't be preserved. It was too shocking. After the chaos caused by this secret place, the longevity realm would probably be destroyed. When he thought about how everything started because of the old black tortoise, and how he actually wanted to rely on him, the Qi clan's ancestor Xian felt that he was too stupid. On the other hand, although Guchen had forcefully conquered the Qi family with force, he had done so for a reason, unlike the old black tortoise, who could sacrifice all the innocent people who were unrelated to him for his own benefit. Being indirectly saved by Guchen, and seeing that he promised benefits to Fatty Qian, who was also a prisoner, Qi clan's Xianzhu suddenly had the urge to be loyal to him. This place is so tragic, where would the opportunity come from? Fatty Qian complained to Guchen, he didn't even think of approaching there. These dead people have been searching for treasures in the secret land for many days. They left behind a lot of treasures. Guchen explained in an understated manner. Fatty Qian's eyes suddenly brightened. Making money from the dead is a safe, efficient and risk-free business. Should we do it now? Fatty Qian was eager to try. Let's wait for those fierce bugs to leave. Guchen shook his head. Although there weren't many silver beetles left, who knew how many more of their companions they could summon? It was better to wait for them to leave. The three of them suppressed their thoughts and waited. During this time, Guchen discovered many demonic sky-devouring butterflies around him. The butterflies smelled the smell of blood, but like them, they did not enter the battlefield to hunt for food. This was also what Guchen told them before he released them. Try to maximize the chance of evolution with the least casualties. Time passed slowly, and the silver beetle swept through the entire battlefield and even gnawed on all the corpses. They seemed to eat everything. Not only did they not let go of the cultivators' corpses, but even the ugly rock snakes were not spared. When the corpses on the battlefield were almost nibbled clean, an unexpected scene appeared. The silver beetles found storage rings and other things from the cultivators' blood-stained clothes. Biting them in their mouths, they lined up in an orderly manner, ready to fly away from here. What the hell? Those insects are robbing our things. Fatty Qian was anxious when he saw this. Those were countless treasures. Guchen's expression also changed. He suddenly found that he underestimated the wisdom of these fierce insects. They actually knew how to rob storage rings. Guchen stared at the swarm of insects and spread out his divine sense to observe carefully. His expression immediately became even more incredulous. He vaguely saw some faint blood-colored lines on the armor of some of the silver beetles. Could it be? Guchen took a deep breath and fully activated the deep-sea purple polar eyes to see through the bodies of these fierce insects. Under his ocular sorcery, the bodies that were digested by the swarm of insects were quickly converted into energy in their bodies, and were being absorbed by their bodies. This was not just pure absorption. Guchen found that after devouring the flesh and blood, the body structure of the fierce insects also vaguely changed. Like the demonic sky-devouring butterflies, they can continue to evolve by devouring other species? Guchen's heart was in turmoil. He looked at the demonic sky-devouring butterflies and then at the silver beetles. He was all too aware of how terrifying this ability to evolve by devouring other species was. This meant that this race had no ceiling and had unlimited potential. These silver beetles were immune to many Dao techniques, and their bodies were indestructible. They were already standing at the peak of the insect race. Now they also had the ability to evolve infinitely. The threat they posed was too great. This mysterious land of chaos has been isolated from the world for countless years. If this insect race has long possessed the ability to evolve, their numbers would definitely be more than this. Moreover, the leader of the swarm is probably far stronger than I imagined. The swarm of insects took away the storage rings. Is this the leader's idea? Guchen's expression was uncertain. He recalled that when the Kuei cow had been trapped, the swarm of insects had suddenly appeared to support it. As the leader, the Kuei cow had easily fallen into the old black tortoise's trap, and the swarm of insects had become the biggest winner. The difference in intelligence between the two was obvious. Was the first chaotic creature to develop intelligence at the beginning of the world really that Kuei cow? They are about to leave, Gu Chen, are we going to rob them? Fatty Qian saw that the swarm has formed a formation, flapping their wings one after another, and anxiously asked the stunned Gu Chen. Gu Chen came back to his senses, his mood has calmed down, and said, "Let them go." "Let them go? So many treasures, are you willing to give them up?" "The three of us will attack together, we will definitely be able to keep them all." Fatty Qian is reluctant to give up those storage rings, even the Qi family ancestor is a little moved. He has been with those dead cultivators these days, and he knows what treasures they may have obtained. Gu Chen also does not want to give up the treasures, but he knows that the swarm is not simple, and it is absolutely not good to alert the enemy. Let's catch up and see where they are going. Gu Chen's eyes flashed. You mean there might be more treasures in their nests? Fatty Qian's mind is very active, immediately thinking of more possibilities, and gave Gu Chen a thumbs up. You are so smart, it seems that this time we are going to make a fortune. Gu Chen smiled bitterly, if they really reached the nest of the swarm, whether they have the courage to break in is another matter. In the distance, the swarm flew away, and the three quickly followed. Before Gu Chen left, he glanced at the heaven-swallowing demon butterfly group and found that after the silver beetles left, the butterfly group began to devour the bodies of their companions left behind. The silver beetles devour other species, but they do not eat their own kind. Watching the butterflies excitedly eating a large number of silver beetles' bodies, and more friends came, Gu Chen was inexplicably relieved. The three followed behind the silver beetles, always keeping a certain distance, very vigilant. The swarm has an obvious destination, and did not stop along the way, wherever they passed, the group of beasts retreated. After an hour, the swarm came to a long and narrow rift valley. The valley was filled with miasma, and after the swarm flew in, they could no longer see the specific situation. It seems that this is the nest of the swarm. Fatty Qian looked eager to try. In his opinion, since these fierce insects also know how to find treasures, with their scale, the valley is probably full of mountains of gold and silver. Roar! Just as Fatty was about to step forward, an earth-shattering roar suddenly came from the valley. This roar sounded somewhat familiar, but at this moment, there was clearly some anger and panic in the voice. That's the voice of the old turtle. Qi clan's ancestor Xian could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. Just what had happened to make the insufferably arrogant old tortoise so flustered? Gu Chen was also visibly moved. His guess was being verified step by step. That old turtle is inside? That's not good. If he dies in there, how are we going to leave the secret place? Fatty Qian was shocked. The old turtle's roar was obviously not good. He suddenly felt that in front of him was not a treasure land, but a dangerous place. Gu Chen remained silent and carefully looked around the valley entrance. He found some traces of blood on the ground. This is the blood of the Kuei ox. It seems that the old turtle chased after the Kuei ox and finally ran into this place, and then an accident happened. Gu Chen looked grim. My lord, you mean that the old turtle originally set a trap, but in the end, he was set up by someone? Qi clan's ancestor Xian's eyes revealed a bit of fear. Then who set up the old turtle? Is it someone from the Thunder Commandery? Fatty Qian asked casually. How can the people from the Thunder Commandery command the swarm of insects, snakes, and even the Kuei ox? I am afraid that the person who set up the old turtle is the strongest native of this secret place. Qi clan's ancestor Xian's back was full of cold sweat, and his voice was trembling. Such high intelligence is completely beyond our imagination. We thought that we are the hunters in this chaotic secret place, but in fact, we have been secretly regarded as prey. Qi clan's ancestor Xian was very vigilant, and Gu Chen could understand his fear at the moment. The chaotic creatures that grew up in this secret place were born strong. If they also had extraordinary intelligence, it would be a disaster for them. Gu Chen understood more details, and he was even more afraid of the mysterious creatures in the valley. Then what should we do now? Should we turn around and escape? Fatty Qian also realized the seriousness of the matter. Where can we escape to? The teleportation talisman to leave the secret place is in the hands of the old turtle. Qi clan's ancestor Xian smiled bitterly. Both of them finally looked at Gu Chen, and this matter was still up to him to decide. Let's first figure out the situation inside. Guchen let out a breath, and turned into a doppelganger that looked exactly like him. The doppelganger nodded at Guchen, and then merged into the earth, turning into a shadow, and quietly entered the valley. Fatty Qian hesitated for a moment, but when he saw that Guchen's doppelganger had successfully entered the valley, he did not say anything more. Guchen slipped into the valley with extreme caution. The valley here was broken and long, and it was a crisscrossed rift belt with countless forks. The miasma in the valley was not strong, and Guchen looked around, listening attentively, trying to figure out the location of the old turtle. Unfortunately, after the old turtle's roar, there was no more movement, as if it had evaporated from the world, which made Guchen very uneasy. The long and narrow rift revealed an indescribable sense of oppression, and Guchen even had the illusion that he was being watched. He observed the traces on the ground, and one after another found the blood of the Kuei-Nyo, and followed its footprints into the depths of the rift. After turning a few forks, Guchen's face suddenly changed. The valley in front of him was full of demon beast skeletons, and the ground was also covered with layers of bone powder. It was unknown how many years of killing to create such a place. Guchen carefully walked past, and found some silver insect pupae hanging upside down under some giant beast skeletons. One of the pupae happened to have a larva struggling to get out, and Guchen saw that it looked similar to the previous silver beetle. It seems that this is the nest of the silver beetles. Guchen murmured, and quickly walked through the valley. He passed by many other valleys, and everywhere was the skeleton of demon beasts. The bone powder left behind by the wind seemed to cover the valley with a layer of snow, making the place seem gloomy even though it was daytime. Corresponding to the sea of bones, Guchen saw even more pupae, and in the end, the number of pupae was simply too many. If all the pupae here hatched, how many fierce silver beetles would be born? 10 million, 50 million, or even 100 million? Guchen's expression became more and more serious, and he gradually approached the center of the rift. When he stepped into another valley, all of a sudden a hair-raising aura surged over. There was clearly nothing in front of him, but in his perception, there seemed to be a pair of emotionless eyes coldly staring at him. It was like it stood at the peak of all life, like a supreme monarch, looking down at him with a noble and mocking gaze. A Tao monarch? The thought flashed through Guchen's mind, but he quickly rejected this guess. This wasn't the pressure of a Tao monarch, but the one secretly staring at him did indeed stand at the peak of the myriad races. He was born a supreme being, and he had tasted the loneliness of being at the top. Looking down on the common people with a high and mighty attitude, even if foreign enemies invaded the territory, it was just a new game. Proud, noble, despising everything. Guchen clearly did not see anyone, but he inexplicably understood the existence of the strongest existence in the dark. This might be because the other party's aura was too strong and it was revealed invisibly, or it might be intentional. No matter which one it was, Guchen knew that he had been found out about sneaking in here. His extraordinary spiritual perception completely enveloped this territory, and anyone who entered had nowhere to hide. He was too careless. Realizing this, Guchen simply stopped sneaking and walked forward openly. He had to figure out how strong the existence in the dark was, and he had to figure out the situation of the old black tortoise. In order to achieve his goal, he did not hesitate to sacrifice a clone. Guchen turned around the canyon, and his ears were drowned by the loud noise. It was the sound of countless insects and countless wings flapping. His gaze swept forward, and a large expanse of silver light was madly surging towards him. The king did not bother to make a move, but it did not mean that the insect swarm would ignore him. The insect race's territory was obviously not so easy to invade. Guchen was expressionless, and his whole body raised a surging aura as he killed his way through, failed. Outside the canyon, Guchen opened his eyes and said with a solemn expression. He originally wanted to let the clone open the way to figure out the situation inside, but who would have thought that the distance he could advance was very limited. There were too many insects, and the clone could not break through in the end. He could not find the old black tortoise's whereabouts, nor could he see the peerless king of insects. Guchen did not explore for long, and his expression was so gloomy that Fatty Qian and the Qi family's ancestor immediately realized how dangerous it was inside. "Sir, why don't we leave this place? We can think of other ways to leave the secret place," the Qi family's ancestor carefully suggested. The old black tortoise was inexplicably defeated, and even the powerful and mysterious Guchen could not figure out the situation inside the canyon. All the signs showed that continuing to interfere in this canyon would be a huge threat to their lives. Why don't I take a look? At this time, Fatty Qian suddenly recommended himself. You? Guchen and Qi Clan Xianzhu looked at him. I have a more reliable way to spy on this situation in the canyon than sending a clone. I wanted to say it before. Fatty Qian explained. What is it? Guchen asked curiously. Dream on. I can dream traverse this place and no one will be able to detect me. The fatty said confidently. Guchen suddenly thought of the black dog. It had a similar ability, and now that he thought about it, it was probably an application of the dream law. Compared to the black dog who had yet to reach the Emperor realm, Fatty Qian, who was at the 5th level of the Dao Querying realm, should have been more proficient in using this ability. Can I only use this ability myself? Guchen asked. No, as long as I help, you can do it too. Fatty Qian answered truthfully. Alright, I'll investigate with you again, Guchen said without hesitation. Fatty Qian did not refuse, but glanced at Qi family's Xian ancestor. When we're dream traversing, our bodies are defenseless. We need someone to protect us. He did not make it clear, but it was obvious that he did not trust Qi family's Xian ancestor. This was probably the reason why Guchen did not say that he had this ability when he sent his clone. In the end, it was because the trust between the two sides was not enough. He will be responsible for protecting us. If something happens to us, he won't be able to escape. Guchen looked coldly at Qi family's Xian ancestor. Qi family's Xian ancestor shivered and nodded hurriedly. Don't worry, my lord. I won't let anyone disturb you. Qi family's Xian ancestor, who was under the life and death seal, could not deliberately do anything to harm Guchen. He had previously relied on the old black tortoise because he thought that Guchen was dead. Alright, find another place to hide your body. Fatty Qian agreed, and the three of them moved away from the entrance of the valley and dived hundreds of feet underground. After temporarily opening up a hiding place, Fatty Qian felt a lot safer and sat down cross-legged. Now I'm going to use the Dao technique. Don't put up any defense in your brain, otherwise it will be difficult for me to succeed. He reminded. Guchen nodded and entered the ethereal state according to Fatty Qian's instructions. Fatty Qian and Guchen sat face to face, and his eyes slowly turned into ripples again. The strange power of the law of the origin of dreams slowly overflowed from his body, turning into a soft light that wrapped around Guchen. Unconsciously, Guchen's eyelids began to become heavy, and finally fell into a deep sleep. Wake up, get up. Fatty Qian's voice came. Guchen slowly opened his eyes and found that he was no longer underground, but floating in midair. His whole body appeared to be in an illusory state like a soul. His whole body was light as a feather, as if he could move millions of miles with a casual movement. It's really strange. Guchen sighed. The world was really full of strange things. Well, we can go in and investigate. Fatty Qian took the lead and flew down the long rift belt, and Guchen followed closely behind. Looking down from above, the rift belt was wider than Guchen had originally imagined, and the terrain was more complex. There were crisscrossing canyons everywhere inside, winding and intertwining with each other. Guchen identified it at a low altitude and flew straight into one of the canyons. It was the area where he had previously lost his halberd in the sand. At this moment, there were still a large number of silver beetles flying around. This number is really scary. Where did you go before? Fatty Qian said in amazement. Over there. Guchen pointed to an area in the valley where the ground was broken, which was the mark left by him when he broke through the insect swarm. You've broken through half of the area. At least tens of thousands of insects died in the hands of your doppelganger, right? Fatty Qian estimated, and finally muttered. You really are a monster. The two illusory souls floated straight into the canyon full of fierce insects. This time, those silver beetles didn't notice them at all. Guchen didn't have the feeling of being spied on by the insect king like before. He felt much more at ease. Look, the treasure must be in that place. As they were about to pass through the canyon, Fatty Qian suddenly pointed to some caves on the mountain wall and said excitedly. From time to time, there were silver beetles going in and out of those caves, and they were often carrying some exotic flowers and rare herbs or precious materials. If we find more people, we can take down the insect swarm's treasure house. Fatty Qian happily calculated, as if he had completely forgotten the threat of the mysterious existence in the valley. Let's get down to business first. Guchen shook his head, and his whole body accelerated forward. The two left the valley and finally came to the deepest part of the insect nest. At the entrance of the valley, there was a kuei covered in bruises, quietly resting, and not far from it, there was a huge rock snake king. They were like guards, guarding the throat of the nest. Guchen and Fatty Qian looked at each other. Although they knew that the two beasts could not see, they still subconsciously became cautious. If the kuei guarded the gate, then was it still the head beast? From the kuei cow easily falling into the old black tortoise's trap, to the insects and snakes attacking the formation and slaughtering it, to the point where the old black tortoise chased after the kuei cow, everything was unusual. Guchen had long suspected that the old black tortoise might have made a mistake and that the real head beast was not the kuei cow. The scene in front of him undoubtedly proved this point. The kuei cow is alive and well. It seems that the old tortoise might be finished? Fatty Qian muttered and flew over the kuei cow with Guchen. As soon as he finished speaking, his mouth suddenly opened wide and his eyes widened as he looked ahead. In front of a pool of blood, a tortoise was swimming in it, trying to climb ashore, but it was completely unable to do so. The tortoise looked good and clearly had a dragon head. The old tortoise was raised by someone? Fatty Qian turned to ask Guchen, wondering if his eyes were playing tricks on him. Guchen took a deep breath. It was naturally impossible for the old black tortoise to become someone else's spiritual pet, but the current situation was probably not optimistic. The pool of blood seemed to be strange. It actually sealed the old black tortoise inside, and it seemed to be unable to use any cultivation. Guchen's gaze swept past the pool of blood. There was a small stream beside the pool, and the blood seemed to flow from the upper stream downwards and finally into the pool. As he traced upstream, his gaze quickly froze and was completely attracted by a scene. Upstream of the blood stream, there was actually a strange half-open space. That space was overflowing with light and colors, and one could vaguely see the chaotic aura roaring. Outside the space, at the end of the blood stream, stood the figure of a thin man. The man's skin was silver, just like the silver beetles, emitting a prismatic luster, and his muscles were as tough as armor. However, there were only traces of the fierce insects on his body. Other than that, his figure was like an ordinary short human. Behind him was a long silver tail. There was a needle on the tail, and it was swaying gently. At this moment, he was holding his hands and staring at the space in front of him, looking very entranced. Is that him? The head beast? Fatty Qian said in surprise. I'm afraid so. He's also the king of the insectoids here. Guchen heaved a sigh of relief. Due to the distance in reality being isolated by the dream, he no longer felt any terrifying aura from the Worm King. But looking at his appearance, Guchen's heart was also quite shocked. He looked very much like a human. Was he a demonic beast that had transformed into a human? Obviously not. Like the demonic sky-devouring butterfly, the Zergs in the Chaos Mystic Land had the ability to evolve infinitely, and this Zerg king stood at the peak of evolution. The human race was the leader of all living beings, and this insect king had already evolved to the point where it had similar characteristics to humans. Only God knew how much it had grown. In this secret place that was isolated from the world, he had probably been eliminating the undesirable bloodline factors and selecting the most outstanding bloodline from all kinds of powerful creatures, thus allowing himself to possess the most perfect form. It looked a little shorter than a human, but evolving from an insect to a human was already a heaven-defying matter. Guchen and Fatty Qian did not move forward for a while, quietly looking at the back of the insect king. What's in that space? After a while, the insect king still did not move, as if it was meditating outside the space. Fatty Qian could not help but ask. I'm afraid it's a heaven-shaking treasure. Guchen murmured. Then, let's go take a look? Fatty Qian could not suppress the curiosity in his heart and began to quietly approach the insect king. When he was less than 10 feet away from the insect king suddenly turned its head. It had a handsome and demonic face, and in an instant, a demonic light burst out from its eyes, as if it had sensed something. Fatty Qian was so scared that he almost peed his pants. For a moment, he floated in place, not daring to move. The Insect King glanced at the void a few times and did not find anything unusual. The demonic light in its eyes gradually converged and turned into doubt. At this time, the old black tortoise in the blood pool flopped a few times. It tried to climb ashore but failed, and fell back into the blood pool. Don't struggle anymore. It's impossible for you to leave this blood pool by yourself. The Insect King was attracted by it and sneered. Let the old man out. The old black tortoise's angry and helpless voice sounded. When you think clearly, you will naturally be able to come out. The Insect King said coldly and no longer paid attention to the old black tortoise. It sat on the ground and closed its eyes to rest. Seeing that the Insect King really did not discover him, Fatty Qian let out a big sigh of relief. He looked at Guchen behind him with a bitter smile. This Insect King is not simple. Its spiritual sense is extraordinary. This is the first time someone can sense my dream body. Guchen was not surprised. His doppelganger had been detected from a long distance away. The old tortoise looks like he won't die for the time being. This Insect King seems to have something to ask of him. Let's see what's in that space first. Guchen pondered, carefully bypassed the Insect King, and arrived outside the strange space. This space was half open. Looking in from the outside, it was filled with flowing lights and overflowing colors. At the edge, there were countless strands of chaotic energy surging. And in the center of it all, there was a dazzling golden bamboo growing there. On the slender bamboo leaves, there was a constant rumbling of thunder. First herb? This can't be the first herb, right? Fatty Qian saw it and jumped up. The first beast is the first spirit beast at the beginning of the world, and the first herb is the most valuable spirit herb. Powerful spirit herbs are usually guarded by powerful demonic beasts. Hearing this, Guchen's eyes narrowed. That golden bamboo is the first herb. How does it compare to the tricolor Bingdi lotus he obtained next to the chaotic source stone? Guchen, this first herb and the treasures the insect race has accumulated for countless years. If we can get our hands on them, we will be rich. Fatty Qian could not help but say to Guchen. Even though the unfathomable Insect King was not far away, he could not suppress the excitement in his heart. This first herb is not that easy to get. The old black tortoise's cultivation is at the 9th level of the Dao querying realm, but he was taken care of by this Insect King. Guchen poured a bucket of cold water on Fatty Qian's head. It had only been a short time since they heard the old black tortoise's roar. Coupled with the fact that there were no signs of an intense battle in the depths of the Zerg nest, Guchen could conclude that the Zerg monarch had easily taken down the old turtle. Do you mean that he is already a Dao lord? Fatty Qian's expression suddenly froze. I don't think so, but among the Dao querying realm, I'm afraid there are not many who are his match. Guchen deliberated. This Insect King's strength was probably above that of Marshal Miazue. Fatty Qian heard Guchen's analysis and thought of the other party's terrifying spiritual perception. He suddenly became dejected. Then we don't have a chance? You have to know that this not only concerns whether we can get the first herb, but also the old black tortoise. Without the old black tortoise's help, we can't leave the secret place. Guchen was silent. Of course, he had thought of this. The situation was equivalent to a stalemate. Let's get out of here first. We'll talk about it later. Guchen couldn't think of any way to break the deadlock at the moment, so he decided to leave the bug clan's nest first. That's the only way. Fatty Qian reluctantly looked at the first herb. Together with Guchen, their souls floated into the air and were about to leave the rift zone. If only my cultivation could increase a few more levels. Then, I might be able to distort reality in the dream and steal the first herb without anyone noticing. Fatty Qian was still unwilling and said regretfully. Your Dao technique has this kind of potential? Guchen asked in surprise. Of course, a dream is just a dream after all. It can't overlap with reality. I have an intuition that if I want to enter the Dao severing realm, I must eventually face the threshold of illusion and reality, true and false. Fatty Qian said with certainty. He was only at the 5th level of the Dao seeking realm, but he already had an understanding of how to break through to the Dao severing realm. Gu Chen was touched. Fatty Qian specialized in the Tao and had already touched the vein of the future Tao-severing realm, but the path of cultivation he took was too complicated. It could even be said that no one had ever done it before. He was afraid that when he cut the Tao in the future, it would be far more difficult than other Tao-seeking realm cultivators. Okay, we should wake up from the dream. They were almost out of the canyon. Fatty Qian snapped his fingers and ended the Tao technique. The whole world in Gu Chen's vision became distorted for a moment. All the light was swallowed up, and the world was spinning. The next moment, Gu Chen opened his eyes, but his face suddenly became solemn. He thought that when he woke up, he would be in the original underground, but he found himself still standing in the canyon. What's going on? Fatty Qian opened his eyes, looking even more shocked than Gu Chen. Are we out of the dream? Gu Chen found that his body looked more real than before, as if he had returned to reality. But his body was clearly in a deep sleep underground, and there was the Qi family's ancestor protecting him. How could he wake up in the canyon? Fatty Qian couldn't answer Gu Chen's question for a while. He looked around and murmured in surprise. How could this be? How could this be? Seeing him ramble on, Gu Chen raised his left hand and suddenly slapped him. Why did you hit me? Fatty Qian's eyes widened. Does it hurt? Gu Chen's heart sank as he didn't feel any real sensation from the palm just now. It doesn't hurt. Fatty Qian also recovered, his eyes awe-inspiring. Your Tao technique is still in effect? Gu Chen asked. Let me try again. Fatty Qian gritted his teeth and pressed Gu Chen's shoulder with one hand, trying to force himself out of the dream and return to reality. Whoosh! Whoosh! After another bout of dizziness, the light disappeared, and the two of them returned to their original spot. Why is it still here? Why can't I wake up from this dream? Fatty Qian cried out, his face was full of panic. Gu Chen looked at his expression and knew that he had not done it on purpose. Perhaps something had gone wrong with his dream-traversing Tao technique. Has there ever been a problem with your Tao technique in the past? Gu Chen asked calmly. There has never been a problem. I can easily use this Tao technique when I sleep normally. What happened today? Fatty Qian broke out in a cold sweat. He knew very well that if he was trapped in the dream, things would get out of hand. Never failed? Gu Chen frowned and asked again. If we can't leave the dream, what will happen? Although the dream-traversing Tao technique is magical, in the state of the dream, people's thoughts are actually constantly diverging. If we are in the dream for a long time, our consciousness will slowly dissipate. First, we will lose our memory, and then we will slowly get used to the dream and treat it as the real world. At the same time, our body will gradually collapse, and in the end, it will be no different from death. Fatty Qian was so anxious that he was jumping up and down. The Tao technique that he used on a daily basis suddenly had a problem, causing him to panic. Gu Chen knew the seriousness of the matter, and his expression became particularly grim. Anyway, he could not leave the dream. He carefully observed the surrounding canyon, and his eyebrows suddenly jumped. We have never been to this place before. The rift zone where the Zerg nest was located looked similar because there were countless canyons. Gu Chen had not noticed before, but now that he looked carefully, he found that this canyon was slightly different from the ones he had passed before. Is it different? Fatty Qian heard this and looked carefully. Sure enough, he found that there was a difference here. Could it be? He hurriedly wanted to float up and see the whole picture from a high place. But now they were not souls, or their souls had become similar to their real bodies, and they could not fly at all. The two tried to mobilize their cultivation, but could not do anything at all, just like in the dream. Damn it! Fatty Qian could not fly, so he simply climbed the cliff with his bare hands. He climbed to a higher place and looked around from a distance. Gu Chen was the same, and soon found that the area they had been in before, including the Zerg nest, seemed to be far away on the other side of the rift zone. This rift zone was extremely vast. When they were sleepwalking, they were on the other side of the rift zone. But after removing the Tao technique, they actually appeared in a strange area that they had never been to before. Something bad happened. Gu Chen, I'm afraid we have been kidnapped. Fatty Qian observed for a long time, took a deep breath, and his face was full of fear. Kidnapped in a dream? Are you sure? Guchen was shocked. How could such a thing be done? It can't be wrong. We can't use our cultivation. You slapped me and it didn't hurt, which means we are still in the dream. Can't it be that there is a problem with your Dao technique? I just suspected so, but it's impossible. If there is a problem with the Dao technique that trapped us in the dream, we will be trapped in the original place. How could we appear in this canyon that we have never been to? So there is only one possibility left. A terrifying expert kidnapped us, and while I was finishing my Dao technique, he dragged us into the dream he created. This person's attainment in the dream Dao is higher than mine. That's why I didn't notice it earlier. Do you remember when I said that when I broke through to severing Dao, I had to face the threshold between reality and illusion? Now that our bodies are so solid, it means that this person's attainment in the dream Dao is close to that level. He should be at the 9th tier of Dao querying. If he can go one step further and make us feel pain in our dreams, he will be at the Dao monarch level. Fatty Qian was extremely excited, and his face was full of disbelief. His dream origin was very special, and it had always been unique. He did not expect that in the secret land of chaos, there would be someone who was far more accomplished in this aspect than him. Guchen understood, and the first thing he thought of was the Zerg King. Could it be the Zerg King's doing? Too careless, too careless. Is it the work of the Bug King? But the bug race he's in doesn't look like it has this ability. Fatty Qian also thought of the Bug King, because only he and the old turtle were at the 9th level of Dao querying. But he knew how special Dream Dao was, and the Bug King didn't look like someone who was good at it. It's not the Bug King. Guchen thought for a long time and came to this conclusion with a frown. He had dealt with the silver beetles before, and knew that while they were immune to many Dao technique attacks and had extremely tough bodies, their souls were a huge flaw. As the king of the bug race, even if he had gone very far on the path of evolution, Guchen didn't believe he could easily make up for this flaw. The heavens were fair, and wouldn't create a perfect race. And after spying in the bug race nest, Guchen was very confident in his judgment. But if it wasn't the Bug King, who else could it be? The old turtle had been sealed by the Bug King, and he cultivated the slow origin source, so it couldn't be him. Guchen and Fatty Qian looked at each other in dismay. They were completely clueless about this sudden situation. Suddenly, the space in front of them twisted, and the dream realm seemed to connect with reality. An old woman with a sword cane walked out of the distortion, and beside her was a beautiful woman with a sword case on her back. Granny Shu? Miss Chu? Guchen's pupils shrank when he saw the two, but he didn't call out. Because he noticed that Granny Shu's state was strange. Her eyes had turned deep blue. I trapped you in this dream realm. As long as I don't let you out, you can only rot here, Granny Shu said. Granny Shu spoke. Her voice was extremely neutral, and it actually sounded like an echo. It was very different from her usual voice. Guchen glanced at Chu Meixin, and found that she was looking at him calmly, as if she didn't know him. One had to know that she was now in Chenggu's appearance. He had disappeared when he first arrived in Starsea Forest, and now that he was here, why didn't she feel anything? Intuition told Guchen that there was more to this than met the eye, and he calmly hid his emotions. Who are you? You are actually proficient in Dream Path. Fatty Qian asked with fear. Dream Dao? I just noticed that your consciousnesses were acting suspiciously in the insectoid nest, so I brought your consciousnesses here. Granny Shu said coldly. You discovered our consciousness and brought it here? The fear in Fatty Qian's eyes deepened. This casual tone told him a terrible fact. The other party was most likely not a dream path cultivator, but someone with an extremely high realm in the soul path. That was why they could see through his dream realm and forcefully take away his consciousness, just like how Guchen, who possessed the soul origin, was his natural enemy. The person in front of him was the same, and the threat was even greater. The prime essence of dreams was a branch of the prime essence of the soul, and this person had reached an incredibly high level of skill in the Tao of the soul. He was very close to becoming a Tao Lord, which was why he was able to easily see through the dreamscape and influence it. Guchen, we can't deal with this person. Fatty Qian quietly told his speculation to Guchen, and Guchen was shocked. There was a 9th heaven Tao querying cultivator in this secret place, and this person cultivated the prime essence of the soul? Both of them realized that what the other party said was true. As long as the other party was unwilling, they would never be able to leave the dream realm. Even if they were here with their real bodies, it would be difficult to deal with this mysterious enemy, much less in the dream realm. Guchen also understood that the person in front of him was definitely not Granny Shu. It had merely taken over Granny Shu's body and used her to communicate with the two of them. If Granny Shu's consciousness had fallen, then what about Chu Meixin? Many thoughts flashed through Guchen's mind. They had just met a bug king, and now there was an even more troublesome one. Before one wave had subsided, another wave had arisen. What do you want? Guchen quickly collected all his guesses and asked calmly. Since the other party had appeared, it must have something to say to them. There should be room for negotiation. Granny Shu saw that Guchen had regained his composure so quickly, and her deep blue eyes revealed a hint of surprise. I want to make a deal with you. Guchen and Fatty Chan looked at each other. What kind of deal? I saw you at the bug race's nest. How about it? Are you interested in the chaotic golden lightning bamboo? Guchen and Fatty Chan immediately realized that she was talking about the first herb in that space. The Bug King, and I have a grudge. I want to kill him. If you help me, the chaotic golden lightning bamboo will be yours. Granny Shu said something that no one had expected. How can we be a match for the Bug King? Fatty Chan was shocked and immediately shook his head. I don't want you to kill him personally. I just want you to help me. Granny Shu snorted coldly. My strength is not much weaker than the Bug King. It's just that the Bug King has a helper now. You should know that black tortoise, right? Guchen and Fatty Chan understood. The person in front of them wanted to deal with the Bug King, but was afraid that he had a helper. The old black tortoise's cultivation was also at the 9th level of the Dao Querying realm. Although he was not as strong as the Bug King, if he became his companion, he might really be a threat to the person in front of them. No wonder the old black tortoise was only sealed and not killed. Could it be that the Bug King really wanted to take him in as a subordinate? The blood pool that the black tortoise is trapped in is very special. It is formed from the Bug King's own blood. It is sealed in there. After a period of time, it will listen to his orders unconditionally, just like the Kuei cow and the Rock Snake King. Granny Shu explained in detail and added another sentence. You just need to help me deal with the black tortoise and other troubles. I will deal with the Bug King personally. After hearing her deal, Fatty Chan's heart palpitated. He wanted the first herb, but because the Bug King was too strong, he could only give it up. But now, there was suddenly an expert who wanted to help him deal with the Bug King and even promised to give them the first herb. Where else could he find such a good deal? He looked at Guchen with excitement, but Guchen shook his head. He felt that this Granny Shu was not telling the truth. The first herb was so precious, but she was giving it to them just to restrain the Bug King's subordinates. Her words sounded more like a kind of bewitching, as if she was afraid that the two of them would not agree. But she had already trapped the two of them in the dream and could not escape, so why were they still worried about this? Guchen narrowed his eyes and suddenly understood. He asked, Fatty, what if we are trapped in this dream forever? Can she kill us? Fatty Chan was a smart person and immediately understood. She can't do it. We are just dream bodies. Even if she can affect the dream, she is not a Dao Lord. She can't trace the dream back to reality and kill our real bodies. That's right, she doesn't know where our real bodies are, so she can't do anything to us. We are only trapped here in our thoughts. Even if she can trap us for a lifetime, she will have to waste a lot of energy to watch over us. Our consciousness will dissipate after a long time, but that will take a very long time. She can't afford to wait. Fatty Chan saw that this was actually a stalemate, and his whole body relaxed. Granny Shu's face suddenly darkened as if someone had caught her weak point. Seeing her expression, Guchen was even more certain and relieved. Looks like we are in a fair negotiation now. Just a moment ago, Guchen and Fatty Chan thought they were trapped in a dream with no hope of escape. Under such circumstances, they could only accept whatever conditions Granny Shu proposed. But now that they understood the crux of the matter, the other party could not threaten them in the short term, and there was more room for negotiation. The first herb was precious, and the way to leave the secret place was in the hands of the old black tortoise. To be honest, Guchen was already inclined to cooperate with the person in front of him. However, the other party's strength was unfathomable, and he did not know if he could keep his promise after the deed was done. Thus, Guchen needed to understand the other party better. He glanced at Chu Meixin and observed Granny Shu's expression. The mysterious expert who controlled Granny Shu clearly did not know about the cooperation that he and Chu Meixin had originally discussed. This was a breakthrough that would help him gain the initiative in this matter. The Worm King is extremely ambitious. If you don't help me, I'm afraid you won't be able to leave the secret place alive. On the contrary, if you cooperate with me, you'll have a chance to get the chaotic golden lightning bamboo. Don't tell me you can't see the pros and cons of a deal like this? Granny Shu saw that the two of them had seen through the situation and turned to exaggerate the threat of the Worm King, indicating that they had a common interest. What you said makes sense. We agree to the cooperation. Before Fatty Qian could speak, Guchen suddenly agreed readily. This time, Granny Shu's expression changed. This person had seen through the situation earlier and thought that he would take the opportunity to bargain. She did not expect him to agree so directly. However, with just the two of us, I'm afraid it'll be difficult to help you. We know our own limits. We don't have the qualifications to covet the chaotic golden lightning bamboo. Guchen suddenly changed the topic. You were able to approach the Worm King without anyone noticing, which means that your strength is not bad, Granny Shu said calmly. But that's not enough. According to what you said, the old black tortoise will soon become the Worm King's subordinate. The old black tortoise's cultivation is profound, and the source he cultivates is extremely special. Our chances of winning against him are too low. Also, that's the nest of the worm race. When the time comes, we'll have to face countless worm hordes. There might even be the Kuei cow and the rock snake king there. Under such circumstances, we'll just be sending ourselves to our deaths. We'll just be in charge of helping you attract the enemies. Attention. Guchen analyzed one by one, and Fatty Qian quickly nodded. That's right, the two of us aren't strong enough. Agreeing to your request is equivalent to sending ourselves to our deaths. Then what do you think we should do? Granny Shu frowned. She also realized that the two of them were much weaker than she wanted. It's simple. We need more helpers. Guchen told him what he was planning. In this mystic land, there is a faction called Lake Commandery. The leader is an expert at the 8th tier of the Dao Quarrying realm. If we can get this faction to cooperate with us, your plan will be feasible. Is that so? When Granny Shu heard that, she immediately turned to look at Chu Meixin. When Guchen saw this, he was even more sure that the mysterious existence hadn't searched Granny Shu's soul. In other words, the mysterious existence really didn't know the relationship between him and Chu Meixin. Among the forces that entered this secret place, the Thunder Commandery is indeed the strongest. They are also enemies with the old black tortoise that was subdued by the Insect King. Chu Meixin nodded stiffly. Oh? In that case, is it possible to convince this force to work for me? When Granny Shu heard that, her mind instantly became active. If you are willing, I am willing to be the middleman to convince the Thunder Commandery to cooperate with us. They have a grudge with the old black tortoise to begin with. Coupled with the attraction of a treasure like the first herb, the chances of them agreeing should not be low, Guchen said with a smile. Alright, we'll try as you say. However, there isn't much time. It's best that you complete this within 3 days. Also, I have to send someone to follow you to ensure that there are no problems. After all, this is a 3-way cooperation. As Granny Shu spoke, she looked at Chu Meixin. Clearly, she was the person in charge of supervising Guchen. This was exactly what Guchen hoped for. However, he didn't agree immediately. Instead, he was a little puzzled. Aren't you going to make a trip yourself? Granny Shu shook her head. I have to monitor the Insect King in this canyon. She will represent me to discuss this cooperation. That's enough. Can't leave the canyon, Guchen thought of the Insect King. At that time, the Insect King had sensed his clone but didn't take any action. He seemed to have been staying in the insect clan's nest and had never left this canyon. Why was that? Guchen pondered in his heart, but on the surface, he nodded. Alright, we'll do as you say. Where are your real bodies? I'll get Chu Meishin to find you, Granny Shu said immediately. Gu Chen and Fatty Qian exchanged a few glances. They weren't stupid. If the other party really knew where their real bodies were, who knew if she would directly come to their door and use force to subdue them before controlling them? This was the basis of their cooperation. Only by ensuring that they were free would they be able to reap any benefits later. How about this, we'll name a place. Miss Chu will wait for us there. Gu Chen suggested a meeting place. Granny Shu knew what he was thinking and didn't expose him. Alright, are you clear? The latter half of the sentence was directed at Chu Meishin. Chu Meishin lowered her head and said softly, alright. I'm clear. Good. I hope you return to the canyon soon and bring me good news. After saying that, Granny Shu slammed her sword crutch on the ground, space rippled like flowers, and the next moment, Gu Chen and Fatty Qian opened their eyes and found themselves in the pitch-black underground. My lord, you're finally back. The Qi family's ancestor, who was guarding them, immediately came forward. Gu Chen and Fatty Qian looked at each other, and both heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, they were back safely. What are you thinking? Although we can observe the situation at the designated place before deciding whether to show up or not, with that old woman's strength, there's nothing we can do if she really plans to hide in the dark and plot against us. Fatty Qian immediately asked a question from the previous discussion. That person revealed that she can't leave the canyon. I think it's true. Gu Chen replied. How can you be sure? What if she's just bluffing us? Fatty Qian's eyes widened, feeling that such a judgment was very risky. Don't worry, I naturally have a way to determine whether she's sincere or not. Pack up and get ready to go to the rendezvous point. Gu Chen smiled mysteriously, keeping it a secret for the time being. 2 hours later, on the top of a low mountain, Chu Meishin stood alone with a sword sheath on her back, quietly waiting for them. A gentle breeze blew through her hair, giving her an unparalleled and independent beauty. She's one step ahead of us. Now, don't keep us in suspense, tell us how to determine whether the other party is sincere or not. Gu Chen gazed into the distance with his deep-sea purple polar eyes, calmly examining Chu Meishin in the distance. It's her? Ancestor Xian was surprised to see Chu Meishin. He had heard about the matter from Gu Chen and Fatty Qian, but he did not know that the person they were about to cooperate with turned out to be a former guest of the Qi family. He suddenly understood where Gu Chen's confidence came from. Let's go, it's safe. Gu Chen observed for a while and flew straight to the mountain peak. Wait, isn't this too risky? Fatty Qian was still worried, but seeing that Gu Chen had already flown away, he gritted his teeth and followed. Gu Chen and the other two quickly landed on the top of the mountain. Chu Meishin looked at him with a complicated expression. I thought Child Chen had already left this place. She spoke first. You know each other? Fatty Qian was surprised because he had been locked in the black hole by Gu Chen a long time ago and had never seen Chu Meishin. I have never left, Miss Chu. Do you still remember our cooperation? Gu Chen asked calmly. Of course. Chu Meishin nodded. Is our cooperation still valid now? Chu Meishin was silent for a while. It was obvious that she was in a bad mood. According to our original agreement with Child Chen, we will cooperate until we find the location of the secret land of chaos. Not to mention that the agreement is invalid now, it is still valid. Child Chen's sudden disappearance really makes me worry whether it is the right choice to cooperate with you. Chu Meishin's words made Gu Chen gasp. He was indeed in the wrong in this matter. Because of Peng Fu's sudden appearance, he changed his mind at the last minute and did not inform Chu Meishin and Xianxia. Now he needed her to provide information, so it was understandable that she did not trust him when they talked about cooperation. At that time, something happened to me and I did not inform Miss Chu. It is indeed my fault. Gu Chen admitted his fault. Chu Meishin saw Gu Chen's sincere attitude and glanced at Fatty Qian and Ancestor Xian beside him. Child Chen is really unpredictable, even his companions are the same. Gu Chen understood what she meant and explained. Fellow Daoist Qi is one of my people, Miss Chu should be very clear about this. As for fellow Daoist Qian, we are now allies. Oh right, the fellow Daoist Qian from the Black Tortoise Banquet was actually me in disguise. Guchen simply admitted to it so that he wouldn't have to explain himself in the future. So, the one who teased me was you, Child Chen? Chu Meixin was a little shocked, but after thinking about it carefully, she realized that there were already some clues from the Black Warrior banquet that could prove this matter. Fatty Qian, who always had a bad reputation, saw through the old black tortoise's plot and saw through Peng Fu's real body. So it was all this young Master Chen's doing. She already knew that he was hiding something, but now she was shocked again. Gu Chen, you are not kind. You actually used my name to disrespect such a beautiful girl. Fatty Qian understood and strongly condemned Gu Chen. But whether this condemnation was out of the warm heart of a righteous person, or because he regretted that the person he teased wasn't him, no one knew. At that time, in order to deceive others, I did offend Miss Chu, please forgive me. Gu Chen said helplessly. Chu Meixin fell silent. To be honest, the Gu Chen in front of her had shocked her too many times. His background was too mysterious. She still couldn't guess his background, and from the words of others, even his name was fake. However, the reality was that he might be the only one who could help him in this situation. Miss Chu, previously you didn't tell that person that you and I know each other. After coming here, you hinted to me that that person didn't follow us and we can meet without worry. I believe that you already have the intention to cooperate. Now that the situation is delicate, I hope that you and I can put aside our past prejudice and sincerely cooperate. Gu Chen saw that Chu Meixin didn't say a word, so he sincerely said. The reason why he dared to show his face with his real body was because of Chu Meixin. Previously in the dream, he was sure that Chu Meixin and the existence that controlled Granny Shu weren't on the same side. She would definitely help him. In fact, it seemed like Chu Meixin didn't do anything when she stood at the top of the mountain, but she had already hinted to him. Chu Meixin was affected by Gu Chen's words, and she also knew that it wasn't the time to dwell on the previous matter. A hint of sadness appeared on her face. Young Master Chen, I know what information you want. I can cooperate with you, but please promise me that you will help me save Granny Shu. She seemed to be at her wit's end and placed all her chips on Gu Chen. Alright, I will do my best. Gu Chen answered seriously and confidently. Miss Chu, don't worry, I can still help you. Fatty Qian tried his best to show off in front of the beauty. The sadness on Chu Meixin's face quickly disappeared, and she became very rational. Young Master Chen, you also know that Granny Shu and I came to the longevity realm because of this chaotic mystic land. Gu Chen nodded. However, we didn't tell young Master Chen that the main reason we are looking for the chaotic mystic land is to obtain the head spirit inside. Head spirit, one of the world's heads again, Gu Chen was no longer surprised. The head spirit is an extremely special existence in the environment of the beginning of chaos. It has a special meaning to me, so Granny Shu and I have been searching for its whereabouts ever since we entered the chaotic mystic land. Granny Shu has a special method to find the head spirit. We finally found traces of the head spirit in the rift belt, but we didn't expect that we couldn't defeat its power. Chu Meixin's eyes were filled with reminiscence. That was only a few days ago. According to common sense, although the head spirit is strong in a world within a world that has just been formed, it shouldn't exceed what we can handle. However, who would have thought that the head spirit we met was stronger than we imagined? After fighting with it, it took over Granny Shu's body. I had no choice but to listen to it. So the thing that trapped us in the dream was the head spirit of this mystic land? Fatty Qian was extremely shocked. Chu Meixin nodded. That head spirit is too strong. Its cultivation has already reached the 9th heaven of the Tao pursuing realm. This doesn't conform to the laws of evolution of living beings in a sealed world within a world. It's not just it. There's also the head beast, the Worm King. Its strength has also subverted what we know. So many of us entered the chaotic mystic land with the intention of snatching the opportunities here. However, from the looks of it, the head beast and head spirit might not be plotting against us. They are like spiders that have already woven a web. They have been waiting for their prey to enter their world, fall into their web, and be completely devoured. Who would have thought that what was supposed to be a treasure land would turn out to be a deadly place? The natives who were supposed to perish in the looting were now preparing to destroy those who thought of themselves as advanced civilizations. If the head spirit and beast are so powerful, won't we all be finished? Qi clan's ancestor Xian said anxiously. Guchen was silent. He didn't have the confidence to defeat either of the two monsters. The situation is very unfavorable for us, but fortunately, there is still a chance. Chu Meixin's eyes lit up with a glimmer of hope. Young Master Chen, you came at the right time. The suggestion you and the head spirit created an opportunity for us. Gu Chen had some guesses. What is going on between the head spirit and the head beast? Chu Meixin smiled coldly. Young Master Chen, you have already seen the chaos golden lightning bamboo in the depths of the insect clan's nest. The head spirit wants that herb. It seems to be of great significance to it, but it has been occupied by the insect king for a long time. So, it was just lying to us when it said it would give us the herb? Fatty Qian was indignant. Of course, the head spirit just needs someone to help it restrain the insect king and its people, creating an opportunity for it to snatch the chaos golden lightning bamboo. Chu Meixin revealed the truth. Gu Chen pondered for a while and analyzed. This explains why the insect king doesn't leave the chaos golden lightning bamboo. It must be to prevent the head spirit from taking the opportunity to snatch it. The head spirit doesn't want to leave the canyon. It must be worried that something will happen to the chaos golden lightning bamboo. The two sides have fallen into a stalemate. At this time, the cultivators from the outside world came in and broke the balance. Fatty Qian frowned and asked. Since the insect king has already occupied the herb, why doesn't it eat it? Is it going to keep it for the new year? Gu Chen didn't understand this and looked at Chu Meixin. I don't know. After all, I have only been with the head spirit for a few days. The information I can get is limited. Chu Meixin shook her head. This is not the point. The point is that the head beast and the head spirit are in conflict. This is a good thing for us. Qi clan's ancestor Xian said excitedly. Everyone nodded. The head beast and the head spirit were so powerful that if they joined forces, they would be able to wipe out all the foreign cultivators in the secret land. But now that the relationship between the two sides was bad, the foreign cultivators had a chance. As the saying goes, when the crane and the clam fight, the fisherman benefits. Now that the insect king has old black tortoise, it will be even more difficult for the head spirit to get the first herb. That's why he asked for your help. According to young Master Chen's suggestion, if we can get the people from Lake Commandery to help us, I'll have a chance to save Granny Shu when the situation turns chaotic. Young Master Chen, you'll also have a chance to get the first herb. Chu Meixin told him the general idea of cooperation. That's what you say, but there are a lot of unstable factors. The Qi family's Xian ancestor shuddered at the thought of that scene. The head spirit and the head beast were going to fight, and the old black tortoise and the Thunder Commandery's troops were also going to fight. It was destined to be a reign of terror. Under such circumstances, no one could guarantee that they would be the final victor. There were too many uncontrollable factors. Gu Chen and Fatty Qian were also very clear about the dangers involved, and they seriously considered it. We can only follow the head spirit's plan. Not only to get the opportunity, but also to leave this place alive. Chu Meixin was a little worried that Gu Chen and the others would back out, so she emphasized again and again. Miss Chu, don't worry, I won't back out. Gu Chen smiled and added. Also, my real name is Gu Chen. Chu Meixin saw Gu Chen announce his name, and she inexplicably felt relieved. Are you using your real name this time? It's my real name. Gu Chen read it backwards, and that's how I got my alias, Chingu. Gu Chen explained. Chu Meixin nodded heavily. Gu Chen's real identity made her feel a lot more secure. She murmured the name a few times, and somehow felt that it was a little familiar, but she couldn't remember where she had heard it. The old black tortoise has the way to leave the secret land. It's very dangerous to fight our way out from the entrance, and it's not any less dangerous than going to the nest of the insects. Gu Chen looked at Fatty Qian and the Qi clan's ancestor. His words dispelled the last bit of hesitation in their hearts. Indeed, the entrance was probably already surrounded by the troops of the Xing County, and they had no better choice. Let's act according to the plan we discussed with the head spirit. We'll first win the alliance of the Thunder Commandery, and then we'll discuss the next step. Gu Chen looked around the three, and they all nodded. I understand your plan, but I'm afraid that Yang Fuwang of the Thunder Commandery won't be so easy to deal with. The ancestor of the Qi clan thought carefully and said, "In the eyes of the Thunder Commandery, the whole secret land of chaos belongs to them, and they have already firmly guarded the entrance. No matter what happens inside, they are already in an invincible position. Based on this situation, there's actually no need for them to get involved in the chaos inside the secret land. Besides, Yang Fuwang is arrogant and suspicious. If only the few of us go and discuss with him, even if we can provide him with information about the old black tortoise, he may not even care about us." The ancestor of the Qi clan knew much more about the Thunder Commandery than Gu Chen, and what he said was very reasonable. From the standpoint of the whole Thunder Commandery, there's indeed no need for them to get involved in the chaos, but no matter how powerful they are, how can they fight against the greed of others? Gu Chen thought for a while and said with a smile. "What do you mean?" The three of them were confused. "Don't ask too much about this. Let's split up." Gu Chen looked at the ancestor of the Qi clan, Daoist Qi. "The three of us can go and convince Yang Fuwang. I have another task for you." "Please tell me, my lord." The ancestor of the Qi clan said respectfully. "The old black tortoise failed to capture the chief beast. Of the cultivators who originally followed him, some survived, except for some who died. They are also very important combat power. Try to rope them in as much as possible. You can also appropriately reveal the matter of the first herb and the current situation of the old black tortoise." Gu Chen taught the ancestor of the Qi clan how to speak. The ancestor of the Qi clan understood what he meant and nodded repeatedly. "My lord, rest assured, I will do my best to complete this matter according to your instructions." "Very good, when the matter is almost done, we will gather not far from the canyon." Gu Chen told the approximate time and place of the gathering, and let the ancestor of the Qi clan leave alone. He went with Chu Meixin and Fatty Qian. "If only the three of us go, will that Yang Fuwang search us and rob us first? He won't even give us a chance to speak?" Fatty Qian said worriedly. He had heard that the lightning Fuwang Yang Yongxing was not very reasonable. "It's hard to say for others, but he will definitely give you face." Gu Chen smiled meaningfully. "Really? Since when did I have such a big face?" Although these words sounded very useful, Fatty Qian knew that he had never had any relationship with Yang Fuwang. "Let's go, you will know when we get there." On a towering mountain peak in the Primal Chaos secret land, Lightning Dharmaraja Yang Yongxing sat cross-legged on a huge rock on the cliff. There was a black ore in front of him. Lightning gathered in his palm. When he gently touched the ore in front of him, the surrounding magnetic field changed slightly. Sensing this change, the corners of Yang Fuwang's mouth curled up slightly. After being in the Primal Chaos secret land for so many days, he had gained a lot. When he stepped into the secret land, he had dozens of generals by his side. Later on, he had threatened and bribed them to win over many local big shots of the longevity realm. Not counting those who had died accidentally during missions, he now had a total of 80 Dao Querying Realm cultivators under him. The 80-man faction swept through the Primal Chaos secret land. Their efficiency in collecting treasures was not something others could compare to. Almost every day, they had shocking gains. The supreme-grade thunder magnet in his hand was a treasure that he had just obtained half a day ago. "With this thunder magnet stone, I can finally forge a better saber," Dharmaraja muttered to himself. He was in a good mood. He had a thunder saber. It was a treasure saber that had accompanied him for many years. A pity that it was not his Dao querying weapon. When he was young, he did not have a strong background. Therefore, when he was trying to break through to the Dao querying realm, he did not know the meaning of a Dao querying weapon. The thunder saber that he used was also made of ordinary materials. Over the years, as his cultivation level grew, he felt that the thunder saber could not meet his requirements. In the future, if he wanted to break through to the Dao querying realm, the thunder saber might even become a huge obstacle. Therefore, he had long wanted to forge a new treasure saber. Although it could not accompany him as he grew like a Dao querying weapon, it would still be good for the future. The thunder magnet that he had obtained half a day ago was an extremely suitable material to forge a treasure saber. When this secret land matter is over, the Lord will definitely reward me well. Coming to the old turtle's Xuanwu banquet was the right choice. Dharmaraja thought about the benefits he would receive now and was even happier. The Thunder Commandery army had sealed off the outside world. Even if there were treasures in the secret land that he had not obtained, they would fall into his hands sooner or later and become a part of his battle achievements. Whoosh, suddenly, a sharp whistling sound came from the horizon, interrupting Yang Fuwang's train of thought. He raised his head and saw 3 rainbows flying straight towards him. Someone else has come to surrender? Yang Fuwang's lips curled into a mocking smile as he signaled the generals beside him to intercept. Over the past few days, there were more or less big shots of the longevity realm who recognized the situation and chose to join them. However, to him, the later those who joined him, the more uncertain their original attitude was, the more he would neglect them. The 3 streaks of light soon arrived outside the mountain peak and were stopped by a general of the Thunder Commandery. "Who are you?" the general asked in a loud voice. The cultivators gathered on the mountaintop looked over as well. At that moment, only about half of the cultivators were there. The other half were still searching for treasures outside. Even though there were only half of them, there were still more than 40 people in this team. It was a strong and sturdy army. Qian Darong of the Qian clan requests an audience with La Qingyang. The 3 streaks of light turned into 2 men and 1 woman. Standing in front was a young fatty who had a harmless smile on his face. On his left and right stood an ordinary-looking young man in white and a beautiful woman with a sword case on her back. "Oh, it's fellow cultivator Qian. I've been looking forward to your arrival for a long time." Before the general in charge of questioning could speak, La Qingyang's laughter came from the mountain. "Please come in." The general immediately made way for Fatty Qian and the other 2 people respectfully. Sure enough, as Guchen said, I received a courteous reception. I didn't think that I would have such a glorious moment. Fatty Qian was overjoyed and flew straight to the mountaintop. Gu Chen and Chu Meixin followed behind him and landed together. As soon as they landed, they attracted a lot of attention. Previously at the Xuanwu banquet, because you saw through the old Xuanwu's plot and prevented La Qingyang from entering the wrong entrance, it can be said that you saved his life. Therefore, it is natural for him to treat you with courtesy. But looking at the situation, the Thunder Commandery is more powerful than I thought. Will they agree to cooperate with us? Chu Meixin pretended to casually glance at the cultivators present and transmitted her voice to Guchen worriedly. Before coming here, Guchen suggested to let Fatty Qian make the decision to cooperate with La Qingyang. She could understand that it was to make full use of the kindness between the 2 sides. However, as the Thunder Commandery's King of Lightning, what Yang Yongxing cared more about was profit. Guchen only said to let Fatty Qian negotiate, but did not tell him how to do it. Chu Meixin was a little worried that the unreliable Fatty Qian would mess things up. "No need to think too much, just wait and see." Guchen replied with 4 words. Like a follower of Fatty Qian, he quietly stood in the corner, appearing very inconspicuous. "Fellow Qian, I have not been able to thank you for saving my life before. Finally, you appeared." La Qingyang warmly greeted Fatty Qian. These words came from the bottom of his heart. In his opinion, if it was not for Fatty Qian who saw through the old Xuanwu's plot, he would have already been plotted against. Not only did he obtain a top-grade thunder magnet to forge a treasured blade, but he also obtained a huge amount of military merit. La Qingyang is too polite. That old tortoise tried to plot against everyone. How could I allow him to succeed? Fatty Qian already knew the ins and outs of the matter, so he said with a righteous expression. "Fellow Qian is chivalrous and loyal to my Thunder Commandery. If everyone in the longevity realm is like this, then I won't have to worry." La Qingyang was full of smiles. "I know why fellow Qian is here. Don't worry. You have made a great contribution this time. After we go out, I will definitely ask the Lord to give you the biggest reward." La Qingyang opened his mouth to give Fatty Qian treatment that others did not have, causing the big shots of the longevity realm to reveal a look of envy. According to the agreement after they surrendered to the Thunder Commandery, everything they obtained in the secret place had to be handed over. After they go out, they would be rewarded according to their contributions. Because this Fatty Qian saw through the old Xuanwu's plot, even if he obtained nothing in the secret place, he would definitely get the biggest reward after he went out. Under such circumstances, it was inevitable that the Qian family would become more prosperous. Before Fatty Qian could speak, La Qingyang had already finished speaking, causing Fatty Qian to be a little embarrassed. He looked at Gu Chen and coughed lightly. That, La Qingyang, actually, I came here because I have important information to tell you. What information? La Qingyang asked curiously. At the same time, his gaze swept past Gu Chen. Fatty Qian's small movements naturally could not be hidden from his eyes. I found the location of the old Xuanwu. I wonder if La Qingyang is interested? Fatty Qian said with a smile. He had given Fatty Qian full authority to negotiate. Firstly, it seemed like he had done Yang Fuwang a favor, so the relationship between the two sides would be more harmonious. Secondly, it was to test his ability. If Fatty Qian said that he wanted to cooperate with Lei Jun to snatch the first herb, it would actually be very unwise. It was obviously a better choice to start with the old black tortoise. I heard that the old tortoise suffered a great loss while trying to catch the head beast, and then disappeared. Do you know where he is? Yang Fuwang immediately said. He knew more information than Gu Chen and the others could imagine. Yes, we know where he is now. He is now in the nest of the head beast. Maybe he will succeed soon. Yang Fuwang, that guy plotted against us. He is really despicable. We can't let him succeed. Fatty Qian covered up all the information related to the head beast and the head spirit. Chu Meixin heard it and frowned slightly. Gu Chen also found it funny. This fatty wanted to trick Yang Fuwang. He was much more daring than he thought. Humph, so what if the old tortoise got the head beast? In the end, it will all be for nothing. Yang Fuwang smiled coldly. Fatty Qian knew that he was talking about the army of Lei Jun surrounding the outside world. He immediately lowered his voice and said mysteriously. Yang Fuwang, I heard that the old tortoise has some special way to leave the secret territory. I also heard that there are people outside who can help him. I heard about this. Isn't he using this to win people's hearts? Yang Fuwang's face was full of disdain. Lei Jun has already set up an inescapable net outside. I don't think he really has the ability to escape. Yang Fuwang's confident look made Fatty Qian stunned for a moment and somewhat speechless. He originally wanted to encourage Yang Fuwang to go to the nest of the insect race and help them without knowing the specific information. But from his tone, it seemed that he was not interested in catching the old black tortoise, nor was he worried that the head beast would be taken away. It seems that Lei Jun's arrangements in the outside world are more troublesome than I thought. Gu Chen noticed Yang Fuwang's confidence and his heart sank. Daoist Qian, it seems that you have a deep grudge with the old tortoise. Yang Fuwang looked at Fatty Qian with a faint smile. He seemed to be suspicious of his enthusiasm. To tell you the truth, I've offended that old tortoise after all. I'm afraid that he'll come after me. Only when he dies can I feel at ease. Fatty Qian smiled dryly. I understand your concern, but you don't have to worry. Once that old tortoise leaves this secret place, he will definitely die. Dharmaraja Yang patted his chest and guaranteed. Fatty Qian couldn't help but look at Gu Chen, he was at his wit's end. Who knew why Dharmaraja Yang was so confident? His plan to use the old black tortoise to dig a hole had all failed. Dharmaraja Yang, can I have a word with you? Gu Chen suddenly asked. Through the exchange between Fatty Qian and Yang Fuwang, he had gotten some of the information he wanted and understood Yang Fuwang's thoughts. It was time to enter the main topic. Who are you? Why haven't I seen it before? Yang Fuwang glanced at Gu Chen. His memory had always been good, but he couldn't remember seeing such a person at the Black Tortoise banquet. A person of unknown origin always made him more suspicious. Dharmaraja Yang, do you still remember the note from that day? Gu Chen smiled. Yang Fuwang's pupils suddenly shrank, so it was you. He couldn't help but re-examine Gu Chen and then waved his hand. Everyone, leave the top of the mountain. Without my permission, no one is allowed to come up. The generals of the Thunder Commandery and the big shots of the Longevity Realm who had surrendered left the top of the mountain, leaving only Yang Fuwang and Gu Chen. It seems that you have been in cahoots for a long time. Where did you come from? Yang Fuwang stared at Gu Chen and asked after everyone was gone. Fatty Qian had exposed the conspiracy of the old black tortoise and found out that Peng Fu, who was disguised as the Jin family's Xian ancestor. The person in front of him had also secretly reminded him that the old black tortoise and Peng Fu were conspiring. Therefore, his intuition told him that the whole thing was not simple. I am just a rogue cultivator who has a grudge against the old black tortoise. I have been secretly investigating him for a long time. Guchen replied with a smile. Yang Fuwang didn't believe this statement, but he was very curious about the real purpose of the other party's visit. If you have something to say, just say it. The old black tortoise is now in the nest of the Zerg race. The king of the Zerg race is the real leader of this secret place. The leader of the beast is extremely strong. The old black tortoise is now in a stalemate with it. Guchen spoke frankly with assurance. What he said about the Zerg king was true, but he concealed the existence of the old black tortoise and the leader spirit. This guy is making use of my lie just now to dig a deeper hole. Fatty Qian had a strange expression on his face. Oh, the leader of the beast in this secret place is that strong? That's good. If the two sides are in a life and death struggle, it will be easier for my Thunder Commandery to clean up after the matter. Yang Fuwang said disapprovingly. The problem is that the reason why the two sides are in a stalemate is because the leader of the herb is hidden in the nest of the Zerg king. The old black tortoise wants to snatch it. The name of the herb seems to be Chaotic Golden Thunder Bamboo. Guchen continued calmly. His words were still half true and half false. Chaotic Golden Thunder Bamboo? The first herb of the thunder attribute? Yang Fuwang's expression immediately changed. A trace of fanaticism appeared in his eyes. Chu Meixin, who was at the side, suddenly understood why Guchen said that no matter how strong a force was, it would not be able to resist the greed of others. The Chaotic Golden Thunder Bamboo was the first herb of the thunder attribute. To Yang Fuwang, who cultivated the origin of thunder, its value was 10 times higher than that of others. This guy and Fatty Qian are indeed jackals of the same tribe. They purposely hid important information in order to trap Yang Fuwang. No, he is even more cunning than Fatty Qian. He purposely told some half-true and half-false information on the basis of Fatty Qian's lies so that Yang Fuwang would fall into the trap step by step. Chu Meixin thought to herself. She now had a better understanding of the depth of Guchen's scheming. The old black tortoise and the Zerg king are in a stalemate now. If this continues, it is very likely that both sides will suffer. If there is a third party at this time, the chances of victory are very high. Guchen looked at Yang Fuwang's excited expression and continued. Yang Fuwang's expression began to change. According to his original thoughts, it did not matter if the old black tortoise jumped around in this secret place. After all, he would not be able to escape after this and would have to spit out everything he snatched. However, the situation was different now. In order to ensure that the treasures in the secret place would not fall into the hands of others, the Thunder Dao Lord had already arranged for the other two Law Kings to come to the Longevity Realm to oversee the army and completely seal off all the star paths near the Star Sea Forest. Because of this situation, he was certain that the old black tortoise would not be able to escape. There was no need for him to spend any effort to compete with him. After all, the other party's strength was higher than his. It would be too late to regret it if he was careless. However, now that he knew that the first herb in this secret place was of the thunder attribute, he did not want the old black tortoise to escape. One had to know that once the old black tortoise escaped with the first herb, even if the greatest battle credit was still his, how could the other two Law Kings give him the first herb? At that time, the first herb would probably fly away and he would only be able to obtain battle credit. However, no matter how much battle credit he had, how could it be exchanged for such a priceless treasure? The first herb was hard to come by, and the first herb with the lightning attribute was even harder to come by. Guchen understood people's hearts. The words Chaotic Golden Lightning Bamboo had already made Yang Fuwang give up his original plan of taking a risk. Fortune comes from danger. This has always been the case since ancient times. Thank you for providing me with such important information. Looks like I have to make a trip to the Zerg nest. Yang Fuwang's eyes flashed after some thought. Fatty Qian's face lit up, and Chu Meixin heaved a sigh of relief. Things had gone smoother than expected. They had finally gotten the people from Lake County on board. Now, can the three of you please tell me the location of the Zerg nest? Dharmaraja Yang clapped his hands, and many generals of the Thunder Commandery at the foot of the mountain immediately came up and surrounded Guchen and the other two. The atmosphere was obviously not right. Guchen squinted his eyes and replied. We will personally bring Yang Fuwang to the location of the Zerg nest. You just need to tell me the location. You don't have to worry about anything else. Just wait for my news. Yang Fuwang looked at Guchen coldly, and his words were a little unquestionable. Yang Fuwang, what do you mean by this? We are here to cooperate with you. Fatty Qian could tell that Yang Fuwang had the intention to imprison the three of them. Cooperate? Yang Fuwang smiled faintly. The so-called cooperation must be based on the fact that both parties are equal in strength. Just the three of you, what right do you have to talk to me about cooperation? This arrogant tone made Fatty Qian's face turn red. He did not expect Yang Fuwang to suddenly turn hostile. We have provided you with such important information. Moreover, we have saved your life previously. How can you treat us like this? Fatty Qian said angrily. If you hadn't done me a favor, why would I have talked to you for so long? Yang Fuwang's expression turned impatient. I will remember your kindness, including the information you provided. When the matter is over, I will naturally reward you accordingly. But if you want to cooperate with me, aren't you too naive? Yang Fuwang glanced at his men and said arrogantly. I currently have a total of 80 Dao Querying Realm cultivators under me. Let me ask you, with just the three of you, what right do you have to talk about cooperation with me? Don't tell me you think that by giving me information, I'll split the loot with you 50-50? You're burning the bridge after crossing the river? Chu Meixin's pretty face turned ugly. Yang Fuwang was more realistic and worldly than she had imagined. He didn't even know the location of the Zerg's nest, but he had already laid his cards on the table. This was a sign of extreme confidence in his own strength. In other words, even if he knew it was extortion, he was sure that the three of them would not dare to disobey. Before Chu Meixin came here, she had long been worried that the Martial World Conference in the Thunder Commandery would bring haste to the cooperation. Now that it was confirmed, she was burning with anxiety. If the three of them could not enter the trap, how could she find a chance to save Granny Shu? She couldn't help but look at Guchen. What should he do now? Guchen looked calm, not angry like Fatty Qian, nor anxious like Chu Meixin. Yang Fuwang might burn the bridge after getting the information, but Guchen had already prepared for it. In fact, this was more to his liking. If Yang Fuwang was open and aboveboard, he would feel guilty for hiding important information to trick him. The cultivation world had always been like this. It was hard to find good people. Guchen sighed, but a calm smile appeared on his face. Yang Fuwang, do you think that the three of us are not qualified to cooperate with you? Do I need to say more about this? Yang Fuwang looked at Guchen arrogantly. Among the three young people, he had only seen Fatty Qian fight. At that time, his eyesight to expose Peng Fu and Old Black Tortoise was indeed extraordinary. However, that did not represent strength. In his opinion, Fatty Qian's strength would not be that strong. As for the person in front of him, he had never seen him before. Although he had secretly given him a note, considering that he was so young, how strong could he be? He was a high-ranking official of the Thunder Commandery. 3 inexperienced brats might not even be able to defeat his subordinates. It was simply wishful thinking to talk about a fair cooperation with him. It seems that we have indeed been looked down upon by Yang Fuwang. In this case, why don't I ask Yang Fuwang for advice? Guchen said calmly. As soon as he said this, the surrounding generals of the Thunder Commandery were stunned, wondering if their ears were playing tricks on them. You don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. You want to challenge Yang Fuwang? Presumptuous. What qualifications do you have to make Yang Fuwang fight? If you have the ability, go through me first. Several generals of the Thunder Commandery came back to their senses and scolded. Yang Fuwang looked at Guchen with some surprise and sneered. If you want to prove that you can do it, I have so many people here. You can choose anyone to challenge. As for me, you are not qualified. Guchen smiled and turned to look at Fatty Qian. Fatty, can you stop the 5 generals of the Thunder Commandery for me? Fatty Qian was already infuriated by the blatant disdain. At this moment, he laughed coldly. Of course, no problem. In the next moment, his eyes turned into ripples. The strange power of dream seeped out and enveloped the 5 generals who were the most arrogant just now. Fatty Qian was originally at the 5th sky of Dao Querying. His strength was second to none in the longevity realm. It was just that he had been hiding his true strength for a long time. Now, in order to prove that he had the strength to cooperate with Yang Fuwang on equal terms, he no longer hid his strength. The Tao of Dreams was a very rare and strange source of power. It was so rare that everyone knew too little about it. Because they knew too little about it, it was easy to fall for it. The 5 generals of the Thunder Commandery were enveloped by Fatty Qian's Tao technique. Very quickly, their eyelids became heavy and they fainted. Some of them even started snoring. Under such circumstances, such behavior was absurd. Yang Fuwang frowned and scolded them. "What the hell are the 5 of you doing?" However, his scolding did not disturb the 5 of them. On the contrary, a scene that made everyone dumbfounded appeared. The faces of the 5 generals of the Thunder Commandery gradually turned red in their sleep. One by one, they took off their armors with an anxious look on their faces. The big shots of the longevity realm looked as if they had seen a ghost. Chu Meixin secretly cursed them for being hooligans. The corner of Gu Chen's mouth also twitched slightly. Could it be that Fatty Qian's Tao technique of entering dreams could not be used in other ways? Stop right now. Yang Fuwang could no longer maintain his composure. Seeing that the generals of the Thunder Commandery were about to hug each other, he hurriedly shouted at Fatty Qian. His subordinates had done such a despicable thing in front of so many people. If this news were to spread, how would he, Yang Yongxing, be able to continue living? Fatty Qian chuckled and the ripples in his eyes disappeared. The Tao technique of entering dreams was dispelled. Yang Fuwang, can I ask you for advice now? Gu Chen stood with his hands behind his back and continued the previous topic. It was meaningless for Fatty Qian to defeat a few generals of Thunder Commandery. After all, Yang Fuwang had too many people. Only by making Yang Fuwang feel fearful in a certain aspect could he put away those unnecessary thoughts and focus his energy on cooperation. Humph, you want to humiliate yourself? I can grant you your wish. Yang Fuwang said angrily. He did not want to fight with the person in front of him, but he was afraid that Fatty Qian would continue to make him lose face. Therefore, he had to teach him a lesson. It was also good to fight and regain his face. Otherwise, when the big shots of the longevity world left the secret place, he did not know what to say to others. It is easy to hurt the harmony if we fight. Why don't Yang Fuwang choose a field and we can spar? Seeing that Yang Fuwang agreed, Gu Chen suggested. After hearing this, the big shots of the longevity world shook their heads. They felt that this young man, whom they had never met before, was putting on an act. The generals of Thunder Commandery expressed their opinions even more clearly. It is easy to hurt the harmony if we fight? Do you think you have the ability to make Yang Fuwang fight seriously? What do you mean by choosing a field? I think you are afraid that if you fight directly, you will be beaten to a pulp by Lord Yang. Yang Fuwang was also disdainful of Gu Chen's words and said coldly. You can choose how you want to fight. Gu Chen smiled and looked at the generals of Thunder Commandery who were sneering at him. I wonder which field Yang Fuwang is the best in. Yang Fuwang's eyes darkened. This kid seemed to be deliberately provoking him. Where did he get his confidence from? Of course. Our Lord Yang has always been known as the best in the field of speed. When Master Yang used his lightning swiftness shocking thunder Tao technique, before you could even see him clearly, his head was gone. Several generals of Thunder Commandery said immediately. They were attacking Gu Chen and taking the opportunity to compliment Yang Fuwang. Is it speed that he is good at? Gu Chen squinted his eyes. The reason why he asked these questions was that he wanted to take the opportunity to figure out Yang Yongxing's strength. In the following trip to the Rift Valley, there would be a complicated mix of forces. If he wanted to be the final winner, he had to figure out the general strength of each party. As long as there was a slight miscalculation in one aspect, he could become someone else's wedding dress, and even his life might be in danger. That was why he had purposely picked Dharmaraja Yang's area of expertise to spar with him. On one hand, it was to intimidate him, and on the other hand, it was to probe him. Alright then, I'll ask Dharmaraja Yang about his speed, Gu Chen said. Hearing this, the general of the Thunder Commandery who had just spoken was dumbfounded. He wondered if Gu Chen had gone mad. The veins on Dharmaraja Yang's forehead bulged. This little brat was indeed deliberately provoking him. You better think this through. I might not be able to control my strength once the lightning speed thunderbolt is activated. Don't blame me if you get seriously injured. Yang Fuwang said sinisterly. Dharmaraja Yang, please make your move. Guchen nonchalantly gestured for him to make his move. Yang Dharma King was truly enraged. He waved his hand and the surrounding cultivators backed away, creating a large space for Chen Feng. Guchen stood calmly 10 zhang away from him, his face full of curiosity. Yang Yongxing is of the 8th tier of the Dao Querying Realm. I've heard of his lightning speed thunderbolt Dao technique. It's said to be extremely terrifying. Guchen is really too confident. Chu Meixin and Fatty Qian retreated together, looking at the two who were confronting each other. She said worriedly. Don't worry. Although I haven't known that kid for long, I know that he won't do something he's not confident in. Fatty Qian pursed his lips. He was not worried about whether Guchen could win. Instead, he felt that this guy was purposely trying to show off in front of the great beauty Chu. Dharmaraja Yang looked coldly at Guchen. He shook his arms slightly, and purple lightning began to appear on his bronze-colored skin. Crackle, young Dharmaraja Yang's entire body was flowing at high speed. His hair stood up quickly, and his body gradually emitted an extremely dangerous aura. Guchen's eyes slowly turned a deep purple. He could see the changes in his opponent's body clearly. Under Yang Fuwang's control, the origin of thunder within his body did not release any thunder power. Instead, it accumulated in every inch of his flesh and blood. Under the stimulation of the lightning source, his muscles actually began to vibrate at a strange high frequency. In Guchen's eyes, his entire body seemed to have transformed into electricity, entangling into an explosive force. I'll give you a chance to make the first move. If you can catch me, I'll agree to cooperate with you. In his lightning speed thunderbolt state, Yang Dharmaraja's hair stood up like a porcupine's. He looked at Guchen defiantly. Alright, it's a deal. Guchen smiled slightly and raised his left hand. Wang, a black vortex suddenly appeared behind Yang Dharmaraja. Guchen summoned his black hole, determined to catch his opponent quickly. Shua, Yang Dharmaraja's figure disappeared in a flash of lightning, and the black hole missed. In the next instant, Yang Dharmaraja appeared above Guchen. He looked at the rapidly closing black hole suspiciously. What kind of Dao technique is this? It looks strange. A pity that its speed is not as fast as mine. He could sense the hidden threat of the black hole, but he had absolute confidence in his own speed. Even a black hole can't catch me. Using the lightning source to stimulate one's body can actually produce such frightening speed? Guchen's eyes shone with a strange light. He had seen through the essence of the lightning speed Dao technique, but he was very surprised by its effects. Ever since he had mastered the black hole scroll, he had gained the extreme speed of a black hole. He could traverse the stars in a very short time, and few could beat him in speed. What was a black hole? It was an existence that could swallow light. But right now, it could not keep up with Yang Yongxing's lightning movement technique? No, it's not that the black hole's speed is not as fast as the lightning speed thunderbolt. In terms of long-distance teleportation, the lightning speed thunderbolt cannot compare at all. The problem lies with me. Opening and closing the black hole takes time, and this is closely linked to my reaction speed. If I do not react fast enough, the time it takes for the black hole to open will be extended. But the lightning speed thunderbolt is different. It uses the body to withstand the electric current, forcefully exceeding the limits of one's ability to move, and uses instinct to replace one's reaction speed. In a fight between experts, the slightest difference in speed can make a world of difference. This guy's Dao technique is indeed extraordinary. With the help of the deep-sea purple eyes, Guchen was able to clearly dissect the Dao technique that Yang Dharmaraja was so proud of. He was inexplicably excited. He had mastered the natural source, and could naturally learn lightning Dao techniques as well. This lightning speed thunderbolt Dao technique could make up for some of his shortcomings in terms of speed. Let me see where the limits of this Dao technique lie. Guchen raised his head and looked at Yang Dharmaraja. He reached out with both hands, frantically summoning the black hole. Above the mountain, black holes appeared one after another, emitting an aura that could devour the sky. Although it could not catch Yang Fuwang's lightning, every time it appeared, sand and stones flew and space was cut off. The late commandery generals who originally thought this was a battle of great disparity turned serious. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that although Yang Fuwang was faster, the situation had become even. This was the first time Guchen opened and closed a black hole so quickly. He was stimulated by Yang Fuwang's speed. He wanted to know how fast his reaction speed could be. Shwa, another black hole brushed past Yang Fuwang. The black hole released a strong suction force. Yang Fuwang had already avoided the magnetic field before the suction force arrived. This kid's strength is much stronger than I imagined. What kind of origin does he cultivate? If I was a bit slower, I would have embarrassed myself. Yang Fuwang was very surprised. He kept increasing his speed. It had been a long time since he was forced to such an extent in a blitzkrieg. Fortunately, I have the upper hand. If this continues, he will definitely be exhausted. While surprised, Yang Fuwang was secretly glad that he was the winner of this battle. If this goes on, Guchen will lose. Chu Meixin frowned as she watched this high-speed battle. This Yang Fuwang is not simple. Fatty Qian's face was full of fear. Although his dream Dao was special, against an expert like Yang Fuwang, he would not have time to play any tricks and would be taken down by his opponent. In the world of martial arts, speed was the only thing that could not be defeated. When a person had the right to speak in terms of speed, the destructive power that could be brought was unimaginable. The stalemate only lasted for a short while. Both sides had exchanged many blows, but Guchen still could not catch Yang Fuwang. The frequent opening and closing of the black hole consumed a lot of Guchen's mental energy. His speed finally dropped. Looks like you can't hold on anymore. Let's end the battle. Seeing this, Yang Fuwang suddenly teleported to the sky above Guchen and struck down with his palm. Law-breaking lightning, boom, a bolt of lightning tore through the sky and struck down, turning the top of the mountain into a piece of scorched earth. All the cultivators hurriedly dodged, but their eyes never left the center of the lightning. The battle is over. As the lightning retreated, everyone saw 3 black holes appear around the unassuming young man in white. They actually swallowed all the lightning, leaving the young man in white unscathed. 3 black holes can appear at the same time? Yang Fuwang's expression turned ugly. Previously, he had constantly dodged the black holes, and the black holes disappeared as soon as they appeared. He had assumed that the other party's Dao technique was like this, and that it was impossible to have more than 1 black hole at the same time. Yet now, 3 of them appeared around his opponent at the same time, breaking the original rules. Since he could summon so many black holes at the same time and surround him, the chances of capturing him should be greatly increased. Why didn't he do so? Was he teasing me on purpose? The more Yang Fuwang thought about it, the more he felt that this was the case. The anger on his face gradually increased. In fact, he had misunderstood Guchen. Guchen could indeed summon multiple black holes at the same time, but that would weaken the power. To capture the 8th Heaven Dao querying stage Yang Fuwang, only the gravitational field of a single black hole was enough. Kid, besides this move, don't you have any other skills? Dharmaraja Yang roared. In an instant, the sky became covered in dark clouds. Endless lightning turned into a dragon and pounced down. Rumble. Rumble, the entire mountain was razed to the ground. In his rage, he was like a god of lightning that could destroy the world. All the cultivators hurriedly fled from this place. Guchen was cloaked in the light of the sun, moon, and stars. He calmly dodged the tens of thousands of lightning bolts. Both sides had switched positions. That won't do. We agreed that as long as I can capture you, Yang Fuwang, we will work together. Guchen shook his head. Then try and catch me. My lightning at lightning strike can be even faster. Yang Fuwang's voice boomed like thunder. He was already hidden in the thunderclouds above. Although he appeared violent, he was not stupid. With the cover of the thunderclouds, even if multiple black holes appeared at the same time, he was confident that he could evade them all. I've seen Yang Fuwang's strength. Now, it's time for me to show you mine. Guchen laughed casually in the thunderstorm. A pair of bright silver wings appeared behind him, instantly connecting to the vast and mysterious space. Speed was a movement in space and time. When someone controlled space and time, they naturally had the fastest speed in the world. Guchen did not just rely on the speed of the black holes. When the wings of time appeared, his speed was the fastest. Whoosh. The wings of time flapped, and Guchen instantly entered the thunderclouds. He was 30 feet away from Yang Fuwang. Yang Fuwang felt an inexplicable sense of danger. He looked at Guchen in shock. Guchen's figure in front of him was distorted by the power of space and time. He could not see his face clearly. Yang Fuwang, can you escape this time? The corners of Guchen's mouth curled up. The vast power of time spread out, and the surrounding space became as heavy as lead. Yang Fuwang immediately used lightning speed, but he felt that his speed was affected. The surrounding space and time were repelling him. Is this the power of the old black tortoise's slow essence? He asked in shock. No, this is a level higher than his, the power of the space-time essence, Guchen said calmly. Humph. Yang Fuwang's body surged with electricity. He forcefully broke through the shackles of space and moved away at top speed. You're bragging. Your ability is no match for the old black tortoise. Yang Fuwang sneered. If the old black tortoise had used that slow Dao technique, he would have been greatly affected. But Guchen had only shackled space, and the effect on him was much smaller. The old black tortoise's essence is indeed unique. I can't completely slow down your body like he can. Even your thoughts have slowed down. Guchen admitted. He was not putting on an act. The old black tortoise's slow essence was a very special power. Although he could see that it was a branch of the space-time essence, he could not understand its profoundness. In addition, his space-time essence was only at the second tier of Dao querying realm. It was impossible for him to restrict the movement of a large group of Dao querying realm experts like the old black tortoise had done. Since you can't do it, how dare you say that your power is higher than his? Yang Fuwang mocked. However, he was panicking inside. Although the other party's space-time Dao technique did not affect his speed much, if it was used with the black hole that appeared and disappeared mysteriously, it would not be difficult to catch him. If the outcome was decided according to what he said at the start, he would have already lost. He regretted underestimating his opponent. He should have made rules that were fairer to him. Although my ability is not as good as the old black tortoise's, I naturally have areas where I am above him. Since I have chosen to work with you, I will let you see. Guchen was not angry, and his lips curled up. Wang, what's going on? Yang Fuwang's face was filled with uncertainty. I've already caught you. Guchen looked at him calmly. He had not only sealed space just now, but he had also used a time cycle Dao technique. Once the time cycle Dao technique was used, it was useless no matter how fast Yang Fuwang was. He was already trapped in this space-time. What do you mean? Yang Fuwang's eyes darkened. His body turned into lightning and he broke out a few times. But no matter which direction he broke out in, he would reappear in the same spot. Dual powers of time and space? Yang Fuwang finally understood the essence of Guchen's power. His face was filled with disbelief. Space-time is one. Guchen answered casually and raised his left hand. A black hole appeared behind Yang Fuwang. Yang Fuwang did not dodge, a bitter smile on his lips. He was trapped in space-time. There was no way he could escape the pursuit of this black hole. He had lost. The speed he was so proud of could no longer be proud in front of the other party's terrifying space-time origin. I'm afraid there are few in the Chaos Sea who have cultivated such an origin. You should not be a nobody. Yang Fuwang admitted defeat and looked at Guchen with fear. Fuwang, you only need to understand that I am your ally now. With me holding him back, that old turtle should not be so difficult to deal with, right? Guchen avoided the sensitive topic and smiled slightly. Yang Fuwang nodded. This was the first time he had treated Guchen's proposal as an equal. Before participating in the Xuanwu banquet, he had always thought that the old Xuanwu was at the 8th tier of the Dao querying realm and was on par with him. But after the conspiracy was exposed, the old Xuanwu revealed his true form. His strength had actually reached the 9th tier of the Dao querying realm, which put a lot of pressure on him. The slowness origin was strange and troublesome to begin with. Coupled with the old Xuanwu's higher cultivation, Yang Fuwang knew that it would be difficult for him to defeat him. That was why he had deliberately avoided conflict. Otherwise, given his temper, he would definitely choose to kill the old Xuanwu first in this secret place before slowly plundering everything here. Guchen's space-time origin had given him a pleasant surprise. With such a powerful ability, the old Xuanwu's slowness power was no longer so terrifying. If everything was as the other party had said, and the old Xuanwu was in a stalemate with the head beast in this secret place, then his chances of obtaining the chaotic golden lightning bamboo would be even greater. Yang Fuwang knew very well that this person might have other intentions. He probably just wanted to use him. Yang Fuwang was very clear that this person might have other intentions. But if he wanted to use him, wasn't he as well? Even if the other party managed to snatch it in the end, did he have the ability to escape from this longevity realm? No matter how Dharmaraja thought about it, this cooperation was more beneficial to him. Gradually, his expression became amiable. "May I know your esteemed name?" His tone became polite. "Chen Gugu." "Chen On." "On." "On, Chen on Ion on," I said. I Chen On. "On." "Fellow Taoist Chen, I'm willing to work with you. Let's go down and talk." As Yang Fuwang spoke, the electric current on his body disappeared, and his standing hair fell down again. Guchen also undid the time loop, and the black hole disappeared. The two of them landed on the ground together. Because the final and crucial battle took place in the thunderclouds, most of the cultivators were unable to determine the outcome. Now that the two of them returned calmly, talking and laughing, they were all dumbfounded. "Looks like we've reached a deal." Fatty Qian did not see the final battle in the thunderclouds, but seeing Yang Fuwang's completely different attitude, he was greatly relieved. "That guy, don't tell me, the only abnormal one was Chu Meixin." Two small sword shadows were slowly disappearing from her eyes. It seemed as if she had seen the last part of the fight. She tried her best to hide it, but she still couldn't hide the shock on her face. Dharmaraja Yang formally introduced Guchen in front of his subordinates and confirmed the cooperation between them. Seeing that they had reached an agreement, everyone began to fantasize about the outcome of the previous battle, but no one had the courage to ask. "Next, we will enter the insectoid nest together. I hope we can work together and help each other." Guchen showed a harmless smile to the generals of Thunder Commandery and explained the next specific plan. Fatty Qian secretly rolled his eyes and muttered to himself. "This guy's heart is even blacker than mine." Yang Yongxing thought he could backstab him, but I'm afraid he's going to fail this time. After explaining the plan, Guchen and the other two stayed where they were and waited. Many of Dharmaraja Yang's subordinates were still outside, and it would take some time to gather them back before they went to the insectoid nest together. Guchen was not in a hurry. He randomly found a place to sit down and quietly meditated while waiting. He was thinking about the next step of the plan in his mind. The trip to the Rift Valley needed to be more careful. Chu Meixin came to Guchen's side and sat beside him, deliberately staying close to him. This unusual action attracted Guchen's attention. Guchen opened his eyes and looked at her pretty face. "The youngest general of Tian Fa in Xing Commandery. Am I right?" Chu Meixin used her divine sense and looked at Guchen with fear in her eyes. That was the look in her eyes that hadn't appeared since she chose to be honest with him. Seeing this, Guchen was silent for a while. He didn't expect that Chu Meixin could guess his identity. It was really unexpected. She didn't mention this before she met Dharmaraja Yang. So, did she find out his identity through the previous practice? Guchen couldn't help thinking about how his attack just now had exposed his identity, but he couldn't figure it out. The number of times he, the general of Tian Fa, fought in front of others could be counted on one hand, and there were only a few people in Xing Commandery who had seen him fight. Chu Meixin was not from Xing Commandery. How could she see through his identity so quickly? "I did hide my identity, but Miss Chu, you did the same, right? You are not from an ordinary force." Guchen also used his divine sense after a moment of silence. The identity of the general of Tian Fa in Xing Commandery was indeed suspicious, but Chu Meixin's background was not simple either. Both of them were mentally prepared for this. If she was restrained because of this, Guchen would feel a bit disappointed. "You told me your real name, which means you're not worried that I'll find out your identity as the general of Tian Fa in Xing Commandery. You really want to cooperate with me?" Chu Meixin looked at Guchen and said. "Since Miss Chu can see through it, what are you afraid of?" Guchen looked at her carefully. Chu Meixin's expression became a bit strange. "What I'm afraid of is your other identity after you take off the disguise of the general of Tian Fa in Xing Commandery." Do you really want to work for Xing Commandery? Gu Chen's pupils suddenly shrank. What did Chu Meixin see through? It was true that he never wanted to work for Xing Commandery, but he had done enough on the surface. Many senior officials in Xing Commandery never doubted this. How could Chu Meixin, who was just a stranger to him, see through his disloyalty from the practice just now? What do you mean? Gu Chen's expression became serious. This woman was more complicated than he had imagined. What's the relationship between Lord Daoist Li Wuwei and you? Dao Lord Li Wuwei? Gu Chen's eyes were filled with confusion. He didn't know what Chu Meixin was talking about. He had never heard of this name before. His expression was clearly captured by Chu Meixin. She pondered and calmly said. In the spar just now, Dharmaraja Yang thought that you had only mastered spacetime powers, but in fact, you're far more than that, right? Gu Chen fell silent. As expected, this Miss Chu had clearly seen the course of the battle. Her eyes were sharper than he had imagined. Previously at the Qi family, in order to teach the untrustworthy Qi family a lesson, you used many Dao techniques related to the 5 elements. Although you purposely created a white fog to confuse our vision, Granny Shu and I still managed to see some clues. So many Dao techniques of the 5 elements, that strange white fog, that black vortex from before, and the power of time and space. How can one person possess so many types of power at the same time? Chu Meixin's eyes revealed a look of reminiscence. The only thing that can explain this is that the origin you cultivate is extremely special. You have the nature origin, right? A ripple appeared in Gu Chen's heart. Chu Meixin was wrong. The spacetime origin and the nature origin were independent of each other. The black hole was not the power of the nature origin. However, being able to recognize this origin was already not simple. He had only managed to condense the nature essence on the basis of Dao Lord Whitebone's 3 Daoist techniques. The difficulty of condensing it was extremely high, and if it wasn't for the extreme deduction of the great Dao brought about by the soul essence, he might never have been able to comprehend the profound principles within. It was too extraordinary and rare, and could almost be considered one of a kind. Although the soul origin and spacetime origin in the Chaos Sea were rare, it was not as if no one had successfully cultivated them in the past. As for the nature origin, according to Gu Chen's understanding ever since he stepped into the Chaos Sea, everything about it was a blank slate. There were almost no records of this origin source, but Chu Meixin was able to say it out loud. What did that mean? Gu Chen thought of Li Wuwei, the Dao Lord she had mentioned. The image of Dao Lord Whitebone lingered in his mind. Li Wuwei once used the essence of nature to intimidate the rulers of 100 counties. That was his unique power in the world. Unfortunately, rumor has it that his power cannot be replicated. There are also rumors that before he disappeared, he was working hard on the inheritance method. Chu Meixin murmured. The ripples in Gu Chen's heart grew even more intense. What Chu Meixin said was shockingly similar to some of the information that he had captured when he received the 3 secret techniques of Dao Lord Whitebone. Was Dao Monarch Whitebones the Li Wuwei that Chu Meixin mentioned? Gu Chen was almost certain in his heart as he blurted out. How much do you know about this Li Dao Jun? Where did you learn all of this? Chu Meixin saw the urgency in Gu Chen's eyes, and combined with his previous confusion, she had a rough judgment in her heart. So he didn't know everything? If that's the case, he's not as scary as I thought. Chu Meixin's original fear had disappeared a lot. She glanced at the generals of the Thunder Commandery not far away. Let's discuss this Dao Lord Li Wuwei after we leave the Primal Chaos region. Trust me, I have the information you want. She refused to answer Gu Chen's doubts. Gu Chen understood what she meant and quickly restrained his curiosity. Now that the trip to the Chasm Valley was just around the corner, it was not appropriate for him to focus on other things. He could tell that Chu Meixin wanted him to pay more attention to Granny Shu, but he also understood that it was normal. If they could trust each other and walk out of the Primal Chaos region alive, she would be willing to share this important secret with him. Gu Chen knew that this must be a secret. Because he had learned about the existence of the origin of nature in the Xing Commandery, but there were no records about it. Since Li Dao Jun used to be the ruler of 100 commanderies, why didn't he leave any records about it? Obviously, there were many secrets involved, and it was not something that ordinary people could know. Moreover, Chu Meixin only knew that he had the origin of nature. How could she be so sure that he had ulterior motives for the Xing commandery? The past that was involved was even more thought-provoking. I understand what you mean. Let's put this aside for now. When everything is settled, I will ask you about it. Gu Chen said indifferently, completely suppressing this matter in his heart. After half a day, all the cultivators from the Thunder Commandery returned. There were 80 of them, which was more than what Gu Chen had expected. After the 80 people gathered, Gu Chen led the way and the group headed to the Chasm Valley. On the way, Gu Chen asked Chu Meixin to inform Granny Shu of the whole plan in advance. He asked her not to act rashly before the people from the Thunder Commandery attacked the nest of the Zergs, let alone appear in front of them. Gu Chen had concealed the existence of the head spirit from Yang Fuwang. If she appeared, it was hard to say whether Yang Fuwang would withdraw his troops out of suspicion. Doing so was undoubtedly playing with fire, but Gu Chen was sure that the head spirit would accept his conditions. What she wanted was more people to attract the attention of the Zerg King so that she could get the first medicine. If this was the case, why would she care if Yang Fuwang and the others knew about her existence if she did not want to cooperate with them? Gu Chen's judgment was very accurate. Before they reached the outside of the Chasm Valley, Chu Meixin received a reply from Granny Shu. She agreed. Gu Chen was greatly relieved that this troublesome person was willing to do as he said. In this way, things could finally be carried out in an orderly manner. At the agreed place outside the Chasm Valley, Gu Chen met the Qi clan's Xianxia. He was very efficient. According to Gu Chen's instructions, he successfully brought back 10 cultivators from the Longevity Realm who had originally sought refuge with the Old Black Tortoise. After the disappearance of the Old Black Tortoise, they had no backing. After hearing the rumors about the first medicine, they agreed to come here. Gu Chen looked at the 10 cultivators from the Longevity Realm with satisfaction. The fact that they could escape from the tide of the Zerg King had already proved their strength. Thinking of the countless number of silver beetles in the Chasm Valley, Gu Chen felt that the more helpers he had, the better. The cultivators from all sides gathered together. Except for those who were already dead and the Old Black Tortoise, almost all the people from the Xuanwu banquet were present. There were a total of more than 100 people. Yang Fuwang suggested that they take a short rest and attack the Zerg King's nest tomorrow morning. Gu Chen looked at him with deep meaning and accepted his suggestion. That night, while everyone was adjusting their state, a few generals from the Thunder Commandery quietly found the 10 people brought back by the Qi clan's Xianxia. Both sides quickly reached some kind of agreement. In the middle of the night, Fatty Qian, the Qi clan's Xianxia, and Chu Meixin quietly came to Gu Chen. Qi clan's ancestor looked sullen. Gu Chen had asked him to win over these people. He had won them over, but he did not expect that Lei County would do something behind their backs. This made him feel that he was not doing his job well. He could not even lift his head in front of Gu Chen. Yang Dharmaraja is really insidious. No wonder he wants to attack tomorrow. He wants to instigate our people. Fatty Qian was also indignant. Is it any different for us if these people join Lei County? Gu Chen just smiled, as if he did not care. Is there no difference? Now there are only 4 of us left. Fatty Qian and Qi clan's ancestor were confused. Only Chu Meixin frowned slightly. She seemed to understand what Gu Chen meant. Gu Chen did not keep them guessing. He smiled and said to the 3 people in front of him. Those 10 people are originally fence-sitters. They were attracted by the benefits. I never expected them to be our companions. In the beginning, there were only 4 of us. In that case, why did you ask me to find them? Qi clan's ancestor was puzzled. First, the number of Zergs in the canyon is extremely shocking. It is always good to have more people. Second, I expected that Yang Dharmaraja would not easily believe us. If he instigates our people to join him, he will be more relieved. Third, these people did not join Lei County at first, but now they have joined us. On the surface, it seems that they have nowhere to go. But if there is really an opportunity in the canyon, I am afraid they will not stay still. Since we want to fish in troubled waters, the more complicated the water, the better. The more we look weak, the less likely it is to attract attention. Gu Chen explained in detail. It was a plan to kill 3 birds with 1 stone. Fatty Qian and Qi clan's ancestor suddenly understood. Brat, you're really sinister. Everyone has been tricked by you, Fatty Qian said. It was not hard to imagine how much trouble it would cause for young Dharmaraja if those people changed sides again. Master is really far-sighted. Qi clan's ancestor sighed sincerely. The more he knew about Gu Chen, the more he realized how extraordinary this young man's mind was. Although the head spirit hasn't shown herself, she must already know about our situation here and your little thoughts. You can't hide it. Chu Meixin reminded Gu Chen, fearing that he would be overconfident. Gu Chen nodded. She's the only one we can't hide from. Fortunately, she's on our side for the time being. Under the night sky, Gu Chen looked at his three companions and muttered. Tomorrow's trip to the canyon will be extremely dangerous. It won't be surprising if any of us four lose our lives. If we want to survive in this chaotic situation, we must not only suppress our greed but also have a clear goal. We have two main goals. The first is to snatch the realm-crossing talisman from the old black tortoise, and the second is to save Granny Shu. As for the rest, just do what you can. Hearing that Gu Chen was concerned about saving Granny Shu, Chu Meixin was touched. She pursed her lips and nodded heavily. Old Black Tortoise is still easy to deal with. The people from the Thunder Commandery will definitely go after him. At that time, as long as we hit him while he is down, I believe we will have a chance to snatch the realm-crossing talisman. But that Granny Shu? Fatty Qian frowned. She's been possessed by that powerful head spirit. How can we save her? The head spirit's goal is to snatch the chaotic golden lightning bamboo. The Worm King is very powerful. In order to deal with it, she will have to reveal her true form. At that time, Granny Shu will be free, Chu Meixin said hurriedly. In that case, the best time to save her is when the head spirit and the Worm King are fighting. Qi clan's ancestor said, his brows twitching uncontrollably. That was a battle between two Dao-querying realm existences that could be said to be invincible. If they got involved then, they would most likely be doomed. They could understand attacking the old black tortoise. After all, it was to escape from this mystic land. But to seek trouble with the head spirit was undoubtedly asking for death. Fatty Qian and Qi clan's ancestor were conflicted. When the time came to save her, should they go or not? The situation will change rapidly. There's not much point in discussing it now. Gu Chen understood their thoughts. He knew that it was impossible for them to risk their lives for Granny Shu, whom they did not know. Not only them, but he was the same. He looked at Chu Meixin and said frankly, do what you can. We'll act according to our capabilities. If things get out of hand, we'll prioritize our own safety. Is that all right? Chu Meixin was concerned about Granny Shu, but she also knew that they were not related and could not ask for more from Gu Chen, so she agreed. I understand. I won't make things difficult for you. All right. Since we've discussed it, go and rest. Tomorrow is destined to be a tough battle. Gu Chen reminded them. The three left one after another to make preparations for the battle. Gu Chen sat on the ground alone and looked into the distance. It was quiet. All the cultivators were conserving their energy. He could not help but feel a little uneasy. In the night, the long rift zone was like the bloody mouth of a mysterious beast. After tomorrow, who knew how many people would be able to leave this place alive? Cultivation was an extremely difficult thing. Deception was the norm for everyone here. In the end, who would laugh in the end would ultimately rely on strength, strategy, and that little bit of luck. I hope I won't have to use you tomorrow. Gu Chen meditated. The dominating cauldron of origin in his dantian spun and countless strands of chaotic qi floated within it. This battle was destined to be difficult. There were already 3 experts at the 9th heaven of the Dao-querying realm. Perhaps he could no longer hide his strongest trump card. In the depths of the bug race's nest, the Bug King was like a human. Its silver tail swayed gently as it stood before the strange space and stared. A black tortoise crawled out of the blood pool behind him and kowtowed behind him. A kuei cow and a rock snake king did the same thing as it. Behind the 3 sacred beasts was an endless bug tide. They buzzed and their eyes were filled with bloodthirsty excitement. That evil spirit can no longer hold back. There are indeed many people outside. The Bug King looked at the chaotic golden lightning bamboo in the strange space and muttered to himself. The corner of his mouth curled up in disdain. Everything that was happening in the outside world was already in his eyes. Don't worry, Master. We swear to protect this place with our lives. We won't let anyone disturb Master's plan. The old black tortoise's eyes shone with silver light as it spoke in a low voice. Beside it, the Kueox and Rock Snake King roared at the same time. Their voices contained extreme killing intent. Very good. I believe in your loyalty. After I leave this place, I won't forget your contributions. As the Bug King spoke, it spread its arms and looked up at the sky. There was a hint of yearning in its eyes. I've guarded this chaotic golden lightning bamboo for so long and was unwilling to head to the great thousand domains all for this day. Only by eating that head spirit can my evolution be truly perfect. After tomorrow, I will be the new creator, and the bug race will sweep through the entire Chaos Sea. Early in the morning, a thin layer of mist shrouded the long canyon. Hundreds of Dao Querying Realm cultivators swarmed into the canyon. They were silent, but their movements were swift. Yang Yongxing, the Lightning King of Dharmaraja, flew at the front, and beside him was Gu Chen, who was dressed in white. The entire team was organized and efficient, traversing through the canyon at the fastest speed possible. In the canyon ahead, white bones were like snow, and the stench of corpses was overwhelming. At this point, the hundreds of cultivators stopped in their tracks. Buzz buzz buzz, beneath the skeletons of the giant beasts, on both sides of the cliffs, countless silver beetles smelled the scent of invaders. They all spread their wings and flew up. Tens of thousands of them circled in the sky, and the surroundings were filled with silver mist. Destroy this bug tide, advance as fast as you can. Dharmaraja Yang ordered coldly. Instantly, the outermost cultivators glowed with light, and their treasures danced in the air. Especially the many generals of Lake Commandery, who joined forces to activate their lightning spears. Everywhere the spears passed, the ground was scorched. The silver beetles in the canyon were quickly destroyed, leaving behind a large patch of corpses. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, Dharmaraja Yang led the way into the next canyon, looking like he was going straight for the root of the problem. I've long heard that Lake Commandery's army is good at blitzkrieg. Today, I see that they live up to their reputation. Chu Meixin said softly as she followed behind Gu Chen and looked at the team that was advancing toward the Zerg's nest at an extremely high efficiency. We've only destroyed one wave. The number of bugs here is unimaginable. Fatty Qian shook his head. He had dream traversed the world and carefully investigated everything here. He knew that the bug tide just now was just a drop in the bucket. Turning the corner of the canyon, a large patch of silver light surged towards them. The cultivators, who had their morale boosted by the previous battle, changed their expressions. The number of silver beetles in front of them was already in the hundreds of thousands. Humph, it seems like these bugs have no natural enemies in the secret place. They have already multiplied to an extremely terrifying level. Dharmaraja Yang's eyes darkened. He clenched his fists, and lightning appeared. Kaboom, he turned into a bolt of lightning and led the charge. Everywhere he passed, the sound of explosions rang out continuously. Kill. The cultivators from all sides also made their moves. The energy of their Taoist techniques flooded the canyon, and the flying magical treasures caused the ground to shake. The canyon that was originally silent in the night was completely awakened by this fierce battle, ushering in an incomparably bloody day. Spatial Ren / Gu Chen stood in the middle of the battlefield. With a casual flick of his sleeves, countless spatial cracks opened up, either slicing or devouring the bug race beings that came close. He had only revealed his space-time powers in front of Yang Fuang, so naturally, he would not reveal any more. Fatty Qian, Chu Meixin, and Qi family's ancestor Xian were mixed in the crowd. They didn't want to be a burden to the team, but they didn't want to risk their lives. They just quietly waited for the opportunity to come. According to his expectations, the head spirit would appear when they reached the depths and saw the chaotic golden lightning bamboo. At that time, the situation would quickly evolve into a battle between the head beast and the head spirit, and their opportunity would come at about the same time. Amidst the swarm of insects that filled the sky, the team of over 100 cultivators was like a sharp knife, stabbing straight into the depths of the nest. Because everyone cooperated very well, and the individual strength of the insect swarm was not high, there were very few casualties along the way. There are so many fierce insects here, is the old turtle and the bug king really in a stalemate? As they gradually approached the depths, Yang Fuwang began to feel that something was wrong, and he looked at Guchen with an unfriendly gaze. With the old black tortoise's strength, if he really fought with the bug king here, the mountains would have collapsed and the ground would have cracked. We've been away from here for a few days, and we don't know the details. Guchen pretended to look solemn, as if he was also very surprised by the current situation. Humph, what you said earlier better be true, otherwise, Yang Fuwang had already guessed that their information might not be completely true. He was unhappy, and his eyes were gloomy as he threatened a few times. Don't worry, Fuwang, everyone here is your people. I don't have that kind of guts. Guchen replied tactfully, and Yang Fuwang felt a little relieved when he heard this. That's right, everyone here was his people, and the other party only had 4 people. He really didn't believe that they would dare to play any tricks. Moreover, he had also asked the old black tortoise's original 10 subordinates. When the old black tortoise had set a trap to capture the head beast, he had indeed encountered an insect swarm. Judging from the situation at that time, he should be here. The old black tortoise was here, and the bug king was also here, so the rumored chaotic golden lightning bamboo should also be true. This kind of thing could be seen with one look, and if these people were lying, he would definitely not let them off. The deeper they went, the denser the insect swarm became, and the team's battle formation started to become messy, and they were starting to feel a little overwhelmed. After leaving behind more than 20 cultivator corpses and paying a huge price, the team finally arrived at the core area of the bug race. This canyon stretched for dozens of miles, and after turning around the throat guarded by the Kuei cow and the rock snake king, it was the location of the chaotic golden lightning bamboo's strange space, which was also the bug king's residence. When they arrived here, a terrifying and oppressive aura flowed out, causing many Dao-querying realm cultivators to inexplicably tremble in fear. Is this the aura of that bug king? The head beast in this mystic land actually has such a terrifying aura? Many cultivators murmured softly, and those who were injured hurriedly took out elixirs to consume. They were afraid that in the upcoming battle, they would end up like their companions who had died in battle if they were not careful. Look. That's the bug race's treasure trove, right? Suddenly, someone pointed to a cave on the cliff. That was the bug race's treasure trove that Guchen and Fatty Qian had discovered earlier. If their judgment was correct, the treasures that the bug race had found in the mystic land over the countless years, as well as the storage rings that they had plundered from the cultivators they had killed earlier, were all placed inside. Dharmaraja Yang looked at the cave, and his eyes also revealed a hint of fervent passion. Although they had collected many treasures over the past few days, how could they compare to the riches that the bug race had accumulated over countless years? Dharmaraja Yang, past this canyon is where the first herb is. The treasures here can be taken later, Guchen reminded him. When Dharmaraja Yang heard this, his eyes flickered. You said that the old black tortoise and the bug king were in a stalemate, but I haven't heard any movement until here. Your words are already very difficult to believe. Since there are so many treasures here, we naturally have to ensure that the treasures here will not be stolen before we slowly advance. He laughed coldly and waved his hand, indicating for everyone to attack those caves. His order was what many cultivators were hoping for. They would not get the first herb, but they could still get a share of the treasure trove. Many cultivators rushed forward and decided to attack the treasure trove first. The bug king is just ahead. Don't these guys know what's important and what's not? Fatty Qian watched anxiously. Yang Yongxing is worried that we will take the chance to steal the other treasures and escape when he is distracted dealing with the old black tortoise and the worm king. That's why he is doing this. Guchen said coldly. He could roughly understand Dharmaraja Yang's thoughts. However, this was really stupid. The team was originally full of vigor. Now that they saw the treasures, all sorts of chaos would occur. Guchen wanted to fish in troubled waters, but it was not a good thing for the team to be in chaos before they even saw the Worm King. Many cultivators attacked the caves, and soon, the worms in the valley were further enraged. The battle between the two sides became all-out and intense. Dharmaraja Yang did not move forward. He was conserving his energy for the first herb. Daoist Chen, what do you think is the situation between the old black tortoise and the Worm King? Dharmaraja Yang asked indifferently when he saw that Guchen and the others did not attack the caves. They were in a stalemate before, but from the looks of it, the old black tortoise might have lost, Guchen said expressionlessly. Oh? The old black tortoise's true body is at the ninth sky of Tao pursuing realm, but the Worm King can still suppress him. What do you think is the Worm King's condition? Dharmaraja Yang asked again. The Worm King might be heavily injured. Otherwise, it would have shown up when we were robbing its treasury. Guchen made up a story. Dharmaraja Yang's mind started to work. If the Worm King was really injured, wasn't this the best time to snatch the first herb? In that case, now is the best time to kill the Worm King and snatch the first herb. Daoist Chen, don't you want to scout ahead? Dharmaraja Yang wanted to rush deeper, but he was afraid that he would fall into Guchen's trap, so he said this on purpose. Let me go first. Isn't Dharmaraja Yang afraid that I will snatch the first herb? Guchen heard this and revealed a meaningful expression. Dharmaraja Yang's expression suddenly became interesting. If Dharmaraja Yang is willing, we can scout ahead. Guchen exchanged glances with his three companions and took a step forward. Let's wait until we take down this place before advancing with the rest of the team. Yang Fuwang hurriedly tried to dissuade him. Guchen had hit his soft spot. He was indeed worried that the first herb would be snatched away by him. In the previous battle of speed, he was well aware that his opponent's speed was not inferior to his. If he really managed to snatch the first herb and escape, it would not be easy to catch him. It was the safest way to tie these people to the main team. In the face of absolute advantage, no one would dare to play any tricks. That's good too. I don't know if there are other ambushes in the depths, and I don't want to be a pathfinder. Guchen chuckled. He had expected that Dharmaraja Yang would never let him lead the way. He turned and walked down the ravine through which he had come. What are you trying to do? Dharma King Yang furrowed his brows. I'm still a little worried. Let's make sure that the insect swarm in front has been annihilated to prevent a pincer attack. Guchen said casually. Fatty Qian, Chu Meixin and Qi family's Xianxia followed behind him. Dharmaraja Yang heaved a sigh of relief when he heard that he didn't stop them. What else was there except for corpses on the ground? The fact that the other party didn't fight for the first herb in the deepest part of the treasury made him feel more at ease. Guchen's group of 4 moved away from the main team. The number of insects around them became fewer, and the pressure was naturally reduced. Why are we going back? Chu Meixin caught up with Guchen and asked in confusion. She was worried about Granny Shu, and according to the agreement with the head spirit, when they attacked the deepest part, it would also attack at the same time. That would be the best time to save Granny Shu, and Chu Meixin didn't want to fall behind. Don't worry, Dharmaraja Yang doesn't plan to attack in the short term. Let's retreat a little so he can be more at ease. Guchen answered casually, his eyes glancing into the distance. In the distance, the ground was covered with the bodies of silver beetles, and around them, gorgeous butterflies had gathered, opening their mouths and eating. The demonic sky-devouring butterflies weren't summoned by Guchen. They must have smelled the blood and came over. The number of insects in this secret land was huge, and they were individually stronger than the demonic sky-devouring butterflies. Usually, it would be difficult for the butterflies to eat them. But it was different now. The greatest chaos in the entire secret land was happening. With the large number of insect corpses left behind by the hundreds of Dao querying cultivators, the feast of the butterflies was coming. Roar, as Guchen and the others were talking, a deafening roar came from the end of the valley. The Kuei cow and the rock snake king's huge figures appeared at the end of the valley. One shook the earth when it walked, while the other slid. Everywhere it passed, rocks fell. The old turtle is coming out. Guchen's eyes lit up. A large group of people had charged into the insect nest and killed countless insects. The insect king couldn't be indifferent. But the insect king had to guard the chaotic golden lightning bamboo at all times to prevent the head spirit from stealing it. Therefore, it could only send its most capable subordinates. And the old black tortoise was undoubtedly his strongest general. It was only natural for him to come out at this time. Dharma King Yang's target was the chief herb, so he wouldn't spend too much effort on the old black tortoise. Guchen planned to take advantage of the chaos to steal the old black tortoise and force him to hand over the realm-crossing talisman. The huge shadows of the Kuei cow and the rock snake king covered the entire valley. Dharma Xianxia narrowed his eyes. The cultivators and insect swarms that were fighting around the cave seemed to have quietened down. In the middle of the two huge beasts, an extremely short figure walked out from the deepest part. He looked very human. His face was devilishly handsome, but his skin was silver and shone like a mirror. His body was filled with streamlined muscles, and a silver tail swayed behind him. Insect King? Guchen was surprised. He thought it would be the old black tortoise. He didn't expect the Insect King to come in person. He left the nest just like that. Wasn't he afraid that the head spirit would steal the chaotic golden lightning bamboo? He was here, but where was the old black tortoise? While Guchen was puzzled, Dharma Xianxia was already facing off against the Insect King. You are the king of this insect race? Do you know Lei County? Dharma Xianxia spoke. He tried to subdue this beast with his aura. The Insect King glanced at Dharma Xianxia coldly. Then, it looked at the many cultivators outside the cave who were trying to attack. Two beams of demonic light shot out from its eyes. Rumble. Everywhere the demonic light passed, the space shattered. Almost in an instant, the demonic light covered more than 10 Dao Querying Realm cultivators. This beam of light was so fast that no one could react. By the time they reacted, the densely packed figures outside the cave had already disappeared. Under the demonic light, more than 10 Dao Querying Realm cultivators disappeared from the face of the earth. They had no chance to resist. Lowly and foolish race, is this a place where you can enter? Its ferocity was overwhelming. With the appearance of the Worm King, more than 10 Dao Querying Realm cultivators were killed in a single glance. Such a terrifying technique caused the cultivators who were still trying to charge into the cave to retreat like birds startled by the mere twang of a bough. As for Yang Fuwang, he felt the arrogant attitude of the other party and his expression turned gloomy. He mentioned the Thunder region, but the other party was indifferent. Instead, he killed so many of his subordinates in the blink of an eye. He did not respect him at all. Just a worm that has never seen the vastness of the world. How dare he think that he stands at the peak of his race? Yang Fuwang spoke. Electricity coursed through his body as he walked forward slowly. His fearless aura influenced the other cultivators. Everyone regained their composure from the horrifying attack. Kill the Worm King and these worms will collapse on their own. Someone braced himself and walked forward, following behind Yang Fuwang. Today's battle was to exterminate the worm race. If they could not do that, they would not be able to leave this place alive, let alone snatch the treasures. Most of the cultivators entered the secret place with the mindset of a hunter. No matter how strong the Worm King was, it was still a native in their eyes. Now that the Thunder Dharmaraja was leading them, there was no reason for them to be afraid. Yang Fuwang and more than 10 generals from the Thunder region surrounded the Worm King. The Worm King looked at them coldly as they approached. His dark silver eyes were filled with mockery. Lightning speed. Yang Fuwang knew that the person who could kill more than 10 of his subordinates in a single glance was not someone easy to deal with. Therefore, he decided to use his proudest Dao technique. His hair stood on end as purple electricity coursed through his body. His robes were torn and his muscles were revealed. Crackle, sparks flew in the air and Yang Fuwang disappeared from his original spot. Almost at the same time, more than 10 generals from the Thunder region cast their skills and spread out a lightning net. They had been following Yang Fuwang for a long time and had great chemistry. They knew how to coordinate with Yang Fuwang's actions. The Worm King looked at Yang Fuwang's sudden disappearance and was slightly surprised. Then, he rolled his eyes and suddenly raised his left hand. Bang! Yang Fuwang suddenly appeared on the left side of the Worm King and swept out with his leg. However, it was easily blocked by the arm of the Worm King. This guy can actually keep up with my speed? Yang Fuwang's face was full of shock, but he was not afraid in the face of danger. The terrifying electric current instantly passed through his leg and into the Worm King's body, with his lightning at the 8th tier of the Dao Querying Realm. At such a close distance, it was enough to paralyze the Worm King. The Thunder Commandery's general's electric net descended in the next moment, trapping the Worm King within. Yang Fuwang, who was familiar with the process, instantly disappeared from where he was. The Worm King fell into the net, and countless lightning bolts exploded around him. The ground was scorched, and space was completely distorted. Did you kill him? Looking at the area that had been engulfed by the lightning, many of the Thunder Commandery generals were overjoyed. Yang Fuwang also appeared in the sky, looking down coldly at the center of the thunderstorm. Compared to the other ants, your speed is considered fast. Suddenly, a cold voice came from behind Yang Fuwang. A chill quickly spread from the soles of his feet to Yang Fuwang's entire body. He turned his head away as if he had seen a ghost. He saw that the Worm King had already escaped from the electric net and was looking at him mockingly from 10 feet behind him. Impossible, the electric net is impenetrable. How could he have escaped? Unless, when I moved, he moved along with me. But his entire body should have been paralyzed by the lightning. Could it be that under such circumstances, his speed was still above mine? Yang Fuwang had a scary thought, but he casually sent out a palm thunder. Boom, the palm thunder turned into an electric dragon and smashed onto the Worm King's face. However, it could not even burn his skin, and he continued to look at Yang Fuwang mockingly. Your bloodline is extremely crude, but this lightning origin is a little interesting. The Worm King casually reached out a hand, and with a seemingly slow speed, it covered Yang Fuwang's head. Yang Fuwang was in the state of lightning speed, and his instincts were stronger than his reflexes. His body automatically evaded. Shwa, he turned into a lightning bolt and instantly teleported 30 feet away. Whoosh. But unexpectedly, the Worm King appeared in front of him at the same time. Yang Fuwang was shocked, and the 3,000 lightning shadows flickered as he quickly made a series of evasive movements. But the Worm King followed him like a shadow. No matter where he flew to, he would be there in an instant. Impossible. In the state of lightning speed, my speed has exceeded the limits of the human body. You did not use any Dao techniques. How could you possibly keep up with me? Yang Fuwang's scalp went numb, and he tried to put up a strong front. Exceeded the limits of the human body? That is just the human body. How can a foolish race like you imagine the extent of my evolution? The Worm King said disdainfully, as though he was deliberately toying with Yang Fuwang. He was not in a hurry to kill him, but would follow him wherever he teleported. Yang Fuwang, who was famed for his extreme speed, had been caught up to by someone without any Dao techniques. This caused many of the Thunder County generals to show fear in their eyes. Even Guchen could not help but take a deep breath. The Worm King's physical body has already reached the limit of evolution? Guchen's mind was shaken. He imagined the birth of this world. A terrifying worm, without any other competitors, constantly hunted other races, constantly selecting the best bloodline factors, and constantly evolving after absorbing them. In the long process of evolution, this worm gradually gained the highest form of race. Intelligence, strength, speed, and agility stood at the pinnacle of thousands of races. The Worm King's race walked the same path as the demonic heaven-devouring butterfly. They devoured the powerful bloodlines of thousands of races to evolve until they reached the realm of invincibility. Yang Yongxing is definitely not a match for the Worm King. Only the head spirit can deal with him. What about the head spirit? Where is she? Guchen's heart was burning with anxiety. The Worm King had actually left its lair. This was unexpected to everyone, and it also affected his established plan. The Worm King seemed to be playing a game. In the areas that Yang Fuwang was most confident in, he easily surpassed him again and again. Yang Fuwang went from disbelief to madness, until his eyes were filled with malevolence. Damned worm! He held the thunder blade in his hand, and with extremely fast blade techniques, he slashed continuously. His saber technique was even faster than his own speed. Guchen reckoned that if he had used his saber when he was sparring with Yang Fuwang earlier, he might not have been able to block this kind of extreme speed. Even though he could use the power of time and space to seal his opponent, Yang Fuwang's blade was already so fast that it could cut his throat before he could cast his technique. However, his unparalleled saber skills were like child's play in front of the Worm King. The Worm King could always dodge his attacks easily and move around him calmly. It was like the difference between an adult and a baby. The Worm King's speed was the limit of all races. But Yang Fuwang's speed was just beyond the limits of the human body. Clang! Finally, Yang Fuwang's saber landed on the Worm King's left arm. This was his limit. It was impossible for him to break through the Worm King's defense and hit his vitals. Blood flowed out of the Worm King's left arm. The blood was silver and strong electric currents flowed into his body through the thunder saber. Yang Fuwang's saber strike was enough to destroy all the organs of a level 9 Dao querying cultivator. But when the Worm King was hit, he only let out a comfortable moan. Yang Fuwang's strongest attack felt like it was scratching an itch for him. No, impossible, Yang Fuwang's eyes were filled with despair. He had seen many level 9 Dao querying experts, but he had never seen one as terrifying as this. You are already a half-step Dao Lord? He smiled bitterly. This was the only possibility he could think of. Half-step Dao Lord? I am only standing at the peak of the evolution of my race. I do not have the ability to create life like the Creator. The Worm King murmured. His eyes were filled with desire. He had been looking forward to that stage for a long time. To him, no matter how perfect his evolution was, he was still immortal. Only the Creator could be a true God. Only by reaching the Creator stage could he break free from the shackles of his race and bloodline. Today, I want to break through. The desire in his eyes deepened. The tail on his back twitched slightly and the needle at the tip pierced into Yang Fuwang's chest. Yang Fuwang's face was filled with pain. His organs were pierced and blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. Let go of Fuwang. The generals of Lake Commandery panicked and tried to step forward. The Worm King, who was immersed in his own thoughts, lowered his head and stared at them coldly. Rumble, 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 the demonic light in his eyes swept across and more generals of Lake Commandery were turned into ashes. The rest were frightened and no longer had the courage to step forward. Living beings from the outside world, is this all you can do? Don't you have the ability to let me enjoy myself to the fullest? The Insect King roared. A towering ferocious aura flooded the entire sky, causing the faces of many cultivators to turn pale. All of a sudden, the space around the Bug King became distorted, and the colorful light engulfed him. He looked around with interest, feeling that his body had been confined to a certain extent. Dang, a flash of saber light cut through the sky. The Worm King dodged it subconsciously and swept its tail. Yang Fuwang, who had been pierced by the stinger, was immediately thrown out. A black vortex suddenly appeared in his trajectory and swallowed him. The black hole immediately closed, and in the next moment, it was already on the ground. Yang Fuwang stumbled and fell. Fa Wang, are you all right? The surrounding generals of Lake Commandery hurried forward. Yang Fuwang struggled to get up and looked up at the sky. He saved me. Yang Fuwang murmured. He knew very well who had saved him just now. High up in the sky, Guchen twisted time and space. After saving Yang Fuwang, he held the sweeping sky blade in one hand and the desolate emperor sword in the other, enduring the pressure from the Bug King. Saving Yang Fuwang was a risky move that Guchen had to make based on the current situation. The only thing that could fight against the Bug King in this valley was the head spirit, and no one knew when the head spirit would show up. Under these circumstances, Guchen and Yang Fuwang were the strongest on their side. If Yang Fuwang died, he would have to bear the most pressure alone. At the same time, if Yang Fuwang died, the other cultivators would scatter, which was not in his interest. Therefore, even though he knew that the Bug King had reached an extremely terrifying level, he had to bite the bullet and save him. You have a very unique aura. Guchen was clearly hiding in the fog of time and space, but the Bug King's spiritual sense was beyond imagination. It could see through the distorted time and space and stared at him with interest. Godlike, body of the Black Demon God, Guchen's body was instantly covered in black armor, turning into 9 heads and 18 arms. He increased his physical strength to the extreme to prevent the Bug King's sneak attack from injuring him. He had learned something from the battle between Yang Fuwang and the Bug King. He had already determined how to drag this battle out. The Bug King stood at the peak of evolution. Whether it was physical strength or speed, it was far above the average 9th-tier Dao querying cultivator. Because of this, Yang Fuwang's attacks were useless. Even his speed was completely suppressed by the Bug King. Guchen knew very well that he was no match for the Bug King. He did not plan on fighting to the death and just wanted to buy time until the head spirit showed up. Buying time seemed easy, but if the opponent was the Bug King, who had the fastest speed in the world, it was too difficult. The Bug King could attack thousands of times in a breath's time. If he was not careful, he could die. Therefore, Guchen could only try his best to strengthen his physical body and use time and space to lock down the Bug King's speed. What kind of cultivation path did you walk? The Bug King looked at Gu Chen, who had changed so much, with confusion in his eyes. Whether it was Yang Fuwang or the other living beings that had died by his hands, whether it was their bloodline or their energy, he could always easily see through them. On the basis of seeing through, he could very well select which factors in the opponent's bloodline were beneficial to his own evolution, and then absorb them to become stronger. But in the Bug King's eyes, Gu Chen's body was very complicated. There was a very unique bloodline aura, and there were many other things. He did not know if this person in front of him was too unique, or if there were many cultivators like this in the outside world. He had always lived in this secret place, and knew too little about the outside world. Could this guy's eyes be like Poseidon's? When Gu Chen heard the Bug King's question, he suddenly realized that the Bug King's eyes could see through his body. Poseidon had a similar ability, and he used it to develop the deep-sea purple polarity eyes. The Bug King seemed to have evolved to have the same extraordinary eyes. Your body is too special. Let me see what's going on. The Bug King was very curious. He suddenly disappeared and tried to get close to Gu Chen. Buzz, 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 the nine-colored fog of time and space was boiling, and the space was constantly shaking. It was the Bug King forcibly breaking through Gu Chen's space lock, whoosh. He successfully passed through the lock and appeared 3 feet away from Gu Chen, grinning. Gu Chen's eyelids twitched. He held the sword and the saber in his hand, forming a storm of saber and sword. The Bug King did not even dodge. His attacks fell on him like rain, but they could not even pierce his skin. Gu Chen's expression turned cold, and the soul mark between his eyebrows lit up. Divine Path, Soul Capture Technique. The Bug King, who was approaching Gu Chen, let out a soft sound, feeling that his Yuan Shen was showing signs of loosening and leaving his body. Interesting. This spirit capture technique did not shake the Bug King's primordial spirit out. Gu Chen's heart sank. Based on his original analysis, the silver beetle's weakness was the soul. This Bug King should be no exception. But his soul Dao technique had no effect on him. This meant that his chances of winning were completely gone. This did not mean that the Bug King had no weakness in the aspect of the soul. Gu Chen knew that his cultivation level was too low. His soul source was only at the 2nd tier of the Dao querying realm. No matter how strong he was, how could he shake the primordial spirit of a peak 9th tier Dao querying cultivator? Gu Chen knew that he was no match, but he could not stop just like that. The Desolation Emperor sword in his hand surged with extremely sharp sword will. This was the strongest sword he had mastered recently. The bloodline power of the Overlord body, the power of the 4 sources, and the profound meaning of the martial path, he stabbed out with all his might. Ding! The Bug King chose to raise his palm to block. Gu Chen's Desolation Emperor sword successfully pierced through his palm, drawing out a bit of blood. I can tell that your cultivation level is not high. It's just that you have many powers at the same time. With these powers stacking, you have terrifying explosive power. The Bug King did not care that he was bleeding. He continued to analyze Gu Chen with interest. His attitude was like he had just been bitten by a mosquito. It was the same arrogance that Gu Chen had felt when he first entered the canyon. Humph! Gu Chen's eyes darkened as he retracted the Desolation Emperor sword. At the same time, life force flowed out from the wound on the Bug King's palm. The Bug King felt it and exclaimed softly. You can actually steal my life force. It's similar to my race's evolution, but a little lower end. He did not care that his life force was being stolen. He opened his arms and said, What other special abilities do you have? Show them to me? Gu Chen's expression turned ugly. He controlled the Desolation Emperor sword to steal the life force from the Bug King's body. However, he found that the life force in the Bug King's body was like an ocean. No matter how much he stole, he could not shake the source. This was an absolute difference. It was not just a difference in strength, but a difference in life force. Gu Chen felt helpless. The more casual the Bug King was, the more humiliating it was for him. Gu Chen was enraged. He raised his head to the sky and roared. Behind him, a tyrannical grand map appeared, the domineering aura spread in all directions, and the Worm King narrowed his eyes. This is the aura. What bloodline do you have? Why is it so strange? As an evolver, the Insect King had the instinct to chase after excellent bloodlines. The boiling tyrant blood in Gu Chen's body attracted his interest. He had thought that he was already standing at the peak of his race's evolution, and other than the creator realm, he was not interested in anything else. Who would have thought that a bloodline that he could not see through would appear? Gu Chen coldly stared at the insect king. The tyrannical grand map behind him quickly turned into a streak of light. The connection between him and the insect king broke apart, transforming into a majestic stone tablet in the air. Divine ability, Tyrant Martial World Suppressing Tablet. This was the new magical power that Gu Chen obtained after obtaining the creation of the 5 realms. It was extremely powerful and had never been used in front of others. The Tyrant Martial World Suppressing Tablet manifested, and its pressure descended from the sky. The insect king felt as though there was a huge army charging at it. The heaven tablet was golden, and there were mysterious runes on the tablet. The insect king stared at it curiously, and he let his guard down. Boom! The heaven tablet forcefully suppressed the insect king from the sky, and it smashed heavily into the ground of the canyon, creating a huge pit. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The insect race in the canyon immediately cried out restlessly, as though they did not expect the insect king to be suppressed by someone. Did that little brat win? Dharmaraja Yang had just swallowed a few healing pills, and his injuries were still very serious. Seeing the insect king fall from the sky, his face was full of disbelief. The other cultivators were full of excitement. The insect king's invincible appearance was too despairing, and now, there was finally a chance of survival. The dust on the ground billowed, and the majestic Tyrant Martial World Suppressing Tablet slowly disappeared after its power was exhausted. Gu Chen also flew down from the sky. He looked at the pit with a solemn expression, and he was very clear that the insect king would not die just like that. Swoosh! The sound of air currents scraping against each other rang in Gu Chen's ears, and his pupils suddenly shrank. The insect king was moving. Gu Chen clearly realized that the insect king was approaching him at an extremely fast speed, but his body's instincts could not keep up with the other party. Bang! Gu Chen suddenly felt a sharp pain in his abdomen, and his eyes vaguely caught sight of the insect king's figure. He was indeed fine, and he even immediately launched a counterattack. Under the sharp pain, Gu Chen flew out, but just as he flew out for 100 feet, the sound of air currents breaking rang again, and the insect king suddenly appeared behind him. Its speed was too fast, and compared to Gu Chen, it was completely crushing. Gu Chen felt a heavy blow on his back, and in an instant, he did not know how many bones were broken, and his body flew out in another direction. He endured the pain, and tried to keep up with the insect king's speed to counterattack, but in an instant, the insect king got close to his side, and a tail slapped his cheek. At this moment, Gu Chen did not know how many of his teeth were broken, and he kept vomiting blood. Seeing that the insect king was about to kill him at an extreme speed again, he gritted his teeth, and the black hole behind him opened. He fell into the black hole, and the black hole opened again in another direction 5 miles away, and threw him out. Gu Chen fell heavily on the ground, and his body was already full of injuries. With great difficulty, he got up, but he kept vomiting blood, and even the pieces of his internal organs were spat out. I'm saved. With such heavy injuries, the first feeling that Gu Chen felt was that he was lucky. The Tyrant Martial World Suppressing Tablet's attack had angered the insect king, and he, who always had a high and mighty attitude, had a rare killing intent towards Gu Chen. Under this circumstance, his speed had reached a speed that Gu Chen had never seen before. To be able to escape was already a miracle. The insect king was having a great time fighting, but he suddenly missed. He couldn't help but hover in midair, and he stared at Gu Chen from afar with a gloomy face. Because he was too interested in the other party's divine ability, he accidentally suffered a great loss and felt humiliated. To him, this was as ridiculous as an ant accidentally tripping him. Your bloodline is very unique. I am going to eat you and find out the secrets within. The insect king walked in the air, and he headed towards Gu Chen. His chi, like a storm, engulfed him. Gu Chen's entire body was in pain, but his eyes were stubborn and unwilling to admit defeat. He had failed miserably. The insect king had left its nest, and the head spirit had yet to show itself. It was unlikely that he could escape. However, even if he lost, he was going to make this arrogant insect king pay a painful price. The tyrannical cauldron of origin in Gu Chen's dantian was spinning at this moment, and it was ready to attack. The insect king licked his lips, And just as he was about to attack Gu Chen, a strange howl suddenly came from within his nest. That howl reached the 9 heavens, and its penetrative power was extremely strong. At the same time, it was accompanied by the old black tortoise's roar. I intentionally left my nest to lure you out. You didn't disappoint me after all. The insect king sensed the movement, and a cold smile appeared on his face. The worm king left in a flash, and the terrifying aura receded like the tide. Gu Chen heaved a sigh of relief. The cauldron of origin in his dantian went dormant again. Only then did he realize that he was covered in cold sweat. That was close, the head spirit had finally made a move. If it had been any later, everyone here would have been annihilated. Although the Worm King had left, the Kuei Cow and the Rock Snake King seemed to have received its orders. They charged madly into the valley. At the same time, the worm swarm surged into the valley, not giving up until they buried everyone here. Gu Chen's eyes narrowed. The Kuei Cow charged straight at him. He was covered in injuries and had not recovered yet. He was about to attack at the risk of aggravating his injuries when a fat figure appeared in front of him like the wind. Fatty Qian stood in front of him. Hey, quiet down. Circles of ripples appeared in Fatty Qian's eyes. The Kuei Cow's berserk state suddenly ceased, and it abruptly stopped 3 feet away. At this time, Chu Meixin and Qi family ancestor attacked from both sides. The sharp aura of the sword sheath on Chu Meixin's back rippled, and a snow-like sword chi swept out, cutting off the Kuei Cow's leg. The Kuei Cow lost its balance and fell heavily to the ground. At this time, Qi family ancestor used the source of destruction to power the spear in his hand, and stabbed it into the Kuei Cow's eye. The Kuei Cow let out a sad cry, and soon lost the ability to fight. It lay on the ground, dying. Are you all right? Chu Meixin looked at Gu Chen, her eyes filled with worry. I'm fine. Thanks. Gu Chen said gratefully, avoiding the possibility of further injuries. What are you thanking me for? If it wasn't for you, any of us would have died instantly if we had encountered the Worm King. Fatty Qian turned back and said. Qi family ancestor and Chu Meixin felt the same way. The Worm King was too scary. No one could handle its extreme speed. Other than Yang Fuwang, only Gu Chen could exchange a few blows with it. If it wasn't for him, the Worm King would have killed countless Dao querying cultivators in a few breaths of time. As they spoke, a large swarm of insects surged over from afar. Apart from the swarm of insects in the canyon, there were swarms of insects from all over the rift zone. The number had reached a shocking number of hundreds of millions. Let's deal with these bugs first. Gu. Child Chen, heal yourself first. Chu Meixin said. Fatty Qian and Qi family Xianzhu formed a triangular formation, protecting Gu Chen in the middle and resisting the insect tide's attack. On the other side, the Rock Snake King had also charged into the midst of the Thunder Commandery's troops. It was even harder to deal with than the Kuei Cow. The rocks on its body fell off and split into many slender rock snakes. The people of Ling Lei Commandery complained incessantly. Apart from dealing with the swarm of insects, they also had to deal with the Rock Snake King. Their lives were hanging by a thread. Thanks to Gu Chen's help, Yang Fuwang was able to catch his breath. He saw the Worm King hurriedly flying back to its nest and heard a strange whistling sound coming from inside. He knew that something special must have happened inside. His eyes flickered as he thought about what to do next. My lord, we really can't hold on any longer. Let's leave this place. If we continue to stay here and wait for the Worm King to return, I'm afraid we will all be annihilated. A general of Lake Commandery anxiously suggested to Yang Fuwang. Everyone could see the strength of the Worm King. No one was a match for him. In addition, he had such a large tribe as his army. Coveting his treasures was simply courting death. Where there's life, there's hope. My lord, let's leave this place and call the army of Lake Commandery over. Then, we'll deal with these damned insects. Another general of Lake Commandery suggested. The big shots of the longevity world who were still alive also nodded in agreement and lost the determination to continue fighting for the treasures. So many people have died, and we're leaving just like that? Yang Fuwang's eyes were gloomy. He was unwilling to leave just like that. He had already lost more than half of the troops he brought. If he left the secret place with his tail between his legs, he would probably be laughed at by the other two Law Kings stationed outside. Not only that, if he allowed those two Law Emperors to interfere, given how much of his battle strength he had already lost, even if he managed to kill the Insect King, the chaotic golden lightning bamboo would definitely not fall into his hands. In fact, the greatest battle achievement would not even be his. If he retreated just like that, all his hard work over the past few days would be in vain. Strange whistling sounds came from the other side of the canyon, accompanied by monstrous energy waves. It seemed that the Worm King had just entered and was fighting with someone. Yang Fuang knew that something must have happened inside. Maybe he still had a chance. No one can escape from here. Keep your spirits up. Whoever dares to escape will be treated as a deserter and killed immediately. Yang Fuang's eyes turned red. He actually killed a cultivator of the longevity world not far away with a crazy slash. Fresh blood splattered everywhere. The rest of the cultivators were terrified when they saw this. Realizing Yang Fuang's determination to cut off all means of retreat, they no longer dared to mention escaping and fought with the swarm of insects, because the Thunder Commandery had the most people and corpses. The main targets of the insect swarm and the Rock Snake King were there. The pressure on Gu Chen and the others was greatly reduced. Gu Chen had already taken out a healing pill and swallowed it. He sat cross-legged on the ground, and the marks of life and death on his hands shone brightly. The power of life was helping to heal the injuries in his body, reconsolidating his damaged organs and broken bones. In the short battle with the Worm King, Gu Chen's injuries were not light. Many bones in his body were broken, and even one side of his face was full of scars. His originally handsome face looked a little ferocious and pathetic. Intense pain all over his body, Gu Chen found that the parts that were injured by the Worm King were healing very slowly. His power contained an absolute chi similar to Emperor Might's, which could suppress vitality. Seeing that his injuries would not heal in a short time, Gu Chen did not hesitate. He sank his mind into the space inside his body and plucked a petal from a tricolored lotus flower. This was the elixir of immortality that he found earlier. It was originally rooted in the chaotic primal rock, and although he had not taken it before, its medicinal effect must be amazing. The petal with the tricolored glow fell into Gu Chen's hand, and he directly put it into his mouth and swallowed it. A strange warm current flowed through Gu Chen's limbs and bones, and his internal organs were quickly repaired, looking brand new. Even the origin of life and death shone brightly, and its vitality was many times more majestic. Gu Chen's external injuries were also recovering at an amazing speed, and the aura left by the Worm King could no longer pose a threat. What kind of divine medicine did you eat? Fatty Qian noticed that Gu Chen's aura quickly went from weak to strong, and he was dumbfounded. Gu Chen was also surprised. He had guessed that this tricolored lotus flower was a rare elixir of immortality, but he did not expect its effect to be so amazing. It was just a petal, and it had such a miraculous effect. What if the whole lotus flower was refined into a pill? How miraculous would the effect be? Without much time to think, Gu Chen quickly recovered to his peak state with the help of the flower petals. The danger was not over yet. He had only escaped the Insect King's calamity. There was still a long way to go if he wanted to leave this secret place alive. After a while, Gu Chen finally recovered to his peak state. He stood up and slashed the desolate emperor sword in his hand. Clang, the sword light spread out in all directions. All the silver beetles that came into contact with it lost their vitality and fell to the ground. Go, enter the nest. Gu Chen raised his sword and rushed into the depths of the nest. Chu Meixin had long been concerned about Granny Shu's safety. She followed behind without hesitation. Fatty Qian braced himself and followed. Ancestor Xian also followed closely. If they wanted to leave this place alive, they had to capture Old Black Tortoise. No matter how terrifying the Insect King was, they had to go. The four of them were facing a small number of insects. As they broke through the encirclement, they quickly approached the depths of the nest. Yang Fuang saw from afar that Gu Chen's group of four had disappeared into the canyon without hesitation. He had more confidence in his previous judgment. The Insect King had already displayed such great strength, but the four of them still rushed in without hesitation. What did this mean? It meant that they still had a chance. Thinking of the strange whistling sound coming from the nest, Yang Fuang guessed that the four of them had helpers behind them. It was the existence of that helper that gave the four of them the determination to charge into the depths. If there was an expert restraining the insect king, these four fellows might be able to take the opportunity to snatch the first herb and escape. Damn it, they actually used all of us as cannon fodder. Yang Fuwang realized that his group had successfully attracted the insect king's firepower, creating an opportunity for the four of them. It was likely that they had concealed important information from the start, including the insect king's strength and the fact that they had other helpers. The more Yang Fuwang thought about it, the more he gritted his teeth. He had been forced into a corner. No matter what, he had to snatch that chaotic golden lightning bamboo. If you want to fish in troubled waters, I can do the same. Yang Fuwang's hair stood on end again. Lightning crackled around his body. Lightning speed, he left the group at an extreme speed. The insect swarm could not catch up at all. He also jumped into the depths of the canyon. Where's Yang Fuwang? Where did it go? The cultivators who were left behind were filled with fear and their hearts sank to rock bottom as they looked at the dense swarm of insects around them. Gu Chen and the other three rushed into the Worm King's lair. Once inside, they saw that there were spatial cracks everywhere, and the terrifying energy fluctuations were endless. Above the strange space where the chaotic golden lightning bamboo was hidden, an illusory soul spirit was roaring incessantly as it battled the insect king. Once it spoke, the various elemental energies in the world evolved into countless Taoist techniques under its summons. However, when these Taoist techniques encountered the Worm King, it was like a blizzard crashing into a giant mountain, vanishing into thin air. Not long after the Worm King returned, it had already gained the upper hand. It was tearing apart the head spirit's soul body at an extremely fast speed. It was extremely powerful. This was different from the evenly matched situation that Gu Chen and the other three had imagined. Their eyelids twitched. The head spirit can't defeat the Worm King? That's not good. Our bets are all on it. Fatty Qian said worriedly. Gu Chen's eyes were solemn. Before the Worm King left, it had said something that made him realize what was going on. He had thought that they were working together with the head spirit to plot against the Worm King, but in reality, the Worm King was also plotting against the head spirit. He had deliberately left the lair because he was afraid that the head spirit would be afraid of him and not dare to show himself. One had to know that with the head spirit's strength, even if it revealed a small flaw, it could snatch the head spirit in an extremely short period of time. However, the Worm King was not worried at all. What did this mean? It meant that he thought that his strength was far above the head spirit's, and he had already made full preparations to capture the head spirit this time. His target from the very beginning had been the head spirit, and the chaotic golden lightning bamboo was just a bait that he had used to lure the head spirit out. Gu Chen activated the deep-sea purple eyes, and the battle of the world's #1 became even clearer in his eyes. The head spirit's soul body was surrounded by a unique aura. That was the power of the old black tortoise's slow source. Gu Chen traced back to the source and looked down. He found that at the entrance of that strange space, the old black tortoise was lying there. The power of slow source in its body was constantly flowing out, connecting the space in all directions to form a formation. No wonder the Worm King had schemed to subdue the old black tortoise. It turned out that it wanted to borrow the power of the slow source. In the past, the head spirit had probably tried to snatch the head spirit many times. Although the Worm King had protected the head spirit, it had never been able to catch the head spirit. The stalemate between the two sides had changed after the outsiders had invaded the secret land. The Worm King had realized the value of the old black tortoise, so it had schemed to subdue it, and its scheme had succeeded. The head spirit had indeed fallen into the trap. Before it could snatch the chaotic golden lightning bamboo, it had been trapped in the old black tortoise's formation. With the strangeness of the old black tortoise's slow source, the head spirit was like falling into a swamp. It could not easily escape. Today, the Worm King had hope of subduing it. Gu Chen understood the whole situation in an extremely short period of time. The head spirit was obviously no match for the Worm King. If it lost this battle, all of them would be finished. Gu Chen looked at the old black tortoise who was guarding the chaotic golden lightning bamboo. If he killed the old black tortoise, this formation could be broken, and the head spirit's restraints could be relieved a little. However, the head spirit had probably fought with the Worm King many times. If it knew that it still couldn't defeat the Worm King, would it just run away? Gu Chen was in a dilemma. He hesitated whether he should immediately help kill the old black tortoise. At this moment, Chu Meixin saw an old woman lying not far away from the old black tortoise. Excitement surfaced in her eyes. Granny Shu! She disregarded the danger and immediately rushed forward. The head spirit had already left Granny Shu's body. Now was the best time to save her. Chu Meixin rushed forward alone. Before Guchen could react, thunder boomed behind him. The chaotic golden lightning bamboo really does exist. Dharmaraja Yang, who had followed her in, saw the chaotic golden lightning bamboo in the strange space. He also saw that the Worm King was fighting and had no time to care about anything else. He immediately rushed forward. From his point of view, it was a competition of speed. Whoever was faster and could grab the chaotic golden lightning bamboo and escape would be the winner. Dharmaraja Yang had godly speed, so he rushed over before Chu Meixin. The old black tortoise noticed him immediately. What an idiot. Even at this time, he is still blinded by greed. The old black tortoise let out a dragon roar. He stomped his front foot on the ground, and a strange slow energy rippled out. Dharmaraja Yang's speed was greatly reduced under the lightning speed state. However, his face was ferocious. Every pore on his body was soaked with lightning, and all the potential in his body was stimulated. You old tortoise, stop being a hindrance. The situation became chaotic. In the sky, the head spirit and the insect king were fighting fiercely. Below, Dharma King Yang and the old black tortoise were also fighting at close quarters. Of the two of them, one possessed extreme speed, while the other possessed the power to slow others down. In this clash of extreme speed and extreme slowness, space constantly shattered. Yang Fuwang had completely turned into a bolt of lightning and was constantly approaching the old black tortoise's slow power, attempting to rush in front of it. Logically speaking, Dharmaraja Yang's cultivation was one level lower than the old black tortoise's. Furthermore, he had been severely injured by the insect king earlier. There was no chance of him winning in such a confrontation. However, a large portion of the old black tortoise's power was used to restrain the head spirit in the sky. This way, Dharmaraja Yang was able to shorten the gap between them. In addition, he was burning all means of retreat to snatch the chaotic golden lightning bamboo at all costs. Even the old black tortoise felt that his terrifying aura was extremely troublesome. As the two of them clashed, Chu Meixin, who was only at the third tier of the Dao querying realm, was unable to get close to the unconscious Granny Shu. Instead, she was almost sucked into Yang Fuwang's lightning storm. Fortunately, the sword sheath on her back released a ray of sword energy, protecting her in time and preventing her from being injured. Although she was unharmed, the fainted Granny Shu happened to be in the area where the old black tortoise and Yang Fuwang were fighting. She could be implicated at any time. Granny! Chu Meixin panicked, desperately trying to get close to Granny Shu, but she couldn't interfere at all. She was so anxious that tears fell from her eyes. Back off, I'll save her. Suddenly, a voice came from behind her. It was Guchen. Guchen was still thinking about what to do. He didn't expect Chu Meixin and Yang Fuwang to interrupt his thoughts. Since the situation was messed up, he decided not to think about it anymore and acted according to his instincts. When Chu Meixin heard Guchen's words, her tear-stained face was filled with excitement. Young Master Gu, I'll have to trouble you. Please save Granny Shu. As she spoke, she retreated while Guchen ran forward. Yang Fa Wang, let me help you. Guchen shouted at Yang Fuwang, who was in a deadlock. Help me? Yang Fuwang hesitated. He wasn't sure if Guchen was telling the truth or not. It doesn't matter who comes to help. This space has already been controlled by the old man. The old black tortoise's gaze was gloomy, and his aura was calm. Although Dharmaraja Yang had increased his speed again and again, he was still 300 feet away from him. This distance of 300 feet was like a heavenly moat. Every time he moved forward, he would have to face the slow source that had been strengthened several times over. This was his absolute domain. In this kind of situation, it would be the same no matter how many people came to help. Guchen did not comment on the old black tortoise's words. He glanced at where Granny Shu was and suddenly extended his right hand in the direction of Dharma King Yang. The space in front of Yang Fuwang fluctuated, and a black vortex forcefully appeared. Yang Fuwang was bewildered. He suddenly remembered that Guchen had used this black hole to save him at the critical moment. This black hole had the ability to teleport. He instantly understood what Gu Chen meant when he said he wanted to help. A trace of hesitation flashed in his heart. Was this a trap, or was he really going to help him? Gu Chen had once saved his life, but he had also hidden important matters from him. The two of them could not be considered friends. Forget it, I'll risk it. Otherwise, I won't be able to kill the old tortoise. Yang Fuwang had already become a gambler when he decided to cut off all means of retreat. His blood boiled, and he rushed into the black hole without hesitation. The moment he rushed in, Gu Chen's other hand almost instantly raised and aimed at the old black tortoise's position. Another black hole rapidly appeared behind the old black tortoise, and Yang Fuwang's figure jumped out from it unexpectedly. His entire body was bathed in lightning, and he slashed down with all his might with the thunder blade. In an instant, thousands of lightning snakes surged. The old black tortoise had not expected Yang Fuwang to suddenly appear behind him. In his shock, he only had time to shrink his head and limbs into the black tortoise's shell. Boom, 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 the old black tortoise was completely drowned in lightning, and in that instant, the formation that slowed everything down suddenly lost its effect. Gu Chen had been waiting for this moment. He instantly shifted to Granny Shu's side and brought her back to where she was before the lightning's aftermath arrived. Granny! Chu Meixin ran over in surprise and took the unconscious Granny Shu from Gu Chen's hands. Gu Chen had successfully saved her, but he did not feel any sense of accomplishment. Instead, he immediately raised his head and looked at the battle in the sky that would decide everything. He had tricked the old black tortoise not only to save Granny Shu, but more importantly, to help the head spirit. He was worried that the head spirit would choose to abandon them and escape if it was no match for the Worm King. Of course, this was a possibility, but he had to bear this risk. The current situation was that the head spirit was clearly no match for the Worm King. If he did not help, it would soon be finished. The old black tortoise's formation had been broken, and the head spirit, which had been restrained in the sky, was suddenly free. Its howl was filled with surprise. Its illusory soul form turned into many air currents that revolved around the Worm King to counterattack. Its speed was completely different from before. You actually have the courage to come here and ruin my business. The Worm King noticed the situation below, and its gaze turned cold as it looked at Gu Chen. This insignificant human that he had previously toyed with in the palm of his hand actually had the courage to ruin his plan after he let him go. Forget it. Anyway, your injuries are not light. There's no way you can escape today. The Worm King quickly retracted its gaze from Gu Chen and focused on the head spirit again. Over the years, because the head spirit's speed had always been above it, it had never been able to catch it. After today's painstaking plan, it had already heavily injured it in the battle just now. Even if it ran now, it was not afraid that it would not be able to catch up. Compared to the top-grade food that it had dreamed of, other ants were too insignificant. No matter how disgusting they were, it could be temporarily ignored. Worm King, I won't run anymore. No matter what, I will kill you today and take back my chaotic golden lightning bamboo. The head spirit said resentfully. It forcefully gathered a huge amount of heaven and earth energy and fought with the Worm King. Your chaotic golden lightning bamboo? The Insect King's eyes were filled with mockery. You and I both know exactly where this chaotic golden lightning bamboo came from. Shut up. If you hadn't taken it for yourself, I would have long had the chance to reach the Creator Realm. The head spirit's howl was abnormally sharp, and it spread out. In the canyon below, Gu Chen and the others felt their eardrums hurt, and they felt an inexplicable sense of irritation. No matter how sacred an external object is, it can't help you reach the Creator Realm. If you want to enter that realm, you can only rely on yourself. The Worm King licked its lips. Its speed suddenly increased by several times, and it pounced forward. The speed of the two world leaders' battle entered another realm. The cultivators below could no longer see their movements clearly. They could only see the sky shattering as if it was the end of the world. At that moment, the thunderstorm in front of them slowly disappeared, leaving behind a huge crater. In the crater, the old black tortoise's tough turtle shell had been completely shattered by Yang Fuwang's all-out attack. Its body was covered in blood, and a lightning-covered saber was still stuck in its body. It was on the verge of death, vomiting blood continuously. Clearly, it no longer had the ability to fight. Yang Fuwang was panting heavily. Although he had used up a lot of his energy, he was still happy that he had defeated the old black tortoise. He looked up at Gu Chen and saw Chu Meixin hugging Granny Shu. He couldn't help but laugh mockingly. I didn't expect you to be willing to help me defeat the old tortoise in order to save an old woman of unknown origins. Your black hole comes and goes like a ghost. You could have snatched the chaotic golden lightning bamboo while I was fighting with the old tortoise, but you foolishly gave it up. Yang Fuwang laughed maniacally. He wasn't grateful for Gu Chen's help at all. Instead, he was ridiculing him. From his point of view, the two of them were using each other, so there was nothing to thank him for. He had worked hard to lure him into the trap, but he gave up the chance to snatch the chaotic golden lightning bamboo in order to save someone. He was too stupid. Young Master Gu, hearing Yang Fuwang's mockery, Chu Meixin realized that it had been a great opportunity for Gu Chen, but he had given it up for her. Gu Chen just looked at Yang Fuwang calmly, his eyes inadvertently glancing at the chaotic golden lightning bamboo. You missed the best opportunity. It's too late now. With my speed, I can definitely snatch the first herb before you do. Yang Fuwang was already on guard against Gu Chen. When he saw Gu Chen's gaze, he immediately turned into a bolt of lightning and charged into that strange space. Just as he said, apart from the two people fighting in the sky, no one was faster than him. Even Gu Chen's black hole needed time to open, so it wasn't as fast as his lightning speed. This time, no one stopped him. Yang Fuwang's eyes burned as he charged into the strange space. Yang Fuwang, didn't anyone tell you that haste makes waste? Gu Chen muttered to himself the moment he rushed in. He was exceptionally calm. The next moment, a scream came from that space. It was Dharmaraja Yang. No one knew what had happened to him, but he let out a series of blood-curdling screams. Then, his voice gradually weakened until there was no more sound. What happened? Fatty Qian, Qijia Xianzu and even Chu Meixin were shocked. But when they saw Gu Chen's calm face, they couldn't help but look at him. That space isn't easy to enter at the moment. Gu Chen shook his head. Previously, when he and Fatty Qian came here to explore, he found that the edge of the strange space was full of primal chaos qi, and primal chaos qi was like a poison to cultivators. Today, the battle between the Worm King and the head spirit had caused such a huge commotion that it had aggravated the instability of the space in this area. Under such circumstances, how turbulent would the chaotic qi in this strange space be? Yang Fuwang was too anxious because he had consumed too much of his energy. He was afraid that Gu Chen would beat him to it. With a casual hint from Gu Chen's eyes, he had foolishly rushed in. Naturally, he would not have a good ending. Gu Chen explained the situation. Fatty Qian and the other two people had a strange look on their faces. This Yang Fuwang was too miserable. It wasn't easy for him to defeat the old black tortoise, but he was easily tricked by Gu Chen. Gu Chen, you are really evil. Now, the first herb is ours. Fatty Qian said excitedly. Didn't you hear Master say that the space is very unstable and full of primal chaos qi? If Yang Fuwang can't get it, we also can't get it. Qijia Xianzu shook his head and poured cold water. The most important thing now is not whether we can get the first herb, but whether we can leave here alive. Gu Chen shook his head. It was easy for people to ignore danger because of greed. Yang Fuwang was like this, Fatty Qian and Qijia Xian were also like this. Although the primal chaos golden lightning bamboo was precious and Gu Chen had some confidence in getting it, he was more concerned about his own life. If the head spirit lost this battle, even if they got the first herb, wouldn't they all become food for the Worm King? After Gu Chen's reminder, everyone became nervous again. Master, the head spirit can't win? Qijia Xianzu asked worriedly. I'm afraid the odds are not high. Gu Chen shook his head solemnly. Although he had released the head spirit from the situation of the battle, the Worm King still had the upper hand. Fatty, go search the old black tortoise's body and find the boundary-crossing talisman. Also, while it is still breathing, ask it about its original arrangements after leaving the secret place. If it is not easy to interrogate, we can start from the words Qi Commandery. Gu Chen paid attention to the battle in the air while giving Fatty Qian a task. They must be prepared as much as possible. Whether the head beast or the head spirit won this battle, according to Peng Fu's previous words, this secret place may collapse. At that time, they may still be able to escape according to the old black tortoise's evacuation route. Don't worry, leave it to me. The old black tortoise is already dying, this matter is easy to handle. Fatty Qian suppressed the anxiety in his heart, nodded and immediately walked towards the old black tortoise. Originally, he was in charge of interrogating Peng Fu, and now he was also in charge of the old black tortoise. The battle in the sky that would decide everyone's fate was in full swing. Although the Worm King had the upper hand, the head spirit was incorporeal and good at spiritual attacks, so he could not do anything to it. The two continued to fight, but they were in a stalemate, and the outcome of this battle could not be decided in a short period of time. Considering that they had confronted each other for a long time, the outcome of this battle could not be decided in a short period of time. Guchen paid close attention to the situation. He knew that if he wanted to leave the secret place alive, he had to calm down and wait for a possible opportunity to appear. Fatty Qian did not spend long interrogating the old black tortoise. Soon, he found the boundary-crossing talisman and obtained some important information. However, Guchen was fully focused on the battle in the sky, so he did not disturb him with this matter. During this time, Granny Shu woke up. She was just unconscious before, and her body was not seriously injured, so she still had the strength to fight. This was good news for everyone. Right now, the more combat power they had, the better. While the Worm King and the head spirit were in a stalemate, everyone also had the idea of taking the chaotic golden lightning bamboo. However, when they got closer to take a look, it was just as Guchen had said. The space inside was very unstable, and a chaotic aura was flowing everywhere. It was too dangerous to enter rashly. As a result, everyone stopped thinking about treasures and focused their attention on the sky. Everyone was very clear that no matter the outcome of this battle, when the winner was free, they would be the ones to be targeted. And if they wanted to leave the secret place alive, they had to work together and fight to the death. In the long valley, there were corpses everywhere. It was a mess. Of the 100 Dao querying cultivators that entered the valley, there were very few survivors. Most of the corpses were eaten by the bugs. The scene was tragic and desolate. On the other hand, the ground was littered with the corpses of the silver beetles. After the frenzied killing, the number of bugs was greatly reduced. There were broken walls everywhere. Blood covered the collapsed rocks and broken trees. In the sky above the valley, the battle between the two world leaders continued. The sky was full of holes. In the distance, countless demon beasts in the secret places were escaping. They instinctively wanted to leave this place. Apart from the deafening roars of energy, the world had sunk into a kind of relative silence. Guchen, Fatty Qian, Chu Meixin, Granny Shu, and Qi clan ancestor Xian stood on a cliff. They avoided the remaining silver beetles in the valley. They held their breaths and stared at the two figures in the sky. The winner was about to be decided. The Bug King and the head spirit's movements were slow. The injuries on their bodies were shocking. The Bug King, whose body had evolved to a terrifying level, was now covered in wounds. One of its tails was broken in half. It was no longer as powerful as before. The head spirit's appearance was even more worrying. Although its soul was illusory, it was condensed and not dissipated. Now, it was like smoke, constantly dissipating. This meant that its consciousness was starting to dissipate despite its powerful soul. Compared to the Bug King's terrifying external injuries, the problem was more serious. Within 10 moves, you will definitely lose. The Bug King said coldly. It made a prediction about the battle and showed great confidence. The head spirit's smoke-like body and face were faintly discernible. It looked below with venomous eyes. So what if you win me? The people from the outside world are watching from the side. Do you want them to reap the benefits? They are nothing to be afraid of. The Bug King did not see the people below as threats at all. Hearing this, the head spirit's expression turned hideous. It was as though it had revealed its true intentions. If that is the case, why do we have to end it within 10 moves? Can you block my next attack? After it finished speaking, its eyes suddenly emitted a resplendent light, like the sun, accompanied by a high-intensity soul attack. The Worm King's heart skipped a beat, thinking that the other party was going to fight to the death. Instinctively, he closed his eyes and focused on defense. The head spirit's strongest point was its soul power, and after a few hours of consumption, it was already at the end of its tether. After this attack, it no longer had the strength to resist. Unexpectedly, the soul attack that it imagined did not come. The insect king opened its eyes and found that the head spirit was actually flying downwards at an extremely fast speed, heading towards where the humans were. "Why aren't you guys helping me? If I die, you won't be able to live either." The head spirit shrieked before it even got close to Gu Chen and the others. It was clear that it was on the verge of despair. Gu Chen and the other four were already prepared for any possible situation. Seeing that the head spirit was asking for help, they had no choice but to help, even though they knew that the head spirit was trying to divert the trouble to them. Whoosh! The Bug King's figure was like an arrow that had left the bow, falling straight down from the sky, its whole body emitting a shocking murderous aura. "If you guys want to die faster, I'll grant your wish." As it roared, the head spirit had already turned into a few gusts of air, brushing past Gu Chen and the others. The five of them directly faced the Bug King. Kill! Without hesitation, everyone unleashed all the origin energy in their bodies. The Qi family's ancestor's spear released a destructive black light, pouncing towards the sky like a dragon. Granny Shu swung her sword, splitting it into hundreds of sword shadows, forming a sword net in front of her. The sword box on Chu Meishin's back condensed an extremely solid sword light, slashing upwards diagonally. Fatty Qian's eyes exploded with a 10-meter-long ray of light, and the power of the dream realm rushed towards the Bug King. Behind Gu Chen, a domineering grand map appeared, and the golden shadow raised its huge arms, trying to block the Bug King. Die! The Bug King's aura was unstoppable, and its body was like a meteorite, directly piercing through the domineering grand map. Fatty Qian's dream realm attack did not even make it pause for a second. The Qi family's ancestor's spear was broken by the wind brought about by the Bug King's body, and Granny Shu's dense sword net immediately fell apart. Only the sword light released by the sword box on Chu Meishin's back was unimaginably powerful, actually breaking through the Bug King's defense and leaving a sword wound on its shoulder. Even so, the irresistible Bug King had already broken through everyone's joint attack, and it let out a shocking roar. Boom! With this roar, a terrifying force swept out in all directions, and the Qi family's ancestor, Granny Shu, and Fatty Qian were thrown out without any ability to resist. Their bodies were covered in blood, and it was unknown whether they were dead or alive. Chu Meishin was slightly better off, and the sword box on her back once again released sword light to protect her. She only knelt on the ground and did not get up. Gu Chen was also hit by the ferocious force, but with his tough body, he only spat out a few mouthfuls of blood. The joint attack of the five of them was almost useless. Even though the Bug King was not as strong as before, it still easily defeated them. "You overestimate yourselves." The Bug King stopped roaring, and retracted the force it released. Looking at the still conscious Gu Chen and Chu Meishin, its face showed deep disgust and disdain. Gu Chen gritted his teeth, and the dominating cauldron of origin in his dantian swayed again. The Bug King took a step forward, and was about to kill these annoying ants when it suddenly sensed that the head spirit had actually escaped into the space where the chaotic golden lightning bamboo was. The head spirit had purposely led the Bug King to Gu Chen's group, not to seek their help, but to create an opportunity to get close to the chaotic golden lightning bamboo. Now that things have come to this, what's the point of playing this kind of trick? The Bug King sneered, and without delay, it immediately chased after them. Gu Chen and Chu Meishin were saved again, and they looked at each other with a bitter smile. That Bug King is too strong. Chu Meishin's pale face was unusually beautiful, and her clear eyes were filled with despair. Gu Chen looked at Granny Shu and the others, who had been seriously injured and fainted in an instant, and did not refute Chu Meishin's statement. That was an existence that stood at the peak of the evolution of a race, and any conventional means were probably no match for him. The head spirit will soon be killed by him, and when he comes out, we won't be able to escape either. Chu Meishin's expression was gloomy. Gu Chen thought of the Bug King's arrogance and conceit, and his heart was stimulated. "Are you willing to sit here and wait for death?" He endured the intense pain in his body, and walked towards Fatty Qian, who was covered in blood, and with a thought, he put him into the space within his body. "What else can we do?" Chu Meishin looked at Gu Chen, and did not understand his actions. "I have another way that might be able to kill him." Guchen said in a hoarse voice, and walked in front of Qi clan's ancestors Xian and Granny Shu, and put them into the space within his body. Chu Meixin's eyes wavered. Really? Really, but even if I kill him, if the head spirit is still alive, it will be meaningless. You once said that your main purpose for coming to this secret place was to capture the head spirit, right? The sword box on your back is not simple. You must have hidden some tricks, otherwise you wouldn't have been able to block the Insect King's attack. I want you to go in with me. I will deal with the Insect King and you will deal with the head spirit. Hearing Gu Chen's words, Chu Meixin's expression changed. But didn't you say that the space is extremely chaotic right now? Moreover, how can we defeat them? If we try, there is a 99% chance that we will die. If we don't try, there is a 100% chance that we will die. Gu Chen's voice was a little louder, his eyes clear and determined. There is only a 1% chance of survival. Do you want to gamble with me? Chu Meixin's mind shook. Looking at the ordinary-looking man in front of her, she nodded heavily. I'll listen to you. All right, let's go. Gu Chen stepped forward and held Chu Meixin's hand. The thickness of his palm and the warmth from his palm gave Chu Meixin an inexplicable sense of security. Together, the two of them walked into the almost certain death space entrance to gamble on their last chance. This strange space was not big, only a few thousand feet in length and width. However, in this narrow space, there were countless strands of chaotic energy drifting around. The chaotic energy was gray and gave off a heart-palpitating aura. What was even more damning was that because of the previous battle, there were still spatial cracks everywhere, which made this place even more unsafe. Just as they entered, Chu Meixin felt as if she was walking on thin ice, her thin body tensed up. Don't be afraid, just follow me. Gu Chen's calm voice sounded. He held Chu Meixin's hand and every time he used the treading stars and moon steps, he would carefully avoid the spatial cracks and the moving chaotic energy. He had a high level of attainment in the Tao of space, so it was easier for him to move around in this place. Save me, a weak cry for help came from the side. Gu Chen and Chu Meixin turned around and found that it was Xianxia Wang. When he had rushed into this space, he had accidentally bumped into the chaotic energy. The chaotic energy had corroded most of his body, reducing most of his body to gray matter. The lightning essence in his body had also become chaotic and disorderly. He had been unable to move, and had been waiting for death for several hours. Gu Chen looked at Xianxia Wang's earnest eyes and raised his hand expressionlessly. He threw him into an independent black hole within his body. Just as he was done with this, a loud rumble of thunder came from afar, accompanied by the desperate cries of the head spirit. Why? Why doesn't the chaotic golden lightning bamboo acknowledge me? I grew up under its care, so I am the most qualified person to obtain it. The head spirit's voice was filled with despair and desolation. The primal golden lightning bamboo has never belonged to anyone. Countless years ago, when it fell here, we only obtained its fortune by chance. It's laughable that you actually thought you could become the creator just by obtaining it. It's also because of your naive thoughts that I was able to get what I wanted. The Bug King's sarcastic voice came. Gu Chen and Chu Meixin looked at each other with shock in their eyes. Didn't the primal golden lightning bamboo grow in this world within a world? If it came from the outside world, how could it be the primal herb? Chu Meixin said in disbelief. Gu Chen was deep in thought, thinking of the Bug King and the head spirit's extraordinary strength. Logically speaking, in a sealed world within a world, although it was in the initial stage of chaos, it was still innately underdeveloped. How could it give birth to two Tao querying 9th level peak experts? Gu Chen already had his doubts about this, but after listening to the conversation between the two, he vaguely understood what was going on. The primal golden lightning bamboo wasn't the primal herb, but a treasure from the outside world. It was its appearance that raised the limits of the Bug King and the head spirit, giving them the chance to peek into the Tao severing realm. I don't believe it. I must get it. The head spirit's hysterical voice came, followed by a series of thunder and lightning. It let out a tragic cry. Gu Chen and Chu Meixin followed the sound and soon saw a strange scene where the primal golden lightning bamboo had taken root. The head spirit's body was emitting green smoke, and it was extremely weak. The Bug King was grabbing it, and it couldn't resist at all. The Worm King looked at the head spirit with eyes full of passion and greed as he said to it. If I want to become a creator, the only way is to evolve to the extreme. Countless years ago, the opportunity of the primal golden lightning bamboo was split between you and me. From then on, the fate of becoming a creator was split into two. For so many years, I've hunted countless living beings in this secret place to evolve, but I've never been able to evolve to the most perfect realm, and the reason is you. As long as I devour you, who has a powerful soul, my evolution will be perfect, and I will be able to step into the creator realm. As the Bug King spoke, it opened its mouth wide, revealing a mouthful of sharp teeth, and bit the head spirit's body. The head spirit's body was like glue, and the Bug King greedily devoured it. The head spirit screamed again and again. Such a barbaric scene made one shudder. Guchen and Chumeixin's hearts were tense, and they slowly got closer. Swish, the Bug King, who was devouring the head spirit, suddenly turned its head, and its eyes were as terrifying as a demonic beast's. You've escaped with your life twice, and you already know the huge gap between us, but you still have the courage to come here? Are all inferior races like the human race so stupid? Guchen had already guessed that he couldn't sneak too close, so he stopped. The distance before him was about enough. You're always talking about discrimination. Do you really think you're standing at the peak of the race forest? Guchen said coldly, awe-inspiring and fearless. Who gave you the courage to come in front of me again and again? The Bug King's eyes were cold. I've decided. When I leave this world and conquer the Chaos Sea, I'll definitely exterminate the stupid human race. Stupid and incompetent races don't have the right to continue reproducing in this world. Guchen found it funny, and his eyes revealed deep disdain. In this secret place, you're indeed the most powerful, but in the Chaos Sea, there are many people who are better than you. It's impossible for a small bug like you to conquer the Chaos Sea. Even the human race that you despise has experts that you can't even imagine. You have no idea how heavy this world is, and how evil the human race is. Guchen's expression turned ferocious. He suddenly flipped his hand and took out a strange green pot. This was the Taotai pot that Kongxing had given him before he came to Thunder Prefecture. It was a killing weapon made by the Ministry of Works. The Bug King was indeed strong, but compared to Xing Prefecture, which Guchen had painstakingly tried to overthrow, it was nothing. The Worm King's arrogance and ignorance reminded Guchen of his state of being a frog at the bottom of a well when he was still in the 9th realm. After leaving the 9th world, Guchen took every step carefully and seriously. He was afraid that if something went wrong, not only would he lose his life, but the 9th world would also be destroyed along with him. This heavy world that he feared, this world that he had to endure even when he was covered in wounds, how could it be so easy to deal with? This world's malice was never directed at anyone, but it was everywhere. Today, Guchen wanted to release his greatest malice here. After killing the Worm King, all the treasures in the Primal Chaos secret land would belong to him. Be it greed or insanity, he would risk it all for the chance to reach the heavens in one step. Die. Guchen threw out the Taotai pot in his hand. You're the one courting death. The Worm King's eyes shot out demonic light. Before the Taotai pot could even get close, it had already shattered it. Crack. Crack. The moment the Taotai pot shattered, a large amount of green poisonous mist surged out, turning into a vicious Taotai beast that pounced at the Worm King without warning. When Kongxing gave the Taotai pot to Guchen, he said that unless a Dao monarch attacked, even if it was an enemy army, the Taotai pot could save his life once. Considering the Ministry of Works' killing methods, Guchen had already guessed the general ability of the Taotai pot. The horrifying poisonous mist turned into a Taotai, enveloping the Worm King and the head spirit within. Sizzle. Sizzle. The Worm King was already covered in wounds from the battle. Now, under the cover of the poisonous mist, his wounds gave off a rotting smell. He roared in anger. It's useless. Even if this poison is the strongest poison in the world and can kill an army, it can't take my life. You still have to die. No one can defeat me. The Worm King tried his best to tear apart the poisonous mist. Even though his body was covered in rotting wounds, he was still as ferocious as ever. This move is useless. What should I do? Chumeixin's expression was nervous. She thought that the green pot was Guchen's trump card. Guchen's expression was exceptionally calm. He pulled Chumeixin and flew towards the Worm King, he became duty-bound and brushed past the primal energy many times. Chu Meixin followed in fear, wondering what gave this man such courage. Guchen took the risk and flew 10 zhang away from the Worm King. The Worm King had finally torn apart the Tao Tai's poisonous mist. Seeing him coming, its face was filled with a ferocious smile. "Scum, you've come to die." As soon as he finished speaking, a metallic sound pierced through the heavens and earth. A grayish-brown four-legged square cauldron suddenly appeared in Guchen's palm. As it spun, it slowly rose into the air. The square cauldron exuded a boundlessly overbearing pressure, and within the cauldron floated boundless chaotic energy that caused one's heart to palpitate. This was the first time Guchen's cauldron of origin had appeared in front of people. In order to defeat the Insect King, he had to give it his all. Secret art of chaos. Guchen's eyes were bloodshot. He poured all of his mental strength into the cauldron of origin and established a connection with the chaotic aura in this space. A scene that the Insect King hadn't expected appeared. The countless strands of chaotic chi in this space were actually attracted to the heavy square cauldron at this moment. Following the evolution of the cauldron of origin, Guchen could now control a few feet of primordial energy. Compared to the few strands he could control at the beginning, a few feet was a big step forward. However, under normal circumstances, it wouldn't be of much use to Guchen. In this secret place, however, the situation was different. The primordial energy here was already in an extremely active state. As long as there was a bait, it could erupt like a volcano. After knowing the uniqueness of this place, Guchen had thought of the only way to defeat the Insect King. He had made this place his final battlefield. No matter how strong the Insect King was, even a Tao Lord wouldn't dare to be careless in the face of the primordial energy. What could he do? The Tao Tai pot was only used to weaken the Insect King as much as possible, preventing it from escaping. However, Guchen's biggest killing move was here. In an instant, Guchen immersed all of his consciousness into the cauldron, and he poured all of the power of the four origins in his body into it. The Insect King was too strong. He couldn't hold anything back, so he had to give it his all. Under Guchen's crazy and reckless output, the cauldron of origin shone with unprecedented light, and the power of the secret art of chaos was also activated to the maximum. Then, it turned into a beam of light and crashed into the Insect King. During this process, all of the primordial energy in this space seemed to have found an outlet, and they all swam towards it. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, boom, boom. Countless strands of primordial energy were wreaking havoc, and for the first time in its life, the Insect King felt a deep sense of fear. It understood what Guchen meant by evil intentions. His scalp went numb, and he released the head spirit that he had bound. In this situation, he had to use all of his strength to block the cauldron. If he couldn't, he would die. Seeing that it was free from the Insect King's control, the head spirit was ecstatic. Like the wind, it wanted to escape. However, the surroundings were filled with primordial energy. Desperate, it gritted its teeth, risked being injured by the primordial energy, and rushed out. A part of its soul was touched by the primordial energy, and the origin in its body was disintegrating at a shocking speed. The head spirit cut its wrist and forcefully removed half of its origin to avoid the same fate as Dharmaraja Yang. This is great. This is great. I didn't think this human could threaten the Insect King. Now I will be the final winner. The head spirit could tell that summoning the cauldron had used up all of Guchen's energy. After he and the Insect King die together, he would naturally be the final winner. Swoosh! Suddenly, Chu Meixin's silhouette appeared before the head spirit, and it was startled. Chu Meixin's eyes were filled with determination. When Guchen summoned the cauldron, she understood his intention and knew her own value. She knew better than anyone what a treasure that could manipulate the primordial energy meant. Her opponent had chosen to reveal his cards in front of her, which meant that he had entrusted his life to her. Her opponent no longer held anything back, and it was a battle to the death. She no longer had any fear or hesitation. Clang! The sword case on Chu Meixin's back suddenly shattered, and a blinding light spilled out from within, turning into the shape of a sword. The shadow of the sword enlarged in the head spirit's eyes, locking down the space around it. It felt like its soul was about to melt. No, the strong sense of life and death made the head spirit struggle and roar. However, it was too heavily injured from the battle with the Insect King, and to cut off the primordial energy, it had lost most of its origin energy. There was no way it could fight back. Roar. In the other direction, the insect king was surrounded by countless strands of primordial energy, and a cauldron of origin was charging at it. There was no way it could dodge, so it could only roar and raise its arms to take the blow. Dang, the cauldron collided with the insect king, and the crisp sound of the cauldron pierced through the 9 heavens. The insect king was forced back, its body was covered in blood, and its hands held onto the cauldron's body as blood flowed out of its mouth. Die. The chaos was like poison, and the Worm King was already covered in injuries. A shrill scream echoed in the entire space. The Worm King was drowned in the chaotic aura as if it had been pulled into an eternal hell. Its expression was ferocious and filled with fear. After Guchen was done with everything, he was like a lamp that had run out of oil. He collapsed on the ground and stared at the movements of the Worm King. On the other side, Xianxia used a secret technique to activate the sword embryo and finally sealed the head spirit into the sword embryo. However, her face was pale. It seemed that the price of the secret technique was too great. She couldn't even stand steadily and almost fainted. Did we kill him? She forced herself not to faint. Her eyes were filled with hope as she looked at the Worm King that was drowned in the chaotic aura. The head spirit had been sealed. As long as they killed the Worm King, they would be able to leave this mystic land alive. I heard that even Dao Lords are afraid of the chaos. He's just a half-step Dao Lord. He should be powerless. Guchen said in a hoarse voice, his heart filled with hope. Xianxia nodded weakly, her heart filled with joy. She had gambled with this man, and it seemed that she had succeeded. No. The Worm King struggled desperately in the chaotic aura. Its eyes were filled with intense indignation. How many years has it been? How much have I paid for this path of evolution? I'm destined to rule over the entire chaotic sea. I will not die here. No one can kill me. I haven't seen the outside world. I don't want to die. I won't die. Its roar was hysterical and completely crazy. In the end, it turned into an extremely sharp howl. The howl was earth-shattering. Guchen and Xianxia were the first to bear the brunt of it. The two of them vomited a large mouthful of blood. The howl spread out of the space and into the canyon, buzz, buzz, buzz. The sound of countless wings flapping came from the outside world, causing fear to appear on the faces of Guchen and Xianxia, who were struggling on the ground. Not good. As soon as Guchen said that, a large swarm of silver beetles surged in from outside. They charged forward like hungry tigers pouncing on sheep. We're dead. The corner of Xianxia's mouth revealed a bitter smile. With her current state, there was no way she could protect herself from the ravages of the insects. The Bug King roared with all its might. Perhaps it wanted to drag them down with it and perish together. Guchen looked at the silver swarm, and his eyes were filled with unwillingness. He had also reached his limit. Could it be that he could only end up being eaten by the swarm of insects in the end? Buzz, buzz, buzz. As the two of them were filled with despair, the swarm of bugs flew past them and headed straight for the Bug King. The two of them were dumbfounded. Then, they saw the silver beetles crazily pouncing on the chaotic aura as if they were committing suicide. Every silver beetle would explode and die upon colliding with the chaotic aura, but at the same time, a piece of flesh on the Beetle King's battered body would escape the corrosion of the chaotic aura. The Worm King was using the lives of a large number of its people to try to save its own life. Oh no, I can't let the Worm King come back to life. Having just escaped death, Guchen realized that an even greater danger was coming. He struggled to stand up. He tried to control the cauldron of origin to continue killing the swarm of insects. However, when he pressed his hands against the ground, he felt dizzy and could not exert any strength. Damn it! Guchen roared in anger. They had finally killed the Worm King, but was it going to come back to life? Endless despair gradually filled Guchen and Xianxia's hearts. Everything seemed to be over. And they had tried their best, but they were still defeated in the end. Ha ha ha, you lowly, useless species. When I recover, I will definitely tear you into pieces. Seeing that there was hope, the Worm King laughed ferociously. His nose and mouth were full of blood. The joyful laughter echoed in the air, but the next moment, it stopped. A strange ripple appeared in the chaotic airflow. It came from the outside world, as if something was approaching at high speed. The incoming force was extremely large. The Worm King's powerful senses instinctively felt uneasy. What is it? He looked at the entrance in bewilderment. Buzz, buzz, buzz. A loud noise came, as if a swarm of insects was moving in a large area, but it seemed different from the sound made by the silver beetles. When Guchen heard this sound, he was slightly stunned. It's them, they're here, Guchen murmured, his eyes filled with ecstasy. The first colorful demonic sky-engulfing butterfly appeared at the spatial entrance, its eyes emitting a frightening and greedy light. Then came the second one, the third one, until there was no end in sight. After Guchen released the demonic sky-devouring butterflies, they had been eyeing the silver beetles covetously out of their evolutionary instinct. And after something happened in the nest of the insects, leaving behind a large number of silver beetle corpses, they and their companions rushed into the canyon, 1 to 10, 10 to 100. They were originally just eating the silver beetle corpses, not knowing what had happened in this space. However, the Worm King's desperate cry just now had summoned the few remaining compatriots, and also the demonic sky-devouring butterflies. The butterflies chased after their evolutionary instinct, flew into the space, and saw the Worm King at first sight. The dying Worm King was an irresistible delicacy in their eyes, holding the key to the path of evolution. Thus, the demonic sky-devouring butterflies were excited and overjoyed, reaching a climax. Roar! They let out beast-like roars, opened their mouths, and crazily rushed toward the Worm King. The demonic sky-devouring butterflies had been waiting for the exhausted, and they had devoured a large number of silver beetle corpses in the canyon earlier, so they were in peak condition. They rushed into this space wave after wave, and there were tens of millions of them. No. The Worm King looked at the densely packed demonic sky-devouring butterflies with their mouths open, and the hope that had just been ignited in its heart was smashed to pieces. It was in complete despair, and completely collapsed. Rip, the demonic sky-devouring butterflies rushed up, using their absolute numbers to crush the silver beetles that were in their way, and then bit the Worm King's skin, instantly tearing off a small piece of flesh. During this period, many demonic sky-devouring butterflies were killed on the spot by the chaotic aura, but the latecomers were not afraid. Under their evolutionary instinct, they launched a frenzied attack. The pitiful Worm King, the absolute ruler of this chaotic mystic land, became a delicious meal for the demonic sky-devouring butterflies at the end of its life, and its flesh was bitten off piece by piece. This was an extremely cruel and bloody scene, vividly displaying the survival of the fittest and survival of the fittest in nature. In exchange for an unprecedented evolution, the butterflies did not hesitate to die. As Guchen watched the Worm King being devoured bit by bit, he finally heaved a sigh of relief. He had never thought of letting the butterflies attack, but in the end, they were the ones who saved him. Everything was fate. The Worm King was finally dead. Guchen and Chu Meixin, who had survived the disaster, felt relieved. This place isn't safe. Once the Insect King is dead, the entire secret land might collapse. We need to get out of here as soon as possible. Chu Meixin walked towards Guchen with difficulty. She looked at the drifting primal chaos chi in the distance and reminded him weakly. Guchen nodded. He gathered his mental power and plucked 2 more petals from the tricolored Bingdi lotus in his internal space. He swallowed one himself and handed the other to Chu Meixin. Time was of the essence. They needed to recover their strength as soon as possible. Otherwise, it would be too unjust if they didn't die to the Insect King. Chu Meixin took the petal from Guchen's hand and swallowed it without hesitation. The two of them quickly recovered. The medicinal effect of the tricolored Bingdi lotus was amazing. After an hour, Guchen recovered some of his strength. Chu Meixin's complexion also looked better. Seeing that Guchen had finished healing, she also finished healing. The two of them stood up and glanced at the Insect King's remains. It seemed like a lifetime had passed since the demonic sky-devouring butterflies ate it. After the Insect King's remains were eaten, the butterflies benefited the most. Their bodies kept emitting a strong light. They looked like they were on the verge of collapsing. Most of the butterflies didn't manage to get much flesh and blood. Their benefits were limited. After the Insect King's body was gone, they flew out of the exit and continued to eat the insect corpses outside. Chu Meixin looked at the butterflies with fear. Although these butterflies were beautiful, she had seen their ferocity with her own eyes. She was afraid that they would target her and Guchen. Don't worry. They're on our side. Guchen said casually. Then, under Chu Meishin's stunned gaze, he waved his hand. The sky-devouring demonic butterflies, which were constantly overflowing with strong light, immediately flew towards him shakily and finally returned to the space inside his body. You really have a lot of skills. You can even control insects. Chu Meishin couldn't help but laugh. Let's take what we need and leave this place as soon as possible. Guchen revealed a delighted smile as he led the way towards the chaotic golden lightning bamboo. Chu Meishin followed behind. From afar, she could see that the dazzling golden bamboo was rooted in the primal chaos. Its aura was extraordinary, and lightning was overflowing in all directions. I'm already satisfied with obtaining the head spirit. This primal golden lightning bamboo is yours. Chu Meishin said seriously when they got closer. To be honest, she felt that she owed Guchen too much for her cooperation with him this time. If not for him, she would not have been able to save Granny's shoe, much less obtain the head spirit as she wished. The head spirits in the primal chaos secret land were much stronger than ordinary head spirits. Now that the godly sword embryo had obtained it, the day of its completion was within reach. The significance to her was unimaginable. Guchen unexpectedly glanced at Chu Meishin and said with a smile. Even if you don't say it, I won't give it to you. Chu Meishin's breathing suddenly stopped. She didn't know whether this guy was joking or not. Don't get too full of yourself. Have you forgotten about the head spirit? I'm afraid it won't be that easy to pluck this chaotic golden lightning bamboo. Guchen nodded. He naturally thought of this. He didn't dare to pluck it directly. Instead, he conjured an illusory hand and carefully took it out. Crackle, the moment the hand touched the bamboo, terrifying golden lightning exploded. It instantly collapsed, and its energy scattered in all directions. Guchen frowned for a moment, while Chu Meishin smiled gloatingly. According to the Worm King and the head spirit, this chaotic golden lightning bamboo came from the outside world. However, I'm considered knowledgeable among my peers, but I've never heard of such a mystical item in the primal chaos sea. This item is rooted in the primal chaos and absorbs nutrients from it. I'm afraid ordinary methods won't be able to subdue it. Chu Meishin coughed and expressed her opinion. Guchen's eyes flickered upon hearing her reminder. He summoned the dominating cauldron of origins. The grayish-brown four-legged square cauldron slowly flew towards the chaotic golden lightning bamboo. Chu Meishin couldn't help but focus on it. This cauldron had played a crucial role in defeating the Worm King today. She couldn't tell where it had come from, but this was the first time she had heard of a treasure that could control the chaotic energy. The dominating cauldron of origins arrived above the chaotic golden lightning bamboo. Guchen, who was connected to it, suddenly felt an extremely excited emotion. The dominating cauldron of origins was many times more excited than when it absorbed the chaotic energy. Guchen could clearly sense it. Guchen originally only wanted to say that the dominating cauldron of origins could withstand the chaotic energy. Perhaps it could help him take away the chaotic golden lightning bamboo. Who would have thought that the dominating cauldron of origins would be so excited? Guchen decided to let go of its control. Whoosh, without Guchen's interference, the dominating cauldron of origins opened its mouth and poured out countless strands of chaotic energy. The chaotic energy engulfed the golden lightning bamboo, and it quickly became one with its surroundings. Then, like a whale sucking in water, the chaotic golden lightning bamboo was uprooted and flew into the dominating cauldron of origins. The entire process was extremely smooth. The chaotic golden lightning bamboo's self-defense was unable to stop the dominating cauldron of origins. What a treasure! Chu Meishin exclaimed. Your sword isn't bad either. Guchen looked at the divine sword on Chu Meishin's back and chuckled. The original sword case had already shattered. Chu Meishin's divine sword was light blue and translucent. There was a soul light constantly flowing within it. This sword was not simple. Guchen's intuition told him that Chu Meishin was willing to give him the chaotic golden lightning bamboo because sealing the head spirit had brought her far more benefits than he had imagined. The two of them had obtained what they wanted. They had a tacit understanding to keep each other's secrets. Guchen put the dominating cauldron of origins back into his dantian. At this time, the surrounding space trembled violently as if it was about to collapse. Let's go. The two of them looked at each other and immediately left this strange space. As soon as they left, the space collapsed. Returning to the canyon, the two of them looked at the strange space that had been destroyed by the turbulence. They were both glad and scared. Crack, crack, crack. The sky illusionary space above them was cracking like a mirror, and the ground below them was also filled with cracks. Too many world heads had disappeared. This secret place is about to collapse, Xianxia said with a stern expression. Luckily, we have the world-crossing talisman. Guchen took out the old black tortoise's world-crossing talisman and Peng Fu's avoid talisman. With these two talismans, it should not be difficult for them to leave. The outside world must have been surrounded by the Thunder Commandery's army. If we go out, we will be in danger. Xianxia thought about the next problem. The old tortoise has someone waiting outside. I originally wanted to use this as an escape route. But now he is on the verge of death. Fatty Qian is also unconscious. Guchen sighed. After being interrogated by Fatty Qian, Old Tortoise was thrown into the space inside his body. Since he was on the verge of death, he was naturally useless now. Fatty Qian was still unconscious, so Guchen knew nothing about the people who were waiting for him outside. The mist that you use to interfere with spiritual consciousness, what is the maximum area it can cover? Xianxia asked after some thought. I've never tried it before, but if I use it at full force, it can cover at least a dozen times the size of the galaxy forest, right? Guchen estimated and understood what Xianxia meant. So wide? Xianxia was delighted and explained, as this secret place is the world within a world of the longevity realm, when it collapses, the effects will radiate to the outside world and cause chaos. When the time comes, you can use the Mist Dao technique to further intensify the chaos. With your mysterious black hole, we should be able to escape the blockade of the Lake Commandery army. Guchen knew that this method might work and said in deep thought. But that alone is not enough. Once we escape successfully and the chaotic secret place collapses, the Lake Commandery will seal the longevity realm. The real problem is to escape from the longevity realm. Once the chaos transit window of the longevity realm was completely sealed by the Lake Commandery, there would be no way out. It was only a matter of time before they were discovered. And the later they left the longevity realm, the tighter the blockade of the Lake Commandery would be. The more experts there would be, the lower the chances of escaping. Guchen wanted to understand the old Xian Wu's reinforcements because he guessed that they had prepared a way to leave the longevity realm as soon as possible. He wanted to borrow their strength. We can't think too much now. This secret place is about to collapse. Let's escape first. Xianxia smiled bitterly. She understood Guchen's true concerns, but they could only take it one step at a time. That's the only way. Guchen couldn't think of a better idea either. He nodded and whistled. This whistle spread far and wide. The demonic heaven-devouring butterflies heard it and flew towards him like swallows returning to their nest. There are many treasures in this canyon. It's a pity we don't have time to take them away. Xianxia looked at the collapsing mountains and rivers and said regretfully. The treasure trove of the bug race's lair and the storage rings of the hundreds of Dao querying realm cultivators that died in the canyon were unimaginable riches. They represented the treasures of the entire chaotic secret place. But in this environment, they obviously didn't have the mood or time to search the corpses. That's not necessarily true. Guchen glanced at the demonic heaven-devouring butterfly that was flying over from afar. Xianxia followed his gaze and her beautiful eyes couldn't help but widen. The demonic sky-devouring butterflies were either grabbing storage rings or exotic flowers and herbs, looking like hard-working porters. None of them returned empty-handed. Is this your order? Xianxia was speechless. Under such a pressing situation, this man actually had the time to think about the treasures in the valley. That's their own behavior, but it's also because I've been teaching them well. Guchen smiled, looking at the butterflies with eyes full of hope. The butterflies were mutating after devouring the carcasses of the silver beetles in the valley. He could clearly feel that their intelligence, agility, and defense were all improving. This was only referring to the ordinary demonic sky-devouring butterflies. The butterflies that had eaten the beetle king and obtained the greatest fortune were rapidly evolving in his body. It was hard to imagine how great the evolution this time would be. Countless demonic sky-devouring butterflies danced, carrying a huge amount of wealth. They nimbly returned to Gu Chen's body in the midst of the collapsing mountains and rivers. When all the demonic sky-devouring butterflies returned, Gu Chen rushed into the sky with Chu Meixin. "We'll wait until the secret place completely collapses before we leave." The wings of time behind Gu Chen spread open. He stood in the sky and mobilized the origin energy to stabilize the space around him. At the same time, he took out the boundary-crossing talisman and adversity avoidance talisman. When the secret place completely collapsed, it would cause the greatest commotion. At that time, the outside world would definitely be the most chaotic, and it would be the easiest time to escape. This was actually very risky. Ordinary cultivators might not be able to escape in time and would die in the spatial turbulence caused by the collapse of the secret place. However, Gu Chen was well versed in the Tao of space. With the help of the boundary-crossing talisman and adversity avoidance talisman, he was naturally more confident. Chu Meixin obediently followed by Gu Chen's side and listened to everything he said. From the moment she met him until now, every scheme he made and the strength he constantly revealed made her admire him to the extreme. Because of her identity and the talent she had since she was young, she had always been aloof. Deep down, she didn't look up to many people her age. But with Gu Chen, even she didn't realize that she had developed a mentality of obedience and dependence. Boom boom boom, the ground was shattered, and the sky had completely collapsed, revealing the pitch-black spatial turbulence. The whole world was collapsing. Chu Meixin stood slightly behind Gu Chen. Looking at his broad shoulders, she felt a strange feeling. Was it just a sense of security? Or was there some other feeling? Chu Meixin's imagination ran wild. In this environment where heaven and earth were collapsing, only she and Gu Chen were left in the world. She actually felt that it was a little romantic. Prepare to leave. Gu Chen was completely focused. When the surrounding collapse reached a peak, he held the world-crossing talisman and adversity-avoiding talisman in his hands and activated them at the same time. Buzz, time and space changed, the world spun, and the two left. Two Law Kings, something bad has happened. The entrance to the secret place is showing signs of collapse. The entrance to the secret place has completely collapsed, and Yang Law King has not returned yet. In the military camp where the Star Sea Forest used to be, news came one after another, catching people off guard. From the collapse of the entrance to the complete annihilation of the secret place, the time given to people to react was too short. It was difficult to mobilize such a large army quickly. Yang Yongxing, that useless thing, did he die in the secret place? According to the prepared plan, seal off the entire star path. Once the secret place collapses, the survivors may take the opportunity to escape. The two Thunder King of Dharmarajas quickly gave out orders in surprise and shock. One by one, the well-trained soldiers of Thunder County moved out like a tide. Not good, the surrounding star path is filled with spatial turbulence. Unknown fragments of the continent have appeared from the spatial cracks. A large number of corpses have been found in the fragments of the continent. Some surviving beasts are attacking our line of defense. A strange white fog has suddenly emerged. We have lost contact with the 3rd, 6th, and 7th legions. In the next few hours, because of the impact of the secret place's collapse, the entire star path was in chaos. The blockade of the Thunder County's army was greatly affected. It was not until one day later that the spatial turbulence within a radius of 100,000 miles gradually subsided. The situation was under control. However, except for the large number of fragments of the continent and the shocking corpses that appeared along with the fragments, the soldiers of the Thunder County did not find any survivors. Guardian King Qing Song, what do you think? Are the people in the secret place all dead? Eagle Guardian King, who had a pair of wings on his back and a pair of curved horns on his head, asked with killing intent in his eyes. We did not find many valuable treasures in the floating ruins, and these corpses did not leave any storage rings or anything like that. There are definitely survivors who escaped. Guardian King Qing Song was tall and skinny. He had a pair of green pupils that were constantly flashing with sparks. If that's the case, the other party escaped right under our noses. Is it possible that Yang Yongxing directed it himself? Eagle Guardian King's eyes flickered. Although Yang Yongxing's lightning speed is unparalleled and has the highest chance of escaping from our sight, I don't think he would be crazy enough to betray His Majesty just because of the great opportunities in the secret place. Guardian King Xianxia shook his head and denied Eagle Guardian King's guess. Apart from him, who else could escape from under our noses so quickly? Could it be that old turtle? Eagle Guardian King asked again. I'm not sure. Maybe it's him, maybe it's not. In the chaos just now, even our divine senses were affected by the spatial turbulence. Even if it's an ordinary Dao querying cultivator, it's not impossible for him to escape from under our noses. Guardian King Xianxia pondered. Previously, the Third Army reported that there was a strange white fog that greatly affected their blockade. Perhaps it was the work of the survivors. Then what should we do now? Yang Yongxing's fate is unknown, and we don't even know who the survivors are. If His Majesty blames us, the consequences will be extremely bad. Eagle Guardian King's mood worsened when he thought about the consequences of not doing his job well. Whether Yang Yongxing is dead or alive, and no matter who the survivors are, they will have to leave this longevity realm. As long as they can't leave this longevity realm, no matter how many opportunities they get, it will be meaningless. Cold air surged in Guardian King Xianxia's green pupils. Pass down the order. We will send a small group of soldiers to continue searching in this space ruin. As for the rest of the army, immediately seal the chaos passage out of the longevity realm. Not even a fly can sneak out. At the same time, investigate every force in the longevity realm that participated in the Xuanwu banquet. If the survivors are from these families, they might escape back to their territories. Eagle Guardian King nodded. Then what should the two of us do? Us? Azure Wave King Xianxia sneered. The two of us will personally guard the chaos portal. No matter how long it takes, we must capture the survivors. The opportunities that appear in my Thunder County belong only to my Thunder County and only to my lord. No one can snatch the food from the tiger's mouth. Longevity Realm, a place far away from the Starsea Forest, on a desolate dead star. A temporary cave abode had been created thousands of meters below the surface of the dead star. Guchen was sitting alone, taking inventory of his gains from this trip to the secret place. It had been a few days since they had escaped from the secret place. On that day, he and Chu Meixin had successfully escaped from the secret place with the help of the boundary crossing spell and the adversity avoiding spell. As soon as they came out, they had bumped into the army of the Thunder Commandery. Fortunately, the commotion caused by the collapse of the secret place was much bigger than they had imagined. With the cover of the Lost Fog Sea, Guchen used the black hole to carry Chu Meixin back and forth at an extremely fast speed. Fortunately, before General Lei Jun discovered them, they had successfully escaped from that place of trouble. After that, they did not stop until they were sure that the surroundings were safe. Only then did they temporarily settle down in this desolate place to recuperate. Fatty Qian, Qi clan's ancestor Xian, and Granny Shu had all woken up after that. They had already been recuperating for a few days. As for Chu Meixin, she hugged her sword and had already immersed herself in studying it for a few nights. Gu Chen's recovery ability was strong to begin with. In these few days, his injuries had almost completely healed. He was in the mood to sort out his gains. Although this trip to the Chaos Secret Place had been full of life and death, it was undoubtedly worth it. Not only was it worth it, but the gains were so great that it had greatly exceeded his original expectations. Let's not talk about the many treasures brought back by the butterflies. Just the world's heads in the secret place alone have almost all been captured by me. As Guchen counted, he was overjoyed. First, there were the 3 chaotic origin stones. These were the headstones in the secret place. They could provide him with a vast amount of source energy. If he could refine and absorb all of them, his cultivation level would experience a huge leap. Next was the tricolored Bingdi lotus. Guchen had originally thought that it was just an elixir of immortality. However, after knowing that the chaotic golden lightning bamboo did not grow in the secret place, he was certain that the tricolored Bingdi lotus was the dream elixir of countless people. This elixir was born with the headstone. When Guchen sensed the change in the fate of the secret place, it was not only because he had obtained the 3 chaotic origin stones, but also because of it. Just one petal could revive a severely injured Dao querying realm cultivator. Guchen knew that if he refined this tricolored Bingdi lotus into an elixir, he would have a few more lives. If the elixir and the headstone were obtained by Guchen through luck, then the head beast and the chaotic golden lightning bamboo were obtained by risking his life. As a near-perfect evolved being, the head beast Worm King was undoubtedly the leader of the many world heads. Although it was already dead, the sky-devouring demonic butterflies had devoured it and its race. Now, all of them were in a state of evolution. Guchen did not know how they would evolve. But he was filled with anticipation when he thought of the bug race's dominance in the secret place. As for the chaotic golden lightning bamboo, Guchen secretly observed it after it was sucked into the cauldron of origin. He discovered that ever since then, the cauldron of origin had been refining this treasure of unknown origin. Every time it refined an inch of the chaotic golden lightning bamboo, the cauldron of origins would obviously evolve. This made Guchen very happy. Other than the head spirit, which had been obtained by Chu Mei-xin, the 3 world heads had fallen into the hands of Guchen. Coupled with the chaotic golden lightning bamboo, even with Guchen's mental fortitude, he felt as though he was floating in the clouds every time he counted. It was a pity that although he had a body full of treasures, he was not truly out of danger yet. There was no way he could digest and absorb them. It was inevitable that Guchen would be worried. If I can't leave this longevity realm, everything will be fleeting. When Guchen thought of this, he instantly calmed down. Friend Gu, our injuries are better. We should talk about where to go next. In the darkness, Granny Shu led the way. Chu Mei-xin, Fatty Qian, and Ancestor Xian of the Qi family came to Guchen together. Although they had been busy recuperating for the past few days, they could guess the current situation in the outside world. The matter of the chaotic mystic place was too big. Too many experts had died because of it. As the only 5 survivors, it was too difficult for them to escape this whirlpool. The dead star that they were hiding on might be exposed at any time. Every day they stayed in the longevity realm, the chances of them successfully escaping would be lower. Chu Mei-xin and Granny Shu had obtained the head spirit as they wished. Now, they only wanted to leave the longevity realm as soon as possible to avoid any accidents. Fatty Qian and Ancestor Xian of the Qi family were local cultivators of the longevity realm, but many people knew that they had participated in the Xuanwu banquet and would definitely not be able to return to their families. Deep underground, everyone was looking at Guchen. After experiencing what had happened recently, everyone was subconsciously convinced by Guchen. They believed that he would be able to lead them out of this dangerous situation. This time, we have obtained a large number of treasures in the primal chaos mystic land. Once we are out of danger, we will distribute the treasures according to your contributions. Guchen did not mention escaping immediately. Instead, he took the initiative to mention something sensitive that involved everyone's interests. Every single one of them had played a big or small part in helping them leave the mysterious land of primal chaos safely. Since everyone had cooperated, they had to be fair. If they wanted to escape, they would need to trust and help each other. Hence, Guchen mentioned this first to reassure everyone. There was no gratuitous contribution or hatred. Guchen knew that if he wanted a horse to run fast, he had to feed it enough grass. The 3 primal chaos origin stones and the tricolored Bingdi lotus belonged to him. The head beast had been swallowed by the butterflies, which had indirectly saved everyone. Hence, the treasures that needed to be distributed were only the chaotic golden lightning bamboo and a bunch of other treasures. The chaotic golden lightning bamboo had already been taken away by the dominating cauldron of origin. Guchen felt that he had contributed the most, so it was only natural that he would take it. Although the quality of the other treasures was not as good as the head beast, they were still extremely rare in the outside world. Most importantly, there was an astonishing number of them. He would distribute the treasures according to everyone's contributions. In short, he would not treat himself or others unfairly. The reason why he would distribute the treasures after they were out of danger was to ensure that everyone on this ship could work together. He had long passed the age of trusting others. Guchen was more willing to maintain a cooperative relationship with benefits and a common goal. When everyone heard that Guchen would take the initiative to distribute the treasures according to their contributions, apart from Chu Mei-xin who was relatively calm, everyone else revealed looks of joy. How could they not remember this? However, they had all been seriously injured and had fainted at the last moment. It was Guchen who had saved them. Their contributions were actually very small, so they were too embarrassed to mention it. The fact that Guchen took the initiative to bring it up could be said to be an affirmation to them. It also showed that he was a generous person, and they would not suffer a loss if they cooperated with him. Immediately, the estrangement between them disappeared. Qi Clan Xianxia was even more excited and had an impulse to pledge his loyalty to Guchen for the rest of his life. Even though he'd obeyed the life and death restriction in the beginning, everything he'd seen and heard in this trip to the secret area had allowed him to realize the importance of following an expert. In any case, it was impossible for him to return to the Qi family now. Following this master might be the best choice. Let's talk about dividing the spoils later. Fatty, can the old turtle's evacuation route help us? Guchen brushed it off and returned to the most pressing issue. According to my interrogation of the old black tortoise, you've guessed correctly. His relationship with the power called the Qi County isn't simple at all, and he seems to be a figure of great authority in this power. Fatty Qian's expression brightened up. Before escaping from the secret area, he had been in a coma and had always felt ashamed. Now, he finally had something to show his value. According to the old turtle, after he escaped from the secret area, a large number of experts from the Qi County would come to support him. However, things have changed, and we don't know where these experts are now. The old turtle does have a way to contact these people, but in my opinion, if the Thunder County completely seals off the longevity world, relying on them will not be of much use. Moreover, the old turtle did not appear, and I'm afraid they've already become suspicious. Fatty Qian explained his analysis. In his opinion, the power of the Qi County was not reliable. Perhaps they had some experts, but how could they be compared to the strict military discipline of the Thunder County? Guchen had learned about the Qi County from the leader of the Sound Beasts. He knew that most of the people recruited by this power were rogue cultivators. They didn't cooperate much with each other, and their mobility was indeed insufficient. If it was when they escaped from the secret area, they could still play the role of support. However, now that the army of the Thunder County must have made a big move, they would not be of much use. At most, they could help to divert attention. It seems that we still have to rely on ourselves. Right now, the blockade of the Thunder County is very tight, and we don't even know if we can pass through the Chaos Transit window. Let's gather information first. Guchen deliberated and said. It was time for everyone to go out and understand the situation. The four of them did not object. It was meaningless to continue staying on this death planet. If they were coincidentally discovered by the patrolling army of the Thunder County, it would be even more difficult to explain. After a quarter of an hour, the five of them disguised themselves and left the place together. 2 days later. The longevity world was only a few star roads away from the Chaos Transit window. Guchen and the other four hid beside a meteorite and looked at the patrolling army of the Thunder County in the distance. The reaction of the Thunder County is faster than we thought. The entire longevity world is now filled with the soldiers of the Thunder County. Granny Shu said solemnly. There are 2 Chaos Transit windows that lead the longevity world. Now, both sides are blocked by the army. I heard that there are several Law Kings personally guarding it. It is too difficult to escape. Ancestor Xian of the Qi clan sighed. In the past 2 days, they had secretly investigated everywhere and found that the situation was not optimistic. The Thunder County showed their determination to not give up until they found the survivors of the secret area. They had stationed troops in all the major star regions and important star roads in the longevity world to investigate suspicious cultivators. The scale of the deployment was extremely large. In order not to let any suspicious person go, they even implemented a system of punishment. They asked all the forces in the longevity world to check their own territories. If there was any suspicious situation and they did not inform them, they would have to pay the price. Under such circumstances, the longevity world had become a huge earn. They could not escape even if they wanted to. If they continued to run around blindly, they would be discovered sooner or later. What should we do now? Everyone was worried. Guchen was also in deep thought. He was thinking about whether he could kill his way out of the Chaos Transit window. However, he quickly rejected this idea. According to the rumors in the past few days, there were 2 Thunder Law Kings and countless soldiers of the Thunder County guarding the Chaos Transit window. The 2 Thunder Law Kings were already troublesome enough. The army was even more difficult to deal with. The price of killing his way out was too high and the risk was too great. If the butterflies can evolve successfully, my strength will also increase. This way, I will have more confidence. Gu Chen's eyes flickered. He had the idea of finding a safe place to temporarily cultivate in seclusion. He told everyone about this idea. The current situation is that we can't escape from the longevity world no matter what. We can't even contact the outside world. Finding a place to hide and avoid the limelight is indeed a feasible choice. Chu Meixin was the first to agree. She was the same as Gu Chen. Both of them had huge gains and wanted to absorb them as soon as possible. This is also a way. However, the Thunder County is now so strict. Where can we hide? Gu Chen, Chu Meixin, and Granny Shu were silent. They were not from the longevity world and were unfamiliar with this place. No matter where they hid, it would be very eye-catching. Fatty Qian saw that everyone was in a dilemma and hesitated for a while before saying, "I think there is a place we can go. It is absolutely safe there." "Oh? Where is it?" Everyone was surprised. How could Fatty Qian be so sure about it? "My great-grandfather's place of seclusion. He spent a lot of money to build that place. It is very secretive. Only he and I know the location." Fatty Qian explained. "Your great-grandfather? Isn't that the Qian family head? Didn't he pass away a few months ago?" Qi family's ancestor was stunned. Gu Chen was also surprised. When he was disguised as Fatty Qian, he had heard that the Qian family's great ancestor had passed away a few months ago. Because of this, Fatty Qian had taken over the Qian family and he had come to attend the Black Tortoise banquet. Cough, cough. My great-grandfather is actually not dead. A few months ago, he predicted that the longevity world would be in turmoil. He said that he wanted peace and quiet, so he asked me to lie to the public that he passed away. These few months, he should have been hiding in seclusion. I don't know if he will be angry if I bring you guys there." Fatty Qian said helplessly. This was a secret and he should not disturb the old man's cultivation. However, he had nowhere else to go. After thinking about it, only that place was safe. The Qian family head is really a quiet and inactive expert. Gu Chen was a little impressed. Being able to smell the abnormality of the world in advance and decisively choosing to be content in a corner was not something an ordinary person could do. A quiet and inactive expert? Qi family's ancestor revealed a strange expression. As they were both from the longevity world, he knew the Qian family old ancestor very well. As the second oldest person in the longevity world, the Qian family old ancestor was very famous. It was said that the Qian family was just a small aristocratic family a long time ago. It was the Qian family old ancestor who single-handedly developed it into a big aristocratic family with business in all the worlds under the Thunder County. In the process of the Qian family's wealth accumulation, it was said that the Qian family old ancestor was more cunning than anyone else. How could such a person be related to being quiet and inactive? Qi clan's ancestor Xian cursed in his heart, but it was not appropriate for him to say it out loud. Right now, we don't have a better place to go. It seems like we can only trouble old Master Qian. Gu Chen exchanged a few glances with everyone and quickly made a decision. Hence, with Fatty Qian leading the way, everyone avoided many eyes and headed towards the Qian family's old ancestor's seclusion. On the way, Gu Chen found some time to contact Wu Li with a sound transmission talisman. When they parted ways outside the Starseed Forest, Gu Chen told Wu Li and Shadow Guard Zhao Qiming to find a safe place to wait for his news. Now that the blockade of the Thunder Commandery had caused such a huge commotion, she must be very anxious. As expected, when she got in touch with Gu Chen, Wu Li became extremely excited. "Milord, are you all right?" Wu Li's voice was filled with joy from the sound transmission talisman. "I'm fine. How about you guys?" Gu Chen made some small talk. "The search in Lake County is very intense, but fortunately, we have already found a place to stay, so we are still safe." "Sir, what should we do next? Do you need me to find you? How should we leave the longevity realm?" Wu Li asked a series of questions. The urgency of the situation made her a little anxious. Right now, the situation is very tense. There is no hurry to leave the longevity realm. "Oh right, you haven't contacted the Shadow Department yet, right?" Gu Chen transmitted his voice. "According to Milord's orders, I haven't contacted anyone else." That Zhao Qiming is under my surveillance, so there should be no problem, Wu Li answered. That's good. Now you can try to contact the Shadow Department. I guess the Thunder Commandery has suddenly caused such a big commotion and the connection with the outside world has been cut off. The Shadow Department must be in a terrible situation now. Gu Qin chuckled. What should we say when we contact the Shadow Department? Wu Li didn't quite understand what Gu Qin meant. Now, you can reveal the news of Peng Fu's betrayal of Xing County. Just tell me the specific details, Gu Qin explained his plan to Wu Li clearly. Before leaving the longevity realm, he had to lay the groundwork so that he could report back to Xing County. Alright, do as I say, and be careful. When the time is right, I will contact you again. After Gu Qin finished speaking, he put away the sound-transmitting talisman. After playing hide-and-seek with the people of Lake County for a few days, Gu Chen's group finally arrived at the Qian clan's old ancestors' place of seclusion. Unexpectedly, this place of seclusion was located inside a sun. The surface of the sun was constantly burning with raging flames, and the inside was actually a secret realm. Stars like the sun had always been considered unsuitable for living beings to live in. Not many cultivators were willing to endure the extreme heat, so they would usually stay far away from it. From this point of view, this place was really the best place to hide. Under Fatty Qian's lead, everyone entered the secret realm through the teleportation array. Only then did they realize that the secret realm had a blue sky and white clouds. The mountains were verdant and the water was clear. The scenery was extremely beautiful. Qian clan's old patriarch is really generous. Transforming this place must have consumed a lot of resources, right? Qi clan's ancestor Xian looked at the beautiful mountains and rivers with envy in his eyes. Even though there was a secret realm inside the sun, it was definitely not suitable for living. After Qian clan's old ancestor discovered this place, he used a lot of resources to build a big formation, forcibly changing the environment here, so that it became suitable for living. Compared with spending a lot of resources to transform such a harsh environment, it was obviously easier to find a life star, but Qian clan's old ancestor still did so. It could only be said that he was rich and capricious. The richest man in the world of longevity was really worthy of his reputation. The 5 people flew all the way across the vast field, and at the end of it was a strange castle. Outside the castle, Fatty Qian stopped and said to everyone, "You wait here first, I will explain things to Grandpa Zeng first." Fatty Qian was afraid that the elders would be angry if he brought people to the seclusion place without permission, and the people he brought were a group of people that Lake County was crazy to find. Go. Gu Chen and others nodded, understanding his dilemma. Since you brought back guests, why are you still hesitating? Why don't you quickly invite the guests in? Suddenly, a hearty old man's voice came from the castle. Fatty Qian was stunned. Listening to Grandpa Zhang's tone, why did it seem that he was not angry at all, but happy? Yes, Grandpa Zhang, I will bring them in. Although he didn't understand what was going on, Fatty Qian was still very happy, and openly brought Gu Chen and others in. In the castle, in the magnificent hall, when everyone entered the door, they saw that tea had already been prepared, and an old man with white hair and beard was sitting on the main seat with a smile. Honored guests, your presence brings light to my humble dwelling. Everyone, please take a seat. The old man said warmly. Obviously, he was Qian clan's old ancestor. Great-grandpa, you, Fatty Qian was a little confused. The attitude of the Qian family patriarch was too different from what he had imagined. The Qian family patriarch saw that everyone was staring at him in confusion, so he smiled and explained, the old man is not talented, but he knows a little about divination. A few months ago, when the Changshu realm was in a turbulent situation, he did a divination for himself. Everyone, why don't we sit down and talk? When everyone heard this, they were a little curious. Gu Chen said politely. Sorry to disturb old patriarch Qian. He was the first to sit down. The Qian family patriarch saw that although he looked ordinary, he seemed to be the leader among these people. A strange look flashed in his eyes. Everyone sat down, and the lifelike puppet maids came forward to pour tea for everyone. The fragrance of the tea was overflowing, and the taste was even better. After drinking the tea, everyone continued to listen to the Qian family patriarch's unfinished topic. the old man did a divination for himself. In the upcoming storm of the Xianxia realm, if the old man was involved, he would definitely die. Therefore, in order to avoid the disaster, he chose to fake his death. I think Darong must have told everyone about this. The Qian family patriarch spoke with fervor and assurance. He was full of energy. Although his beard and hair were white, his skin was white and rosy. He looked like he had returned to his youth. In fact, at that time, the old man did not only divination for himself, but also for Darong. After all, he is the successor of the old man and also the most talented junior in the Qian family in the past 100,000 years. Even if the old man dies, I can't let anything happen to him. The Qian family patriarch's sentiments moved Qian Darong, and Guchen also nodded in understanding. Fatty Qian's dream origin was indeed blessed by the heavens. In fact, when Guchen heard that the Qian family patriarch faked his death and passed the position of the family patriarch to Fatty Qian, he was a little confused. Since such an elite of the family sensed danger, he should have been hidden. It was too risky to send him to the Xuanwu banquet. Now that he heard it, he knew that the Qian family's old ancestor was not lacking in consideration. The old man did a divination for Darong. The background is also the terrible situation in the longevity realm. However, his divination is completely different from the old man's. The divination shows that in the near future, there will be an opportunity for him to meet the greatest benefactor in his life. Although he will encounter a disaster, it will be more daunting than dangerous. From then on, he will have a meteoric rise. Not long after that, the old man received news of the Black Tortoise banquet. He realized that the Black Tortoise banquet was an opportunity, so he had Darong participate in the old man's place. Now that the Black Tortoise banquet has ended and the rumors of the secret land of primal chaos have collapsed, Darong has brought you back safely. If you aren't his benefactors, then who is? Patriarch Qian stroked his beard and laughed. Chu Meixin looked at Gu Chen and chuckled while covering her mouth. Looks like you're the benefactor. It's my honor. Gu Chen did not refute, but he was pondering whether what Patriarch Qian said was true or not. He was also involved in the Tao of numerology. What Patriarch Qian said was not impossible. However, at this sensitive moment, he would not easily believe others. He's a benefactor? Fatty Qian curled his lips and said with some dissatisfaction. Grandpa Zhang, you don't know that I have no enmity with this guy. I was kidnapped by him in the Star Sea Forest for no reason. If this is considered as meeting a benefactor, then all right. As long as the result is good, it's enough. Patriarch Qian smiled wisely. The Black Tortoise banquet this time is unpredictable. It's not easy to come back alive, right? Moreover, from the looks of it, you didn't just come back alive. I'm afraid you obtained a lot of benefits. These words made Fatty Qian smile embarrassedly. Then, he revealed a proud expression. That's true. Grandpa Zhang, you don't know. The battle in the secret land was too tragic. It could be seen that the relationship between the grandfather and grandson was very deep. Fatty Qian excitedly told Patriarch Qian about his experience in the secret land. Patriarch Qian also listened very seriously and sighed from time to time. Gu Chen looked at the grandfather and grandson's carefree appearance and felt inexplicably relieved. When Patriarch Qian said that he was proficient in numerology, he instinctively felt afraid. After all, among the people he knew, those who were proficient in Destiny Tao were not easy to get along with. But as they chatted, he realized that Patriarch Qian was not as annoying as those Destiny Tao cultivators in his impression. In other words, he did not give people the feeling that he was a Destiny Tao cultivator. Fatty Qian tried to liven up the atmosphere. Everyone was chatting happily with Patriarch Qian. He also understood the purpose of everyone's visit and smiled. Everyone, don't worry. Stay at the old man's place. You can stay as long as you want. Compared to other places, this place is much safer. Everyone looked grateful. Then we'll trouble Patriarch Qian. You're welcome. Tonight, the old man will host a banquet to welcome everyone. After the banquet, it was already late at night. Gu Chen returned alone to the detached courtyard that Patriarch Qian had arranged for him. This place was quiet and secluded. The heaven-earth essence qi in the mystic realm was also very thick. It was a suitable place for seclusion. Guqin spent a few hours secretly inspecting this mystic realm. After confirming that there were no hidden dangers, he really had the intention to cultivate here in seclusion for a period of time. After the banquet ended, he gave everyone their share of the reward and informed them that he was going to go into seclusion. He had gained too much from this trip to the primal chaos mystic land. He could not wait to go into seclusion and strive for a breakthrough. After setting up restrictions around his courtyard, Guqin sat cross-legged in his room and took out 3 primal chaos origin stones. The primal chaos origin stones contained a large amount of solidified primal chaos origin chi. It could be broken down into origin chi that he could absorb. In other words, it was the immortal spirit chi of the celestial world. If it were an ordinary cultivator, they could only absorb the origin chi derived from the primal chaos origin stones that corresponded to the nomological laws. The efficiency of using the primal chaos origin stones was extremely low. Under such circumstances, very few people would choose to use the primal chaos origin stones to increase their cultivation. After all, they were too precious. Doing so would be a waste. However, Guqin was different. He had 4 origins, so he could absorb more immortal spirit chi than others. Moreover, his natural origin was the main vein of many nomological laws. This meant that his efficiency of using the primal chaos origin stones was unimaginably high. 3 primal chaos origin stones were enough to create 3 celestial worlds and nurture emperors. Now, they were just origin crystals that Guqin was using to increase his cultivation. Picking up a primal chaos origin stone, Guqin carefully carved a transformation array on it. Then, he placed it in his palm and began to refine and absorb it. Boom! Almost instantly, the origin chi that gushed out of the primal chaos origin stone completely flooded Guqin's room. Every inch of his skin felt like it was submerged in a sea of origin chi. He felt unprecedentedly comfortable. This origin chi is really abundant. Absorbing 1 primal chaos origin stone is better than thousands of years of cultivation. Guqin muttered to himself. He was overjoyed and focused all his attention on cultivating. After 20 days, Guqin completely absorbed the first primal chaos origin stone, and the entire stone exploded into dust. The origin energy hidden in an origin stone was incomparably vast. It was enough to create a celestial world. Absorbing it all in just 20 days was truly shocking. However, to Guqin, who possessed a black hole and had an extremely powerful body, this speed was not strange at all. After absorbing the first primal chaos origin stone, the effects were astonishing. His 4 origins all improved by leaps and bounds. After returning from the 7 realms to the penalty realm, Guqin's cultivation base remained stagnant for a long time. Time and space and soul essence were at the 2nd tier of Tao querying, while nature and life and death were at the 3rd tier of Tao querying. After absorbing the first primal chaos primal stone, his soul origin and spacetime origin broke through to the 4th tier of the Tao querying realm, while his life and death origin barely reached the 5th tier. As for nature's essence, because it was all-encompassing, it absorbed the largest amount of origin energy from the primal chaos origin stone. It actually reached the 6th tier of the Tao querying realm in one go. With the 4 origins added together, he had crossed a total of 9 cultivation realms. If Guqin were to cultivate step by step, he might not be able to achieve such a huge leap even if he cultivated for 10,000 years, even if he went out to conquer other worlds and plunder the origin energy of other worlds, it would still be extremely difficult. But now, a single chaotic origin stone had allowed his cultivation base to soar. Guqin sighed with emotion in his heart. Only now did he understand why Fangwen had schemed to obtain the origin stone within the tomb of the Celestial Emperor all those years ago. This origin stone was indeed a fortuitous encounter that could not be encountered in 10,000 years. There are still 2 more primordial stones. Although it will be harder to improve my cultivation later on, it will still be enough for me to improve my strength to the next level. Guqin was excited. After this seclusion, his strength would definitely welcome a tremendous change. Picking up the 2nd primordial stone, Guqin closed his eyes and continued his closed-door cultivation. Time flew by, and 2 months had passed since the collapse of the secret land of primal chaos. During these 2 months, Guqin had completely absorbed the 3 primal chaos origin stones he had obtained. Meanwhile, the 4 origin marks on his body shone with an unprecedented light. Soul source, 5th tier of the Tao querying realm. Origin of time and space, 5th tier of the Tao querying realm. The essence of life and death, the 6th tier of the Tao querying realm. Nature essence, 7th level of the Tao querying realm. After refining the first primal chaos source stone, Guchen had advanced 9 cultivation levels. In comparison, the other 2 primal chaos source stones had only advanced 4 cultivation levels. It seemed like the effects were much worse. However, the difference in strength between each layer of the 9 heavens of Tao querying was extremely great. The amount of source energy needed to increase by a layer would often multiply. This kind of improvement was the most reasonable. Guchen used 2 months to raise his source from the 2nd tier of the Tao querying realm to the 5th tier of the Tao querying realm. He was extremely satisfied. His source was rare to begin with, and he had the ability to fight above his cultivation level. The significance of each tier was different from that of ordinary Tao querying realm cultivators. With my current strength, I can even try to break through the chaos transit window. Guchen estimated. 2 months ago, he wasn't confident that he could break through the Thunder Commandery's blockade of the chaos transit window. But now, the huge leap in his cultivation had given him great confidence. Leaving the world of longevity shouldn't be a problem, but my goal isn't just to leave this place. Guchen muttered. A cold glint flashed in his eyes. He swung his sleeves and flung the 2 out of his internal space. One was the dying old black tortoise, and the other was Xianxia, who was poisoned by the chaos qi. The 2 of them had been fighting endlessly around the chaos secret land. In the end, they helped Guchen and ended up in such a state. It was really pitiful. However, for someone like Guchen who was ruthless to his enemies, there was no such thing as pity. The winner was king, and the loser could only lose everything. Who exactly are you? The dying old black tortoise looked at Guchen with venomous eyes. After being interrogated by the fatty, he thought that he, who had no value, would definitely die. He didn't expect the other party to let him live for a while longer. However, there was no point in living like this. The daily torture of his injuries and the loss of his vitality made him miserable. Now, the only thing that kept him alive was a question. Who was the person in front of him? If it wasn't for that strange Taoist technique, he wouldn't have been defeated by Xianxia so easily. And Xianxia was lying beside him in a sorry state. Obviously, he didn't become the winner. This was clearly not the Chaos Secret Land, which meant that the person in front of him had successfully escaped. At the same time, it also meant that the powerful Worm King and Head Spirit had also died in the hands of this person, a person who knew nothing before entering the secret land, and who wasn't even on the guest list of his Black Tortoise banquet, suddenly became the biggest winner of the secret land. How could he accept this? Save me, the once majestic young Dharmaraja was now only able to murmur instinctively. He didn't even have the ability to think. The chaos chi was too corrosive to him, and he was already delirious. I'm someone you thought was dead. Faced with the old black tortoise's question, Guchen answered expressionlessly. The old black tortoise was still confused. Why? You were the one who sent the cultivators from Qi County to kill me. Don't you remember who I am? Guchen saw that the old black tortoise still couldn't figure it out, so he decided to be straightforward. It's you? The old black tortoise was moved. He instantly understood. A desolate smile gradually appeared on his face as he muttered, the younger generation will surpass us in time. The younger generation will surpass us in time. I thought you were the most useless general of Tian Fa in the Xing County, but I didn't expect you to fool us. The old man was too careless. It's not a shame that I lost. He resolved the knot in his heart, and the vitality in his body flowed faster. His eyes dimmed. Guchen didn't say anything else. He raised his hands, and a black vortex appeared on each of his palms. Their bodies immediately floated up. The origin force in their bodies was affected, and their bodies convulsed and trembled. The old black tortoise had the strange origin force of slowness, which could strengthen Guchen's origin force of time. Xianxia's origin force of lightning could also help improve his origin force of nature. This was especially so for his lightning speed Dao technique. Guchen was determined to get it. The reason why he kept these 2 alive for so long was because he wanted to obtain these 2 origin forces. Of these 2, one was at the 9th tier of the Tao querying realm, and the other was at the 8th tier of the Tao querying realm. Previously, Guchen was afraid that there would be an accident when he absorbed them, so he purposely waited until his own cultivation level had improved greatly before doing this. Now was the right time. Under Guchen's plunder, the two origin forces slowly floated out of their bodies, and they finally breathed their last. Extremely slow world, lightning speed. Fast and slow were two completely different Daos. It was as though they had opened up a whole new world for Guchen. He had guessed correctly. The origins of these two people were indeed of great help to him. Another 7 days passed. At some point, the wings of time on Guchen's back suddenly shone brightly. The surroundings were shrouded in a dense glow. The strange thing was that within the range of the glow, the flow of air was so slow that it almost stopped. Guchen's opened eyes also revealed a hint of a feeling that no matter how the world changed, he would still be as immovable as a mountain. The old turtle's slow origin is indeed powerful. In just a short 7 days, it actually allowed the space-time origin to cross 2 heavens and reach the same level as the nature origin. Guchen murmured to himself. He was thinking about what he had gained from refining the origin. Yang Yongxing's lightning origin had reached the 8th heaven of the Tao querying level. But for the nature origin, which had already reached the 7th heaven, it had only improved by 1 level. The improvement was not even enough for it to reach the 8th heaven. But the old black tortoise's slow origin was different. The effect was extremely shocking. It directly raised the spacetime origin to the 7th heaven of the Tao querying level. The effect was even more shocking than the chaotic primal stone. Although the difference in origin power between the 8th and 9th heaven of the Tao querying level was huge, the difference in effect still made Guchen ponder deeply. The slow origin was a branch of the spacetime origin. The domain it involved was originally blank. It played a very important role in perfecting Guchen's spacetime origin. On the other hand, although the lightning origin was also a branch of the nature origin, there were too many such branches. Wind, thunder, metal, wood, water, fire, earth, and so on. And he had previously absorbed such origins. From this, Guchen concluded that absorbing the branches of the original origin would be more effective in perfecting the origin, and the easier it would be to raise one's level. But one is at the 9th heaven of the Tao querying level, and the other is at the 8th heaven of the Tao querying level. The majesty of their origin power far exceeds my level, but they still can't help me reach the 9th heaven in one go. The aptitude of the spacetime origin and nature origin is indeed shocking. Guchen secretly sighed. The more precious the origin was, the more difficult it was to raise it. The old black tortoise's power, which had reached the 9th firmament, could only raise the origin of time by 2 firmament. It would only get harder and harder to increase the difficulty of the later stages. Fortunately, even though cultivation was difficult, every time he increased his strength by a level, his ability to fight against those of a higher level would also become more terrifying. His cultivation could no longer be measured by common sense. In terms of fighting ability, he could probably defeat most 9th-tier Tao querying cultivators. If this were to continue, would he be able to surmount a major realm and kill a Tao Lord one day? When Guchen thought of that possibility, he felt a sense of longing. Henceforth, the soul was at the 5th firmament, life and death were at the 6th firmament, and the origin of time and space were both at the 7th firmament. Guchen was very satisfied with the gains he had gained from this round of closed-door cultivation. I wonder how the evolution of the dominating cauldron of origin and the butterflies is going? Satisfied with his own progress, Guchen began to think about other things. The demonic sky-devouring butterflies had devoured the insect king, which was close to a half-step Tao Lord, and even its entire tribe. The chaotic golden lightning bamboo suppressed by the dominating cauldron of origin was extremely mysterious. Guchen was looking forward to their transformation. During this period of time, he had been engrossed in his own cultivation and hadn't carefully checked on their situation. Guchen first looked into his dantian and extended his divine sense to where the dominating cauldron of origin was. He was completely stunned by what he saw. Over the past 2 months, the originally grayish-brown dominating cauldron of origin had gone through a huge change. At this moment, its entire body seemed to be made of gold, and it shone brightly. There were more cauldron patterns on it, and every one of them was extensive and profound. Upon closer inspection, one could vaguely see lightning flowing on them. The dominating cauldron of origin was still filled with chaotic aura, but the chaotic golden lightning bamboo had completely disappeared. Clearly, the chaotic golden lightning bamboo had been completely absorbed by the dominating cauldron of origin, and the dominating cauldron of origin had gone through a huge change. Where did this chaotic golden lightning bamboo come from? Gu Chen's expression flickered. The dominating cauldron of origin had evolved from the root of all things. He knew how special it was. And how difficult it was to make it undergo such a transformation. In the past, it had absorbed so much chaotic aura, but it had only made the body of the cauldron tougher and added a few more cauldron patterns. When had it ever undergone such a huge transformation? This could only be attributed to the fact that the chaotic golden lightning bamboo itself was too precious. Its value was enough to make the dominating cauldron of origin evolve greatly. How much has it evolved to? Gu Chen was extremely curious about the transformed dominating cauldron of origin. With a thought, he summoned it from his dantian. Just summoning it caused Gu Chen to feel that his spiritual power was being greatly depleted. If it wasn't for the fact that his soul had increased by 3 levels, it would have been very difficult for him to even summon it. Whoosh! The dominating cauldron of origin appeared in Gu Chen's left palm. It was completely golden, and its surface was flashing with lightning. It looked many times stronger than before. And the invisible and domineering aura that seeped out from it caused the restrictions that Gu Chen had set up in his side courtyard to crack and collapse. The surrounding space also began to become unstable, and spatial cracks began to appear. Gu Chen was shocked. From the looks of it, if he used the dominating cauldron even a little, the Qian family's patriarch's mystic realm would not be able to withstand it. It would most likely collapse. He quickly put the dominating cauldron away. This place was really not suitable for testing its power. The Insect King and the head spirit were only able to surpass the other living beings in the mystic realm because of the golden lightning bamboo's influence. And after the dominating cauldron absorbed the golden lightning bamboo, it also evolved greatly. What is its origin? While Gu Chen was happy about the dominating cauldron's evolution, he was becoming more and more confused about the chaotic golden lightning bamboo. It looked like just a stalk of immortal medicine, so why was it able to evolve both living beings and artifacts? Gu Chen's intuition told him that there was something strange about it. Unfortunately, it had been completely refined by the dominating cauldron, so he could no longer pry into its secrets. Forget it. No matter what, the dominating cauldron's evolution has far exceeded my expectations. That's enough. Gu Chen put aside the things he could not understand. He withdrew his divine sense from his dantian and extended it into a space within his body. Within that space, there were tens of millions of demonic heaven-devouring butterflies. It had been more than 2 months. How was their evolution? As soon as Gu Chen's divine sense entered the space within his body, his expression changed again, but this time, it was not a pleasant surprise. It was a shock. Less than a tenth of the originally tens of millions of demonic heaven-devouring butterflies remained. The ground was littered with their corpses. Some of the remaining demonic heaven-devouring butterflies were gnawing on the corpses of their companions. Some were biting each other. This scene was like hell. The butterflies were actually killing each other. What's going on? Gu Chen was shocked. So many demonic heaven-devouring butterflies had died. It made his heart ache. Back then, in order to train the sky-devouring demonic butterfly, he had read some books about insect cultivators. The situation right now was very much like raising insects. What was an insect? Just like what was happening right now, the insects killing each other to breed the strongest insect. However, raising insects was something insect cultivators did, but the behavior of the butterflies was spontaneous. Gu Chen realized the possibility behind this tragic scene, so he did not stop it and quietly observed. After observing for a day and a night, he slowly discovered some clues. First of all, the insects killing each other started from the demonic butterflies that had eaten the Insect King's flesh. They had the biggest change after eating the Insect King's flesh, so Gu Chen could recognize it at a glance. Gu Chen found that less than 1 out of 10 of these demonic butterflies could successfully evolve after eating the Insect King's flesh, and most of them died mysteriously. After they died, perhaps they could not resist the attraction of evolution, so their companions fought to eat their corpses, which led to a large-scale killing. Secondly, the few demonic butterflies that had successfully evolved were much more vicious and would actively attack their companions that had not evolved. which further intensified the massacre. With these two reasons added together, the situation of the killing kept worsening, which eventually led to a sharp decline in the number of butterflies. The butterflies are already in a killing frenzy, even my orders are hardly effective. Looks like I can only let things develop as they are. Guchen pondered for a long time and realized that not interfering was the best choice. This was the law of survival of the fittest in nature, but it was even more blatant in the case of the butterflies. The insect king was able to evolve all the way to the peak of its race by stepping on the corpses of countless living beings. Now that the butterflies wanted to evolve, it was the same. If the situation continued like this, there would be two possibilities. The first was that the butterflies were completely wiped out and a new insect king was born. The second was that after the number of butterflies decreased to a certain point, they would reach a compromise and stop killing each other, forming a new and more powerful race. No matter which possibility it was, as long as Guchen could ensure that his control was still there would not be any major problems. I hope that as many of you can survive. Guchen sighed. The butterflies had helped him so much from the beginning until now. He did not wish for only one to survive in the end. Withdrawing his spiritual consciousness from the space within his body, Guchen got up and pushed open the door to his room, ending this seclusion. Outside the house, the sky was clear and boundless, with blue skies and white clouds. It was a scene of peace and tranquility. So much time has passed. I wonder what's the situation outside. Has the lockdown in Lake County been loosened, or has it gotten tighter? Guchen thought it was time to return to Xing Commandery and report on his mission. The preparations he had Wuli lay down were almost complete. If he returned any later, the safety of the Ninth Realm might be endangered. He thought about it and headed to the residence of the Qian family's patriarch. In the past 2 months, the others should have been cultivating in seclusion like him. After all, they had all obtained different degrees of fortunes. Although the Qian family's old ancestor lived in seclusion, he had a lot of information channels in his hands. He should have some understanding of the situation in the outside world. Guchen soon met the Qian family's patriarch. He was picking fresh fruits in his vegetable garden, looking happy and contented. Little friend Gu, I haven't seen you for a long time. You look much more radiant. I'm afraid your cultivation has improved greatly, right? The Qian family's patriarch saw Guchen and greeted him warmly. From his expression, he could tell that Guchen had broken through. I have indeed improved a little. It's all thanks to the Qian family's patriarch for taking me in. Guchen smiled politely. A purple light flashed in his eyes. Under his deep-sea purple extreme eyes, the Qian family's patriarch's cultivation could be seen clearly. He was at the 7th heaven of the Dao querying realm. Apart from the old black tortoise, this cultivation was second to none in the longevity world. It was not simple. However, to the current Guchen, it was nothing. He could easily see through the Qian family's patriarch, but the Qian family's patriarch could not see through him. Guchen secretly used the deep-sea purple extreme eyes to spy. It was not that he did not trust the Qian family's patriarch, but it was a habit. He was a little curious about the origin of the Qian family's cultivation. Previously, the Qian family's patriarch said that he was proficient in numerology. However, under Guchen's prying, although he could not figure out what kind of origin it was, he did not seem to be a cultivator of the Tao of Destiny that Guchen had come into contact with. However, this did not mean anything. Being proficient in numerology did not mean that he would definitely cultivate the law of destiny. He might just be interested in cultivating Tao techniques in this area. If that was the case, the Qian family's patriarch could judge the situation and fake his death to hide from the world. Then, he let Fatty Qian participate in the Xuanwu banquet. It was more of his own vision and not some divination of numerology. He was a businessman and could do business in so many worlds. It was not strange for him to have such a vision. Little friend Gu, you must be here to find the old man to ask about the situation in the outside world, right? The Qian family's patriarch took the initiative to ask. Guchen immediately nodded. In the past 2 months, the blockade of the Thunder County has not been lifted. I heard that there are more troops stationed at the Chaos Transit window. However, the long-term blockade of the Chaos Transit window has attracted a lot of doubts from the outside world. I heard that many spies from the various counties in the Chaos Sea have been outside the Xianxia realm and have been asking about the survivors of the Chaos Mystic Land. Things have been stirred up. Among them, there is news about you, little friend Gu. The Qian family's patriarch sighed. When he mentioned Gu Chen, there was a deep meaning in his eyes. Oh? May I know what the news is about me? Gu Chen knew that the Qian family's patriarch must have known his true identity. He did not intend to hide it. Otherwise, he would not have used his real name. A heavenly shadow and a heavenly punishment general from the Xing County have gone missing in the Changsha realm. The Xing County has been exerting pressure on the Thunder County. You also know that the relationship between the Xing County and the Thunder County has never been good. Because of this, the border between the two counties has been at loggerheads recently. The Qian family's patriarch shook his head and sighed. Under the dark clouds of war, it is getting more and more difficult for families like my Qian family to do business in various counties. Especially when the chaos transit window is sealed, we are losing a lot of money every day. Isn't the Qian family's business in the worlds under the Thunder County? Gu Chen was surprised. My Qian family's business is bigger than what little friend Gu can imagine. The Qian family's patriarch smiled meaningfully. Oh? Gu Chen could not help but ponder. The Qian family's patriarch seemed to be showing off the Qian family's wealth to him, but why? He did not think too much about it. He was more concerned about the current situation. If the Xing County and the Thunder County were to fight, he would be happy to see it. However, it would not be good if he was the fuse. It seemed like it was time to solve all the problems and leave the Changsha realm as soon as possible. Little friend Gu, the old man has something to ask of you. The Qian family's patriarch sighed again when he saw that Gu Chen did not respond to his words. Qian family patriarch, just say it. Gu Chen came back to his senses. After what happened in the secret place, Darong will definitely not be able to return to the Qian family. Even the entire Lei County is not a safe place. Darong's talent is extremely high, and his comprehension is not low, but he has never been able to change his hedonistic ways. The old man wants him to learn from Gu Shenwei. I hope he can grow. If Gu Shenwei agrees to this request of the old man promises that he will not let you help him for free. The Qian family is rich and has many channels. Although we are not as powerful as the Xing County, we have our ways. We can do things that the Xing County can't. The old man of the Qian family said a lot of words sincerely and then looked at Gu Chen expectantly. Gu Chen finally understood why he showed off his wealth. He wanted to entrust Fatty Qian to Gu Chen. Gu Chen fell into deep thought. To be honest, he recognized Fatty Qian's ability. Although some of his actions seemed ridiculous, he was actually very smart. Especially his origin of dream, which was a rare ability, it could help him a lot. Gu Chen's goal was to overthrow the Xing County, so it was necessary for him to recruit some reliable companions. To be honest, when he first learned about Fatty Qian's ability, he had the same idea. After the trip to the secret place, he had already gained his approval. However, Gu Chen looked at the old man of the Qian family and said, Darong is my friend, so it's not a problem to bring him along. However, I'm afraid that the old man of the Qian family doesn't know me well. If he follows me, it might be more dangerous than offending the Lei County. Gu Chen couldn't tell the old man of the Xing County about his future plan. He was worried that the old man of the Xing County only valued him because of his identity as the general of the Tianfa County. If that was the case, he would be disappointed. The Xing County, his backer, might become the most terrifying enemy in the future. Even he would be implicated by it. The old man of the Qian family was surprised to hear Gu Chen's words. He was a smart man, so he said quickly after thinking for a while. Children have their own happiness. The old man doesn't know what concerns you, Gu Shenwei. But according to the fortune-telling, you are Darong's benefactor. It's the best choice for him to follow you. A benefactor, it seemed like the other reasons were unnecessary. The main reason was that the Qian family's patriarch firmly believed in his divination. This matter should be decided by Darong himself. If he is willing to follow me, I have no objections. Gu Chen thought for a moment and replied. He really valued Fatty Qian's ability, and it was time for him to recruit. Good, he will definitely agree. Thank you, little friend Gu. Elder Qian was overjoyed. Gu Qin chatted with the Qian family patriarch for a while more before leaving his vegetable garden. After thinking for a moment, he went straight to Chu Meixin's residence. After leaving the secret place for so long, it was time to ask her about some questions that had been lingering in his mind for a long time. As soon as Gu Qin arrived outside Chu Meixin's courtyard, he heard her voice. Young Master Gu, please come in. I've been waiting for you. Gu Qin wasn't surprised. He strode into the courtyard and discovered that apart from Chu Meixin, Granny Shu was also there. Young Master Gu has been in seclusion for a long time this time. I thought you would have come to find me a month ago. Chu Meixin looked at the radiant Gu Chen and couldn't help smiling with a hint of a girl's joy. Miss Chu is in such a hurry to see me? Gu Chen replied with a polite smile. After experiencing life and death together in the secret place, the two of them had gotten closer. Yes, I received a letter from my family not long ago. I already have a way to leave the longevity realm. I wanted to ask young Master Gu if you want to come with us? Chu Meixin explained. Oh? Gu Chen was a little surprised. The longevity realm was completely sealed, but the force behind Chu Meixin was still able to get in touch with her and had a way to escape. This wasn't simple. If it was in the past, Gu Chen would be happy to use her channel to escape the whirlpool of the longevity realm. However, the current situation was rather sensitive. May I know which force Miss Chu is from? Gu Chen thought for a while and asked straightforwardly. It was a little abrupt to ask this question, but the two of them had experienced the secret place and both of them kept secrets that outsiders didn't know about. It was fine to ask about this again. When Chu Meixin heard Gu Chen's question, she exchanged glances with Granny Shu and smiled. We're from the Sword Prefecture. Dao Lord Zhujian is my grandfather. People from the Sword Prefecture, the grandson of the Dao Lord, Gu Chen was rather shocked when he heard that. Even though he was already mentally prepared, Chu Meixin's background was too great. She was actually the princess of a prefecture, many things that happened previously all made sense now. Although Gu Chen didn't know much about the Sword Prefecture, it was said that it was rather famous in the Chaotic Sea. It was said that everyone in this prefecture cultivated the Sword Dao and was known as the Holy Land for sword cultivators in the Chaotic Sea. Miss Chu's identity is so noble. It seems that I can't leave with you. Gu Chen quickly hid his surprise and teased. Why? Young Master Gu, are you afraid that you won't be able to return to Xing Prefecture if you leave with us? Chu Meixin covered her mouth and chuckled. That's not it. It's just that as the general of Xing Prefecture's Heavenly Punishment Prefecture, it'll be hard for me to explain myself if I get mixed up with people from the Sword Prefecture. Gu Chen's eyes flickered. Chu Meixin nodded with a sly look in her eyes. I understand young Master Gu's concerns. After all, you can't arouse Dao Lord Xing's fear now. Hearing this, Gu Chen smiled bitterly. Miss Chu is really a roundworm in my stomach. Shouldn't we have an open and honest talk about the unfinished topic in the secret place? Previously, in the secret place, Chu Meixin had mentioned Dao Lord Li Wuwei and was certain that he didn't sincerely pledge his allegiance to Dao Lord Xing. She clearly knew a secret that no one knew about. Gu Chen really wanted to figure it out. Young Master Gu saved us and gave me a great opportunity. No matter what you want to ask, we'll tell you everything we know. Chu Meixin ended her teasing and said gratefully. Beside her, Granny Shu also nodded seriously. That's right. We roughly understand young friend Gu's situation now. We really hope to be of some help. Gu Chen felt relieved when he heard that and asked solemnly. Thank you, then. May I ask what's going on with Dao Lord Li Wuwei? Chu Meixin looked at Granny Shu. Let Granny tell me. Most of the things I've heard about Li Wuwei were told by her. Granny Shu nodded with a somewhat wistful look on her face. Dao Lord Li Wuwei was once a legend. He was a peerless genius in the Chaos Sea. If you want to understand him, you have to first understand the era he lived in. Young friend Gu, do you know about the ancient Netherworld era? Ancient Netherworld era? Gu Chen found it a little familiar. On careful thought, he recalled that the hunchbacked old man had mentioned it when he was on the Xing Prefecture's Hell Star. He had once said that the dinosaur race, which the limitless Tyrant dragon was from, was an overlord in the ancient Netherworld era. He had also mentioned the Realm Sea and the primordial Tao world. Seeing that Guchen wasn't sure, Granny Shu smiled and explained. The ancient Netherworld era is said to be the earliest era of the Chaos Sea. That's because the Chaos Sea was much darker and more chaotic than it is now. Most of the worlds were still in a rudimentary state, so it's called the ancient Netherworld era. However, we're not talking about the ancient Netherworld era. That's too far away from everyone. Even Tao Lord Li Wuwei or my master, the humble sword sovereign, have never come into contact with that era. Almost all the Tao lords who rule over the various places in the Chaos Sea were born after that era ended. Granny Shu began to talk about the past. I don't know much about the end of the ancient Netherworld era. I only know that the end of that era caused an earth-shattering change in the Chaos Sea. It entered the War County era where heroes fought for supremacy. In that era, many powerful Tao lords appeared one after another. They conquered various worlds and established huge county factions. In the process, it was inevitable that many worlds would be destroyed. Guchen imagined it according to Granny Shu's description. It must have been an extremely bloody era. In order to plunder Providence to achieve a supreme great Tao, Tao lords trampled on the emperors of countless worlds. The fall of an emperor of a world would bring disaster to countless living beings in the world. Guchen, who came from a small world, had a deep understanding of this. In the War County era where heroes fought for supremacy, Li Wuwei was an anomaly. Most Tao lords reached the Tao severing realm by conquering various worlds because that was the fastest. However, Li Wuwei was different. When the competition between Tao lords was at its most intense, he only traveled the great rivers and mountains of various worlds, experiencing the mortal world and silently comprehending his own Tao. In the early stages of the War County era, he was unknown. No Tao lord knew of his existence until one day, when he attacked to protect a world that was about to be slaughtered. In that battle, he defeated the famous Mad Tao Lord with the unheard-of nature essence. His name quickly spread. Because his appearance was too sudden, the nature essence made many Tao lords feel threatened. Hence, from then on, Tao lords kept coming to provoke him. Li Wuwei defeated many Tao lords in succession. For a time, he was unparalleled in the Chaos Sea. Even my master, the humble sword lord, was fascinated by him. As Granny Shu described Li Wuwei's past glory, Guchen silently connected the dots. It was hard to imagine that Li Wuwei would become like Tao Lord White Bone after countless years. Since Li Wuwei is so famous, why did he disappear? Guchen asked. This has a lot to do with his personality. Granny Shu explained, Li Wuwei is a person who likes peace. He loves peace and hates the endless killing in the Chaos Sea of that era. After defeating so many Tao lords, he never once tried to kill them. Afterwards, he grew tired of battle and vanished without a trace, becoming nothing more than a legend. Many Tao lords lost to him, and so he felt ashamed of himself. He naturally locked down all information regarding this matter. Guchen was suddenly enlightened. After that, Li Wuwei disappeared for a long time. The next time there was news of him was when Tao Lord Xing rose to prominence in the Chaos Sea and fought everywhere. At that time, Xing County discovered a new world. Just as they were about to send an army out, they were stopped by Li Wuwei. It's said that that world is Li Wuwei's hometown. Guchen's pupils constricted when he heard that. Could it be, during that period of time, there were many rumors. It's said that Li Wuwei even fought an unprecedented battle with Tao Lord Xing. It's hard to tell if the news is true or false, but one thing is certain. Not long after that, the new world that was discovered was under the rule of Xing County and was designated as the 9th world of Xing County. Indeed. A huge wave surged in Guchen's heart. He was completely certain that Li Wuwei was probably Tao Lord White Bone. Xing County had a 9th world. At the same time, Li Wuwei disappeared completely. Some people say that he lost the battle with Tao Lord Xing and died. Some people think that he didn't lose, because the worlds that Xing County conquered were always under their rule. However, after conquering the 9th world, they only sealed and restricted it, which is completely different from Tao Lord Xing's style. Because Xing County blocked all information about the 9th world after the battle, the counties in the Chaotic Sea could only get limited information. This matter was discussed by the higher-ups of the counties for a period of time, but it gradually fell silent until no one knew about it. As Guchen listened to the secrets about his hometown, something that he couldn't understand before suddenly became clear. The first celestial emperor once told him that Xing County had discovered the ninth world by chance when they were chasing after the tyrants, so they had the idea of conquering it. After that, the divine realm rebelled and the celestial world collapsed. Many celestial emperors and divine emperors walked through the gate of Tao and decay. Xing County could be said to have won the battle against the ninth world. However, the strange thing was that Tao Lord Xing chose to seal the ninth world after that. He said that he would use the ninth world as an experimental world to collect the fruits of Tao. Guchen had always been confused about this, especially after he joined Xing County and understood their style of doing things. He also understood that the ninth world was definitely a special case back then. What made Tao Lord Xing treat the ninth world differently back then? Was it because of Tao Lord Li Wuwei? Guchen realized that Tao Lord Xing might be hiding many things from him. The process of the ninth world being conquered by Xing County was more complicated than he had imagined. Also, Xing County conquered the ninth world during the end of the primordial era, while Li Wuwei passed away on the ancient planet Song Huang hundreds of thousands of years ago in the primordial era. Guchen knew that the news of Li Wuwei's death after losing the battle with Tao Lord Xing was definitely false. After that, he lived for hundreds of thousands of years until one day, after comprehending 3 Tao techniques on the ancient Song Huang star, he finally died. Granny Shu mentioned the ancient underworld era, the War County era, and the primordial eras that the ninth world had experienced. Li Wuwei had gone through 3 eras, and his experience was too complicated. Guchen felt that he knew more about Tao Lord Whitebone, but it also created more mysteries. There was no news of Li Wuwei at all. After the ninth world was completely sealed by Xing County, this world was gradually forgotten. One day, the geniuses from hundreds of worlds under Xing County were killed while training in the ninth world. Xing County sent an army to suppress them, and the ninth world was then remembered again. The result of that battle was that a new heavenly wrath general appeared in Xing County. This news naturally attracted the attention of all the counties, and they even specially investigated the identity of this heavenly wrath general. It was Chu Meixin's turn to speak. She talked about Guchen's past experiences. So that's how you found out about my identity? Guchen snapped out of his thoughts and burst into laughter. That's right. Your nature source made me realize that you are Tao Lord Li's successor, and it indirectly reminded me of the conflict between Tao Lord Li and Xing County. And you didn't hide your real name from me. Since I thought of Xing County, I naturally thought of the new heavenly wrath general there. His name is Guchen. Tao Lord Li's successor became the heavenly wrath general of Xing County, and this heavenly wrath general doesn't have a good reputation in Xing County. A year ago, he just lost the 7 worlds of Xing County. Do you think that he hid his strength because he really wanted to serve Xing County? Chu Meixin said her judgment, and there was a hint of pride in her eyes. Guchen smiled bitterly. This Chu Meixin was indeed smart and observant. He was about to say something, but his expression suddenly changed. Tao Lord Xing was the supreme ruler of the Xing Commandery, and his horizons were unfathomable. If Tao Lord Xing had changed his attitude towards the ninth realm because of Li Wuwei's interference, how could he not have known about Li Wuwei's movements after that? Did Tao Lord Xing know about Li Wuwei's death in the ancient planet Song Huang? If he knew about everything, it would be impossible for Gu Chen, who had inherited Li Wuwei's dharma, to not have noticed anything. However, just like Gu Chen's identity as a tyrant, Tao Lord Xing did not mention these things. Did he not care, or did he pretend not to know? A chill ran down Gu Chen's spine. His petty tricks, as well as the rapid increase in his strength, had probably been noticed by Tao Lord Xing. No wonder Tao Lord Xing locked me in the prison star without saying a word when I returned from the 7 realms. It seems like he must have noticed something, but he couldn't find any conclusive evidence. He also had other intentions towards me, so he chose to punish me. Gu Chen had a much clearer understanding of the situation he was in. Many of his cautiousness was completely meaningless, because the information Tao Lord Xing possessed far surpassed that of a frog at the bottom of a well from a small world like him. It seems like I'm at a complete disadvantage. If I want to turn this situation around, I have to figure out what he's thinking. Gu Chen's expression was gloomy. Ever since Tao Lord Xing recruited him, he had never revealed his true intentions, and Gu Chen could not find out. In a situation where Tao Lord Xing had more information than him in all aspects, he was like a clown in any battle. Unless Gu Chen could figure out his intentions, Gu Chen had a hunch that Tao Lord Xing's intentions towards him must be hidden in the secret history of Xing County's pursuit of the tyrants. Chu Meixin had not mentioned this secret history. It was obvious that Tao Lord Xing had deliberately concealed the tyrants. To Chu Meixin, being Tao Lord Li's successor was more important than being the successor of the tyrants. It was obvious that the tyrants were not well known in the Chaos Sea. Why did Tao Lord Xing, who was at the peak of his power, spend so much effort to kill a tyrant that was not well known? Where did the tyrants come from? What kind of past do they have? Gu Chen's thoughts wandered even further. He thought of the spiritual coffin in the tyrant's mystic land that had nowhere to put it, as well as the tyrant's ancestor whose heart had disappeared without a trace. If young Master Gu is worried that Tao Lord Xing will harm you, perhaps you can consider joining our Sword County. Chu Meixin saw that Gu Chen's expression kept changing after listening to her. She pondered for a while and then plucked up her courage. She did not know why Gu Chen was staying in Xing County. As the saying goes, accompanying a king is like accompanying a tiger. She had heard about how dangerous Xing Daoist was from her grandfather. She guessed that he must have his own reasons, but because she didn't pay much attention to the background of the new Tianfa general, she couldn't accurately guess his thoughts. Even so, she was indebted to Gu Chen, and her own talent was admirable. If she could help her grandfather recruit people from Sword County, even if it meant offending Xing County, it would be worth it. When Granny Shu heard that Chu Meixin had taken the initiative to recruit Gu Chen, a look of surprise appeared on her face, but she did not say anything. Being offered an olive branch by the princess of Sword County, Gu Chen had to put an end to his previous thoughts. Thank you for your kindness, Miss Chu, but due to certain reasons, I have to stay in Xing County. Gu Chen declined politely. He knew that this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for others. Chu Meixin was slightly disappointed when she heard this, but she quickly let it go. I understand. But what do you plan to do next, young Master Gu? Are you going to report to Xing County just like that? Gu Chen pondered for a while, a strange light flashing in his eyes. I have a presumptuous request. Please speak. The one who gained the most in the secret place is you, Miss Chu, am I right? The head spirit fought with the insect king, the crane clam. In the end, the insect king died and the head spirit was sealed. Miss Chu obtained the greatest fortune in the secret place. As for me, I only got a small portion of the soup. Gu Chen laughed dryly. Granny Shu immediately understood. She rolled her eyes and said, Are you trying to make us take the blame and hide the fact that you have the chaotic golden thunder bamboo? Gu Chen smiled awkwardly. Not only the chaotic golden thunder bamboo, but also the first herb and the first stone. Sure, most of what you said is the truth. We will help you cover up this lie, and you can blame us as much as you want. Chu Meixin agreed without much thought. Her words were very straightforward, and she clearly understood what Gu Chen meant. Thank you, Miss Chu. Gu Chen was very grateful. The fortune I obtained is genuine. It's not a loss to take the blame for you. Moreover, who would dare to touch me after I leave Thunder County? Chu Meixin smiled, showing a rare domineering aura of a Dao monarch's beloved daughter. No matter what, I will remember your kindness, Gu Chen said seriously. If you really remember, come to Sword County when you have the chance, Chu Meixin said after a moment of hesitation, and then her face became a little red. We will be leaving after saying what we need to say, she said hurriedly, as if she was afraid that Gu Chen would overthink her words. Yes, I wish Miss Chu and Granny Shu a safe journey. Gu Chen nodded and did not think much of it. The two chatted for a while more before Gu Chen left. When he stepped out of the courtyard, Chu Meixin could not help but ask. You still haven't told me how you are going to leave Longevity Realm if you don't come with us. Gu Chen stopped in his tracks and turned around with a faint smile on his face. I plan to kill my way out. After he finished speaking, he strode away. The domineering words before he left lingered in Chu Meixin's mind for a long time. Meixin, you seem to treat young Master Gu differently. Granny Shu shook her head when she saw Chu Meixin's absent-minded look. How am I different? Chu Meixin was like a young girl whose thoughts had been exposed, and she was inexplicably flustered. When you were talking to him just now, your smile did not stop at all. This is not like you who are usually indifferent. The most obvious thing is that you tried to recruit him 3 times in just a short while. Chu Meixin panicked. How is it 3 times? Granny, don't talk nonsense. How is it not? The first time, you asked him to come with us. The second time, you asked him to join Sword County. The third time, after he rejected, you even hinted for him to go to Sword County to find you. Granny Shu joked. Am I that obvious? Chu Meixin was speechless and said weakly after a while. Granny Shu looked at her as if she had just experienced love for the first time and sighed in her heart. This fresh cabbage had finally grown up. However, the person she fell in love with was so special. Granny Shu looked in the direction that Guchen left and sighed, not caring if Chu Meixin could understand. He is indeed a young talent, but he is also a fugitive whose head is tied to the waist of his trousers. He has never shown his true face in front of you, so you better not be tempted or you will get hurt easily. After talking to Gu Chen, Chu Meixin and Granny Shu left the Qian family's old ancestors' place of seclusion. On the same day, Fatty Qian was called by the Qian family's old ancestor. The grandfather and grandson had a long talk. Gu Chen, on the other hand, was preparing to leave the secret realm. He contacted Wu Li with a sound transmission talisman again. From Wu Li, Gu Chen learned that Wu Li and Zhao Qiming had already gathered together with the Shadow Division's people at the Longevity Realm Hall. They had also spread the news of Peng Fu's betrayal for the sake of the secret land of primal chaos. With Zhao Qiming as a witness and the Thunder County's tight blockade of the Longevity Realm, the Shadow Division was sure of this fact. But now, because the search of the Thunder County was airtight, the Shadow Division's secret contact points in the Longevity Realm were destroyed one after another. They were in danger of being exposed at any time. Many Shadow Guards complained incessantly. They wanted to escape the Longevity Realm and contact the Shadow Division headquarters, but they couldn't do it. It could be said that the cultivators of Xing County who were still in the Longevity Realm were all in a terrible state and living in fear. After understanding the situation, Guchen arranged a time and place to meet with Wu Li. He asked her to bring all the people in the Xing County. The next morning, Guchen said goodbye to the Qian family's old ancestor. Grandpa Zhang, take care of yourself when I'm not by your side. Fatty Qian had already decided to follow Guchen. At this moment, he said goodbye to the Qian family's old ancestor reluctantly. He was brought up by Grandpa Zhang and rarely left the Longevity Realm. Now, he had to travel far. The Qi family's old ancestor stood at the side and listened to the grandfather and grandson's conversation. He couldn't return to the Qi family's ancestral planet. All the descendants of the Qi family had nothing to do with him anymore. He had gained a lot from this trip. In these 2 months, his cultivation had increased to the 5th heaven of the Dao Querying Realm. This was something he couldn't achieve even if he spent 100,000 years in the past. This made him realize the importance of following a wise master. Guchen showed him a broader path of cultivation. He decided to be loyal to him. No matter what dangers lay ahead, as long as there was a chance to improve further, he would do it. Guchen silently watched Fatty Qian say goodbye to the Qian family's old ancestor and then leave with the 2 of them. The Sea of Stars, he was here again. On the desolate star passage, a group of black-robed cultivators stood together, whispering to each other uneasily. Beside him, a female general with a veil over her face was staring at the starry sky in the distance, as if she was waiting for someone. General Wu, is Lord Gu really going to take everyone out of the Longevity Realm? Zhao Qiming stood next to Wu Li and asked again and again nervously. Fellow Daoist Zhao, you personally witnessed Lord Gu's methods. You shouldn't doubt him. Wu Li coldly glanced at him. I'm not doubting Lord Gu. I know Lord Gu's strength better than anyone else. It's just that my brothers are not competent enough. Zhao Qiming smiled bitterly. When he had escorted Lord Gu out of the Changshu realm, he had witnessed the ambush with his own eyes. Since then, the rumors about Lord Gu that had been circulating in the Xing County were just jokes to him. However, while he had seen it, his companions had not. Lord Gu had been missing for a few months. Now that he had returned and said that he was going to take everyone out of the Longevity Realm, it was inevitable that some people would be suspicious. One should know that the Chaos Transit window of the Longevity Realm was guarded by 2 lightning Dharmarajas, and millions of soldiers were stationed there. How could it be so easy to break through? These shadow guards were all good at infiltration and hiding. However, even after racking their brains, they still could not find a way to contact the outside world, let alone leave this place. At this time, Lord Gu, who was known as the weakest heavenly law general in the Xing County and had achieved nothing, said that he had a way to leave the longevity realm safely. Everyone was naturally happy and worried. Because of this, a few shadow guards who were familiar with Zhao Qiming repeatedly asked him for information. They wanted to find out how Lord Gu was going to leave the longevity realm, which annoyed Zhao Qiming to no end. In the end, even his heart was beating like a drum. He knew that Lord Gu was hiding his strength, but this time, the Thunder County had set up an extraordinary lineup. The strength of any lightning Dharmaraja was not weaker than the heavenly law general. If they are not confident, they can leave on their own and think of another way, Wu Li said coldly. She was instinctively disgusted by those who doubted Lord Gu's strength. Zhao Qiming was instantly speechless. Staying in the longevity realm was getting more dangerous every day. Who would dare to act alone? Weren't they afraid of being captured and tortured by the Thunder County? As long as there was a little hope of escaping, all the shadow guards were willing to try. Otherwise, they would not be here today. Swoosh, as the two were talking, a long rainbow broke through the sky and stopped in front of everyone in an instant. The shadow guards immediately quieted down and looked at the person in front of them with vigilance. The person who came was a black-haired young man wearing a black martial arts uniform. He looked ordinary, but he had a calm temperament. The shadow guards had never seen Lord Gu before. For a moment, they were not sure if it was him. Your subordinate greets Lord Gu. Different from the others, Wu Li knelt down immediately and showed her joy. Although Lord Gu was dressed differently today and was still in disguise, she had been by his side for a long time. How could she not recognize him? Seeing Wu Li kneeling down, Zhao Qiming quickly followed suit. The other shadow guards looked at each other and also bowed. We greet Lord Gu. Get up. Is everyone here? Gu Chen stood with his hands behind his back and said casually. After leaving the Qian clan's elder ancestor's arcane realm, he, Fatty Qian and the Qi clan's ancestor Xian went straight to the agreed place with Wu Li. Because he did not plan to let Fatty Qian and the Qi clan's ancestor Xian join the Xing County, he used them as his secret pawns. Therefore, the two of them stayed in the space inside his body. He came here alone. Everyone is here. Wu Li nodded in response. All right, let's go and leave the world of longevity. Gu Chen said concisely. Wu Li was used to Gu Chen's concise words, but the shadow guards present were not. Seeing that Gu Chen did not mention how to leave the world of longevity, one of the bolder guards could not help but ask. Lord Gu, how are you going to bring us out of the world of longevity? Right now, the Chaos Transit window has been completely sealed by the Thunder County's army. Yes, how are we going to leave? The other shadow guards echoed and looked at Gu Chen expectantly. Kill our way out. Gu Chen looked at the shadow guards and answered with only 3 words. The shadow guards were quiet for a moment. They looked at each other and wondered if they had heard wrongly. Kill our way out? Lord Gu, are you kidding me? The Thunder County has millions of soldiers at the Chaos Transit window, and there are 2 Guardian Kings guarding it. How can we kill our way out with just a few people? The first bold shadow guard braced himself and said. The others nodded. Even Zhao Qiming did not dare to believe that Lord Gu would take such a risk. You're indeed useless, but you do have some self-awareness. Gu Chen said, which made the shadow guards feel awkward and confused. So, they were useless. Then what? All of you go in. When we leave the world of longevity, I will let you out again. Gu Chen suddenly threw out a Qiankuan bag and said to the crowd indifferently. The shadow guards were petrified. Was he going to keep them as spiritual pets? Outside the Chaos Transit window of the longevity realm. Today, Gu Chen, who was dressed in a black warrior outfit, walked across the starry sky alone with his hair flying in the wind. Black was a specially chosen color because it was resistant to dirt. No matter how much blood it was stained with, it would not be conspicuous. The warrior outfit was for the convenience of movement. His usual white robe was not suitable for today's operation. Gu Chen's eyes were calm as he strode across the starry sky. Gradually, he saw the chaos transit window that connected the two realms like the mouth of a giant beast. Inside and outside the transit window, one could see densely packed scales, fluttering flags, ferocious chariot beasts, and even boundless thick dark clouds. The Thunder Commandery had stationed millions of soldiers to block the path from the Longevity Realm to the outside world. The outside world could not spy on the situation in the Longevity Realm. This situation had been going on for more than 2 months. Today, Guchen decided to break it. Swoosh. Swoosh, a team of Thunder Commandery soldiers who were patrolling along the border of the realm soon discovered the black-haired youth who was walking towards the transit window alone and blocked his way. Who are you? Who gave you the courage? Did you eat a bear's heart or a leopard's gall? How dare you approach the cordoned-off area? The leading soldier shouted coldly and looked at Guchen as if he was a spy. Guchen glanced at him coldly. When the soldier met Guchen's gaze, he felt as if he was struck by lightning and shuddered inexplicably. Just as he was about to bite the bullet and say something, his vision blurred and the black-haired youth in front of him suddenly disappeared. Where did he go? He was shocked. The other soldiers were also confused. There he is. One of the soldiers turned around and found that the black-haired youth had unknowingly appeared 1,000 feet away. It was as if he ignored them and continued to advance towards the army. Enemy attack. Enemy attack. Stop him. The leading soldier reacted extremely quickly. With a thunderous roar, he threw a thunderball into the starry sky and turned into a huge thunder flame signal. Following that, at the edge of the transit window where the Thunder Commandery army was, a torrent of cavalry swept out. In the barracks of the Thunder Commandery army, one of the 2 Thunder Kings in charge of sealing the Longevity Realm, Eagle King, had just passed through the Chaos Transit window and returned from the Piercing Tomb Realm that was connected to the Longevity Realm. How is the situation? Xianxia, who was meditating in the camp, slowly opened his eyes, revealing a pair of indifferent green pupils. There are at least a dozen groups of spies in the Piercing Tomb world. They are from different counties and they are all here for the fortune of the Primal Chaos secret land. I've dealt with a few batches, but the problem hasn't been solved. I'm afraid we can't continue to seal them off like this. Eagle King answered with a gloomy face. Ever since the Primal Chaos Mystic Land collapsed, they immediately sealed the Longevity Realm and tried their best to prevent the news about the Mystic Land from leaking out. However, the commotion caused by the Mystic Land was too huge. The news still spread, attracting the attention of the various Chaos Sea counties. Xianxia of the Realm of Realm had sent Spin to the Longevity Realm to Realm 2, to Realm. Had sent, Clan, and had sent to the Realm. In Realm G, he had not, Heaven, 2. Qing, King, and King, Yang, Long, and King, Chen, and there was, 2. Xianxia shook his head. They were in an awkward situation now. If they continued to seal off the Thunder Commandery, the matter would become more and more serious. However, if they removed the seal, it would be equivalent to admitting that the Thunder Commandery was in their territory. Not only would they lose face, but Thunder Daoist Lord would also be ridiculed by others. Such a dilemma caused the 2 of them to be in an extremely bad mood recently. What's the situation in Xing Commandery? King Xianxia asked. The other commandery had only sent Spin to investigate due to the distance and limited information. Xing Commandery, as the Thunder Commandery's neighbor, had been eyeing them covetously. The Xing County used the disappearance of their generals Tianing and Tian Fa as an excuse to make trouble for us again and again. They even tried to incite other counties to join hands with them against a common enemy, using this as an excuse to interfere with the entry into the Longevity Realm. I heard that a few Heavenly Shadows and Heavenly Punishment generals have come to the 3,000 Lesser Worlds. They seem determined to win. Eagle King was even more displeased when he mentioned this. His eyes were filled with murderous intent. Hearing this, King Xianxia sneered. Peng Fu from Heavenly Shadow is one thing. According to the information sent by Yang Yongxing before he disappeared, he was indeed working with Old Black Tortoise and messed up the matter of the secret place. But what about the missing Heavenly Punishment generals, Gu Chen? We have no information about his appearance in the Longevity Realm. Xing Commandery is using this as an excuse to make things difficult for us. What a joke. Eagle King nodded in agreement when he heard what King Xianxia said. That's right. I've asked around. The missing heavenly punishment generals are just second-rate characters. I heard that they didn't do their job well in Xing Commandery and threw him into Xing Commandery's prison star. How could he be involved in the longevity realm? Xing Commandery is lying without any preparation. They're treating us like pushovers. Hearing this, King Xianxia's eyes turned colder and his lips curled up in disdain. If they want to treat me like a pushover, let's see if they have the ability. Unless the god of war, Miezin, comes, the other heavenly shadows and heavenly punishment generals are nothing to me. Eagle King nodded. As an expert at the ninth heaven of the Dao querying realm, King Xianxia indeed had the competence to say such things. The situation in the Chaos Sea is sensitive now. My lord does not wish to have too much conflict with Dao Lord Xing, otherwise, I'll personally go to the border and teach those guys a lesson. King Xianxia continued speaking. At this moment, a soldier suddenly ran in from outside the commander's camp, looking flustered. Reporting to the two guardian kings. It's not good. Enemies are trying to barge into the Chaos Transit window. Our soldiers are suffering heavy losses, and our defense line is collapsing. King Xianxia immediately glanced at Eagle King. In his opinion, if someone was trying to barge into the Chaos Transit window, they would be coming from the piercing mausoleum realm. I didn't notice anything unusual when I came back. Eagle King frowned. Reporting to the Guardian King, the enemy is trying to barge into the longevity realm from within, the soldier said hurriedly. From within the longevity realm? King Xianxia and Eagle King's eyes lit up. Trying to escape from the longevity realm at this critical juncture. Could it be the survivors of the secret place they had been guarding for so long? Were they finally getting something? How many enemies are there? Has the four-element thunder formation been activated? Eagle King asked anxiously. This could be the treasure of the Chaos Mystic Land that had come to them. They must not let it go. The four-element thunder formation has been activated, but the enemy is unstoppable. They are unstoppable. The soldier said in a trembling voice. It was precisely because there was no one in front that he rushed to report to the Guardian King. How many enemies are there? How long has it been since they attacked the formation? Why did they only inform us now? King Xianxia and Eagle King looked at each other, feeling a little shocked. They were very clear about the power of the four-element thunder formation. As the core formation that sealed the Chaos Transit window, unless the enemy was extremely large in number, it would be like a clay ox entering a swamp. It was impossible for them to be unstoppable. However, if such a large number of enemies had appeared, it was impossible for them not to have sensed it. Moreover, they only received the news now that the four elements thunder formation was about to be broken. Where was the reaction speed of the soldiers of the Thunder Commandery? Seeing that the Guardian King was scolding him, the soldier cried and hurriedly explained. Reporting to the two Guardian Kings, there is only one enemy. We did not inform you deliberately. It was because the enemy was breaking the formation too quickly. The dark clouds rolled down and millions of thunderbolts fell. The thunderbolts evolved into the Thunder Tiger, the Lightning Sparrow, the Black Elephant, and the Thunder God. The four ministers led the charge, accompanied by thousands of soldiers. Magical treasures danced in the air and countless lightning beasts roared. All of them were chasing after the black-haired young man who was running away with a sword in his hand like a fiend god. The lightning sparrow swooped down from the ninth heaven at an extremely fast speed, but it failed to stop the black-haired young man. The Thunder Tiger and the Black Elephant rushed at him from two sides. The black-haired young man cut the two beasts in half with a casual swing of his sword. The Thunder God descended, and countless electric chains covered an area of 10,000 miles. A huge black hole appeared behind the black-haired young man, swallowing all the thunderbolts. Even the Thunder God was sucked into the black hole. The four elements thunder formation couldn't stop the black-haired young man, and the ordinary soldiers of the Thunder County couldn't even touch his clothes. In a short time, the black-haired young man had stepped into the depths of the Chaos Transit window from the outermost line of defense, and he was still moving forward at an amazing speed. Stop him. Don't let him go one step further. Countless soldiers of the Thunder County were in a panic. Behind them, hundreds of thousands of soldiers gathered together and formed an impenetrable defense line, slowly encircling the black-haired young man, Seeing this, the black-haired young man didn't stop at all. Instead, all kinds of strange phenomena appeared around him. First, mountains appeared in the starry sky around him, extremely majestic and towering. Suddenly, the mountains collapsed, and some of the mountains turned into volcanoes, erupting endless lava and flames toward the army. Countless soldiers were burned and screamed in pain. That wasn't the end of it. Waves of seawater surged out of nowhere and surged towards the defensive line, causing the soldiers to sway unsteadily. The soldiers were immersed in the water, trying to wade into the water to attack the enemy. However, they found that the temperature of the water dropped sharply, and they were all turned into ice sculptures: metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, dark, and thunder. The black-haired young man just walked forward leisurely, but all kinds of terrible natural disasters appeared in the sky, easily defeating the army of the Thunder County. The four elements thunder formation couldn't stop the black-haired young man, and the millions of soldiers were also useless. All the soldiers on the battlefield were in panic and fear, and they all had the same question in their minds. Who was this black-haired young man who looked like a god? Is that him? The line of defense was already on the verge of collapse. Wizard King Xianxia and Eagle King Fawang arrived at this moment, their faces filled with disbelief as they stared at the black-haired man on the battlefield. As a matter of fact, they were not too late. It had only been a short while since the enemy started breaking through the chaos transit window. In just a moment, the proud army of the Thunder Commandery had been utterly defeated, and the invincible formation had become a joke, as they watched the commanders of the various armies abandon their armor on the battlefield and chase after the enemy with all their might, unable to catch up no matter what they did. Wizard King Xianxia and Eagle Guardian King finally understood why the soldier who had reported earlier had said that the enemy was too fast. It was indeed too fast. The enemy was direct and arrogant, using speed to fight slow, beating all the soldiers until they were looking for their teeth on the floor. Guardian King Xianxia, can you tell who that person is? Eagle Guardian King asked with a gloomy face. This person's Dao technique is extremely strange, and it actually involves multiple origins at the same time. It's unheard of. Holy King Xianxia's green eyes were puzzled. Even with his level of cultivation, he couldn't see through the black-haired youth's moves. No matter where he came from, his cultivation is at least at the 8th firmament of the Dao querying realm. He has the strength to compete with Yang Yongxing for the secret land's creation. Eagle Guardian King's eyes flashed. That's right. The longevity realm has been completely sealed by us. For an expert of this level to suddenly appear in the inner realm, he can only be a survivor of the secret land. Holy King Xianxia's eyes lit up. He chose to leave the chaos transit window at this juncture, so he definitely isn't foolhardy. Maybe someone is waiting to receive him. Eagle Guardian King said again, thinking about the situation in the piercing tomb realm. Holy King Xianxia understood what Eagle Guardian King meant, and the two of them spoke almost at the same time. Take him down quickly to prevent any more accidents. After the two of them finished speaking, they turned into lightning and disappeared at the same time. Guchen held the Desolate Emperor sword and continuously destroyed the Thunder Commandery's line of defense with extreme speed and overwhelming power. After his cultivation had increased by so many levels, the origin power in his body was so strong that it seemed boundless. No matter how many enemies there were, they were meaningless in his eyes. In the eyes of others, his speed was extremely fast, but he had actually slowed down. He was waiting for a real expert to come out and fight. This time, his strength had increased greatly. Even he didn't know how strong he had become, so he needed to find a suitable expert to test it out. In addition, he understood Dao Lord Xing better from Chu Meixin. His original intention of hiding his strength had faded, and he had other ideas. Where are the two great guardian kings? I wonder how their strength is compared to Yang Yongxing's. Gu Chen's fighting spirit was high, and his eyes kept looking around. Bang, all of a sudden, the airflow around him exploded. Gu Chen moved his feet and narrowly avoided a sharp claw with electricity. Crackle, they cooperated very well. Just as Gu Chen dodged, countless green lightning chains entangled the void around him, releasing a terrifying aura. Gu Chen didn't move for a moment. He squinted his eyes and looked at the two people in front of him. One of them had horns on his head, a thunderous mouth, and wings on his back. The other was tall and skinny, with a pair of green eyes that were very eye-catching. There was a strange connection between those green eyes and the green lightning chains that surrounded Gu Chen. Gu Chen keenly sensed it. Instinctively activating his deep-sea purple eyes, Gu Chen sized up the two people carefully. Good fellas, one was at the 9th and the other was at the 8th, he couldn't help but smirk. He didn't feel any sense of danger from being attacked by two guardian kings. Who are you? Eagle Guardian King asked coldly. Xing County's Heavenly Law General, Gu Chen. Gu Chen didn't hide his identity. On the contrary, he wanted to let his name spread. The missing Heavenly Law General from Xing County? Eagle Guardian King and Qing Tsang were shocked. They didn't expect this person to really be in the world of longevity. They were quick-witted and immediately linked this person's relationship with Peng Fu. They were even more certain that the treasures of the mysterious land of chaos were in this person's hands. Surrender, or we will kill you. Eagle Guardian King was afraid that Gu Chen didn't have the treasures with him, so he tried to capture him first. Do it. I hope you can let me enjoy myself. Gu Chen said with a smile. His fearless look immediately infuriated the two of them. You want to do this the hard way? Qing Tsang didn't intend to be polite either. His green eyes shone brightly. Rumble, the cyan electric chain around Gu Chen's body exploded at once, releasing a power that could destroy heaven and earth. In the blink of an eye, he was engulfed in the storm. Serves you right. Eagle Guardian King laughed coldly. Qing Tsang's ultimate realm green lightning eyes were famous for being powerful. He used almost all his lightning source power to refine this pair of eyes. Something's not right. Shakyamuni Qing Tsang looked at the shattered space and frowned. His lightning didn't seem to have hit anything. What a fast attack. If I had escaped a little later, I would have been injured. Suddenly, a calm voice sounded above the two Shakyamuni. Shwa shwa, the two of them raised their heads at the same time and saw Gu Chen, who was dressed in a black martial artist robe, with electric currents surging all over his body. His hair was also standing on end, as if the god of thunder had descended. Lightning speed thunder flash? Shakyamuni Qing Tsang and Shakyamuni's expressions changed as if they had seen a ghost. How could he know the lightning speed thunder flash? That's Yang Yongxing's unique Dao technique. It's extremely difficult to cultivate. We tried to steal it several times, but failed. Shakyamuni was in disbelief. Yang Yongxing's heavenly speed thunder flash had always been coveted by others. However, he had hidden his ultimate technique very well. The other four lightning Shakyamuni didn't have the chance to steal it. It can't be wrong. If it wasn't for the lightning speed thunder flash, we definitely wouldn't have been able to escape. Shakyamuni Qing Tsang's eyes were filled with fear. No matter how fast a normal person's reaction was, how could it be faster than a look? The reason why his limitless green lightning pupils were so famous was because wherever his eyes looked, the powerful green lightning would wreak havoc there. His attack had already locked onto the other party and detonated without a word. If it wasn't for the lightning speed thunder flash, which surpassed the limits of one's ability to move, how could he have reacted in time to escape? Yang Yongxing is already dead. The two lightning Shakyamuni Qing Tsang exchanged glances. Yang Yongxing definitely wouldn't reveal his ultimate technique. Considering that he had been missing for so long, it was certain that he had died at the hands of the person in front of him. So what if it's the lightning speed thunder flash? I've fully activated my eye technique. Even if Yang Yongxing was here, he wouldn't be able to do anything. Shakyamuni Qing Tsang became serious. More sparks burned in his green eyes. Shwa, he looked straight at Gu Chen. Electric currents surged wildly around Gu Chen, forming a thunderstorm. It's indeed a very powerful eye technique. Gu Chen's expression was indifferent. If he hadn't had a breakthrough, he wouldn't have been able to dodge such an attack. Controlling the lightning with one's gaze was not only fast, but also impossible to guard against. There were not many who could avoid it. In addition, this green lightning contained the will of a 9th-tier Dao querying expert, so its power was boundless. What Shakyamuni Qing Tsang specialized in was definitely a lightning-quick battle that could instantly defeat his enemies. However, he was no longer the same person as before. In terms of a blitzkrieg, his opponent had chosen the wrong opponent. Gu Chen's muscles were soaked in the blue electric current, vibrating at a high frequency. The natural origin in his body was constantly transforming into the power of thunder. Before the green thunderstorm could reach him, he turned into a bolt of lightning and disappeared, reappearing 1,000 feet away. "Where do you think you're going?" Dharma King Xianxia chased after Guchen relentlessly, constantly activating his green thunder eyes of extremity, causing the entire area to be filled with lightning and thunder. However, no matter how fast his eyes were, he was still slower than Guchen. He was unable to catch up. "Impossible. Even Yang Yongxing couldn't dodge my attacks when I was serious." "How could you?" Dharma King Xianxia's face gradually became flustered. It was the anxiety of having the eye technique that he was so proud of broken. "Isn't the reason very simple? It's because I'm faster than Yang Yongxing." Guchen replied calmly as he dodged. In the eyes of ordinary people, Yang Yongxing was the creator of the lightning speed thunder flash. Even if Guchen had secretly learned his Dao technique, it was impossible for him to be faster than him in a short period of time. However, in reality, this was not the case. The essence of the lightning speed thunder flash was to use the body to withstand the electric current to surpass the limits of one's ability to move. It used instinct to replace one's thoughts and reactions. Based on this principle, the stronger the user's physical body, the more terrifying the effect of the lightning speed thunder flash would be. Guchen's Tyrant body was already very strong. After being tempered by the sturdy origin and the power origin, his physical potential was far superior to Yang Yongxing's. Therefore, when he used the lightning speed thunder flash, his speed was not something that Yang Yongxing could compare to. The poor Dharma King Xianxia's eyes had once suppressed 100 realms, but now, in front of Guchen, it was too much for his eyes to take in. "I will catch him. Xianxia, you are in charge of cooperating." Seeing that Dharma King Xianxia's eye technique had lost its usual sharpness, Xianxia Muni roared and transformed into a slender lightning eagle. Its feathers were as hard as steel as it pounced towards Guchen. He was originally a lightning eagle raised by Thunder Dao Monarch. Because of Thunder Dao Monarch's guidance, he gained intelligence and gradually cultivated to his current level. After becoming the Lightning Dharma King, he rarely revealed his true form in front of others. This was because he felt that only Thunder Dao Monarch had the qualifications to make him submit to him. However, someone had used the lightning speed thunder flash to provoke them in the headquarters of the lightning cultivators. If they couldn't deal with him, the entire Thunder region's reputation would be tarnished. Therefore, he had to catch him no matter what. After Xianxia Muni transformed into his true form, his wings flapped and electricity surged all over his body. He was like an indestructible sword that pierced through the heavens. He chased after Guchen while Dharma King Xianxia used his eye technique to surround him. Both of them wanted to end the battle quickly and get rid of this Tianfa general of Xing region to prevent any accidents. Interesting. Let me test the limits of my current speed. Guchen didn't panic. Under the state of the lightning speed thunder flash, his reaction was simply too fast. Just as Xianxia Muni rushed over, he turned into lightning and teleported 10 feet away. Once he teleported, Dharma King Xianxia's green lightning chains appeared again, and he disappeared again. Lightning escape was famous for its extreme speed. The battle between the three of them was so fast that the Thunder region soldiers couldn't even see them clearly, let alone participate in it. Heavens, that black-haired youth actually also cultivates lightning techniques, and his speed is even faster than the two Dharma Kings. Dharma King Xianxia's extreme realm green lightning eyes have been famous in the Chaos Sea for a long time. There's actually an enemy that even his eyes can't capture. The generals of Thunder region were all shocked. What was happening in front of them was a battle that transcended the boundaries of time and space. No one could interfere. In the face of extreme speed, the human wave tactic was useless, and the formation would also lose its effect. In the end, the only thing that could decide everything was whose speed was faster. Screech, Xianxia Muni continued to chase after Guchen, and his voice became sharper and sharper, filled with anxiety. No matter how he chased, and no matter how Dharma King Xianxia cooperated, the person in front of them would always be able to increase his lightning speed thunder flash by another level at the most critical moment, causing their efforts to go to waste. Guchen stimulated his body with electricity, and his body gradually reached the limits of what it could withstand. At this moment, his speed was already enough to firmly suppress the two of them. Considering that the two of them were already considered fast among those of the same realm, Guchen made a judgment about his own speed. Under the state of the lightning speed thunder flash, there weren't many ninth heaven Dao-seeking cultivators who could be faster than him. What if I increase my speed further and enter that domain? Let's see how fast I am now. Guchen closed his eyes, and a pair of wings of time slowly appeared on his back. Both Guardian King Xianxia and Eagle Guardian King sensed the change in Guchen's aura. At the same time, everything in the world seemed to slow down, including their thoughts. Whoosh, Guchen's eyes suddenly opened, and with a flap of the wings of time on his back, his body disappeared with an electric current. Eagle Guardian King felt an inexplicable sense of danger in his heart. A chill ran down his spine, and he tried to turn around. However, time and space seemed to be stretched infinitely at this moment. Originally, turning around only required 1,000th of a breath of time, but now it was extremely strenuous. Turning around seemed to take several days and nights, and his thoughts also seemed to be sleepwalking in another space and time, completely disconnected from reality. Have you ever been kicked at the speed of light? An indifferent voice suddenly rang out beside his ear. It seemed to have traveled for several days and nights before it reached Eagle Guardian King's mind. By the time he reacted, the kick was already in place. Boom, Guchen, who was moving at extreme speed, kicked out. Electricity exploded as he ruthlessly kicked Eagle Guardian King's body. Its body was like an arrow that had left the bow, instantly flying back to the starry sky 100,000 miles away. It let out a mournful wail, but this mournful wail only reverberated a long time after its body disappeared from sight. Not good, his speed has doubled again. Wizard King Xianxia's face turned as white as a sheet after witnessing the instant death of Eagle Guardian King. At this moment, Guchen withdrew his leg and looked at him calmly. All the hairs on Dharma King Xianxia's body stood on end. His survival instincts drove his green lightning eyes to shine brightly as he attempted to attack Guchen. This spacetime is already my absolute domain. If I don't allow it, you won't even have the time to open your eyes. In Dharmaraja Xianxia's vision, he saw Guchen speaking leisurely as he slowly raised the Desolation Emperor sword in his hand. It streaked across the vast starry sky and gently stabbed towards him. This sword was very strange. It didn't look fast, but the speed of Dharma King Xianxia's thunder spawn could not keep up. Not only was he unable to use his ocular sorcery in time, but his body's reflexes were also unable to keep up. He was unable to dodge or even close his eyelids. The next moment, Xianxia Dharmaraja let out a tragic cry. His eyes had been blinded by Guchen's sword, and the ultimate realm of the blue lightning eyes that he was so proud of had been crippled. The vast starry sky was silent for a moment. Countless soldiers of the Thunder Commandery had fear in their eyes. Guchen slowly sheathed his sword. He had a clear understanding of the limits of his current speed. After absorbing the old black tortoise's slow origin source, his spacetime origin source was perfected, causing the speed of his wings of time to increase greatly. This speed was relative. After he unfurled the wings of time, the spacetime within a certain range was his absolute domain. Everyone's movements and reactions would become extremely slow. This was the evolution of the old black tortoise's slow world. This relative speed of controlling spacetime could complement the absolute speed of the seraphic speed thunder. In relative spacetime, no one was faster than Guchen. In normal domains, no one was faster than Guchen. With these two speeds stacked together, Guchen realized how terrifying he had become. The light produced by the collision of fast and slow formed a new ultimate technique of his divine orthodoxy. He called it the ultimate realm domain. Eagle Dharmaraja had been kicked by Guchen and was sent flying several star paths. Even if he didn't die, he would definitely be severely injured. Moreover, Xianxia Dharmaraja's eyes were already disabled, which meant that he had lost the ability to fight. Under the ultimate realm domain, Guchen instantly defeated the two Dharmarajas. Even the many soldiers of the Thunder Commandery who couldn't see the battle clearly knew how powerful he was. They felt a chill run down their spines. The fastest speed below the Dao Lords. I didn't expect a talent like you to appear in the Xing Commandery. Xianxia Dharmaraja said bitterly with his eyes blinded and all his hopes dashed. That extreme speed made him feel despair. In front of this man, he couldn't even open or close his eyes. There was no point in resisting. The fastest speed below the Dao Lords? Guchen murmured to himself. That might be a compliment to others, but it was far from enough for him. His speed had to evolve even faster until he could stand shoulder to shoulder with the Dao Lords. Guchen turned around slowly and didn't continue to attack Xianxia Dharmaraja. Instead, he walked into the Chaos Transit window with his sword in hand. Kill me. My eyes are already disabled. Are you trying to humiliate me by keeping me alive? Xianxia Dharmaraja said resentfully and agitatedly when he saw that Guchen didn't kill him. Just because you don't have your eyes doesn't mean that you're disabled. Is your cultivation path just a pair of eyeballs? Guchen didn't turn back. He mocked him coldly and continued walking forward. He wasn't going to kill Xianxia Dharmaraja or Eagle Dharmaraja. Keeping them alive was far more valuable than killing them. When Xianxia Dharmaraja heard Guchen's words, he froze on the spot for a long time without saying anything. Countless soldiers of Lei Prefecture were filled with fear when they saw Guchen walking over. If even 2 Dharmarajas were defeated, they would only be sending themselves to their deaths no matter how many people they sent. However, if they didn't stop him now, Lei Prefecture would be disgraced and they would definitely be punished as deserters in the future. Guchen crossed the starry skies step by step. He sighed internally as he looked at the countless soldiers of Lei Prefecture who were fearful yet had no choice but to press on. Ordinary cultivators were like ants and dogs in the face of power. It wasn't easy for them to survive. Crackle, instantly, he turned into a bright beam of light and an electric chain. Before the soldiers could react, he had already passed through the defense line and escaped. All the soldiers of Lei Prefecture heaved a sigh of relief when they saw him disappear. The other party was too fast and they couldn't catch up at all. It wasn't that they were fleeing out of fear. The other party had a benevolent heart and was not a bloodthirsty and cruel person. Are you all right, King Xianxia? Many of the Thunder Commandery generals quickly came to the side of the blind Dharma King Xianxia and asked anxiously. Xianxia's eyes were bleeding, his empty eye sockets looking in the direction Guchen had left. Are there any records of the battle just now? Dharma King Xianxia had already regained his composure. Yes, our mirror image inscription stone should have recorded the scene of the previous battle. Do you want to destroy it? He had misunderstood Dharma King Xianxia's meaning, thinking that the Dharma King Xianxia felt that the previous battle was dishonorable and wanted to hide him. Destroy what? Xianxia, lost is lost. Dharma King Xianxia's voice trembled. Immediately send someone to deliver the inscription mirror image stone to His Majesty. Xing County's Heavenly Wrath General Guchen's orthodoxy is strange and unpredictable. My vision is limited, so I can only ask His Majesty to make a judgment. A bolt of lightning shuttled through the Chaos Transit window at high speed. Black holes would appear in front of him from time to time. The lightning would jump into the black holes and reappear 10,000 miles away. After increasing his speed several times, Guchen finally stopped when he had shaken off the Thunder Commandery army behind him and made sure that no one could follow him. Godspeed thunder combined with the wings of time makes my speed almost invincible in battle. And if I use it with the black holes, I can appear and disappear unpredictably. It's a pity that I can't maintain Godspeed thunder for too long. Otherwise, it will be too much of a burden on my body. Guchen evaluated the results of his previous experiment. The battle with the 2 Law Kings had given him a lot of confidence. His current strength was indeed worlds apart from before. Considering that he would change his strategy when he returned, the stronger he was now, the better. Now that there's no one around, I can give it a try. Guchen looked at the Chaos Rampart not far away and his eyes flickered. The reason he stopped here was that he wanted to conduct another experiment. After absorbing the chaotic golden lightning bamboo, the Cauldron of Origin had changed greatly. He wanted to know to what extent its control over the Chaos Chi had reached. With a solemn expression, Guchen sank his mind power into his dantian and summoned the Cauldron of Origin. Swoosh! A dazzling golden 4-legged square cauldron appeared on Guchen's palm. It was full of lightning, and the ancient cauldron patterns on the body of the cauldron gave off an overbearing and suffocating pressure. This time, because he wasn't in the Qian family patriarch's secret realm, the Cauldron of Origin didn't cause the space to collapse when it came out. Guchen was a lot more relieved. He carefully observed the small cauldron. It rotated slowly, and every time it rotated, the tyrant blood in his body would jump with excitement. Guchen stared at the cauldron patterns that were gradually forming on the body of the cauldron and found that they were somewhat similar to the golden runes that densely covered his body. They weren't of the same sect, but they were better than the same sect. They were both ancient and contained some kind of great Tao. When I refined the mother root of all beings, I mixed my tyrant blood into it as my weapon. It's getting closer and closer to me. This should be normal. Guchen couldn't figure out the cauldron markings, just like how he still couldn't solve the Taoist scriptures contained in the golden runes of the overlord body. He could only dig step by step. This time, he had absorbed 3 primal chaotic origin stones in the longevity realm. Although the ones who benefited the most were the 4 primal chaotic origin stones, the golden runes in his tyrant body had also melted a little, giving birth to some minor mystical abilities. This kind of progress could be seen. It didn't matter if he couldn't understand it. He believed that one day, he would understand everything. Guchen quickly retracted his gaze from the cauldron runes. He used his mind power to control the cauldron of origin to hover in the air. Then, he slowly flew toward the chaos barrier in front of him. After the tyrannical cauldron evolved, the amount of mental energy required to activate it was much greater than before. Guchen hoped that it would be worth it. Dominating cauldron arrived in front of the primal chaos barrier. Guchen silently circulated the spirit of chaos secret art. Boom, the stable chaos barrier in front of him suddenly exploded, giving Guchen a fright. He hurriedly took 2 steps back. This? Guchen's face was filled with shock, but it quickly turned into joy. He continued to circulate the spirit of chaos secret art. Waves of terrifying primal chaos chi slowly separated from the barrier and danced around the dominating cauldron of origin. The primal chaos chi was dozens of feet thick. It could already be used as a means of attack. That golden lightning bamboo is really not ordinary. Guchen was overjoyed. Previously, the dominating cauldron of origin could only control a few feet of primal chaos chi. Now, it could control dozens of feet of primal chaos chi. This was a 10-fold increase. It was getting closer to the power he wanted. Guchen happily controlled the primal chaos chi through the dominating cauldron of origin. The dozens of feet of primal chaos chi was like a black dragon. It was agile and dangerous. If a Tao Lord encountered such a black dragon, he probably wouldn't dare to underestimate it, right? As Guchen studied it, the tyrant blood in his body suddenly sped up. It formed a strange resonance with the dominating cauldron of origin. What's going on? Guchen's eyes narrowed. He didn't cut off this resonance. Instead, he carefully observed the development of the situation. Guchen soon felt the blood energy in his body being drained in a mysterious way. At the same time, the cauldron patterns on the body of the dominating cauldron of origin began to glow brightly. Thick bolts of golden lightning appeared out of nowhere and tore through the sky. Could it be? Guchen's eyes lit up. He allowed more blood energy to flow into the dominating cauldron, causing it to become even more astonishing. Rumble. Rumble, slowly, countless bolts of golden lightning rampaged around the dominating cauldron of origin, causing the void to collapse. The power of the golden lightning was so strong that even the primal chaos chi within the barrier seemed to be able to sense it. It actually took on the shape of a tsunami. Guchen was given a fright. If the primal chaos chi barrier collapsed, a large amount of primal chaos chi would surge in. Even if he could control more primal chaos chi now, he would still die. He hurriedly cut off the connection. Only then did the cauldron patterns on the dominating cauldron of origin slowly dim. The wind and lightning all disappeared. The dominating cauldron finally has a divine ability that I can use. Guchen put the dominating cauldron back into his body. Looking at the primal chaos chi barrier that had also returned to normal, he couldn't contain his joy. A Tao verification weapon would grow along with its master. At the same time, it was normal for it to have a divine ability. Obviously, the dominating cauldron of origin had a terrifying divine ability. Although Guchen didn't try the power of the golden lightning, he was sure that it could become his trump card from the aura just now. Not only could he control the primal chaos chi, but he also had an offensive divine ability. Guchen was very satisfied with the evolution of the dominating cauldron of origin. I can't stay here for long. The Thunder Commandery's army has been defeated. I have to be wary of the possibility of the Thunder Tao Lord appearing. Guchen didn't spend too much time experimenting. Out of caution, he opened the wings of time again and left the primal chaos transit window with the help of the black hole. Soon, he arrived at the piercing tomb world that was connected to the longevity world. As soon as he entered, he sensed many spying auras in the starry sky. These auras weren't weak. It didn't match the number of experts in this world. It seems like there are many spies from everywhere. After the situation on the other side of the transit window spreads, this world will be in chaos. The Thunder Commandery is more likely to vent its anger on these people. Guchen rubbed his chin. He wasn't interested in entangling with these unknown experts. Before anyone could find out about him, he performed the seraphic speed thunder and left this world at full speed. The entire Thunder Commandery was under the control of the Thunder Taoist Lord. God knew what he would do next. It was better to return to the Xing Commandery as soon as possible. Next, Guchen rushed at full speed. Finally, before the news of the defeat of the two Dharma kings completely spread, he returned to the Chaos Sand window that connected the Xing Commandery and the Thunder Commandery, the 3,000 small worlds. Phew, we're finally out of that dark place. Fatty Qian was overjoyed to see the light of day again. It was not a good thing for him to be locked in a small dark room with an old man all day long. The Qi clan's ancestor probably felt the same way. As soon as he regained his freedom, he became more spirited and looked around curiously. The two soon found themselves in an ancient city with people coming and going. It was lively and prosperous. We really left the longevity realm. Fatty Qian quickly confirmed that this was not the longevity realm. He looked at Guchen with a strange expression as if he was looking at a monster. Although Guchen had already told them about the arrangements, he estimated the time and saw that Guchen did not seem to have any injuries. It was hard to imagine that Guchen had really broken through the chaos transit window where millions of troops were stationed alone. The Qi clan's ancestor was even more touched. He looked at Guchen with even more respect. You've learned a lot about my situation. Guchen looked at the two and calmly explained the next arrangements. I'm going back to Xing County, and you'll stay in the 3,000 small worlds for the time being. The composition of people in this place has always been complicated. As long as you're careful, no one will discover your true identity. In addition, Fatty, I heard from the Qian clan's patriarch that there are channels in this place? Fatty Qian replied with a little pride, of course there are channels. This 3,000 small worlds is located at the border of Xing County and Lei County. It has always been a trade route. Many of our businesses pass through here. Well, I have something to trouble you to do. Guchen was relieved to hear this. What is it? I want you to help me find a powerful alchemist. Guchen said. You want to make pills? Fatty Qian raised his eyebrows. They had obtained a lot of rare herbs in the secret place. These herbs could only be made into pills and sold at a higher price. It was normal for Guchen to have such a plan. Yes. Guchen didn't deny that the tricolored twin lotus flower was currently in his possession. If he wanted to display its true value, he would need to find a reliable alchemist. A single petal was enough to completely heal Guchen's injuries. He was looking forward to refining the tricolored twin lotus into an elixir. He wanted to know what kind of heaven-defying effect it would have. In terms of alchemists, my Qian family already has a few fixed partners. We can definitely invite them to 3,000 small worlds. What I need is a top-notch alchemist. Guchen emphasized. In his opinion, a truly capable alchemist would not work with a fixed number of aristocratic families. There are such people, I can contact them, but the price is definitely not cheap, and some are difficult to get along with. Fatty Qian estimated. The price is not a problem. The stronger your alchemy skills, the better. Guchen said without hesitation. The tricolored twin lotus flower was extremely precious. It would be unacceptable if an inferior alchemist were to ruin it. Moreover, he didn't just hire an alchemist to refine the elixir. He had other plans in mind. Alright, I'll look for one according to your request. It shouldn't be difficult. Fatty Qian agreed without hesitation. Thank you very much. Your identity can't be exposed right now. In order to be safe, Daoist Qi will accompany you. The two of you can take care of each other. The ancestor of the Qi family nodded. Fatty Qian pursed his lips. Why would I want an old man to accompany me? Even if I wanted a beautiful woman like Miss Chu, I'd rather have her. The ancestor of the Qi family's expression immediately darkened. Guchen also shook his head helplessly. In short, when I'm not around, apart from finding an alchemist, you should keep a low profile and bide your time. When I return to the Xing County, I'll find a way to contact you if I need to make further arrangements. Will you be able to come back after you return to the Xing County? Fatty Qian hesitated for a moment and said something unlucky. He could roughly guess Gu Chen's situation. Compared to him, staying in the 3,000 small worlds was too comfortable. Don't worry. Even if something happens, you'll be safe. Gu Chen laughed heartily. Although he had considered everything carefully, he wasn't sure if anything would happen when he returned to the Xing County. As the saying goes, accompanying a king is like accompanying a tiger. He was treading on thin ice on this road. Because of this, he needed Fatty Qian and the ancestor of the Qi family as his secret pawns. It was a way out for him. Alright, I understand. No matter what, I'll definitely help you find the best alchemist. Fatty Qian patted Guchen on the shoulder. He didn't say anything pretentious and promised. The ancestor of the Qi family also nodded. Be careful, sir. We'll wait for your news. After explaining all the precautions, Guchen said goodbye to Fatty Qian and the ancestor of the Qi family. He flew out of the ancient city alone and flew along the border of the Xing County. When he was not far from the border, Guchen slowed down and took out a Chanquan bag. Wu Li, Zhao Qiming, and some shadow guards of the Shadow Division in the Longevity Realm were placed in the bag. When he met up with the others, he was worried that bringing them through the Chaos Transit window would cause trouble, so he threw them all into the bag. Counting the days, it had been a few days. Now that the troops stationed at the border of the Xing County were right in front of him, it was time for them to be put to use. Guchen opened the bag. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A large group of shadow guards were released. Stepping on the solid ground, they felt like they were in a different world. Where is this? The shadow guards stared at the surroundings anxiously, looking like startled rabbits. Over the past few days, it could be said that they had been feeling very uncomfortable. Everyone thought that when they were released, they would definitely be surrounded by the soldiers of Thunder County. The fate that awaited them was also the inhumane torture of Thunder County, going through the Chaos Transit window alone. That was insane. How could it be done? When they found out what Lord Gu was going to do, they were hopeless and angry. In the end, they went into the bag because they had no choice. They couldn't offend Lord Gu on the spot. Otherwise, they would die faster. After thinking about it in the bag for a few days in despair, they were naturally in an unstable state when they came out. Wu Li was the only one who trusted Gu Chen. She was the calmest after coming out and bowed to Gu Chen. This place seems to be safe? The shadow guards who had been frightened for the past few days looked around carefully. When they realized that there was no danger, they heaved a sigh of relief. Did Lord Gu succeed? Did they successfully escape from the Longevity Realm? As soon as this thought popped up, they felt that it was a fantasy. This doesn't look like the Piercing Hill world that is connected to the Longevity Realm. A sharp-eyed shadow guard quickly said, and his face revealed dense surprise and bewilderment. Why does this place look so familiar? This is indeed not the Piercing Hill world. The border of the Xing County is right in front. Gu Chen answered casually, his face expressionless. The border of the Xing County? The shadow guards were shocked. Even Zhao Qiming couldn't help but rub his eyes and look ahead carefully. Not far ahead, the unique strongholds of the Xing County were lined up. A familiar flag was fluttering in the sky above the strongholds. Are we really back? All the shadow guards were in disbelief as if they were dreaming. In just a few days, not only did they escape from the Longevity Realm, but they even left the Thunder County. Thunder County had stationed millions of soldiers in the Realm of Longevity, and the Realm of Longevity was not far from the border of Xing County. Everyone thought that if everything went smoothly, it would take at least a month for them to return to Xing County alive. However, they only stayed in the Cosmos Sack for a few days, and when they came out, they were already free. After the intense shock, there was great joy. The shadow guards had survived the disaster, and when they looked at Gu Chen again, their eyes were filled with passion. Lord Gu is really a god. Thank you, Lord Gu, for saving our lives. The shadow guards came to their senses and bowed to Guchen gratefully. No need to thank me. Let's go. Guchen said indifferently, and led the way to the border of Xing County. A large group of people followed closely behind. When the fortress was right in front of them, a group of patrolling soldiers from Xing County rushed over and stopped them. Tianfa's General Guchen, Lord Gu has returned. Why don't you report your return? Zhao Qiming immediately took out his shadow guard token and scolded the soldiers. Lord Gu? The patrolling soldiers were shocked. When they saw that Zhao Qiming was indeed holding a shadow guard token, they did not dare to question him. I understand. Please wait for a moment, Lord Gu. He hurriedly went to report. Not long after, the gate of the fortress opened, and Gu Chen and his group were welcomed in. As soon as he entered the fortress, Gu Chen glanced around and found that apart from the troops stationed here from Xing County, there were also many foreign cultivators here. These cultivators were different from the soldiers from Xing County in terms of appearance and attire, and could be recognized at a glance. What's going on? Gu Chen was confused. Lord Gu, if I'm not wrong, those people should be cultivators from Moke County. Wu Li also noticed the outsiders in the fortress, and whispered to Gu Chen. The group she was pointing at was dressed in strange clothes, and had strange tattoos on their bodies. Those people all carry crosses on their backs. They should be cultivators from Guangming County. Zhao Qiming pointed at another group. Oh? People from all the counties have come to Xing County. It's quite lively. Gu Chen thought for a while and guessed that these people must have something to do with the mysterious land of chaos. Due to the complete lockdown of the Thunder Commandery, the information that the forces in the outside world could obtain was very limited. They didn't even know as much as the group of shadow guards around him. Under such circumstances, it was not hard to imagine that all the counties would unite to put pressure on Thunder County. Friend Gu, I didn't expect to see you alive. Suddenly, a voice came from the front. Gu Chen looked in the direction of the voice and saw Tianfa's great general, the Marquis of Huanyang, walking slowly towards him with his hands behind his back. Fellow Daoist Huanyang, long time no see, Gu Chen calmly nodded at him. He had only met the returned son Marquis once. When he had just entered the Xing County and was about to be appointed as the general of Tianfa, he had a quarrel with him and the Devil Mountain. Their relationship was not good. Marquis Huanyang wasn't originally stationed at the border of Thunder County. It seemed like he was sent here by Dao Lord Xing after the incident at the Primal Chaos Secret Land. Why did Friend Gu come back alone? Where's fellow Daoist Peng? What happened in the realm of longevity? The Marquis of Huanyang glanced at the people around Gu Chen and asked a series of questions. Gu Chen realized that many soldiers had gathered around them. Peng Fu betrayed Xing County and I've captured him, Gu Chen answered calmly. As soon as he said this, the shadow guards behind him were shocked. Although they already knew about Peng Fu's betrayal, they didn't know that he had already been captured by Lord Gu. Lord Gu didn't say anything before, but they didn't expect that he had secretly captured Peng Fu. It's hard to say whether fellow Daoist Peng betrayed us or not. Since Friend Gu has captured him, please hand him over to me for interrogation. The Marquis of Huanyang wasn't surprised to hear about Peng Fu's betrayal. It seemed like he had already heard about it from other sources. Gu Chen scrutinized him. What did he mean by it's hard to say whether he betrayed us or not? The Marquis of Huanyang wasn't on the same side as him. Gu Chen wouldn't be at ease to hand over such an important criminal like Peng Fu to him. I will personally hand Peng Fu over to the Lord. I will also report everything that happened in the realm of longevity to the Lord. There's no need to trouble fellow Daoist Huanyang. Gu Chen said. It was obvious that he didn't want to hand Peng Fu over to the Marquis of Huanyang. The Marquis of Huanyang frowned when he heard that. His eyes were filled with displeasure. Friend Gu, you should hand fellow Daoist Peng over to me first. Also, if Friend Gu has any gains in the chaotic mystic land of longevity, please hand them over as well. Also, I want to take all these people away for interrogation. The Marquis of Huanyang pointed at Zhao Qiming and the other shadow guards. A group of soldiers immediately stepped forward and tried to take them away. Fellow Daoist Huanyang, aren't you going to listen to what happened in the realm of longevity? Gu Chen narrowed his eyes and gestured to Wu Li to stop the soldiers from taking the group of shadow guards away. The Marquis of Huanyang's actions were too obvious. His words showed that he was a criminal. Logically speaking, he had brought the people from the Xing County back alive. No matter what, he should listen to what happened first. Friend Gu, there's no need to be anxious. There are many different opinions about the realm of longevity. Naturally, we have to verify it in many ways. Don't worry. When the matter is clear, I will naturally ask you for guidance. The Marquis of Huanyang smiled. Gu Chen sneered in his heart. This Marquis of Huanyang looked like he was going to use his power to take revenge. How could he be at ease to let him interrogate Kung Fu, let alone hand over the gains in the mystic land? There's no need. I will personally explain everything to the Lord when I meet him. Gu Chen rejected again. The two heavenly law generals had different opinions. They confronted each other. The atmosphere immediately became tense. Friend Gu, are you feeling guilty? The Marquis of Huanyang's tone became impolite. Feeling guilty? What am I feeling guilty about? Gu Chen laughed involuntarily. I've also heard about the news of Kung Fu's betrayal. But it's hard to tell the truth. On the other hand, you suddenly came back after setting up an inescapable trap in the Lei County. Isn't this suspicious? Oh? According to what fellow Huanyang said, it was a mistake for me to come back alive after so much trouble? Gu Chen's expression turned cold instantly. Many shadow guards also started discussing when they heard this. Anyone could see that the Marquis of Huanyang was intentionally targeting Lord Gu. Friend Gu, hand over Kung Fu and the gains in the realm of longevity. Wait for the interrogation. You've already made a mistake in the 7 realms. Do you want to make the same mistake again? The Marquis of Huanyang showed a look of disdain. He didn't care if Gu Chen was angry. Gu Chen looked at the Marquis of Huanyang's confidence and suddenly understood why. If it was another heavenly law general who came back alive from the realm of longevity, the Marquis of Huanyang wouldn't interrogate a criminal like this. The weak are bullied by the dogs. The military has always been like this. Gu Chen murmured to himself. He looked at Marquis Huanyang as if he was looking at an idiot and said disdainfully. You have no right to make me listen to you. No right. The two of them didn't agree with each other before, but Gu Chen's words were like a slap in the face. Marquis Huanyang didn't expect Gu Chen to be so stubborn. His face darkened. He was just a stray dog that had lost the 7 realms. How dare he talk to him like this? It had to be known that he had earned countless battle merits. How could a stray dog compare to him? He doesn't have the right, but I do. Marquis Huanyang was about to lose his temper when a cold female voice came from behind him. His anger turned to joy. The person was here. Let's see how Gu Chen would explain this. Gu Chen was about to teach Marquis Huanyang a lesson. He looked over when he heard the voice. The person was wearing the black robe of the sky shadows. She was a human beauty with blonde hair and blue eyes. There were many people around her. Gu Chen saw Ouyang Mo, the sky shadow, and a few cultivators from other commanderies. The cultivators from other commanderies didn't look weak. Ouyang Mo was a sky shadow, but he surrounded the woman like stars surrounding the moon. It showed that her status was not ordinary. Who is she? Gu Chen asked. This person should be the sky shadow of the Xing commanderies, but he had never seen her before. Friend Gu, the person in front of you is the head of the 7 sky shadows of the Shadow Division, Lord Shaluo Mancha. This time, she was sent by the Lord to deal with the problem of the longevity realm. Remember to be polite when you speak. Suddenly, someone sent a voice transmission to Gu Chen, reminding him. Gu Chen's heart skipped a beat. He inadvertently glanced at Ouyang Mo and recognized his voice. The head of the 7 sky shadows, the woman in front of him was the head of the Shadow Division. She was on the same level as Kongxing of the Ministry of Works and Miazue of the military. Shaluo Man brought a group of people to Gu Chen. Although her facial features were 3-dimensional and exquisite, they revealed a sense of hostility that had accumulated over the years. Fellow Daoist Sha, nice to meet you. After understanding the other party's identity, Gu Chen calmly extended his hand and took the initiative to greet him. She didn't shake hands with Gu Chen. Instead, she looked him up and down. I didn't expect Friend Gu to come back alive from the longevity realm. Just nice, I have many things to ask you, Shahraman said. Her tone was warmer than before. Does fellow Daoist Shah have any questions? Guchen said with a smile. His attitude was much better than when he was with the Marquis of Huanyang. The Marquis of Returned Sun was rather disappointed. He had been hoping that Guchen would fail to recognize Mount Tai and act rashly in front of Sha Luoman. Shahraman glanced at the envoys beside her, but didn't say anything. Guchen understood what she meant and said indifferently. There's no harm in it. I believe the situation regarding the longevity realm will soon be thoroughly spread out. It's good for the few of you to listen to it. The envoys' faces lit up when they heard that. They had originally come to negotiate with the Xing County about the longevity realm. They were really lucky to be able to come back just in time for the return of the Xing County General who had important information. Alright, then Friend Gu, please tell us in detail everything that happened in the Primal Chaos Realm, including how you came back, Shahraman said seriously. Guchen nodded and followed everyone into the tent. He told them the truth about the secret place that he had already thought of. Among them, the old black tortoise and Peng Fu working together to swallow the Primal Chaos Realm was true. The conflict between the Worm King and the head spirit was also true. However, he concealed the existence of the chaotic golden lightning bamboo and threw the problem to them as he had agreed with Chu Meixin. According to Guchen's explanation, after he captured Peng Fu, he was lucky enough to escape from the Primal Chaos Realm. As for the opportunities in the secret place, they fell into the hands of the Sword County. After hearing his explanation, the envoys whispered to each other while Shahraman fell into deep thought. When the Marquis of Returned Sun heard that Guchen had gained nothing in the secret place, he knew that he was finished this time. If he didn't gain anything, he wouldn't have any battle merits. What was the point of capturing the traitor Peng Fu? Friend Gu was very arrogant earlier. I thought you had gained a lot in the longevity realm. The Marquis of Returned Sun couldn't help but tease him. Guchen didn't explain. He looked at the Marquis of Returned Sun as if he was an idiot. Would Dao Lord Xing believe him if he said that he had gained nothing after returning to the Xing County? Putting everything else aside, he definitely couldn't hide the increase in his cultivation level. This was the opportunity brought by the secret place. Guchen knew that lies had to be covered up by the truth. Thus, he was already mentally prepared to hand over a portion of his gains in the secret place. However, the envoys from the other counties were all present. If Guchen directly admitted that he had gained something, wouldn't it make him seem suspicious? He believed that if Shahraman wasn't stupid, she would definitely understand his intentions. Since the Marquis of Returned Sun couldn't figure it out, he didn't care anymore. Shahraman noticed the way Guchen looked at the Marquis of Returned Sun and understood a little. She didn't want to dwell on the matter of the harvest and asked again. Friend Gu still hasn't told me how you escaped from the longevity realm. The longevity realm was completely sealed off by the army of the Thunder County. Moreover, there were 2 Law Kings in charge. It was very difficult for the spies from various forces to get any information. Everyone present was very curious. How did Guchen escape from such a dangerous situation? Because Guchen had rushed back to the border of the Xing County after breaking through the Chaos Transit window, he was too fast. The news from the front lines had yet to arrive. At this moment, no one knew the inside story. The blockade of the Thunder County was too tight. I had no choice but to take the risk and break through the Chaos Transit window. Fortunately, I succeeded. Guchen replied in a neutral tone. As soon as these words came out, everyone was stunned at first. Then, a strange expression appeared on their faces. Did they hear wrongly? Did he mean that he killed his way out of the million-strong army of the Thunder County, and even the 2 Thunder King Law Kings couldn't stop him? Everyone knew how powerful the 2 Thunder King Law Kings were. Moreover, Guchen's previous record was only the loss of 7 realms. It was really hard to believe his words. Friend Gu, you're lying through your teeth. That's not good, is it? The Marquis of Returned Sun immediately sneered, not giving any face to Guchen. The other messengers from other counties also shook their heads secretly. They had inquired about the strength of this divine wrath general from the Xing County. How could he break through the joint blockade of Qingsong Law King and Eagle Law King? Shahraman was also full of doubts, but she didn't say it out loud. Instead, she said in a low voice. I understand what fellow Daoist Gu is saying. May I ask where Peng Fu is now? Please hand him over so I can interrogate him. I believe that Friend Gu doesn't think that I'm not qualified to interrogate him, right? Gu Chen looked at her and thought of Ouyang Mo's reminder. He smiled. Of course you're qualified. I'll let Peng Fu out now. Ever since he and the old black tortoise had failed to ambush the head beast, and he had been heavily injured by Gu Chen's sneak attack while dealing with the insect tide, Peng Fu had been left to fend for himself in the pitch-black space. After such a long time, the wounds on his body had worsened and rotted. He had long since become dispirited. Now that he sensed the light, Peng Fu struggled to get up from the ground. His eyes regained some of their luster. He looked around and saw a large group of people staring at him. His mind began to work again, and his gaze quickly locked onto Sherman's body. It was obvious that they had returned to Xing Prefecture. During the long time he had been imprisoned by Gu Chen, Peng Fu had been guessing why Gu Chen hadn't killed him and his motives. Now that he had finally escaped, he was faced with such a situation. How could he not understand what kind of situation he was in? Fellow Sha, please help me. This Gu Chen colluded with the old black tortoise to betray Xing Prefecture and try to take the fortune of the mysterious land of chaos for himself. Their intentions are unforgivable. Peng Fu's voice was resounding. Before Sha Luoman could say anything, he crawled to her side and started complaining. He knew very well that Sha Luoman was the leader of this group. As long as she believed him, he would have a chance to live. Everyone was stunned. Why was Peng Fu's account of the situation completely opposite to what Gu Chen had said? Gu Chen was also surprised, but he quickly understood. This Peng Fu had a strong will to live. He was trying to pour dirty water on himself, however, he wasn't worried. Peng Fu had no idea what was going on in the outside world or what had happened in the mysterious land. Under such circumstances, he couldn't come up with a flawless lie. Fellow Peng, your story is the exact opposite of what Friend Gu said. Stand up and tell me everything in detail, Sha Luoman said indifferently. Sha Luoman replied. Indifferently. Peng Fu hurriedly nodded. With a pitiful look on his face, he stood up shakily with great difficulty. He pointed at Gu Chen with a trembling finger and a look of innumerable crimes. He angrily told his story. He pointed at Gu Chen with a trembling finger, and with an innumerable expression, he angrily told his story. In his story, when he passed by the longevity realm, he sensed that there was a change in the longevity realm and tried to investigate. However, he was helpless and was captured by the old black tortoise due to his lack of strength. This part of the story was true, because if he didn't say so, he wouldn't be able to explain how he disappeared. However, the story after that was completely different from reality. The real version of the story was that Peng Fu was coerced by the old black tortoise. In the end, Peng Fu joined hands with the old black tortoise and tried to swallow the fortune of the mysterious land of chaos without Xing County's knowledge. But in his story, the one who did this was Gu Chen. He said that Gu Chen had originally come to rescue him, but he became greedy after learning about the existence of the mysterious land of chaos. Thus, he obtained the old black tortoise's support by not informing the Xing County. Gu Chen then continued to be imprisoned by him. As for what happened after he was imprisoned, including the situation in the mysterious land of chaos, he had no idea. You mean that you were imprisoned by Friend Gu from the beginning and never entered the mysterious land of chaos? Sha Luoman frowned after hearing this. Peng Fu nodded hurriedly. Gu Chen sneered when he heard this. What a good excuse. Peng Fu knew that many things might have happened in the mysterious land of chaos after he was imprisoned. He didn't even know whether the old black tortoise was dead or alive. Under such circumstances, it was safest to say that he knew nothing. His mental state was much more stable than he looked. As expected of the Xing County's Sky Shadow, he knew how to interrogate people. Fellow Peng, stop pretending. I have a witness. Gu Chen didn't want everyone to follow Peng Fu's train of thought. If that happened, everything could turn black into white. He gestured to Zhao Qiming behind him to clarify the whole thing. Zhao Qiming was almost killed by Peng Fu to keep his mouth shut, so he already had hatred in his heart. With Gu Chen's authorization, he immediately stood up and explained everything in detail. That was because he was Peng Fu's subordinate and had experienced everything back then. Naturally, there were no flaws in his story. He's spouting nonsense. He must have been bribed by this Guchen, or his mind was controlled by him. Peng Fu knew that he would definitely lose if he confronted Zhao Qiming. In a panic, he immediately slandered him. He knew the interrogation rules of the Shadow Division too well. As long as the two of them were suspected of colluding, he would be much safer. Everything I said is true. The Shadow Guards of the Shadow Division can also testify for me. Zhao Qiming was not stupid. He immediately brought the other Shadow Guards of the Shadow Division from the Xianxia realm. Although he was the only one who had experienced the incident back then, the other Shadow Guards were also deeply affected by the incident in the Xianxia realm. They would definitely stand on his side. Following that, many Shadow Guards testified and told him everything they had heard when they were still trapped in the Xianxia realm. Although they did not witness Peng Fu's betrayal with their own eyes, at the Xuanwu banquet, Peng Fu was exposed by Gu Chen with a slap, exposing his cooperation with the old Xuanwu. Not only did Lord Gu and Zhao Qiming say that Peng Fu had betrayed them, but many forces in the Xianxia realm had also heard about it. How could it be groundless? The Shadow Guards were not stupid. In addition, they were only able to return safely because of Gu Chen's favor. At that moment, they naturally tried their best to tell the truth. Damn it! What's wrong with these guys? Are they not afraid that I will make a comeback? Peng Fu did not expect that many Shadow Guards would work so hard to report him. He panicked. After hearing the testimonies of the Shadow Guards, everyone gradually had an answer in their hearts. Actually, when Gu Chen dared to hand Peng Fu over, everyone was inclined to believe him. However, some of the details were inconceivable. That was why they needed Peng Fu to verify it. However, they did not expect Peng Fu to accuse Gu Chen the moment he arrived and create such a farce. Fellow Daoist Peng, what else do you have to say? There are so many Shadow Guards. They can't all be controlled by Friend Gu, right? Sha Luo Man looked at Peng Fu. Her tone was much more sinister than before. Fellow Daoist Sha, Peng Fu was speechless. This was the truth. Gu Chen had already prepared the evidence. No matter what he said, it would be useless. If you have nothing to say, come, take him away and send him to the Xing realm for trial. Sha Luo Man was actually very disgusted that there was a traitor among the Sky Shadows. She immediately gave the order. No. No. Fellow Daoist Sha, please listen to my explanation. Peng Fu panicked. Looking at Gu Chen's nonchalant expression, a deep hatred flashed across his face. I admit that I did have thoughts about the chaotic mystic land, but I did not do anything to harm the Xing County. On the other hand, this Gu Chen is definitely not clean. Hearing this, Marquis Huanyang's eyes flickered and he stopped the soldiers who were about to drag Peng Fu away. Fellow Daoist Sha, why don't you listen to Peng Fu again? After all, the story Friend Gu told before has a lot to discuss, he suggested. Sha Luo Man pondered for a moment and looked at Gu Chen. Friend Gu, you won't feel uncomfortable like this, will you? Gu Chen's face was expressionless and he only replied with 4 words. The innocent will be innocent. Peng Fu stayed behind and looked at Gu Chen with resentment. Fellow Taoists, how did Gu Chen explain what happened in the secret place? For Peng Fu, what he needed to do now was to drag Gu Chen down with him. He also believed that Gu Chen definitely wasn't innocent. The other party had been hiding his strength all this time, so he believed that such a scheming person must be plotting something big. As long as he understood what happened later in the secret place, he would definitely be able to find a loophole in the other party's story. Let me tell the story Friend Gu told before to Peng Fu, so that Friend Gu won't have to go through the trouble. Marquis Huanyang was very proactive and spoke frankly with assurance. According to Friend Gu, after he captured you, he followed the movement of the insectoids and discovered the existence of the Insect King. The old black tortoise also fell for the Insect King's trick and was controlled. In order to deal with the threat of the Insect King, all the cultivators in the secret place joined forces and entered the nest of the insectoids to surround and kill the Insect King. Unexpectedly, the insectoids were much stronger than expected. Most of the cultivators died inside, including the Thunder Region's Dharma King Yang and the old black tortoise. The Insect King attracted the head spirit in the process of fighting with the cultivators. As the 2 world champions of the secret place, they had long since clashed and wanted to kill the other party. This time, they were serious. In the end, the Insect King and the head spirit were both injured. The Insect King died, while the head spirit was sealed by the people of Sword Commandery. Most of the treasures in the secret place fell into the hands of Sword Commandery. As for Friend Gu, he might have been good at hiding during the whole process. Luckily, he didn't die in the chaotic battle. In the end, he took advantage of the collapse of the mysterious land of chaos to escape. What the Marquis of Huanyang said was basically the version given by Gu Chen, but his words were filled with sarcasm. In his opinion, if what Gu Chen said was true, and so many experts had died, but he was still alive, it could only mean that he was very good at dragging out an ignoble existence. Peng Fu listened carefully. Gu Chen's story matched up with what he remembered, especially the matter of the head beast. Back then, he and the old black tortoise thought that the Kueox was the head beast, but in the end, it attracted an additional insect tide, which confused him. Now that he listened carefully, he realized that there were so many secrets. Because he had personally experienced the situation in the secret land, he actually felt that what Gu Chen said should be true. However, whether it was true or false, did he care? His goal was to drag that detestable guy down with him. He didn't care about anything else. Peng Fu organized his thoughts, and his lips curled into a disdainful smile as he pretended to be certain. Everyone, do you really believe such a ridiculous story? Everyone was surprised. Peng Fu seemed to be very confident. Could it be that he had discovered some loophole in Gu Chen's story? Gu Chen looked at Peng Fu calmly. He didn't think that Peng Fu could find the truth, because the story he told was 90% true. The only 10% false was about the chaotic golden lightning bamboo, and Peng Fu didn't even know about its existence. I haven't seen the Insect King and head spirit before, so I don't dare to speak carelessly. However, I know the old black tortoise and the Thunder Commandery's Yang Yongxing's strength very well. Yang Yongxing's strength is at the 8th tier of the Dao Querying Realm, and the old black tortoise is an expert at the 9th tier of the Dao Querying Realm. If the Insect King and head spirit are stronger than them, then everyone should be able to imagine how dangerous the secret land was. Peng Fu analyzed calmly, and his eyes were full of mockery. Forgive me for being blunt, but in such a dangerous situation, with Gu Chen's strength, there's no way he could have survived. His words were so convincing that everyone's imagination ran wild. Although this Gu Chen captured me, he used a sneak attack. He's not much stronger than me. If he didn't have anyone's help, would it have been possible for him to escape from such a dangerous secret land? And there's something that everyone might not know. At that time, it wasn't that easy to leave the chaotic secret land. The old black tortoise and I each had a Dao talisman that could ensure that we could leave the secret land safely. This Gu Chen was most likely able to leave because of the Dao talisman. Then the question is, with the old black tortoise's strength, how did he snatch the Dao talisman from him? Peng Fu smiled coldly and didn't speak again, leaving everyone to ponder on their own. Sometimes, it was easier for people to believe things if they didn't say it directly and let others guess it themselves. Peng Fu, do you mean that the old black tortoise didn't die at all, and Gu Chen only managed to leave the secret land by working with him? The Marquis of Huanyang followed Peng Fu's train of thought and said with narrowed eyes. That's right. With Gu Chen's strength, it's impossible for him to leave the secret land alive. With the old black tortoise's help, everything makes sense. Peng Fu couldn't wait for others to follow his train of thought, so he quickly added. If that's the case, why did Friend Gu come back? Isn't he afraid of being exposed? Ouyang Mo frowned and spoke for Gu Chen. That's where this guy is the most scheming. Peng Fu said anxiously, he knows that if he leaves, he'll offend the two giants, Xing County and Lei County. In that case, no matter how big his gains are, how can he stay in the world? But if he brings me back, it'll be different. He can blame me as much as he wants, and he can even cover for his companion, old black tortoise, to escape. When the limelight is over, the two of us can split the gains in the secret land. Peng Fu's train of thought was to frame Gu Chen. It was strange, but it sounded so reasonable. Gu Chen listened with a faint smile. Peng Fu's blind guess was right in some areas, such as using him as a scapegoat and that he had a companion. However, this companion wasn't the old black tortoise, but Chu Meixin from Sword County. It was a pity that he only knew the old black tortoise. Now, he was trying his best to tie himself to the old black tortoise and go to hell with him, Peng Fu's intention to drag Guchen down was very obvious, but what he said made sense. Everyone present fell into a moment of silence. Peng Fu might not be clean, but what he said about Friend Gu isn't without reason. Marquis Huanyang didn't like Guchen to begin with, so he immediately added insult to injury. Everyone, think about it. With Friend Gu's strength, it's one thing to say that he took advantage of the chaos to escape from the secret land, but he also said that he broke through the blockade of Lei County. Do you believe him? Him? That holy King Xianxia's ultimate green thunder eyes is so powerful, how can he deal with it? There must be a big secret behind this. I suggest we search him and interrogate him severely. Marquis of Huanyang is right. That's right. This Guchen said that he forced his way back through the chaos transit window. It doesn't make sense. The people present were talking about it. Because of their doubts about Guchen's strength, what he had said before was no longer credible. Peng Fu was overjoyed. You plotted against me. Don't even think about getting off easy today. Guchen didn't expect Peng Fu's nonsense and Marquis of Huanyang's intentional slander would make him the target of public criticism. At the end of the day, everyone thought that he didn't have enough strength to return alive. It was Lord Gu who brought us back safely. How could this be fake? Wu Li saw that the situation wasn't good for Guchen and quickly stood up for him. Did you see Friend Gu break through the chaos transit window with your own eyes? I'm afraid you were also deceived. Marquis of Huanyang scolded. Wu Li didn't know how to respond. They were hidden in Guchen's Chankuan pouch and brought back. They indeed didn't see what happened along the way and couldn't be sure that Guchen didn't contact anyone during the process. The shadow guards also understood this and their hearts wavered. There was something fishy about Gu Darren bringing them back. Until now, they still couldn't figure out how he did it. If he had the help of an expert like Old Black Tortoise, everything would be more reasonable. Thinking of this possibility, many of the shadow guards broke out in cold sweat. They didn't even dare to speak up for Guchen. Guchen looked around and sighed when he realized that everyone was doubting him. Sure enough, hiding too much usually had its drawbacks. This matter was actually easy to explain. He wasn't worried at all. When the news from the longevity realm arrived, Peng Fu and Marquis of Huanyang's sinister guess would fall apart. Friend Gu, do you have anything else to explain about what Peng Fu said? Sha Luoman looked at Guchen with cold eyes. She was already inclined to believe that Guchen was indeed not clean. There's nothing to explain. Let's wait. Guchen said indifferently. Wait for what? Everyone was confused. When the news from the longevity realm arrives, I believe everything will come to a conclusion. Guchen said calmly. When the Marquis of Huanyang heard this, his heart skipped a beat. Guchen's performance was way too calm. Could it be that he really broke through the blockade of the Thunder County with his own abilities? Peng Fu's pupils also shrank. He was just randomly slandering them. The longer this matter dragged on, the easier it would be for the truth to be revealed. He might be stalling for time and trying to play some tricks. You should take him down first. Peng Fu quickly said. He wanted to sentence Guchen to death. Even if he couldn't be sentenced to death, it would be good to disgust him. In any case, the Marquis of Returned Sun was already at loggerheads with Guchen, so he didn't stand on ceremony. Fellow Daoist Sha, to be on the safe side, I suggest we search Friend Gu first before imprisoning him to prevent any accidents. Ouyang Mo stood up with a frown and objected. No matter what, Friend Gu is a great general of heavenly law. If everything he says is true, and he has performed meritorious deeds, how can we do this? Since we can find out the answer by waiting, why should we hurt our relationship? The Marquis of Returned Sun and Ouyang Mo each had their own opinions. The envoys from other counties smiled and watched the show. This matter had nothing to do with them, so they were happy to watch the internal strife in Xing County. Enough. What's there to argue about? Sha Man interrupted the argument impatiently. It was actually very simple for her to make a decision. Regardless of whether Guchen was innocent or not, since he was a suspect, she naturally had to take him down first to be on the safe side. If it was proven that he was innocent, he would just have to give him some compensation. As for whether he would hold a grudge against her because of this, she didn't care at all. As the leader of the Sky Shadows, she had a high position and was powerful enough. She never cared about the feelings of others. Fellow cultivator Gu, I'm going to search your body. Please cooperate, Sha Luoman said to Gu Qin. There was a hint of bossiness in her voice. She made the final decision, obviously siding with the Marquis of Returned Sunday. The Marquis of Returned Sun smiled triumphantly. Regardless of whether Gu Qin was innocent or not, he would be humiliated if he was searched. Gu Qin didn't expect Sha Man to be unwilling to even wait for the news. His expression completely turned cold, he couldn't let her search him. After all, he had too many secrets on him, and there was a possibility that they would be exposed. Moreover, he had led the troops from Xing County all the way back. He was someone who had performed meritorious deeds, so how could he be humiliated for no reason? Gu Qin had always known that his status as a great general of heavenly law wasn't taken seriously, but he didn't expect it to be ignored to this extent. Brother Sha, I didn't do anything wrong. It's impossible for you to search me. No matter what, I'm a great general of heavenly law in Xing County. If you want to abuse me, ask the Lord to come here. Gu Qin said coldly. You mean I'm not qualified to search you? Sha Man frowned. She didn't expect Gu Qin to dare to refuse her. The more he refused, the more suspicious she felt. I've already given you enough face, and face is mutual, Gu Qin said coldly. Sha Man's eyes flashed with anger. She didn't have to give face to others, but others couldn't. The envoys from other counties were all here. How could she allow Gu Qin to deny her authority? Actually, there's a simpler way to prove Friend Gu's innocence than waiting for the news from the world of longevity. She smiled coldly. Oh? What is it? Gu Qin narrowed his eyes. If Friend Gu really has the ability to break through the blockade of Lake County, I believe he'll be able to last a few rounds against me. When Sha Man finished speaking, she suddenly raised her hand and made her move. As she raised her hand, the air around her rippled. Gu Qin realized that everyone was moving away from him at this moment. At the same time, layers of strange gauze fluttered around him. They seemed light, but they seemed to carry countless layers of space and pressed down on him. Gu Qin's eyes narrowed. What kind of Dao technique was this? His reaction was extremely fast. He flipped his left palm, and a black vortex appeared. He slammed it forward, boom, the black vortex released a strong suction force, which collided with the layers of gauze. The space around them collapsed, Sha Man's expression changed slightly, and she took a few steps back. The tent that everyone was in was affected and destroyed in an instant. Dust rose up like a dragon. Sha Luoman emerged from the cloud of dust and saw Gu Qin standing in the air above the fortress, looking down at her from above. Since Daoist Sha wants to play, I'll play with you. Gu Qin's smile was extremely cold. If a tiger didn't show its power, it would be easy to be treated as a sick cat. He had endured in Xing County for too long, and everyone was treating him like a soft persimmon. Sha Luoman's attack was sudden, but Gu Qin's counterattack was even more ferocious. One was a general of Tian Fa, and the other was the leader of Tianing. Their confrontation immediately attracted the attention of all the Xing County soldiers in the fortress. What's going on? Who is Lady Sha fighting with? I think it's with Lord Gu, who just returned. The two of them had a disagreement and started fighting. Lord Gu? That Tian Fa general? The soldiers looked up at the sky in disgust. When they found out that the one fighting was Gu Qin, strange expressions appeared on their faces. Although they didn't dare to say anything directly to Lord Gu Qin, given his reputation in Xing County, wasn't making an enemy out of Lady Sha Luoman looking for death? Friend Gu, why are you so impulsive? You'll be the one to suffer in the end. Or do you have some unspeakable secret that's why you're desperate? Ordinary soldiers didn't dare to discuss this, but Marquis Huanyang was not one of them. He hadn't paid much attention to the confrontation just now. He only thought that Sha Luoman hadn't used her full strength. Right now, he was waiting for Sha Luoman to teach Gu Qin a lesson and humiliate him. It would be best if things escalated and Gu Qin's position as a general of Tian Fa was removed. Fellow Sha, Friend Gu, please restrain yourselves. Ouyang Mo said seriously. Looks like we'll have a chance to see the power of the Great Dao Veil today. The envoys looked at each other and smiled. Sha Luoman slowly ascended into the sky, her pretty face as dark as still water. When she suddenly attacked in the tent just now, she had the intention of quickly subduing Gu Chen. The Dao technique just now seemed simple, but it wasn't that easy to break. At the very least, anyone below the 7th tier of Dao querying realm wouldn't be able to fight back. However, the other party's counterattack had directly broken her Dao technique. She was extremely shocked. The person before her was clearly much more powerful than the rumors said. Sha Luoman calmly went through all kinds of information about Gu Chen. A cultivator from the 9th realm who became the new general of Tian Fa after killing Peng Jing. After he became the general of Tian Fa, he was sent to suppress the chaos in the 7 realms. However, the result was not satisfactory. The 7 realms all fell into the hands of Lin Jun. After that, he wanted to make amends for his mistakes. However, the god of war, Sin Exterminator, declared that he was not qualified to join his army. In the end, like a stray dog, he returned to the penalty realm with his tail between his legs and was imprisoned in the prison planet for half a year. No matter how she flipped through the documents, she couldn't help but feel that the other party was just a loser. There was a huge disparity between their statuses. But now, he was openly challenging her authority. He actually said he wanted to play with her? Looks like there really is something wrong with his body. Otherwise, he wouldn't have resisted so fiercely. Sha Luoman sneered. When she was at the same height as Gu Chen, she gently waved her hand through the air. The world in which Gu Chen stood changed as if a sand table had been pushed horizontally. Layer after layer of light gauze rose around him, connecting the heavens and the earth. It was like an endless sky curtain, trapping him in the center. Gu Chen activated his deep-sea purple polar eyes and started to pry into the secrets of this Dao technique. A variant of the origin of space, he quickly came to a conclusion. These layers of sky gauze originated from space, but there seemed to be something different about them. Sha Luoman's great Dao gauze has always been famous. Rumor has it that it can seal all origins, and it's a unique stealth technique. Everyone, how long do you think that cultivator surnamed Gu can last? A few emissaries from other counties looked at the layers of sky gauze with interest and began to place bets. In less than an hour, he'll definitely lose. An hour? You're overestimating that cultivator surnamed Gu. In my opinion, he won't even need 10 breaths of time. The cultivators below discussed animatedly. Layers of sky gauze had already begun to roll around Gu Chen. As the sky gauze rolled, the space in which Gu Chen stood began to fold, constantly compressing his living space. This was a very strange thing. Space was supposed to have edges and corners, an existence that would shatter at a certain degree of distortion. However, when the sky gauze merged with it, it actually became like a cloth that was thousands of meters long, soft and yet tough. Interesting. Gu Chen observed the strange changes in space with his deep-sea purple eyes. He also cultivated the origin of space and knew that Sha Luoman's inheritance was similar to the old black tortoises. It was a kind of origin that could greatly supplement the origin of space and time. As the sky gauze rolled over, the space in which Gu Chen stood became increasingly narrow. The sky he could see was like a well. He knew that if the sky gauze completely sealed him, it would be difficult to escape again. As such, he stopped to observe and slowly unfurled the spacetime wings on his back. Swoosh, with a flap of the spacetime wings, the sky gauze around Gu Chen rapidly collapsed like melting snow. You also cultivate the origin of space? Sha Luoman's surprised voice drifted over. Gu Chen didn't reply. His deep purple eyes scanned the surroundings, searching for any traces of Sha Luoman. Her true body was hidden within the layers of sky gauze. There was no doubt that she was waiting for an opportunity to ambush him. Ignoring me? You're quite arrogant. Let's see just how powerful your origin of space is. As soon as she said this, the layers of sky gauze surged toward Gu Chen like 1,000 massive waves. She played with the entire space, folding it into countless curved surfaces. Even Gu Chen's deep-sea purple eyes were dazzled by her actions. Gu Chen was incomparably calm as he unfurled the spacetime wings. A strange power spread out from the wings of time. The countless spatial waves suddenly slowed down and then fell into a stagnant state, even coming to a standstill. What? Sha Luoman was shocked. At this moment, blue lightning flowed around Gu Chen's body, and he suddenly disappeared. Where did he go? Sha Luoman jumped in fright. Crack! Crack! Immediately afterward, Sha Luoman heard layer after layer of space shatter. It was as if someone was stabbing through the spatial barrier like a sharp knife. Sha Luoman's face was filled with disbelief. Under the effects of her Dao technique, the space around her had become like a thin gauze. In this state, it was the easiest for enemies to be trapped, and it was also the most difficult for them to use their abilities. However, the strange sounds of space shattering around her told her that all of the space she had folded naturally disintegrated upon contact with the other party. Meanwhile, the other party was savagely breaking through space and moving at high speed. What's he doing? Sha Luoman began to panic as she listened to the sounds of space shattering. Her origin was extremely unique, and she had always been successful in battle. Otherwise, she wouldn't have earned the beautiful title of Great Dao Veil. But now, the Great Dao Veil was no longer working. She had originally been safely hidden in between the layers of space, but now she felt like she was being targeted by a sinister viper. He's looking for me. He's moving so quickly. Is he looking for me? Sha Luoman quickly realized this, and her heart was filled with intense anger. Looks like I've been underestimated. Sha Luoman clenched her slender hand. Countless layers of light silk rolled and folded over, quickly transforming into a translucent spike. Her eyes glowed slightly, and the folded space became transparent in her eyes. She caught a glimpse of Gu Chen's figure. Pfft, the spike in her hand stabbed at the space where he was. The space in that direction instantly distorted, and with a rumble, a large area collapsed. Whoosh! At this critical moment, Gu Chen transformed into a bolt of lightning and escaped. What a vicious woman! Gu Chen looked at the place where he had just been standing. It was pitch black, completely swallowed up by the destructive turbulence. That was no ordinary spatial turbulence, but the turbulence produced by the explosion of countless layers of folded space. Its power was many times greater than ordinary turbulence. If he had been caught in that attack, even if he didn't die, he would be gravely injured. Sha Luoman's Dao technique, which she was so proud of, had been broken. She had actually become so vicious. Gu Chen felt a chill run down his spine. There was indeed no reasoning in Xing province. The mighty leader of the sky's shadows cared more about her own emotions than the truth. Pfft, the spike in Sha Luoman's hand moved again, and the space around her trembled like a tsunami. Her spatial folding technique was already brilliant, and it could be said to be ever-changing. With this spike, she even had a terrifying killing move. Although Gu Chen had studied spatial manipulation before, he didn't expect it to reach such a level of mastery. Fortunately, ordinary people would find it hard to escape from such a predicament, but he was different. Gu Chen's origin of time and space was of a higher level than Sha Luoman's. Thus, after she twisted the space into silk, he could easily restore it to its original state. This was the natural suppression of a higher-level origin of time and space. Because of this, the threat of this space to Gu Chen was much smaller. As for the spatial storm caused by the spike, Gu Chen wasn't confident that he could take it head-on. However, with his speed, there was no need for him to do so. Whoosh! Gu Chen unfurled the wings of time and used lightning speed at the same time. Before Sha Luoman's attack could reach him, he had already safely escaped to the next space. Seeing this, Sha Luoman's expression turned even colder. The spike in her hand stabbed out repeatedly. Boom! 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 Shocking explosions kept ringing out in the sky above the fortress, accompanied by large-scale space collapses. Countless soldiers from the Xing county felt their scalps go numb as they watched. Daoist Sha is getting serious. Gu Chen is dead meat. Peng Fu, whose fate was already destined to be bleak, saw the movement in the sky and revealed a look of ecstasy. Nothing could be better than for his enemy to accompany him to hell. How miserable. The Marquis of Huanyang watched with schadenfreude. He didn't have a reason for wanting Gu Chen to die. It was purely because he found him an eyesore. Fellow Daoist Sha, how could you lose your composure like this? If you don't act appropriately, Friend Gu will lose his life. Ouyang Mo's eyes flickered incessantly. Compared to the others, his concern for Gu Chen was more intriguing. Master Ouyang. At this moment, a shadow guard rushed over and handed Ouyang Mo a jade slip. This jade scroll was sent back urgently by a spy from the piercing tomb boundary. There were special symbols on it. Is there finally news? Ouyang Mo hurriedly opened the jade slip. Xiaoluo Man grew more and more anxious. No matter how she attacked, the other was like a loach, always able to slip away at the most critical moments. This was the first time she had encountered such a situation in the space she controlled. I'm about to catch you. Gu Chen's cold voice traveled over from afar, causing Xiaoluo Man to feel an indescribable sense of unease. Obstructed by the layers of sky muslin, the other party was indeed getting closer and closer. He had most likely determined her position through her attacks and was constantly closing the distance. What's the point of getting closer? Xiaoluo Man snorted. She rolled up her sleeves and covered herself with a layer of spatial muslin. She then disappeared on the spot, reappearing a moment later in a completely different location. Not only could her muslin seal and trap enemies, but it was also a divine art for stealth. With the muslin wrapped around herself, she could easily merge into space and use greater teleportation at will. Although she couldn't do anything to the other party for now, she didn't fear his threat. She's escaped. Gu Chen, who had been close to Xiaoluo Man, frowned when he sensed her departure. If this continued, this battle would be disadvantageous to him. It looks like I'll have to change tactics. Gu Chen narrowed his eyes and summoned the 5-element spirit fan with a flip of his hand. Xiaoluo Man's sky muslin possessed the ability to seal away one's origin power. Most origin power would find it very difficult to unleash its full power under the cover of the muslin. This was something Gu Chen had discovered during his previous battle. However, this kind of seal wasn't without its limits. If it were attacked by too many origin powers at once, it would still collapse. Although Gu Chen could rely on his mastery of space to chase after Xiaoluo Man in the world of muslin, it seemed that he would never be able to catch her. This wasn't because he wasn't fast enough, but because no matter how fast he was, he would eventually run into a boundary in the midst of countless folds of space. Thus, if he wanted to break out of this predicament, he would have to destroy her world of muslin. Gu Chen gripped the 5-element spirit fan. His 7th level Dao querying nature essence shone brilliantly, sending an endless stream of power into the fan. Nature essence was one of the most powerful origin powers in the world. Although it was only at the 7th level, its power was comparable to an ordinary 9th level Dao querying origin power. At this moment, as Gu Chen continued to pour nature essence power into the 5-element spirit fan, the chaos spiritual treasure he had obtained from the 5 elements emperor shone brilliantly, exuding a terrifying aura. That's... Xiaoluo Man's pupils constricted when she sensed Gu Chen's movements from afar. Divine Dao, 5 elements chaotic disorder. Gu Chen poured his origin power to the limit. He suddenly grasped the 5-element spirit fan and swung it at the void in front of him. The power of the 5 elements, metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, surged out in all directions, creating a storm of 5 elements. Although Xiaoluo Man's world of muslin was powerful, it couldn't withstand the power of the 5 elements. Layers upon layers of sky began to collapse. Whoosh! Gu Chen quickly put away the 5-element spirit fan and dodged around the collapsing space, charging toward Xiaoluo Man. Because of the storm of 5 elements, the laws of the muslin world had been disrupted. It could no longer fold space as it pleased to trap him. The power of the 5 elements? You don't cultivate the origin of space? Xiaoluo Man's expression changed drastically when she felt the storm's interference. She wasn't thinking about how to defend herself. A single word flashed through her mind. Nature essence? You cultivate the origin of nature? What's your relationship with Li Wuwei? She blurted out. In the blink of an eye, Gu Chen had already closed in on her. In her haste, Xiaoluo Man had no time to teleport away. She could only grit her teeth and raise her arm to take the blow. A thin veil appeared on her hand. Gu Chen's slash was like a clay ox entering a swamp. The space within the veil blocked most of the impact. Seeing that his attack had failed, Gu Chen spun around and kicked Xiaoluo Man's face. Crackle! This kick was imbued with the power of lightning. It was the same kick he'd used to kick Eagle Dharmaraja. How dare you! Xiaoluo Man hadn't expected Gu Chen to kick her in the face. A thin veil appeared on her face as well, and Gu Chen's kick felt like it had landed in a boundless starry sky. Gu Chen cursed inwardly. Xiaoluo Man was wearing the great Dao veil. Even though the attack was only a few feet away, it felt like it was a world away. What's your relationship with Li Wuwei? Xiaoluo Man questioned Gu Chen, a cold glint in her eyes. Guchen didn't reply. One of his hands turned bright gold as he swiped at Sha Luoman martial path, battle dragon claw. He tried to rip off Sha Luoman's strange great Dao veil, but his claw landed on her robe. Rip, the great Dao veil didn't tear, but the black robe on Sha Luoman's body was torn to shreds by Guchen. Instantly, Sha Luoman's beautiful body was completely reflected in Guchen's eyes. Her voluptuous breasts revealed that she was wearing nothing underneath. Sha Luoman trembled with anger. It wasn't because it was embarrassing for a man to see her naked body. As a sky shadow, she didn't care about such a trivial matter. What she cared about was her face. Guchen's actions in front of countless soldiers from Xing region was an intentional humiliation. "I'll kill you." She couldn't restrain her anger. The great Dao veil fully manifested on her body, covering her beautiful body. The power of a 9th-level Dao querying cultivator erupted. "Fellow Daoist Sha, friend Gu, please stop. There's news from the realm of longevity." Suddenly, Ouyang Mo's anxious voice sounded from below, rumbling like thunder and resounding throughout the fortress. Sha Luoman was in a fit of rage and couldn't care less. She continued to attack. When Guchen heard the voice, he smiled. His body suddenly turned into lightning and disappeared on the spot. He immediately gave up on the battle and teleported back to the ground. Sha Luoman was caught off guard. She stared at him blankly. Why would he stop fighting just because he said so? She looked at Guchen's calm expression on the ground and understood what he meant. She gritted her teeth. She stood in the sky with an uncertain expression for a while. She wanted to continue attacking, but she couldn't do so. She might not be able to win if they continued fighting. Ouyang Mo had already brought the news. If the matter was brought to the Lord, she would be in the wrong. Sha Luoman weighed the pros and cons for a moment. In the end, she reluctantly withdrew her power and put on a robe before slowly descending from the sky. In the eyes of countless people, at this moment, her hair was messy, her face was flushed, and the robe she was wearing was not her original one. The fortress was silent for a moment. Countless soldiers looked at each other in disbelief. Due to the chaotic space, not many people had clearly seen the battle in the sky. However, after fighting for so long, Guchen had returned unscathed while Lord Sha Luoman looked like she had been bullied. This scene was completely different from what everyone had expected. The outer county envoys were silent. Peng Fu's eyes were wide open, and Marquis Huanyang couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. Everyone was very clear about what the situation before them meant. Ouyang Mo saw that both Guchen and Sha Luoman had stopped fighting. He walked in front of them with a smile. "Please don't hurt the friendship between the two of you. We're all family." Sha Luoman snorted coldly. Guchen smiled but didn't say anything. Ouyang Mo took out the jade slip he had just obtained and looked at everyone around him. "The news from the longevity realm has arrived. Our spy from Xing County only sent back one sentence." Everyone held their breath and listened quietly. Sha Luoman's eyes were gloomy. She had already guessed what the contents of the jade slip were and didn't have any expectations. From the strength that Guchen had displayed in the battle just now, although she was unwilling, she was almost certain that the story that he had told before was probably true. Seeing that everyone was looking at him, Ouyang Mo's face revealed some pride. He focused on the outer county envoys and repeated the news that the spy had sent back. Guchen, Lord Gu, barged into the longevity realm's chaos passage alone, scared off the Thunder County's million-strong army, kicked Eagle Guardian King away, blinded Guardian King Qing Tsung with one sword, and left. After Ouyang Mo finished speaking, the huge fortress fell into a momentary silence. The outer county envoys all sucked in a breath of cold air. Peng Fu's heart was like dead ashes. His legs gave way and he fell to the ground. Marquis Huanyang shuddered. He looked at Guchen as if he had seen a ghost. He couldn't be more clear about what it meant to blind Guardian King Qing Tsung with one sword. Combined with the battle between Guchen and Sha Luoman, he didn't dare to doubt it. How did he suddenly become so strong? Marquis Huanyang shivered. Previously, he had offended Guchen and even cooperated with Peng Fu to disgust him. His actions were too obvious. The two of them didn't have any major conflicts, but because of the contempt in his bones, he had provoked an enemy that he shouldn't have provoked. I've said it before. Once the news arrives, it will be clear whether or not I'm innocent. Gu Chen looked at the shocked and speechless crowd and smiled coldly. Wu Li, Zhao Qiming, and the other shadow guards all revealed looks of joy. This time, no one dared to question Lord Gu anymore. Gu Chen glanced at the disheartened Peng Fu and then fixed his gaze on Marquis Huanyang. Marquis Huanyang felt his scalp go numb when he was stared at by him. He stammered, Gu. Friend Gu, it was all a misunderstanding earlier. It was my fault, my fault. Gu Chen was expressionless. He slowly walked in front of him and suddenly slapped him, paw. The sound of the slap was extremely crisp, and under the gaze of everyone, Marquis Huanyang's face turned red and green. He wanted to explode, but he didn't even dare to let out a fart. Alright, friend Gu, don't go too far, Sha Luo Man said coldly. Sha Luo Man said coldly. Marquis Huanyang deserved this slap. After all, anyone with a discerning eye could see that he had fanned the flames. But she wouldn't allow Gu Chen to be too arrogant. Here, she was still the strongest. Too far? Gu Chen revealed a disdainful smile. He raised his other hand and slapped Marquis Huanyang again, paw. The two slaps were on different cheeks. Marquis Huanyang's entire face swelled up and bruised. It was a disgrace. Fellow Daoist Gu, please don't go too far. Marquis Huanyang endured the humiliation and said with a trembling voice. He didn't dare to retaliate. The information from the scouts was enough to prove that the other party's strength was far above his. If he retaliated, he would only be humiliating himself. Please remember this, every single one of you. After slapping Marquis Huanyang, Gu Chen finally vented his anger. He turned around and looked at everyone with disdain. He had slapped Marquis Huanyang twice, but he didn't even dare to let out a fart. Gu Chen's deafening voice spread throughout the fortress, from the generals to the ordinary soldiers. Everyone clearly realized at this moment that Gu Chen was establishing his prestige. The news from Ouyang Mo was still echoing in their ears, making the figure of the man in front of them look even more majestic and unshakable. The envoys from the other commanderies remembered this man clearly. They were all thinking that they would investigate this man as soon as they returned. They didn't dare to confirm the news that he had blinded King Qingsung with one sword strike, but it was an indisputable fact that he had the strength to contend with the great Dao Vale. Xing Commandery had gained such a powerful combat force, which was worth everyone's vigilance. Everyone, it seems that the matter in the longevity realm has been settled. I won't see you off. Sha Luo Man was unhappy that Gu Chen had established his dominance in front of her, so she said to the envoys from the other commanderies. Originally, if the situation in the longevity realm had been in a stalemate, she had planned to unite with the other commanderies to force Lake Commandery to make concessions. However, it seemed that the problem in the longevity realm had been resolved. She didn't want these people to continue watching her make a fool of herself. We should take our leave. The envoys from the other commanderies were very tactful. They were also eager to learn the latest news, so they followed Sha Luo Man's words. Brother Sha, friend Gu, brother Ouyang, let's meet again if fate allows it. The few of them deliberately took care of Gu Chen, and then quickly left with their respective people. When all the cultivators from the other commanderies had left, Sha Luo Man looked at Gu Chen and said impatiently. Now that everyone has left, you should tell us what you have gained in the mysterious land of chaos. Don't tell me that you have gained nothing. In everyone's opinion, Gu Chen's strength wasn't outstanding. However, his strength had increased tremendously after his return. Most people naturally thought that it had something to do with the opportunities in the mysterious land of chaos. Gu Chen didn't intend to hide this, and he even deliberately revealed it. He smiled and said, of course I have gained a lot. Of course it's not a small harvest. However, I hope to personally report everything to the Lord. Up to you. Sha Luo Man snorted coldly. She turned to Peng Fu and escorted him away. A strange look appeared in Gu Chen's eyes. Previously, Sha Luo Man had noticed that he cultivated the essence of nature and had even mentioned Li Wuwei's name. He had thought that she would get to the bottom of this matter, and he could use this opportunity to get to the bottom of it. He wanted to know more about Li Wuwei's secrets from back then. Who would have thought that she would suddenly shut up after calming down? This came as quite a surprise to Gu Chen, and he couldn't help but sink into deep thought. Congratulations to friend Gu for your great improvement in strength. This time, you have to thank the old man. While Gu Chen was deep in thought, Ouyang Mo walked over with a smile on his face. Fellow Daoist Ouyang is indeed my benefactor, Guchen responded with a smile. It was Ouyang Mo who had helped him leave Prison Planet and had given him the mission of investigating Peng Fu's disappearance. If it weren't for him, Guchen wouldn't have had the opportunity to enter the primal chaos mystic land, and he wouldn't have had such a huge breakthrough. Moreover, Guchen discovered that Ouyang Mo had taken good care of him. He had spoken up for him when the Marquis of Returned Sun had slandered him, so he was naturally even more polite to him. However, there was no such thing as a free lunch. Ever since Guchen had been defeated in the Seven Realms and returned to the Xing realm to be punished by Dao Lord Xing, Ouyang Mo had been speaking up for him. At first, Guchen thought that he was overthinking things, but after a few interactions, this feeling only grew stronger. This Ouyang Mo had indeed taken special care of him. He had a vague guess in his heart, but he didn't say it out loud. He maintained a polite relationship with Ouyang Mo. Fellow Daoist Ouyang, how much do you know about Daoist Sha? Ouyang Mo led Guchen into the stronghold. Guchen pretended to ask this question casually as they chatted. Sha Luo Man clearly knew Li Wuwei. Even if she didn't, she probably had some understanding of him. This made Guchen very concerned. Moreover, she was the leader of Sky Shadow and was in charge of all the intelligence channels in the Xing prefecture. Guchen had to learn more about her. Is Friend Gu worried that he might offend Daoist Sha too much? Ouyang Mo teased, as if he could read Guchen's mind. That's part of the reason. Guchen nodded. Ahem, fellow Daoist Gu stripped off fellow Daoist Sha's clothes today. This has indeed offended her. Ouyang Mo coughed and said slowly, I heard that Daoist Sha was raised by the Lord. She's been taught to be a warrior and an assassin since she was young. She's deeply trusted by the Lord. The outside world often says that the Shadow Division is the Lord's shadow. To be more precise, Daoist Sha is the shadow. She's been leading the Shadow Division for many years. She's been active in the various counties of the Chaotic Sea and rarely returns to the Xing prefecture. She's made great contributions to the Xing prefecture in private. Guchen was shocked. That Sha Luo man was raised by Daoist Xing. Her identity was indeed extraordinary. No wonder she was so arrogant. But Friend Gu, you don't have to worry too much. You're in the right this time. Not only did you capture the traitor Peng Fu, but you also brought the fortune of the chaotic mystic land to the Xing prefecture. You've done well. Even if Daoist Sha isn't happy with you, she can't do anything about it. The Lord has always been fair with his rewards and punishments. After you return to the Xing prefecture, you should write off all your previous mistakes in the Seven Realms. Ouyang Mo comforted Guchen. I understand. Thank you, Daoist Ouyang, Guchen said gratefully. As the two chatted, Sha Luo Man walked in. Friend Gu, I'm afraid there's no time for you to rest. We'll be returning to the Xing prefecture immediately. She went straight to the point. So soon? Guchen raised his eyebrows. Sha Luo Man sneered. The incident in the longevity realm was so serious. You even injured 2 law kings. If we don't return to the Xing prefecture as soon as possible, what if the Thunder Dao Lord becomes desperate and attacks us? Then the border. Guchen pondered. There are troops stationed at the border. The Thunder Dao Lord might come after you in a rage, but he won't easily destroy the stability of the border between the 2 counties. You have a great treasure on you now. You must return to the Xing prefecture as soon as possible. I'll leave this place to Daoist Ouyang. I'll be responsible for escorting you back. Sha Luo Man had made all the arrangements. It seemed like she was doing it for Guchen's own good, which made him speechless. Alright, I'll be troubling you then, Daoist Sha. Guchen smiled and agreed. Thus, less than half a day after Guchen returned to the Xing prefecture's border, he returned to the Xing prefecture with Sha Luo Man. Peng Fu was also with them. Sha Luo Man wanted to bring him back to the Xing prefecture to be judged. It was time to return to the oppressive Xing prefecture. Guchen felt inexplicably nervous. He was ready for battle. Many things had changed after he came to the Thunder prefecture. Not only had his cultivation improved, but he had also gained a deeper understanding of the secrets surrounding the Xing prefecture, the Tyrants, and the Ninth Realm. This drove him to further understand the Xing prefecture's intentions towards him. He also knew that if he didn't figure out the secrets behind it, he would die a mysterious death sooner or later. Because of this, he no longer hid his strength. He even let the reputation of the natural source spread in the world once again. In the Xing realm, in a majestic hall, Guchen and Sha Luoman walked into the hall side by side. Peng Fu followed behind them, his hands and feet shackled. Guchen and Sha Luoman returned to the Xing realm after a month on the fastest shadow-flying ship of the Shadow Division. The first thing they did was come to see Dao Lord Xing. At this time, on both sides of the main hall, many of the higher-ups of the military, intelligence, and works divisions were present. The high seat which was usually occupied by Dao Lord Xing was now occupied by Kong Xing. Kong Xing, where is His Highness? Sha Luoman frowned when she saw this. She had rushed back from the border without stopping because she had something important to ask His Highness. Little Sha, you came at a bad time. His Highness left the Xing realm 10 days ago. Now, I'm in charge of all matters there. Kong Xing explained with a smile. He sat in Dao Lord Xing's usual seat without any awkwardness. This showed that he had a special relationship with Dao Lord Xing. His Highness isn't here? Sha Luoman frowned even harder when she heard this. Her mood was obviously gloomy. Guchen was also surprised. His eyes flickered. Before he returned, he had planned to use the incident in the Thunder Prefecture to test Dao Lord Xing. He didn't mind risking his life, but he didn't expect to come up empty-handed. Where did His Highness go? When will he be back? Sha Luoman asked with concern. That's hard to say. It'll probably take a long time. Kong Xing chuckled and gave a perfunctory answer. Sha Luoman fell silent and stared at Kong Xing. No one knew what she was thinking. Although His Highness isn't here, there's still me. I've heard about what happened in the Thunder Prefecture. Let me handle it. Kong Xing changed the topic with a smile. He looked at Gu Chen and said expectantly, Little brother Gu, I heard that you brought back a lot for the Xing Prefecture during the appearance of the mysterious Land of Chaos. Where are they? As soon as he said that, all the higher-ups of the Xing County in the hall looked at Gu Chen curiously. Apart from Marshal Mia Zue, who was still fighting with Lin Jun, and other high-level officials who were on missions, everyone who was free came here today. They wanted to see how many treasures had appeared in the secret Land of Chaos in Lei County and how much of a share they had of the treasures. One had to know that the treasures produced in the mysterious chaotic land were often not available in the outside world, and many of the high-ranking cultivators present yearned for them. Although it was impossible for these treasures to fall directly into their hands, they would have the opportunity to exchange for them with battle merits in the future, so they naturally came to take a look. Gu Chen smiled when he saw everyone looking at him expectantly. It's all here. He handed over a storage ring and flew towards Kong Xing. Kong Xing casually took it and scanned it with his divine sense. Immediately, he clicked his tongue in wonder. There are so many treasures. Little brother Gu has stolen a mountain of treasures. Such generous praise immediately caused many of the higher-ups to lose their composure, and they spoke one after another. Fellow Daoist Kong, what treasures do you have? Can we take a look? Of course you can. Kong Xing smiled faintly as he brushed his finger across the storage ring. The large amount of treasures inside the storage ring turned into images that were reflected in the air: medicinal herbs, materials, chaos spiritual treasures, ores. The treasures that Gu Chen had brought back included many different types, and the amount was extremely large. In an instant, it was as if a mountain had appeared in front of everyone's eyes. That's the geocentric orchid that can't be found in the Xing County. Judging from its shape, its age is unimaginable. So many top-grade source stones. With a bit of polishing, they can be used to form the core of a chaos spiritual treasure. Heavens, are there really so many treasures in this secret land? Many of the cultivators in the Xing County had good eyesight, and they could recognize many rare treasures in an instant. They exclaimed in admiration, and their eyes even burned with desire. Initially, Sha Luoman was the calmest among the crowd. However, when she saw the number of treasures, her eyelids twitched involuntarily. After returning to the Xing County, Gu Chen's strength had increased greatly. She had thought that he had already digested all the valuable treasures. Who would have thought that there were still so many left? It seemed like she had made the right decision not to fall out with him a month ago. He had brought back so many treasures. If she had made a big fuss over a few suspicious points, her reputation would have been extremely bad. This was evident from the expressions on the faces of the cultivators present. Many of the cultivators surrounded the mountain of treasures, praising it profusely. Guchen stood to the side, appearing extremely calm. It was normal for the crowd to have such a reaction. After all, the treasures that he had handed over were almost all that he had obtained after splitting the spoils with Chu Meixin, Fatty Qian, and the others. During this trip to the secret land, the most valuable chaotic golden lightning bamboo, the insect king's corpse, the head stone, and the head herb had all fallen into Guchen's hands. He was already very satisfied. Guchen knew that if he wanted to report to Xing Daolord without attracting unnecessary suspicion, it would be better for him to hand over as many treasures as he could. Although there seemed to be a lot of treasures in front of him, they were only one level lower in his harvest. In fact, he had even hidden some of the best treasures among them. Even so, this kind of harvest was still huge. After all the treasures in the secret land, including the things left behind by the big shots of the longevity realm and the generals of the Lei County, had all been plundered by the group of butterflies. Handing over a bunch of treasures that looked priceless but would be very difficult for him to digest. Instead, it would be a waste of time. In exchange for battle merits, Guchen felt that it was very worthwhile. Little brother Gu, you have really made a great contribution this time. When the Lord returns, I will definitely report to him and reward you well. Kongxing was full of praise for Guchen, but he did not mention any specific reward. Even so, many of the cultivators still looked at Guchen with envy. According to the usual practice, Guchen would be able to take a certain percentage of the treasures that he had snatched back. The specific percentage would be decided by Xing Daolord, who had always been generous. Many of the cultivators started to think. Some of these treasures were exactly what they needed. Perhaps they could get in touch with Guchen and see if they could trade with him after this. Guchen did not know that he had suddenly become a hot commodity in the eyes of the cultivators. He was also very indifferent to what Kongxing said. Kongxing then punished Peng Fu and ordered his men to send him to the prison star to be tortured until Xing Daolord returned. After that, the rewards and punishments were over. Guchen left the main hall, and a large group of cultivators followed him with smiles on their faces. Everyone here was a crafty person. They had already heard of the prestige that Guchen had established in the Lei County. Moreover, they needed his help, so they naturally wanted to have a good relationship with him. Kongxing, you know everything about this Guchen, don't you? What was His Majesty thinking? How could he place Li Wuwei's successor by his side? Sha Luoman asked without hesitation. Kongxing looked at her slowly and shook his head. You've been the leader of the Sky Shadows for so many years, but you're still so impatient. It seems like you haven't experienced enough in the various prefectures. Sha Luoman exploded. I've been through life and death in the outside world. How can someone like you, who spends all your time in the Ministry of Works, imagine what I've experienced? Kongxing shook his head again. He stood up and left the side of the hall. Come with me. I'll tell you everything you want to know. His Majesty guessed that you'd want to get to the bottom of things. Sha Luoman followed him immediately. Kongxing brought her deep into the palace and finally stopped in front of a majestic treasury. Creak, Kongxing opened the door and walked in. He took out the storage ring that Guchen had given him and took out a large number of treasures. He piled them up in a corner of the treasury. This place was obviously the treasury of the Xing prefecture. The treasures were piled up like a mountain. Compared to the treasures that Guchen had brought back, they were just a drop in the ocean. It's quiet enough here. It's time for you to answer my question. Sha Luoman couldn't hold back her thoughts along the way. Kongxing turned around and looked at her with a smile. Sha Luo, how much do you know about that Guchen? Sha Luoman answered without hesitation. When I was still active in the outer prefectures, I heard that there was someone like him in Xing prefecture. However, I didn't know much about his background. I only knew that he came from the 9th realm. However, I fought with him at the border of Lei prefecture. I was shocked when I found out that he was Li Wuwei's successor. After that, I immediately retrieved his information. I was even more shocked. Apart from being Li Wuwei's successor, he was also a remnant of the Tyrants. I was even more puzzled. You have to know that Li Wuwei and His Highness were like fire and water back then, and the tyrants were exterminated by His Highness. Based on the standpoint that Guqin represents, it's impossible for him to be loyal to Xing County. With His Majesty's eyesight, there's no way he wouldn't be able to see through this kid's background. But he actually promoted him to be a Tianfa great general. This matter is too strange, so I rushed back without stopping to get an answer. Sha Luoman finished her sentence in one go. She had been suppressing these words for a long time, and she couldn't rest until she understood them. As Kongxing listened, he only uttered one sentence leisurely. Little Sha, the white-haired demon monarch from back then has appeared again. What? Sharaman's expression changed drastically. You should have some understanding of the trials of the 9th realm. After the geniuses of the 100 realms met with an accident, the Lord sent Pangjing to suppress the 9th realm. However, he accidentally discovered that the white-haired demon lord had been there. Although I don't know why he returned to the 9th realm after so many years, you also know what he means to the Lord. Kongxing said meaningfully. Sharaman quickly regained her composure and fell into deep thought. After a while, she said. The white-haired demon monarch went to the 9th realm for that Guqin? This matter can't be confirmed yet, but there must be some connection. After all, you and I both know the relationship between the white-haired demon monarch and the tyrants, Kongxing said. Sharaman pondered even more seriously. I understand what you mean. The Lord deliberately recruited Guqin and wanted to use him to lure out the white-haired demon monarch. However, that kid is not only the descendant of the tyrants, but also the descendant of Li Wuwei. Isn't the Lord afraid of these two identities? Kongxing's face revealed a mocking smile when he heard this. Little Sha, Li Wuwei was indeed extremely talented back then. It's no wonder that after so many years, you're still so afraid of him and even pay so much attention to his descendant. However, to the Lord, so what if Li Wuwei is powerful? Back then, Li Wuwei fought against the Lord for his hometown. His strength was indeed terrifying, but how did he fare in front of the big shots of the upper realm? In the end, didn't he choose to endure the humiliation and let our Xing County conquer the 9th realm? The Lord has great ambitions. He doesn't even care about Li Wuwei, let alone his descendant. Kongxing's words made Sharaman hold her breath. Li Wuwei had indeed left a huge shadow on her back then. Perhaps she had really cared too much about him. However, even if the Lord doesn't care about Guqin's identity, isn't it strange that the bloodline of the tyrants has inherited Li Wuwei's orthodoxy? Don't forget that in order to protect the civilians of the 9th realm, Li Wuwei also participated in the pursuit of the tyrants. Sharaman said again. This matter is indeed strange. I'm afraid there's something hidden in it, but what does it have to do with us? Kongxing answered indifferently. Suddenly, a cold glint flashed in his eyes. The Lord only wants the white-haired demon monarch. As for that Guqin, even if he shows signs of danger, the Lord doesn't care. As his subordinates, we'll just be responsible for killing him. Sharaman had nothing else to say. I understand what you mean. We'll do as you say. Kongxing nodded in satisfaction. Although Sharaman often had some unnecessary concerns, her loyalty was unquestionable. By the way, where did the Lord go? You didn't explain clearly earlier. Sharaman thought of something else. The realm wave has already shown signs of appearing. It's in line with the Lord's original senses. It happened so suddenly. The Lord and the 100 commanderies Dao lords gathered to discuss important matters, Kongxing answered truthfully. Is the realm sea going to reopen again? Sharaman took a deep breath. No wonder the Lord was in such a hurry to find the white-haired demon monarch. The chaotic sea will become more and more chaotic. In the face of the great event of the realm sea reopening, everything will become insignificant. Although you've just returned, I'm afraid there won't be time for you to rest. Very soon, you'll have to travel to the commanderies again, Kongxing said. This was a repeat of what Dao Lord Xing had said before he left. I understand. I'll leave after a few days in the realm of punishment. As for you, haven't you solved the problem of that little girl yet? Does your theory work? The two began to chat casually. They seemed to know everything about each other like the back of their hands. My theory can't be wrong. As for that little girl, I already have a solution. Kongxing smiled faintly and did not explain further. The two chatted for a long time in the treasury before leaving together. The doors of the treasury closed. A long time after the two left, an inconspicuous or suddenly glowed faintly from the pile of treasures that Guchen had brought back. Then, it transformed into an illusory figure. It was Guchen's figure. Looking at the tightly shut doors of the treasury, Guchen's illusory figure's expression unknowingly became incomparably solemn. He had played a trick on the treasures he had handed over. He had secretly left behind a divine will doppelganger of his. This was originally targeted at Tao Lord Xing. He wanted to spy on everything about him. For this, he did not hesitate to take the risk of Tao Lord Xing's thunderous rage. End of chapter 1430. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.